Welcome to day one of the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. We're here in Surf City, El Salvador. The waves are pumping and we cannot wait to see the action get underway for day one.
On the backhand, second turn, spicy, and fits one more in. Wow. Beautiful turn right there.
Oh, big old layback hack under the lip.
Hi, my name is Maya Kizmovich. I'm 13 years old. I wouldn't be here without my family and especially God, and I'm so thankful. And because without them, I really, really wouldn't be here. And it's such a blessing to be able to experience this with the people that I love most. And the waves are firing, so I just can't wait for my next heat.
Oh, Kainala with the best air we've seen all day.
Yep. Yeah, Karamas.
Oh!
Pour gagner les compétitions, voilà, comme daal lañ ñëw fii nii pour wane ñu boobu wane liñ man pour jéem a gagner compétition bi affaire yooyu noonu.
Here goes the South African Thompson.
Day of action was unbelievable here at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. We cannot wait for more to get underway tomorrow. Check out isasurf.org for all the information.
Good morning and welcome to day number 2 of the ISA World Juniors at beautiful Playa La Bocana in Surf City, El Salvador. My name is Mitchell Salazar alongside JJ Jenkins this morning. JJ, very good morning to you. We have exciting conditions this morning and we have an even more exciting competition for day number 2.
Yeah, that's right. Thanks, Mitchell. If day one was anything to go by, and of course before that the opening ceremony, we've kicked things off with a bang. The conditions are fantastic, as you can see there on your screen. We've got beautiful overhead peaks, very clean and glassy, and the standard yesterday in the under-18 boys, the under-18 girls was just red hot.
And this is the forecast for today, 3 to 5 feet. Swell direction south-southwest, a light southeast wind. When we woke up this morning, was actually offshore, JJ.
Yeah, and that's a good sign for El Salvador. The wind and the conditions, they're pretty reliable. We can count on them to be pretty nice every day, and we woke up to that again. And a little pulse in swell is expected too.
Yep.
And that's what we're hearing from Surfline, our forecasting
Should
experts.
be picking up this afternoon, but there is a big difference in tide yet again, 5.5 difference. Just a 0.9 in the morning at 8:30, at around 2 p.m. this afternoon, a 6.4. So that'll play a factor again today.
Yeah, exactly. But the good thing, as you can see there, there's the 2 podium setups in the distance. We've got Sonzol, and we're here at La Bacana. And doesn't matter. I think with the tide we saw yesterday, we had contestable, consistent conditions and non-stop waves all day. Some of the bigger waves at low tide break further out, but we saw some of our highest scores, at all different times of the day. So super contestable and a great spot for this event.
And this will be the first heat of the morning. Shion Crawford from Hawaii in red, Kaiten Yang from China in white, Mikhail Kaufman from Puerto Rico will be in yellow. So just a 3-person heat to start things off this morning, JJ. But Shion Crawford, one of the highlights of the event for sure. The kid's been on fire, Open Men's National Champion last year. He won the U18 at the USA Surfing Championships at lower trestles in 2021 as well, so he is one of the favorites to win the U18s here.
Yeah, well, he's got his work cut out for him. I was pretty impressed yesterday with, we saw that excellent 9-point ride from Keone Lassa from Venezuela. That was really cool. And Lucas Alston from the USA, he was another good performer as well. He got a couple of excellent scores. He had a 16-plus heat total. But, yeah, he's good, the Puerto Rican, and Cheyenne Crawford as well from Hawaii. So the Hawaiians have a real strong team.
Yeah, they do.
As we'd expect. So it would be good to see him get his campaign started here in Heat 29.
And I actually just saw Shane Dorian a few minutes ago, and he was telling me that he was texting Kelly last night. And he said to me a bit ago that his first experience with Kelly was actually competing in England at an ISA event when he was 13 years old. So he's very happy that his son Jackson is going through something very similar with him, with his friends, and now he's going to make memories that'll last forever.
Yeah, it sure is. I mean, we've seen about a 12-year-old competitor yesterday, a couple of kids are 13, and of course, those kids, they can compete in the under 16 and under 18 divisions. And yeah, we talk about the experience and just getting that competition experience under your belt, competing for your country and familiarizing yourself with this system, because now with the Olympics and the pathway is very clear, and it's a fantastic opportunity for these kids to get in early and become the future superstars of surfing.
And they probably will be. There's a look at our judging tower and a beautiful drone shot of what Playa La Bocana actually means. The backdrop right here, JJ, just beautiful rainforest the entire time of the year. And as you can see here, also a world-class wave right in front.
Yeah, it is absolutely stunning here in El Salvador, and a huge thank you, of course, to the El Salvador officials, and of course Surf City is the name of this town, and we couldn't pick a better venue. Fantastic waves, great locations, and you know, just so much opportunity for the traveling surfers and visiting surfers too, and such an excellent spot for this competition. So huge thank you to the El Salvador and the local crew.
We do want to thank Moreno Valdez, our Minister of Tourism right here in El Salvador, for allowing us to be here yet again. The 4th time I've been here in 3 years, JJ. I'm happy.
You're a lucky man.
I'm coming down to El Salvador as much as I can. So the heat is underway. Crawford in red, Young in white, and Kaufman, the Puerto Rican, in yellow. And the surfer from Haleiwa, Hawaii, with inside positioning over the other 2 surfers. But Puerto Rico, to me, has always had a great talent pool. Alejandro Moreda, Brian Toth, Otto Flores, another one too. And I feel that as of late, did you ever know Hector Santamaria, the kid that did the craziest stairs?
Yeah, he's pretty cool. There's a good crew out of Puerto Rico, and I'm not surprised because, well, they call it the Little Hawaii, huh? They've got a good variety of breaks. They've had some of the major events over there, and yeah, some of the talent out of there, that place is crazy.
And the waves are great too.
Yeah. So a little bit flat this morning. Good morning, everyone. JJ here, Mitchell. Nice to be here with you guys. And we've got a great view out the window. A little slow start in this heat, but with some of the warm-up sort of competitors, the waves have been getting this morning, been red hot. We've seen a few big airs go down, and expecting some sets coming through any minute now. So thanks for joining us. Here we go. We've got a paddle. So getting things underway here. This is looking like a nice right-hander. Yeah,
the Puerto Rican in yellow, Mikel. As Kaufman draws off the bottom. Beautiful turn right there from the surfer in yellow. On the backhand, I jinxed him, though. Goes down, attempting another one. So just under 16 minutes remaining. Crawford, the only person that hasn't caught a wave. It seems like Young ended up going on the left. It was a split peak situation. But here's the surfer in red. Crawford now taking his first wave of the heat on the backhand. This is how he won the national championship last year in the Open Men's. Gets a little stuck right there after the first one, and it's just going to be one and done for Xi'an. So a decent exchange there to start things off this morning, JJ.
Yeah, there was some good quality waves there. I know Xi'an will be a little bit disappointed falling on that second turn there, but cool view from the drone there, paddling back out, some nice little lines approaching. And there is some scoring opportunity to the left and right of the main peak, and we have seen some guys get some last-minute heat-winning waves. There's a good example right there, that right-hander coming through. So plenty of consistent scoring opportunities coming through for these guys.
And it does seem that it's much cleaner this morning than it was yesterday morning, too. It seemed like there was a little bit of morning sickness yesterday when we got here. As soon as we arrived today, offshore, just a beautiful texture from that sunlight, too, that's just hitting La Bocana perfectly right now. And we are waiting on the opening scores of all 3 surfers. So let's see who gets the best of the exchange. Just under 15 minutes to go. We do have Hasberg, Mauguere, and Deravai Losada in the next heat. So that's all international heat in the next one, too. We only got 2 remaining in this round after these. And then we're starting with the girls U16, I believe, in Playa La Bocana.
Yeah, that's right. And
actually, excuse me, but girls U18 here at La Bocana. We ran girls U16 at El Sunsal.
Yeah, yesterday, and yeah, that was pretty nice down there. The good right-hand point just down the way. Here we go. We've got another paddler now.
So we're going to stick with red. Nope, yellow. Kaufman on the left. Great-looking wave here. Ditches the fins, can't hold it. And now Crawford on the right. Boom, massive turn right there from Xi'an. Cuts it back in the pocket, a lot of power. This kid is tall, one of the tallest in the event, and he'll finish strong. That's the way to start the heat off, JJ.
Yeah, that first turn off the lip there looked amazing. Nice line of whitewater there. You can see that right-hander, the length of ride he got. This should be a really solid score. He finished clean, and the young Hawaiian, he just belted that. So that'll be great to check that wave out again. So really strong wave there, and a mistake there from Maikai on the left there. So hitting a little too hard, going up the back of the wave. And here we go. Now we get a turn from Kaitang Zhong.
The surfer from China in white up and riding on the left. Deep bottom turn, carves it back. This wave shouldering off, but Yang will get some turns out of it, trying to maximize the score out of a wave that really didn't offer up a ton. So scores still coming through. Judges are going to want to set their scale for these last 4 heats of the round early this morning. Then going into the girls U18, same thing will happen there. And on the inside, you can even see the rocks peeling a little bit right now. We're about an hour away from the lowest tide this morning, JJ. And there is a big difference at La Bacana on a high tide compared to a low tide.
Yeah, absolutely. Huge difference. Like in Australia, we only have a maximum of a couple of meters, 2 meters between high and low usually. And that's usually only on full moons as well. So it shrinks in between there. But big difference here in these Central American surf destinations. And But luckily here we got the river mouth and we got the cobblestones there. We always have a really defined peak. And but yeah, it's a great morning, good morning for surf. And these guys will be all over it though. This heat, first heat of the day, will kind of set the standard. So all the teams are down there checking it out, watching how these guys go. Good set coming now, Mitchell.
Probably a little bit of nerves too, JJ. Scores coming through. Crawford with the best of the exchange on his last, a 6.83. But live action, this is Kaufman in yellow, the Puerto Rican. Has to avoid his fellow competitor in white and just sets him off balance for the rest of the wave. And, you can't really call an interference on that because the other surfer's trying to get out of the way the entire time.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. So that's 2 for 2 now. I wonder how he's feeling with the nerves there for Kaufman. So that looked like a much better wave. Timing a little off coming off the top there. So that'll be playing in his mind now. And he'll go down to third priority as well. So we're still waiting. We've got scores coming in for Crawford yet. Xi'an, they're looking pretty good.
Yeah, so Xi'an drops a 6.83 on his last and his opener. The one turn on the left, a 4.33. Yang in white from China drops a 3.17 and 2.83. And then Kaufman, a 4.0 in his opener. But the last 2 missed opportunities, just a pair of ones, JJ. He's looking for a score right now in third.
Yeah, he might have an opportunity now. This could be a split peak situation. We got Xi'an looking at another right. This could be dangerous for his competitors. And a paddle on the left as well. Here we go.
So we're going to stick with Yang on the left. The surfer in white. Beautiful turn right there from the Chinese. One more. Wrapping it back. Great style. Great variation for how difficult this wave is to surf. And there you see the rock right next to him. He'll be able to get a finish. And just comes unglued right there at the end. We also saw Crawford split the peak and now Kaufman out the back. It's nonstop out here at La Bacana. Kaufman wraps it back. Just sets up right here for the final turn. And this thing bowling up well, hits the lip. And might be able to fit in one more, but that'll be it for the surfer in yellow from Puerto Rico. And that was an important wave because Yang answered back too with his opener.
Yeah, that was a good set. We saw a few waves going ridden there, so plenty of opportunity. Kaufman got a chance to answer back and complete a ride. And looking forward to seeing some scores come in for Crawford from Hawaii there. So he's looking like the dominant surfer in this heat. And it's just looking through the heat draw here, Mitchell. This is some really stacked heats coming up too. Here we go. Here's a replay now. So Xi'an off the top there, cracks a little bit of a fin drift. Falls down the lip, up into the hook then. A fatter section to deal with, but still plenty of speed through down into the river mouth here. And a little section to finish on as well. And that's got to feel nice. That was a nice complete ride. This is the left now from yellow, Kaufman, Puerto Rican. So that was one off the top. So the third wave now for Xiang from China. That was a nice carve, as you said, Mitchell. Down straight into the next one. Bit of a wider open face shoulder there. And wraps this one through to the inside. And he gets a little finishing move here, just right in on the rocks. doesn't complete it, but good wave for him. So here we go. This one.
This was Xi'an's last, JJ.
Yeah, this is good. He's picked up some really good waves. These right-handers are awesome. Just like those little rocky points, gas chambers rights, huh? Little Pupakea sections finishing on the reef. So
right there at Turkey Bay in between.
Yeah. Exactly.
So Crawford's going to drop his low score and replace it with his last. Yang coming in at potentially his best on his last. And Kaufman from Puerto Rico also seems like he's going to get his best score so far. Just over 8 minutes to go. The surfer in red going to extend his lead. And now we're going to see how priority actually pays out for the other two surfers too, because we know that Crawford, a much more experienced surfer, he's had experience at the highest level of competition in the Challengers last year at his home break in Haleiwa. And now Yang and Kaufman are really going to see a challenge in utilizing their priorities well.
Yeah, I think they're going to start feeling the squeeze from the Hawaiian there. So super experienced. And there's our social media tags, isasurf.org and at ISA Surfing, of course, and the Twitter ISA Surfing as well there. So crazy numbers. Yesterday we're talking like in the hundreds of thousands of viewers already, which is fantastic from right around the world. And we're only at day one. We've got 9 days to crown our champions. So it's going to be a massive event. So, yeah, a wealth of information there and some amazing shots from all the competitors. So many people here for the first time, which is just rad to see. It's, you know, people they're having their minds blown by how beautiful this place is and what great waves and good experiences.
And the waves are going to get even better too. Kaufman, just real quick, 7 minutes remaining. Could that have been a mistake? Because on his previous wave, he dropped a 4.47. That moved him up into second place. Still waiting on the score for the surfer in white and the surfer in red, Crawford, who, regardless of the score, he's still going to be leading the heat. It's a 4.17 for Yang from China. He now needs a 4.31 for second place. And Crawford's going to drop his low score of a 4.33. It's a 5.5 on his last. So priority now red, white, and JJ. I'm very impressed with what I'm seeing from Kaiten Yang from China. His 4.17 I felt like could have been even a little higher, but the quality of the wave maybe didn't offer up a lot of scoring potential. But nevertheless, very impressed with what I'm seeing from the kid in white.
Yeah, it is. We talked about China and their the whole team down there. We were checking in with those guys yesterday. And the push out of there is going to be really strong. They get such fantastic sort of government support and funding and real concerted effort to raise the bar over there. So, yeah, good performance. That's good. We've got 45 countries in all, which is a record as well. We've got 450 or so competitors. So this is the largest competition by number and the largest number of nations represented here in the juniors. So every year, every time, it just grows bigger and bigger and bigger. And of course, we see the standard as well, just tightening up every year. So it's a fantastic event and great location. And there we go, good shots there. That's the conditions we're dealing with and the beautiful local surroundings and the river mouth there. And of course, all day, we have 2 podiums running. You can have the option there. We've got a camera down at Sunsal as well, capturing that action and live scores there. So if you're watching the female division or the guys division, you can get the option. But we'll be focusing here all week on this main event site. And this is where we'll have the finals too, assuming the conditions are really good.
Yeah, a few years ago, actually, it got too big. And we had to run a few of the events at El Sunsal until it got smaller again. But luckily last year for the Open, it was just beautiful, gorgeous out here at La Bocana, and El Sunsal was still great, but
I can't imagine it closing out down there.
It doesn't really.
One giant peak, it just breaks further out to sea, a bit like a sunset style setup. Yeah.
It does shoulder off quite a bit, though. It gets a little fat when it goes further into the channel, but you get those deep peaks, and whoa, they're amazing. On the right board over there, JJ, you'd have the best time of your life.
Yeah, beautiful shots there. Drone operator's doing a fantastic job. And
how green is it, too?
It is crazy. I mean, there's not many places in the world where you go watch a major surf event and the houses and the towns and the suburbs don't spread right out into the distance. So.
You're a big fan of coffee, too. How's the coffee been treating you here in El Salvador?
It's good. Yep. Can't complain about that. The food's fantastic. I haven't had the papusa yet.
Dude.
I'm lagging. I've been here 2 days and I still haven't had one. So
on our lunch break, you just need to walk across the street and go over and get your pupusas. Live action. Yang from China needs a score 4.31 is what he requires Couple of searing carves so far. Good variation right there with the layback snap, and he'll be able to fit in a last turn to get a finish as well. A 4.31 is what he requires. It would have to be his best wave. Just under 4 minutes to go. Crawford's still in control of the heat, but this could potentially be a game changer right now, JJ.
Yeah, that was a good, complete ride. We could see the focus and the concentration. Young, he knew he needed to finish that one, and he did. So that was a good score. Used his priority well, picked a good wave, didn't waste it. And with 3 minutes to go, there's a couple more lines approaching. So right now we have to assume that Kaufman's going to have Zhang breathing down his neck. Here we go. It's a bigger wave. It was a set. Comes around the whitewater. Holds that rail line through that first carve. A second one there. And he'd be very happy looking at this thing wall up right through the inside. A little bit of a slow-mo layback jam. And connects with the lip on the inside. So 4 pretty decent turns, and you'd have to say that's going to be a solid score for him. And I think Kaufman could be in danger now. So this next 2.5 minutes is going to be critical for him.
So it's a 4.97 for the surfer from China in white. Yang, he gets his best. Now Kaufman down to third, needing a 4.68. 2 minutes 30 to go. Crawford still in the lead. And that's how quickly things can change here at the ISA. You get one good opportunity, you capitalize on it, and the surfer that had 2 opportunities before in Kaufman, those turned into mistakes, JJ.
Yeah, so the Puerto Rican now, he needs his best score of the heat. He's got 2 minutes to do it, and there's a wave heading his way. This could be a wave on a right-hander here if it stands up. So no, nothing happening there. So he'll have a few anxious moments here. So Zhang's done the job now. He needs the Puerto Rican surfer Kaufman just to, well, time's going to go really slowly for Zhang and really fast for Kaufman right now.
When you were in a situation like this where you're able to just take out your negative thoughts out of your head and just say, you know what, if the wave comes, I'm going to perform and do it?
Well, I guess that's all you can do, huh? But, you know, there's not many sports where you're about to kick the ball or hit the ball and the whole the tennis court or the playing field just disappears from just vanishes from view. Can you imagine a punter in the NFL about to kick the winning goal and then the goalposts just disappear and then the game's over and they don't get the extra point and it's all done?
Well, this could easily be a buzzer beater winner too right here for Kaufman. He does have second priority though, so he does need to be aware of what Crawford's going to do as well, because Crawford could still play a little defense here. You never know. Somebody could get a 7 or an 8, and then Kaufman could get another score similar to that. Crawford could even drop down to third. 55 seconds to go.
Crawford's playing it very careful. He doesn't need to get anywhere near those 2 guys. He's quite safe. His lead's strong. A 7.3 is probably not going to happen. So it'd have to be the best single wave of the heat, and he'll recognize that opportunity if it comes. So he's in the perfect position. He surfed a great heat. He's picked off some good right-handers. He's held priority well, and he's still got priority now in the dying stages and the lead. So it's all up to Kaufman right now. Nervous moments for Zhang.
30 seconds to go. Where is Kaufman? It seems like he's playing it just a bit too safe on the outside, not really scratching for anything. Now he is. Young playing a little defense here. Even Crawford's going to get involved. 15 seconds. Will this wave even break? Crawford might just use his priority and say, you know what, I'm going. He's going to end up going left, so it'll be Xiong Crawford and Kaiten Yang advancing, and Crawford just going to get a victory lap right here. Might even get his best wave. On the backhand, going to town, and oh boy, could we see the best wave of the morning so far.
Wow, he just destroyed that, huh? He didn't care about either of those other 2 guys. Wow, I'm taking this one. Yeah, he went to town on that thing. He's fired up.
Boy, and for a big kid, he doesn't really seem like he struggles at all with gaining speed, does he, JJ?
Yeah, I'm loving this Hawaiian team. I mean, they've had so many great results in the past. You expect good things from these guys, and this guy's right in the mix. Ready? 1 off the top. Each one gets a little bit harder, a bit faster, and a bit more precise. And what a fun way to finish a heat where you've got the lead. You just come on in and bank another good score. And he's going to be feeling good the rest of the day. So good job there for the Hawaiian team and, of course, this fella.
And here's the other angle. Just a setup to begin with, but the amount of spray that this kid throws is nothing short of spectacular. And he's going to drop the best wave of the heat. It seems like it's going to be going excellent. So Crawford's going to take the victory. Yang in second, China advancing, and Kaufman in Puerto Rico getting relegated to the repechage. We're going to take a quick commercial break and be right back with the ISA World Juniors live from El Salvador.
So 25's good.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to face yourself. A right time to enjoy pleasures, to make friends. There's a right time to listen. And a right time to make decisions. There's a right time for fear and for success. There's a right time to find your wave, and there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
We're going to ground zero chops in Tahiti. Who would have thought? Nobody.
The setup in Teahupo'o is magic, you know? It's amazing, like the nature is there and the locals are amazing, like the vibe is crazy over there.
Chopu is one of the most incredible waves, probably a wonder of the world.
You go to that end of the road and it's sort of like a whole nother world out there. It's godlike, it's quiet, serene, beautiful, tropical. The colors of the sun hitting that hill, lighting up the palm trees and the mountains and the different hues of all different color spectrum as the day moves on and changes. Then you have this glorious wave that comes off a reef and it's so powerful and so beautiful. I think it's gonna be very good.
Heat number 30 in the water right now. Wheeler Hasberg from Canada, Mariano Mauguere from Peru in white, Camille Deraive from Belgium in yellow, and Carlos Lozada from Venezuela is in blue. We had a shot there of the Puerto Rican flag and all the contingent cheering on Mikhail Kaufman, who unfortunately got relegated to the repechage round in that last heat. Xian Crawford and Kai-Ten Yang advancing in the 1 and 2 spot. And now in the water, Hasberg, one of the event favorites as well from Canada. This kid's all over the place. Surfer that competes in the United States of America. He lives part-time in Mexico too, but represents Canada. I believe both of his parents from the region of Northern Canada.
Yeah, I was chatting to Albie, the strength and conditioning coach, helping out the Canadian guys. Also spent a year in the HPC High Performance Centre in Casuarina, learning his stuff over there under Jeremy. And yeah, he's a big fan of Wheeler, of course. And an interesting mix on the Canadian team. You know, they don't spend the whole year up there surfing, of course. A lot of those guys do, you know, sort of a lot of snowboarding and kind of big mountain type stuff as well, and then have that temperature to deal with. And we heard from one of the team members yesterday they'd never, ever surfed without a wetsuit in their life until they got to El Salvador.
Let's go down to Xian Crawford with Shannon Hughes.
Morning, guys. Xian, that was an incredible way to start, about 15 points for your first heat. How are you feeling out in the lineup?
Yeah, I'm pretty good. Yeah, I got a quick start, got two, like a 6 and a 5, so I was stoked with that, and I just needed to better it, and I went on a good left, so I got an 8, so stoked.
Team Hawaii's been on an absolute roll from yesterday, both the men's and women's sides. Jackson Dorian as well is doing really good in the heat on the U16s at the moment. How are you guys feeling coming together as a team?
Yeah, I'm super stoked on the team this year. I'm really confident I think we can take gold this year, so yeah, so we're all doing our best, and hopefully we could take it this time.
And personally for you, it's your first event since graduating high school. Congratulations. How does it feel to be back in the jersey now with a professional career opening up in front of you?
Yeah, I'm just stoked I finished school early, and now I could just focus on surfing, and I don't need to spend 6 hours in school, and I could just surf 6 hours now.
Awesome. Well done out there. Anything you'd like to say to your friends and family watching?
Yeah, thank you, Mom and Dad, and my sister, and Uncle Carl for this board, and Hawaii Surf Team. Yeah, we're taking gold.
Yes, as they say over there on the Hawaiian Islands, Shion is pumped up, and as you can see, he's confident in knowing that Team Hawaii has a strong enough team to potentially take out Team Gold.
Yeah, he's saying it straight up, laying down the challenge for the other crew, so that's good to hear. That's a great team and definitely a pick and a favorite. It's nice to see him, like, after heats like that, you got to be feeling pumped up, and a good result there for Cheyenne. It'll send a ripple effect through the rest of the team and encourage those guys as well too. And they got the good coach there with Shane Dorian.
Chris Martin too, Kai's father,
right,
also one of the coaches for the team. So far this heat slow, just the 1.73 heat total for Wheeler Hasberg, and this was his opener, just a quick one in and out. I believe yellow had a priority over him at this point. This could potentially be the best wave of the heat. The youngster Camiel de Raive from Belgium in yellow.
Yeah, so it's just, here we go. We've got a split peak situation. So tracking the right now, so blue, Carlos Lozada from Venezuela. And these rights were a really good option there we saw the last heat win from Cheyenne. And this one's pretty similar, dodging the rocks on the inside. A couple of wrapping cutbacks. And the Jerome angle now of the same wave there for Lozada. So the first turn was good, then this thing straightened up a little bit. So couple of connections off the white water, but not the kind of steep walling connection right through to the inside we saw for Cheyenne's last heat. Here we go, red now. So this is Hasberg. This is the Canadian.
Yep.
This wave looks better. Steeper. Second turn up into the pocket. Third turn pulls it down, up into the lip really quick. Nice little combo there at the end. So that was a solid wave. So we should expect at least an average to good, possibly an excellent score for there. Wow, over the handlebars.
Yeah, so that was the Belgian surfer in yellow. 13 minutes to go. Hasberg should easily get the best wave of the heat so far. But Mariano Mauguere from Peru gets a 5.0. At the moment, the best. And now Lozada dropping just a 2.9 on that right. As you were saying, the wave shouldered off quite a bit. And I know Jesus Chacon from the Venezuelan Surfing Federation, former Latin American Tour junior champion, watching at home. Very proud to see the Venezuelan surfing team here at the ISA World Juniors. And the Belgian surfer gets a 3.0 for that one turn on the left, too, the youngster in yellow. But here's Hasberg's last, JJ.
Yeah, this is really nice. So up into the lip, and this left walled up really well. Second turn, gets the third. This little combo at the end here, which was nice, just two quick turns in succession. Made sure he finished in that closeout Rio and getting the board vertical as well in the final little section there near the inside. So that was a great score. Here we go, bigger set on the outside now. And this is looking like a really good left.
Yep, the surfer in white from Peru, Mauguere, already has a 5.0. Some of the best competitors in the world are Peruvians, and as we've seen from the success of former ISA athletes, Luca Messinas, Alonso Correa, Cristobal de Col, a former world champion at the ISA level. As we saw Camiel just real quick there in yellow, he's had a couple slips back-to-back. Still has time, though it does seem like he's one of the younger competitors in the event, though, JJ.
Yeah, and one of the smallest as well. That was classic. It was like we're watching like a Jaws replay or something from the helicopter when he took that wipe out on that right-hander.
And now the Venezuelan Lozada looking to better a 1.0. Going to do that just with that wrap in the pocket. This is a tough wave to surf, though. A lot of white water, and just tags it at the end. So not a ton of scoring potential on that wave, but did well. Needs a 5.17, though. That's a decent number for right now with how good the waves are. And now Hasberg potentially looking at a right. Wheeler, nope, just a peak. So with 11 minutes to go, Hasberg drops a 6.83. That was the best of the heat. Mauguere backs up his 5 with a 3.4, excuse me. Lozada needing a 5.04 for second. And de Raive also needing something in the low 5s to move up into advancement. Just under 11 minutes to go, JJ, and conditions are looking pristine this morning.
Yeah, great forecast. Beautiful morning, and it's a great thing to wake up to for these guys. Replay now. So this was Carlos, Venezuela. This is where he banked it off the foam here. So took the low road on that closeout option. Just banking another score. So a bit of scoring potential left on the table there. But yeah, the conditions, as you said, Mitchell, fantastic morning here and great forecast. Surfliner official forecasters for the event. And expecting a pulse in swirl. We've got the southwest direction. And yesterday we had the northerly winds blowing in the morning, which is slightly rare, but we've got that storm up a bit higher in the Pacific here, kind of holding the weather pattern in place. So all in all, a good forecast, and to have so many heats running and dual podiums for the whole event's good. And of course, anyone who's watching, it's good to know that third and fourth do get a second chance via the repechage as well. So with 45 teams from so many nations traveling from right around the globe, it's good to know they've got that second chance opportunity here, and really awesome week to get experience at the global level in the championships here. So huge week of surfing. It's amazing. Biggest contest for sure.
Oh,
in terms
absolutely.
Of competitors, the number of days, non-stop heats, it's massive. So.
And as you were mentioning earlier, each event is getting larger and larger too. Yeah. 45 teams, competing here at this event, but more than 130 countries worldwide registered within the ISA. And you're talking about countries like Iran that maybe don't have access to great waves like El Salvador, countries like Belgium in the water right now, that
Germany
as well, and all these countries that potentially have superstars in the making, Olympic athletes. Leon Glatzer last year made a massive impression. Miguel Tudela qualified. Luca Messinas, who was the Pan American hero, qualified, opened up a slot for Miguel through that. It was just amazing to see, and now you're having junior events where they're potentially going to be surfing in the open later on too.
Yeah, and it's a crazy thought to think that there may come a day when we have to plan logistically for all of those nations to field competitors in these events. So if I let the genie out of the bottle, we've created a monster. But that could be a couple more Olympics down the track. Maybe after the Gold Coast in 2032, we might have to start worrying about that. So.
I hope I get to go to that event. I'd love to go to the Gold Coast.
Well, you can stay at my house if you
thanks.
do, man. Yeah,
JJ.
right on the beach there at Burleigh. So,
wow.
Yeah.
It's beautiful to see many different nations coming together too at the sands of the World ceremony too, and then you see all the sands being poured.
I love that.
I was surprised by Norway though. I feel like most of their beaches are just big rocks.
Did they just dump a rock straight in?
That's what I was thinking, but there was actual sand though.
Yeah.
So
they might have grabbed the last of it between,
Could have been, or it might have just been ash from like a close-by volcano or something like that too.
Yeah, that's such a beautiful ceremony, and it's so cool. It's such a great message, and the unity and that idea and the concept that's synonymous with the ISA is just fantastic. And it's just such a really cool ceremony. The flag waving and all that, it's hard not to get swept up in the emotion of that. It's really cool.
So just over 7 minutes to go. Mauguere from Peru still in the lead. Hasberg in second, just needing a mid-1 for first place. Losada from Venezuela in third, needing a 5:04. And Deraive from Belgium needing a 5.07 for second place. Priority with red. So at the moment, Hasberg in complete control of the heat, only needing a small score to take the lead. And this is somebody that I think could go a long way in the event. But speaking of the surfer in the lead, Mauguere, I was actually talking during one of my breaks to Renzo Messinas, uncle of Luca. Mm-hmm. He's saying that Luca's here staying at my house right now in Southern California. We're just training right now. He's doing great things leading up to the second half of the Challenger Series as well. And the inspiration that he's been to somebody like Mariano, other people, Carlos Mario Zapata, Gabriel Villarán, who is a phenomenal surfer also from Peru. You're seeing a young crop of Peruvians just come out. And I think there's a world champion in the making potentially at this event, too, here at the juniors.
Wow, that's a big call, yeah. They've definitely got the talent pool and the depth. They've got a very wave-rich region home over there, and they get a lot of support from the governor as well, the officials. And, I guess Sofia Milanovic is a very famous Peruvian female world champion, and she received the key to the city.
Of Lima.
Yeah, exactly. So when you've got those kind of connections with the government, you're using surfing as an emerging sport to promote tourism and promote the development and the youth and the generations coming through to events like this. And that's a big deal. And, you see the ramifications of that early success at events like this with the team and your boy there, Mariano. So here we go. We got live action now. Canadian surfer Wheeler.
Hasberg up and riding. Decent combo to start things off. That's much better from Wheeler, right in the pocket. And that board, that Xanadu looking good under his feet, gets the finish as well. He'll take the lead with that, just over 5 minutes. Here's Losada on the right. Strong turn. Gets a little hung up. But with the change in the situation now, as Hasberg's going to take the lead, Losada might need just a bit better than a 5:04. Here's the youngster, Deraive from Belgium. On the backhand, he slipped a few times. Not going to slip on this one, though. Looking to better at least a 3.0 to exit that mini combo he's going to be in. And that should be his best wave, JJ.
Man, I'm loving watching this little kid. He's surfing real good. He's got the timing down, and we know that power will come with age and as he gets bigger, but he's a great little surfer. Having flashbacks of watching 13-year-old John at like getting an invite to Pipeline and surfing 8-foot pipe when he was little. Very similar. He's got the hair and the stickers all over the boards. He's the star of the future for sure.
So we're going to see the replay of Hasberg first. He's looking to take the lead on this one.
Yeah. This wave's sitting down a little bit, stands up on the inside, a bit more spray there, a bit more wall to work with, picks up speed, keeping it tight in the pocket, which is good. And getting connection through the inside here, a finishing move, banks it off that right-hander coming towards him. So a smaller wave, but lots of consistent moves. Here we go on the outside now. So Carlos, the Venezuelan, good right, plenty of speed, up in the lip. That second term is critical, but he got hung up a bit. And then as you rode out of that, there was nothing left to deal with. So here we go. And this is our little... Camiel, thank you, the Belgian. So the Belgian team, of course, totally self-funded to get here. There's just one or two surfers on the team and, a lot of the support networks that some of the other teams benefit from. We talked about the government support for the larger nations like Peru, Australia and the HPC and their academy, but no such thing in Belgium. They're all self-funded here and just a very, very small team. So really cool to see them here participating. So lots of different background stories and journeys and pathways to get here, and all very unique.
All that matters is getting here, though. And as long as you get here, you get a chance, you get an opportunity, you could potentially become a world champion at the end of the event, or maybe change your life by making the final. Next thing you know, you got a sponsor, you're traveling the rest of the world, doing other events too. 3 minutes to go. Hasberg going to drop the best of the heat. He's going to take the lead with that wave. Now Maguire is going to drop to second. Deraive from Belgium drops a 3:07, his best. And Losada gets his best too. Scores coming through right now, 2 minutes 30 to go. Interested to see how Maguire is going to manage these last 2 minutes of the heat too, having priority number one.
Yes, indeed. So, he's, like we said, the last heat with Cheyenne from Hawaii. He's in the perfect position. Surfed a very strong heat. We can see Wheeler, he's got his arms above his head there, so he's looking for a situation, some scores. So he's third priority, but in second, so he'll be really watching the Belgian surfer there. He goes to the lead, there we go. So he wanted to know that score, so that was a big difference there. So he jumps up into first, now the Canadian, and excellent total there, 14. So looking very strong indeed. So now Mariano, he's got to look out because Carlos only needs a 3.94.
Yeah.
So that's danger territory right there.
Easily obtainable score, too, with a minute 45 to go.
Priority absolutely critical now. So the Peruvian Mariano, he's going to have to keep Carlos off a wave for sure because the 3.9 is so attainable.
Could easily be just one turn, too, either on the right or the left.
And here comes the set. Here we go. This is it, Mitchell.
And he looks like he's far away from the surfer in white, too. Losada, just a look right there. I don't know if that was a paddle or not, but a minute 20 to go. He needs to hustle and find something. And Maguire has just been as cold as ice out there. He looks like Iceman from Top Gun, just not moving a single muscle. He's waiting patiently, and it seems like he's waiting for a set wave, too.
Yeah, it's a little deceiving, with that angle. I really thought that last one might even cap and break. But here we go. A couple of lumps coming through here. Just down under a minute now. White's on the inside. So he could improve his own score, 3.4. Here we go. Could be the last wave here, 40 seconds.
And it might even be a split peak, too. Losada's going to be on the right. Maguire's going to be on the left. We're going to stick with Carlos, the Venezuelan, needing a score. He needs a 3.94 or better. And that's also not considering if Mauguera improves his situation or not. That'll help. He can hold on, though. Now live action from Mauguera from Peru. A 9 will give him the lead back, but he's just really trying to cement that second place. Well, it seems like this one's over.
I really thought he was going to go right then and block Carlos. But anyway, it looks like he got a good wave. Here we go, the replay now. Overhead, rips it in the bowl. Second turn here, we know he finished this one on the shore, so it's almost guaranteed he's going to progress out of this heat. A little sort of layback jam there. And this is where he went around the rock, finished on the shore. So, yeah, he's got the job done. So that was a very good choice to go left. But he could have sealed it if he went right and blocked the other surfer there. But anyway, he did what he had to do.
It's a 5.13 for Mauguera. So he'll stay in second. Hasberg taking the win from Canada. And it'll be Deraive and Losada being relegated to the repechage rounds. We're going to go to a quick commercial break and be right back with the ISA World Juniors live from El Salvador.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. Surfing has the power to change the world and will now take the next step onto the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognized by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the International Surfing Association. This is a better world through surfing. The ISA strives to advance the sport of surfing by crowning world champions in multiple event disciplines each year. The World Surfing Games gathers the best national surfing teams to compete for gold. Since Olympic inclusion, the event has become a key part of the qualification pipeline for surfing in the Olympic Games. The World Junior Surfing Championship, which has celebrated surfing's use since 1980, is a breeding ground for future generations of surfers, spawning the world champions of tomorrow. The World SUP and Paddleboard Championship combines the disciplines of SUP surfing, SUP racing, and paddleboard racing into the world's most recognized event in stand-up paddle sports. The World Para Surfing Championship gives universal access and opportunity to para-athletes to achieve sporting excellence. The ISA also runs championship events in longboard, bodyboard, and masters divisions. The quality and credibility of every competition hinges on the education of our officials. The ISA offers globally standardized certification courses for surf coaches and judges. A global standard adaptive surf certification program ensures instructors and therapists will be adequately trained and have the knowledge and tools to improve the skills of adaptive surfers. Global development of the sport across competitive and grassroots levels is a key element of the ISA's mission. The ISA offers a scholarship program to young surfers who are outstanding role models in their community to aid them in their education and surfing ambitions. Water connects the world, uniting us all. Together, we all create a better world through surfing.
Buenos dias and welcome back to beautiful El Salvador for the ISA World Juniors. Heat number 31 of boys U18, round 1 in the water. Manuel Torriani from Argentina, Chia Chi Yu from Chinese Taipei, Miguel Castillo from the Dominican Republic, and Francisco Ordóñez from Portugal in red. My name is Mitchell Salazar, alongside former professional surfer Jeffrey Baldwin. Jeff, good morning.
Good morning, Mitchell. What a day we have here. Those first two heats went off. We saw the color of the waves, the quality of the waves, some beautiful surfing from, those heat winners. High quality surf, a little smaller, but just that offshore breeze, the little bit of the lower tide. You saw a few rock dances finishing the waves.
And this was the opener of the surfer in white. Torriani from Argentina, Jeff, came in at a 4.5.
Yeah, I mean, boy, the split peak scenario and all the waves standing up so far that I've seen. I had a nice little walk on the boardwalk. Got to run into a few of the premier coaches. This was in between a nice tight arc up in the corner for Chai Chi Yu from Chinese Taipei.
And this came in as the best of the heat so far, Jeff, a 6.33.
Well, you wonder why. Look at the surfing he's just done on that opening, right? That's the, everyone dreams of that, to start the heat that way.
And then Castillo from the Dominican Republic in blue got a 3.5 on his opener.
What a wave-rich country there, too, the Dominican Republic,
Cabarete, among others.
Oh, so many good waves. And so today is going to be a beautiful day of action after this men's U18 round into the women's U18.
And here goes Torriani from Argentina, drawing off the bottom. Strong turn. And Torriani's just going to town right here on this end section. Does well. He loves it. Now let's go down to the beach. Shannon Hughes is with Eric Kramer, technical director of the ISA.
Thanks so much. Just heard you guys chatting about the schedule. Excited to see the women hitting the lineup here after this men's round. We've obviously got it going on down at El Sunzal as well. Eric, can you just give us a little bit of an update on the conditions? It's looking pretty dreamy out there.
Yeah, the conditions are really great today. Actually, it's a little bit better than I was actually expecting. Here at Bacana, we've got about a 3 to 5 foot swell running. No wind at all, so really glassy, clean conditions for all the athletes. The tide's bottoming out about right now, so it's pretty good out there, and I actually expect it to get a little bit better as the tide pushes in and just puts a little bit more energy on the reef. Sunzal up the way has some great waves too. That venue tends to be a little bit more challenged with the low tide, so just like here, I expect to get better through the morning.
Awesome. And then what are the judges looking for specifically here at La Bacana?
Well, it's, here at La Bacana we have multiple peaks out there, so there's a lot of A-frame peaks going on, but there's not just one of them. There's kind of like 3 different peaks across the playing field, but majority of the time they're just surfing 2 of them. So, with the different swell directions and the different positions in the lineup, sometimes it's a really good right, sometimes it's a really good left. So the judges are just going off the normal judging criteria, which would be commitment, degree of difficulty, innovative and progressive maneuvers, combination of major maneuvers, variety maneuvers, and speed, power, flow. I mean, that's the criteria there. But if you really want to summarize that, you're really just looking down to the surfers doing quality turns in the critical sections. So that's really the dynamic out here, is finding the waves with the critical section. I mean, you're kind of getting, it's not about getting a lot of maneuvers, it's about getting a couple big ones, and that's what's going to get the biggest scores. And so if you can connect those and find the waves, it's not about being on the bigger wave, but it's about being on the wave with the most critical section. And down at Sunzal, I mean, here we're looking at, rights and lefts and a shorter wave where you've got to get the job done probably in like 2 or 3 maneuvers. Whereas at Sunzal, you're looking at a really long kind of right-hand point break, and sometimes there's some lefts out there, but the majority of the times it's rights. But not every section has critical section, so it's about using the same criteria the judges are going to judge on, but the kind of flow and how you're connecting all those different maneuvers together to make it really look aesthetic for the judges is really going to relay on it. So it's, trying to find those bigger sections and really trying to execute the turns there, and really just trying to flow through the bad sections to make it look as good as possible.
Oh, fantastic. Thanks so much, Eric, for that insight. And be sure to check out the webcast that is streaming. There's a camera streaming for El Sunzal all day today, so you'll be able to watch the action as well. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Shannon, and we appreciate Eric's insight. And this is the camera at El Sunzal. You can watch this at isasurf.org as well. It's only a camera from the front angle, Jeff, and there is no broadcast. It's just the straight camera angle, but at least you get the live scores with it too.
Yeah, absolutely. And I want to get back to there was a great exchange between Miguel and then Chai Chi during that interview as we were watching. So Miguel used his priority. The wave just didn't really give him the opportunity. He kind of got behind it, and then Chai Chi got that big roundhouse, a little bit stuck in the whitewash again. So then the heat leader didn't really manifest on that wave. Priorities now with Francisco, who just has the one. We've got over 10 minutes left, but yeah, look at the rights up at the.
And you can watch this the live stream of El Sunsal, where the boys under 16 are competing right now at isasurf.org. That is an alternate broadcast, just a single camera angle from the front, and looks like waves are fun over there too, Jeff. I know I'd like to get out there if I could.
Well, whoever that was on that wave, what a beautiful ride that they just had, that long ride. It's quite a bit of a paddle too. No ski assist.
Nope.
So the strategy up there is definitely different than this peaky beach break where it's a 30-second paddle back out, at least today. That's hundreds and hundreds of yards.
Yep.
Yesterday I was talking to one of the beach announcers that was working up there, Kevin, and he said that they were giving them 8 minutes in advance to paddle out, but then they got it down to 5. Yeah, it's.
And there you see El Sunsal in the background. This is El Tunco, the area, that's what it's called. And La Bocana is where the main event is at. Where we're at right now, there's more waves in between. There's a couple of beach breaks just down the way, and a couple of other point breaks hidden around here too, Jeffrey.
Yeah, yesterday during the event, there was a lot of free surfers off just to the north, right here in front of where we are, surfing these little peaks, getting their warm-ups. Beautiful waves. I actually saw in my break a few of the coaches. Shane Dorian was on the webcast saying, "Oh, this is great. I can switch back and forth. I don't have to run as fast. I can see what's going on between the two events, two sites."
Here we go, live action. Ordonez from Portugal with 2 daggers up there. Just under 9 minutes to go. That's really his first wave because he only has the 1.0 at the moment, so he was needing a score to at least move up in a second. And this is the exchange that you were talking about between blue and yellow, Jeff.
Yes.
Just better scoring opportunities, and the main event, that is why it's running at La Bocana. Just maybe a wave that stands up a bit more than El Sunsal, Jeff.
Yeah, and I think, this is less tidally affected, this peak right here in La Bocana. So all day long, the playing field is very there. You might have some lullies, some mushy, fatter waves, but yeah, this also, from what I've heard, is the swell magnet. So no matter, even if it goes flat up there, you're still going to have shoulder high plus waves here.
And this is a wave that breaks year round too.
Yeah.
And this is the important one from the Portuguese surfer Ordonez. It seems like he's going to get one of the best waves of the heat. And the Portuguese needing a score to at least move up into second. He's been in 4th. Let's go down to Shannon Hughes with Wheeler Hasberg from Canada.
Wheeler, that was a great heat out there. You made it look really fun and rippable. How you going with the win?
I'm just super stoked to be here in El Salvador. This is like one of my favorite places. The waves remind me a little bit of some waves in home and where I've been to. So I'm just stoked to show what I can do out here in La Bocana.
How nice is it coming to a destination that's far from home but somewhere you're familiar with because you've been here a few times when you're in the competition jersey as opposed to free surfing trips?
I feel like it really helps me because I've learned like some position spots this wave allows, and I'm just super stoked to have that like experience out here, just because I feel like, if I ever needed to like switch up my strategy, I'm a little bit more like I can kind of do that better.
Talk to me about your goals and aspirations as a surfer now going into your professional career as well.
I definitely just want to keep like perfecting not perfecting, but really just getting like my surfing to like that level, and I really want to just keep on improving, and I love doing traveling, experiencing different cultures. I think that really helps you as a surfer as well. So I just want to keep getting to the next level and keep improving.
And enjoying being back at another ISA contest?
These are the best. Like the opening ceremony is just really like everything's just so cool. Yeah, I love it.
Well done out there. We'll see you in the next round.
So much. Bye.
Thank you, Shannon, and congratulations to Wheeler. These definitely are the best, Jeff. He said it all.
Can you just bottle that and sell it? I mean, that was the pure stoke of surfing. That was Fernando's message to the world about the ISA. That was, you know, the absolute scripted, but it wasn't scripted. That was the organic.
The scripted, unscripted.
The scripted, unscripted, you know, that was the vibe. And for him to grow up in it now, and he's going to compete for years and years to come, because I didn't catch what he's 13, 14? Really?
Wheeler's around 15, 16, yeah.
Okay. Hard to tell. Little funny voice and tiny boy. But, yeah, boy, what a time for him.
And Wheeler's a world traveler, too.
Well, he has that perspective already, you know.
Lives a lot in the United States and in Mexico, but a representative of Canada, so he's been all over the place. Really loves to come to Central America, El Salvador, to surf as much as he can. And we do have a couple of scores coming through. It seems like Torriani is still in the lead. Ordóñez gets a 5.9. That helps out his situation. Now in third, needing only a 3.84. But the surfer from Chinese Taipei, Chi Yu, needing just a 3.84, but looking to better a 3.4 at the moment. And the surfer from the Dominican Republic, Castillo, needs a decent score to move up into the top two, Jeff.
Yeah, so Chi with that opening, you know, the highest wave of the heat, and now he's just like the one priority he utilized. The wave just didn't quite work out, and now here he sits in third with what? We've got under 5 minutes. You can see him sitting wide over there, hoping for one of those lefts to swing his way.
So just under 5 minutes to go. Castillo having a look here on the inside. The goofy footer from the Dominican Republic opting to go left. That wave closed out, though. Maybe the wrong decision. It seemed like there was a right on the other side of the peak. And now on the outside, Ordóñez might be having a look at this if nobody else is going. It seems like the heat leader, Torriani, though, having another choice among this. And he's up and riding, looking to better a 4.5. Is able to stay on his board, rides out. He's stoked.
Hard to tell if the rock was much closer. With this perspective, it looked like it was kind of close. He had his hands out doing the Superman.
Seems like he was just asking for Poseidon to give him an opportunity to make it out of that section.
He was a little pray up. Thank you. I wrote out. It's official. It looked like he got stuck in the top in the foamy bit there. So now priority is with Chi. Yeah. Doesn't need a big score.
Well, he's currently in second, and he has priority over the surfer in red, Ordóñez, too. Castillo not out of it. He does need the second best wave of the heat, though, a 6.24. Yeah. And at this moment, that's a difficult score to obtain based off of what we've seen in the last two heats, too.
Yeah, and you think, well, he's got the priority. He knows he wants to better the 3.4, but then right behind him in priority is Francisco from Portugal, and we know the depth that Portugal has, so he could easily get one of those big, beautiful lefts.
And this is the replay of the last of the surfer in the lead, Torriani from Argentina.
There we go. There was the rock. Not too far off.
And the other angle, Jeff, maybe a bit better for the judges, too.
Yeah, it's great. They're down there straight in front of it, so they have eyes on like hawks for the lefts and the rights. Even yesterday we saw some of the rights go, like you were saying, 400 yards past the river mouth south.
And this is an important wave. Ordóñez on the backhand needs a 3.84, not a big score.
Will the merit of those first two turns on a medium-sized wave get it? Maybe if he got one more in there.
And now yellow. Ooh, it seemed like we're going to have a priority interference, blue on yellow right there. Chi Yu had higher priority than the surfer in blue, Castillo. So blue did get up. I don't know why he's still in priority number one at the moment on our board. But with 2 minutes to go, this is the situation right here, Jeff.
Yeah, and that's interesting. I mean, it seemed like they all were understanding the priority. He takes off. He'll get an interference because then it really interfered with any scoring potential for Chi Yu to, like, better his position because he was holding second with priority, doing everything right. And then in the meantime, Francisco from Portugal got the score, jumps into second, and it's sort of it's not going to help even if Miguel does get the priority interference. It doesn't change anything for Chi Yu.
And guess what? Ordóñez gets a 3.93, so that means that the surfer in yellow dropped down to third. And now he's in a tough position because he hasn't even established priority. And Ordóñez gets an even better wave right here, just over a minute to go.
It's an interesting situation because he had the priority, could have bettered his position in second, made it harder for our Portuguese surfer to climb into second, and then he gets kind of, burned and doesn't even get to do one turn.
Exactly.
So unique. The judges got their work. The priority judge down there is got some figuring out to do.
And he might even need to give an explanation on that, too, because that was an interesting situation.
Unique.
Right there. Just under a minute to go. So you still out there in yellow. Now needing a 3.87 because Ordóñez drops a 4.3. Oh. Here's the heat leader, Torriani from Argentina. He's looking to improve on a high 4. And does some good surfing right there. Doesn't seem like he's going to improve his situation, though. 25 seconds. We have our eyes on you, Jeff. He's down the beach.
Yeah. So
it doesn't need much. A 3.87. He does need a wave, though.
Critical stuff with under 10 seconds. So, yeah, like you said, that he'll probably ask for an explanation because you don't get a bonus pass, a freebie, but it's unique in the hundreds and hundreds of heats I've called.
This wave counts, though. 3.87 is the score that he needs. Did a couple of turns. Was it better than his 3.4? Was it just under Ordóñez's 4.3? Wow, and what a buzzer beater if he does get it. It was a smaller wave, though, Jeff. Here's the replay.
Well, it's interesting because before Manuel got that little right, they gave him a 3.97. Right, for that small right that he got the 2 turns. Now you have Chichayu needing the 3.87, got 2 turns on his little right. Well, exciting stuff here.
It sure is.
In Surf City, El Salvador.
And we're all here for it, Jeffrey, and it doesn't seem like the score is going to be enough, so it's going to be Torriani in first, Ordóñez in second. We're going to take a quick commercial break and be right back for the ISA World Juniors live from El Salvador.
It's the largest World Junior Championship in history, and it's the first one in 3 years. There's 426 athletes, 650 participants, and 45 countries. Let me put in perspective what is going on today. Last year in Tokyo, we had 40 surfers, 20 men, 20 women. 33 of them were participants in the juniors of the ISA, and 16 of them were medalists. So this could be the day where you start surfing towards your Olympic participation. My only hope is that you work less and surf more. And I know this is on the way. Thank you for all your hard effort towards surfing and towards El Salvador. Surf City, El Salvador. Now I officially declare open the competition. Woo!
Back at the ISA World Juniors at beautiful Playa La Bocana in El Salvador. Heat number 32 of boys U18 round 1 in the water. The last heat of the opening round. Nicolas Paulet from France in red. Uriel Uciel from Israel in white. In yellow is Liam Sayun from Switzerland. And in blue, Noah Arkfeld from the Philippines. Arkfeld was a flag bearer and the sand pourer at the opening ceremony. As we're seeing live action from the surfer in white, Uciel, and now blue, Arkfeld from the Philippines. Had the chance to compete against a few surfers from the Philippines in the past.
You did?
For me, yeah. Piso Alcala, John Mark Tacon, great surfers from Siargao. And now the surfer in red, Paulette from France.
Oh, boy.
Beautiful wrap right there from the surfer in red from the southern part of France. And, boy, he goes to town right there at the end.
Aren't they all? There's no, you don't have people from Brittany and, the Mediterranean side. They're all just focused. The French team is right there between Lacanau and San Sebastian.
Unless they come from the Caribbean.
The Caribbean or
Reunion Island.
That's a whole other story, Reunion, are people surfing there again?
So I think that Joanne DeFay still goes home and surfs quite a bit. But
I know there was
it is
a little
under
bit
your
of a
own
ban.
risk, I believe.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it was quite dangerous there for a while. You were seeing a lot of accidents, a lot of encounters, as we call them. And here's the replay of the opener of White Uciel from Israel, a 3.5, Jeff.
Yeah, great opening heat. We've seen it. This is the fourth heat of the morning, and every surfer getting lots and lots of opportunities. When they've fallen short, it's because they've not completed the ride, but the waves are providing.
Yes, they are, and we're seeing a little bit of texture now, though, from the wind. There is a little bit of wind forecasted because the swell should be rising this afternoon, Jeff, so it's common to see that combination.
Especially, when you have the rising tide and the rising swell, it seems to kick it up even more. Beautiful opening ride there for Nicolas Poulet.
And it's going to be the best wave of the heat so far. And there's our roster for heat number 32, the last of the round. Paulette drops the 6.33. He's in red. Uciel from Israel.
Wow.
In white. Arkfeld from the Philippines in blue. And Sayun from Switzerland is in yellow.
So what a score. 8.33 drops in.
6.33.
6.33, excuse me. That's right, because the Hawaiian surfer who went Shion just so did he get an excellent score?
He got an excellent score, an 8.17.
Okay, all right. So the judges definitely keeping it tight.
Yeah.
That wave that Shion got was pretty perfectly surfed for what the wave had. I don't know. They're holding it down. He had to go into the air, do some kind of massive reverse to go higher than the score he got because every turn was perfect and critical and vertical.
He went into Super Saiyan mode for sure.
Yeah.
So 15 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock. And here at beautiful La Bocana del Sunsal, Mitchell Salazar, Jeffrey Baldwin with you here at the ISA World Juniors. Jeff, it's been a great event so far. A couple of hours into day number 2 now, but Stokes are just as high as yesterday.
Oh, the stoke is so high. We saw it in the young man from Surfing for Canada. That was the encapsulation of the ISA moving forward. Loves travel, loves these events, wants to be in every one that comes up. We've got the two sites happening with all the different divisions, and here we are at La Bocana, another perfect day of surf.
Yes, indeed, Jeffrey. I'm all here for it, too. The waves are firing, the stokes are high, and the food is great, too, which is an even better thing. Here's yellow. Sayun, the Swiss. Great carve to start things off. Slides a bit out on the second one. Loses a bit of control. Recovers, though. And the surfer in yellow just doing well to stay on his board right there. That's going to be his opening ride. Arkfeld starts off with a 2.5. Uciel with a 3.5. And this one's probably going to seem like it's going to be right around those opening scores, too.
Yeah, he had it. He was probably so excited. He pushed a bit hard on that cutback, maybe hit a little chunk. We'll see it here. Nice opening carve. And it was right there. He hit some little lump, but like you said, great to recover, complete the ride.
Seems like he lost his fins a bit on that second turn, huh?
Yeah,
when he was coming back.
Yeah. We get the replays. Good work by our camera crew and staff. It was right there. It was just his line. He didn't follow his line.
Maybe deviated just a bit from where he needed to be, huh?
Yeah. Eyes going one way, body going another.
Yep. And the fins respond always to the body.
Yes.
Here's blue. Arkfeld on the right from the Philippines. Siargao Island in the water. And that wave at Cloud 9 is just beautiful. One of the best waves in the world.
Did you get a surf there?
Not yet.
Okay.
I was scheduled to go there one year, but I wasn't able to attend as Arkfeld, the youngster from that area, just working this one through. Gets a nice finish. Ooh, I jinxed him right at the end.
Commentator curse, indeed. What a well-surfed wave for Noah, though, up to that. And then in the white, Uriel.
Yep, the surfer from Israel up and riding now. On the backhand, deep bottom turn right there. That was great.
So impressive. I mean, there's, the standout surfers we saw yesterday definitely hitting that mark in the looking for gold, wanting to make the finals.
And wanting to make a statement in round 1, too. So Uciel will probably get his best. And now Paulet from France. Oh, allez, allez, allez. Boy, oh, boy, this is going to be a great score from the Frenchman.
Well,
that opening turn might be one of the best we've seen all event long, too.
That was beautiful. And the way he kind of slowed down in it and pushed so hard, the spray went out of our monitor screen.
Yep.
Pure
That's
power.
a good sign when that happens, too.
Yeah. I was picturing the berets flying down in the team area, the flags waving extra hard, the screams. So that's the way that this whole system works. All these competitors have their team, men and women, on the beach, and the coaches all in their, colors, their jerseys, whatever it is they decide to wear that day. The flag's going. It's its own. It's a big energy down there on the beach.
So your favorite uniform is still the Senegalese, right?
Well, the traditional dress that they wore to the opening ceremonies. I mean, how do you, the multi-patterned robes, the sandals, the scarves.
Yeah. And we got JJ down there with the winner last heat, Manuel Torriani.
Okay, mic on.
All right, thank you guys. You got me now. Cool, thank you. Down here, it's all happening down here. The color, the cheers, the teams are going crazy. But we got Manuel, the national champion from Argentina. Congratulations, tough heat, but good surfing, huh?
Yeah, thank you very much. I was so nervous, but I am happy to be here with all the team, training a lot. I am here since 2 weeks, training with my coach, Pedro Cellini. Step by step is the focus that I have to pass heat and pass another heat, and that's it. I'm so happy.
It's your first ISA, but also your last in the under-18 division. This event's very important, yeah?
Yeah, it's my first and my last ISA World Championship. For me, represent my country is the most thing that I never did. I'm happy I will pass the another heat, and I'm gonna do all the things that I can do to represent my country.
And Mar de la Plata, your local spot, is small waves, very, very cold, wetsuits all year round. You're saying how nice it is to be in El Salvador, warm water, clean water, good surf.
For me, being here is like magic because in Argentina, Mar del Plata, La Proti is my beach that I train all the year. It's cold water, difficult conditions, but there are 2 more ways, and I'm happy, and that's it.
Awesome. Congratulations, gracias. Thank you so much. Well done.
Thank you.
Cool, guys. Thank you. Back to you. Oh, hey.
All right. Thank you, JJ, and congratulations to Manuel Torriani from Argentina, advancing on in first place in the 31st heat of this round. In the water, though, we saw a great wave during the interview of Uriel Uciel from Israel. We also saw Liam Sayun on the right. And it seems like Uciel is going to drop his best score. I really enjoyed this wave, too, Jeffrey, with 9 minutes to go.
Yeah, and then we saw Nicholas. He got a 7.5, our French surfer, on that one big left that he had. So Noah from the Philippines, you'd think he would have been in a better position if he would have completed that one right because he'd done all the work. How will this all play out?
So it still seems like he's going to get a decent score. It's definitely going to be his best on the right-hander. And this is the wave that we're talking about, the 7.5 of Paulet from France.
That was a very serious engagement of fins, tail, and rail. That was it. Speed, power, flow right there.
And then this is the wave that we're talking about. White's last, Uciel. It's coming out as his best. So just great variation, Jeffrey. Good combo right there at the end, too.
Yeah, he read the wave perfectly in that second turn and the finish turn. Yeah, look at, I mean, perfect technique, big wings open, carving up into the lip, the spray just taking, you know, he's almost into his next bottom turn when the finishing spray lands.
I got a comparison for you. Another Frenchman, just like Paulet. You remember Timbo?
Timbo, yes.
Very similar style does Paulet have to Timbo. Just real low, real lanky. And the way he's done it in this heat so far, too, Jeffrey, just under 8 minutes, only caught 2 waves.
Confidence.
Both of them have been keepers, too, a 6.33 and a 7.5. A great heat total for the Frenchman in red.
Well, and there's something, you know, the anticipation of all the athletes coming here, the surfers, knowing that the potential for good waves is there. Will it be good waves when we get there? What's it going to be like to show up this morning and see these A-frame?
In my own heat, too.
For your heat, turquoise offshore peaks consistent.
And here's Arkfeld, dropped a 5.23 on his last. On the forehand now. A couple of wraps for him. Let's see if he can get a decent finish here to at least move up into second. He only needs a 3.88, so got up into the lip. Maybe not the best turn to finish that wave off, but could easily be the score that he's requiring right now.
He was being escorted by the Pelicans in the background there, wasn't he?
The El Salvadorian Air Force.
Yes, they were right there flying him along. What a tight heat. So just over 5.5 minutes left. Priority with our heat leader. So, yeah, like you said, he's had 2 waves. He's in priority. Sometimes that just, you know, you want those heats like that all the time.
Yep.
But it doesn't happen very often. The percentages are low.
So this is the last of Arkfeld. Before Uciel's last wave dropped, he was needing a 3.88, but since the surfer in white gets a 6.67, that means that Arkfeld in blue from the Philippines now needing a 7.04 or better on this wave. Comes in at a 4.9, his second best, Jeff.
Really pushing it. Yeah, well.
They really want to see you on a quality wave with the most critical sections. And if you don't attack those, you're not going to get rewarded really with a decent score.
Yeah, you know, definitely they need you to push it vertically and in critical sections. In some waves, that wave was just a bit flat. That in section looked like it could give him some, but he ended up kind of having to just fly into the foamy section.
In your competing
days,
not
a lot of pop.
In your competing days, the judges have replay?
No, man, they had sticks and stones they were drawing in the sand.
How are they comparing many of these waves?
They were not in their memory banks.
Wow, that is.
Oh, no. Like I know yesterday you guys were talking about, you know, it's evolved. It's great. It's perfect now. We get to sit here with replays, multiple angle replays, a head judge behind the judging staff, every day a meeting. What's the criteria? Does it change through the day with the tides? None of that existed. And 2 waves and priority, I mean, much better system. There's no surfers coming in retabulating what the judges scored in their little box with pencil in their booth. You know, you did the math wrong. I actually got the score.
Wow.
There was tabulation errors.
I still competed during tabulation systems, but having priority, having replay, having a scoring system, too, is so much more simple. I mean, the way that surfing has evolved as a sport is just incredible.
And fortunately, the technology led us there. Yep. So, you know, without the technology, we wouldn't have been able to get there. And so it wasn't them not trying to. They just weren't aware, and it didn't exist. And, you know, thankfully, it does now. And you know, just for anyone watching, the replay in slow-mo doesn't help the surfer get a score. All it does is give a comparison when judges need it against someone else and what they did on their wave and what the score dropped in at. So they have that mirror to look at, are we overscoring, underscore, and they
or is it
accurately
accurate?
Scored. Yeah.
And a good thing about it, too, is that you have 5 judges up there, too. You have a rotating panel as well. There's 3 priority judges here at this event, too, which is awesome. They get breaks this time, Jeff. Normally at our events, they usually get 1 or 2 breaks during an entire day, and we're working 10 to 12 hours as well. Here at the ISA, though, one of the best panels in the world. Just under 4 minutes to go. Paulet still in the lead. He's being patient and selective, though, as it seems like White having a look right here. Uciel on the backhand just real quick. Playing a little defense against Arkfeld in blue, it seems, who needs a 7.04 at the moment, and Liam Sayun from Switzerland needing an 8.8. It would have to be the best wave of the day so far to move up into second place.
So have you been following the Instagram feed, the ISA Instagram feed? It was good for me because we were here locked in all day, and so I got to kind of recap a lot of the waves ridden up at El Censal, you know, through the event yesterday. That was great. Yes, the ISA is posting a lot of stuff on their Instagram, ISA Surfing on Facebook, ISA Surfing on Instagram. Here is Liam.
Sayun from Switzerland on the left. That's a decent turn. Got up into the lip. It'll help him out. Let's see if he can at least better his low score and make the requirement a lesser one.
Climbing
2 minutes 30 to go.
Yep, climbing up that ladder, and that's how that works, right, Mitchell? That even though it looks like he has a daunting task, needing the high 8 to get up into advancing position, he can better one of his scores, and then only need a 5. And
here's the heat leader, Paulet, who just seems to get better on each wave. 2 massive combo right there from the Frenchman in red. Looking to better only 6.33 with 2 minutes to go. The impressive thing to me, though, Jeffrey, the patience, the amount of wave selection that he has, the effectiveness. Only 3 waves has he caught in 18 minutes, but all 3 of them have been better than a 6.33.
I mean, it's just a testament to his confidence. He already knows, I love my equipment. I'm feeling strong. I'm feeling fit. I get this wave. I don't need to scramble around, especially because he started out and he's been in the lead the whole time, so there's no desperation. The priority rotation's working out, perfectly for him, and he has the time to just sit there and surf the best waves.
No necessary movement either.
I'm sure we'll see him in heats coming up where it doesn't all just lay out on the platter like that. And he is the guy under priority, scrambling for the wave he wouldn't normally want to take off on. But right now,
it means that he's adaptable, though, right?
Yeah, these are the dreamy heats.
So he's going to drop a great score, too. That's Paulet in red. With just over a minute to go, Shannon Hughes is going to join you in the booth. We're going to start with girls U18 round 1. Leula Wong, from the island of Oahu, representing Hawaii. Sinai Borelli from Argentina, Esperanza Rojas from Chile, and Thea Vold from Norway is going to be our opening heat of girls U18 round 1 right here at La Bacana.
That's a strong name, Thea Vold.
From Norway.
Yes, I know.
You got the Nordic mythology over there, too. Big fan of that. I love the Thor movies, too.
Oh, yeah.
Jeffrey.
We can get down with the Thor. We can get down with...
And Chris Hemsworth serves, too, which is the best part.
Yeah. Hey, well, everyone wants to surf, right? Why not? It's the sport of kings and queens.
That is true. And we owe it all to Duka Hanamoku as well. One of the best representatives of the sport of surfing. Former Olympian as well.
And the early Polynesians. And, there's that debate going back and forth with Peru. Did they come across and
Chile, too.
Follow the sun.
Don't forget Chile. That's why all those big heads are on Easter Island as well. As this is just a little wave to seal the deal for Uriel Uciel from Israel. He's going to advance in second place. Nicolas Paulet from France going to take out the win, as Noah Arkfeld from Philippines and Liam Sayun from Switzerland are going to be relegated to the repechage round. Doesn't seem like Uziel is going to improve his situation, but nevertheless, he's going to advance. Jeffrey, we're going to take a quick commercial break after another great heat here at the ISA World Juniors. Don't go anywhere. Girls U18 action coming up.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. Surfing has the power to change the world and will now take the next step onto the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognized by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the International Surfing Association. This is a better world through surfing.
Welcome back to the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. Shannon Hughes here in the booth alongside of Jeff Baldwin. Jeff, you've been doing a great job calling the action, and I am so excited to see the under-18 women's hitting lineup now.
Yeah, I know, and you gotta see some of it and interview some of the U16 girls yesterday from up at El Censal, the right point, and now we've got the U18 right here at this perfect. Well, such a quality peak, and as we've seen the first 4 heats of the morning, super consistent, easy rotations with priority. Everybody has the opportunity to go right, go left, show their business on forehand, backhand.
Absolutely. It's been pretty phenomenal to be able to see the level of progression happening here at La Bocana and down from El Sunzal yesterday. There were some really good waves that came through for the under 16 girls. It was really fun to get a few of them up for those post-heat interviews as well, and to get a little bit of the vibe and the energy that's been happening down at El Sunzal. And now out in the lineup, we're starting out with our under 18 women's. A quick in and out for Esperanza Rojas from Chile. We've also got Eva Wong from Hawaii, Sanai Borelli from Argentina, and Thea Vold from Norway. And we've got 20 minutes on the clock, same as those under 18 men's heats. It's 20 minutes across all divisions here for the ISA World Surfing Games because, Jeff, we've got 419 surfers in the draw, and we have plenty of heats that we need to get through for finals day this weekend.
Yeah, we're up against it. I mean, between the regular rounds and the repechage round, regular round, repechage rounds, the repechages I think will be 15 minutes because there are so many competitors for the first time. I mean, there's always been a lot, but this is the most ever. As the ISA continues to grow with over 405 countries represented, it's hard to fathom the travel, the logistics and the fundraising behind all these teams from everywhere. It's a ton of work. Yeah, we are going to be chock-a-block, Shannon, from now till Sunday, the finish of the final.
It's going to be a wild week ahead of us. We had a great day of competition yesterday. We've just seen a couple of quick waves. Esperanza Rojas has had 2 opportunities. She just wasn't quite able to find that green face that she was looking for. And for our surfer in blue, for Thea Vold out of Norway, this is actually her very first surf contest that she has ever surfed in. She's been surfing for a few years now, but she was feeling a little bit nervous. I had a chat with her and her coach, Shannon Ainsley, before she paddled out, and she's really excited for this opportunity, but it is a big stage to be performing in for her first ever contest.
Oh my gosh, I just got goosebumps. I mean, I have 3 daughters. I've watched, my daughters compete, and I remember their first event, on a foam board against the girls that had short boards, and just that. It's the same mindset, and she's flown here from Norway for her country, and I know she's sitting off to the side a little bit, I think.
Yeah, it looks like she's chosen a different peak. She's just sitting down to the right-hand side of our screen. It's a little bit out of kind of that main contest zone where we've seen the guys sitting for the last day in the morning, where that main A-frame peak is coming through. So she might be even just eyeing off those little rights that are running into that little ripple.
There she is. I see her. Yeah, she's definitely some 40 yards away. And understandable. I'm sure the coach that you mentioned, said, hey, go out there, do your best, be relaxed. If you're not comfortable to get in the mix shoulder to shoulder, and the whole priority thing is brand new for her.
As we've got live action from Ava Wong driving into those first 2 turns, bringing that Hawaiian style. And she's looking for that connection on the inside. She's going to just kick out and get that strong paddle back. Nice couple of turns to start off on the opening section.
Oh, boy. Team Hawaii, top to bottom, all age groups, men, women, looking strong. That is for sure what an opener for her.
Ava Wong is from Wahiawa on the north shore of Oahu. She is a great competitor. She finished second at the U.S. Championships. And as we wait for scores to come through from that first exchange, we're going to go down to catch up with JJ and our surfer from the last heat.
Yeah, thank you so much, guys. Congratulations, Uri. Second place, advancing through the last heat of the round for under 18 boys. Great conditions. You feel good, huh?
Yeah, I think I can. Yeah, I have expectation.
Fantastic. Well done. See you in round 2.
Thank you so much.
Cheers, guys. Back to you.
Love hearing from Team Israel and going all the way for gold this week. They've been putting in so much work behind the scenes and feeling prepared for this big week for the ISA Junior Championships.
I love how, now that all the competitors have their country flag on, they have their ISA sticker. It's great that, because the jerseys don't have it, their boards represent, they've got their team, they've got their flags.
And we've got some...
I was going to say, and you think, that, we have some waves. We'll catch this up real quick. Boy, look at this is Iwa from Hawaii. I mean, just burying the fins, deep rail carves on a small to medium wave, or the drone kind of does that to the angle. But each Hawaiian surfer looking so strong, as is Iwa.
And then we saw this from Sinai while we were in that interview.
Yeah, and Sinai, she got a little stuck behind, and she did get that one and then completed it. So, again, I'm sure she's shaking out her nerves. She looked back at her team like, all right, I got it. It's in my back pocket. Now I can move forward. Still waiting for Thea Vold, right?
That's right. We're waiting for a first opener for Thea Vold, and we've got live action now with Ava once again. She opened up on a 6.17, so she's got a great score line to start building from now. Snaps it into the pocket on that second turn and goes in for a big finish. Finds that end section that she was looking for on that first one where it had that little taper off. This one stood up really well for her right in front of the rocks.
Well, things looking good for Awa with the 617 opener, and now we'll see where this goes. And, yeah, another beauty. Long wall to eye down the line, set up her turns without having to force anything, jams the corner pocket twice, finishes strong again. Team Hawaii very well drilled and disciplined. I love the multiple angles. The board looks really nice and loose under her feet. Drop wallet, clean speed into the corner.
Solid surfing coming through from the Hawaiian. She's riding that Pang TM1, the 5.6 out in the lineup today. And she's feeling comfortable, kind of picking out the right waves out there. We've got a 4.5 on the scoreboard for Sinai Borelli out of Argentina. Is a great way to build on that as well with that right-hander that she found. Esperanza sitting with just a couple of small scores at the moment. She's now looking for that opportunity to actually connect with that green face and start to connect some turns together, chasing just that 4.60 at the moment. And then for Thea Bold, just sitting wide of the rest of the pack, patiently waiting out wave selection for her opener. And we can see the women just putting themselves into the right position here on the peak at La Bacana. It's always a bit nerve-wracking to be that first heat of your division. And now we've got Sinai. Nice drive through that first turn, setting herself up for the re-entry on the second, and she just mistimes that finishing section slightly.
Just mistimes it, and then you've got Thea with priority, so it's like game on. You have priority. It's your lineup. You can do whatever you want. Now relax. Get that first wave of your first big contest like under the belt.
Absolutely. Her coach, Shannon Ainsley, is a South African. He's originally from East London, but spent many years coaching and living out of Jeffreys Bay. He's moved to Norway quite a few years ago and has taken over running there as their national surf coach. And he's been working really closely with that pack for a while now. He'd be down there really encouraging her, standing on the rocks, trying to point out where she should be sitting in the lineup and just getting her to have that opportunity to have a go.
And that's, that is the magic of the ISA. That encapsulates it perfectly. You have Awa who, surfed since she was probably a baby. Here she is with Team Hawaii where everybody's ripping. And then you've got Thea who's like courageous and going, I will commit. I'm going to do it. I want to be a part of this movement. I love surfing. And so two sides of the coin completely, reasons they're coming, goals to achieve, and that is the fostering ground. And that's the majority of the stories in the ISA that are the heartwarming ones. We know all the great surfers in the world that are going to come and smash it, and they surf heats all day, every day, and they train and they get coached. And then you have the other side that are not.
Absolutely right. Like in this heat specifically between Ava, Sinai, and Esperanza, they're all great competitors. They've got those good results to their name. For Esperanza, she's a 2-time national champion coming out of Chile. As we take a look at live action from Thea, she goes for a big takeoff. Unfortunately, just can't quite connect up onto her feet with that speed that she needed to make the drop. But I love that she's taken off on that first wave.
Yeah, you know, we see surfing at the highest level all the time. That's what gives me goosebumps, just like it gives me goosebumps when I see any big sort of person coming into the sport, getting those first waves and the smile on their face. There's an innocence and joy that just catapults their life into surfing.
Totally.
That's how I feel anyway.
Oh, I totally agree with you. It's just so exciting. It's so cool to see that mix as well, because it's 3 of these women. For Esperanza, you know, a 2-time national champion out of Chile. For Sinai, her goal is to qualify for the championship tour, to be able to represent Argentina there on the biggest stage of professional surfing. And then we've got a surfer like Thea, who's just starting to set that standard for Norwegian women to be able to get into a jersey, to be able to spend more time actively in the ocean. And for many generations to come, I think she's kind of opening up that door now for the next generation of Groms coming out of Norway. As we take a look at live action here from Esperanza. Now, she's been waiting for this wave for a long time. She's been really patiently waiting out that connection, fell on her first 2, but now is able to put on a strong finish on that end section. She just times it slightly, but she got a good connection on those first couple of turns.
Yeah, so great. I'm still caught up in the epic ISA type story. Is she going to be, as history has written, a pioneer for Norwegian surfing on the women's side? You know, like, will she become a fostering, surfer as it goes on towards the Olympics? Will she make the Olympics, which is the goal? Will she find herself in Tahiti? The story is untold.
Totally. There's just so much potential there. It's really exciting to see it all starting to come together. And now we've got some scores through. Esperanza just dropped in a 3.5, so she's right back in this race. We've got 3 surfers with decent-sized scores on the board. As we take another look at this one, what did you like about it?
Well, I loved it. She got to use that priority. Nice, a bigger wave, and, she stayed with it and was fluid, and you can see her eyeing it down. She really wants to finish. She looks a bit like she's focused on that finish turn. The wave didn't give her the vertical opportunities from the beginning until the end, but she got those fluid cutbacks, and only needing just under a 3.5 point ride, 3.58. She could get herself up into second with that last ride.
Yeah, she definitely could. Now our front runner, Ava, she dropped a 7.83 for her last wave. She's nearly into the excellent score, and this could be the wave that takes her there. Nice connection with the lip on the first section. Just gets caught up coming down off the second turn. And Esperanza with the answer back on the inside. We're not sure what happened for Esperanza out the back. We'll see in the replays if she was able to connect with a good opening section, but we do know she got some length of ride out of it, would have connected a couple of turns together. And coming down to almost that 5-minute mark with 20 minutes on the clock, these heats go so quick, Jeff. They are just lightning fast, and these women are doing an exceptional job to put themselves in the right position to figure out the lineup for their very first heat for this year's ISA World Junior Championships. As we track now with Sinai, nice snap. Connects in with a second one. You can really see her putting that aggression in and times that finishing section so well.
Oh, yeah. So I'm wondering at the end, that whole question of did you make it? Did you ride out? You saw the whitewash just cornering together, and I was praying. I'm like, hit it right here so you can ride out into the flats, please. But critical stuff between our Argentinian Senia and Esperanza. The wave before, not the one where we saw the finishing, she got a 3.5, so she didn't get the score she needed. We don't know what happened on that last wave because we only saw the tailing end as Eva was finishing her ride. Eva with a throwaway. Yeah, she's having a great time out there. Slammed it. Came late to that second section, but at least she can paddle back out knowing she has the 7.83 and the 6.17.
Totally, and then we saw this one. So from Esperanza, we caught the tail end, but now we were able to see she got a few turns connected together at the start.
Yeah, so, and that wasn't it. So again, she got a 2.5. She's waiting for, can she find the, now she's going to need a 5.7, it looks like.
Totally, and then we saw this answer back from Sinai. She's only 15 years old. She's competing across the under 16s as well as the the under 18s division, and she got a good-looking set on this one.
Oh, beauty. And that sort of critical, it's not easy to take off out of the foam ball, belly to the bottom of the wave, and get to your feet. And the way this wave cornered in and set up for her. So we're going to wait. I think her score came in at a 4.7.
You are correct.
So yeah.
So she's still sitting. She's actually done well. She's increased that requirement on that third place surfer. As you said there, Jeff, Esperanza now chasing a 5.7. Ava, she did so well to open up with that 6.7, then built to a 7.83 for her second wave. Her last score, though she fell on that second turn, her first turn came through as basically a 5.57 as the throwaway score. So she is looking really strong for Team Hawaii when we're talking end of the competition, getting into those medal rounds.
Yeah. I mean, and into the gold conversation, you know, I talked to a few. I talked to Shane. I talked to Shane Dorian. I talked to Ryan Simmons. I talked to Magoo De La Rosa. And I didn't talk to the Frenchie. But there's some teams that there's individual goals and there's gold, team points gold, which is a collection of wherever they lose, there's points in the round. So their goal is all of our team is going to make it quarters or better.
That's amazing. I love that they've set those goals. They've obviously been working hard, getting those training sessions in behind the scenes. As we take a look at live action now, Sanai is chasing a 9.3 to get that lead away, but what she's doing really well is to build on that scoreline so far, now connecting those turns together. She's looking for that finishing section as well. Again, just doesn't quite time it on the ride outs, and that's going to be something I think for Sanai and for Esperanza to work on heading into their next round, making sure that they can get those end sections. As we see Thea up and riding, she gets to her feet on that one, connects with that little green face for a moment, and that's going to be a really fun wave for her.
That's great. I love that this heat is happening this way, and Thea only gets to feel proud of herself, right? I mean, if you were the surf fan and you just logged on, you'd be like, what is going on here? But that is what's going on. She has only started surfing. She's representing her country, and she's putting her heart on the line, doing her best, and that's the beauty of the whole thing. As you have Iwa, or I'm going to cry, over here throwing fins and tail and like, oh, I wanted a 9 and I only got a 6, you know. Different. And it's perfect.
It's just such a cool dynamic to see these kind of women getting to be in the lineup together, getting to feel it out. For Thea, she only started surfing a year and a half ago. She doesn't even have a biggest achievement in her surfing career because she's just at the beginning of it. And making the Norwegian team, being able to represent here, this is a huge moment for her.
Well, and I picture there's a camaraderie on the beach. They get to come in, they get to go look at other people's boards, they get to meet and be introduced to all these other surfers, women around the world, and learn and smile and go, we're just humans. And we do the same thing on land. Yeah, you've surfed for a long time. I don't know. I love the story. I back the ISA. I always have.
And we saw this from Sanai with that nice backhand attack, scores through. It's just a 3.93, so didn't quite connect maybe vertically up into that pocket. But again, just getting those reps in, and she's done well to keep herself in that second place position.
Yeah, and you know, and that we were going to talk. She's been in second, and even though she needs the 9 to go get into first, I would say that's not her focus. Her focus, or the way I'd be approaching it, is let me just build on my scores, put a little more pressure on the third place surfer, because that could flip, because it's not a big, big ask with a 5.7. Get comfortable on the break, and just better your scores. She doesn't need to think about first, because first and second advance anyway. And there's about 15 more rounds to go. So
exactly. And either way, this is non-elimination. So each of these surfers will have another opportunity in that rapid charge. But now Esperanza has the chance to battle back. The 2-time national champion out of Chile drives into the pocket on that first turn, connects through really well. She's got to hang on to this finish. And that's, again, just that question mark there. If the judges are going to deem that a complete maneuver on the end, she was chasing that 5.7 to take the advancing spot. Ava, our front runner, she's already got a high 7 on the scoreboard, that 6.17. She does really well to connect on that finish. But now the question mark, as the buzzer has sounded, Jeff, is going to be, will Esperanza get the score? It's going to be right on the line. She needs a 5.7. Scores are dropping through from the judges, and she's gotten a couple of 5s on the scoreboard, but it looks like the average is going to be shy as we take another look at it here.
She did all the work, and it was this last. She got a little greedy, didn't come up high enough and get on that foam to ride forward, so she got the nose got pushed back to that oncoming section that was the score, but it falls short. But she gets to surf again in the rapid charge round. So, everybody wins.
She's going to have that opportunity again in the repechage and just needed that projection out of the final turn to really get that score above that 5.7. It drops in as a 5.1, and what a great heat for Ava Wong and Sinai Borelli advancing through into women's round 2. We're going to go to a quick break, and we'll be back with more action right after this. Welcome to day 1 of the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. We're here in Surf City, El Salvador. The waves are pumping, and we cannot wait to see the action get underway for day 1.
On the backhand, second turn, spicy, and fits one more in. Wow. Beautiful turn right there.
Oh, big old layback hack under the lift.
Hi, my name is Maya Kizmovich. I'm 13 years old. I wouldn't be here without my family and especially God, and I'm so thankful. And because without them, I really, really wouldn't be here. And it's such a blessing to be able to experience this with the people that I love most. And the waves are firing, so I just can't wait for my next heat.
Oh, Kainala with the best air we've seen all day.
Yep. Yeah, Karamas.
Oh!
Pour gagner les compétitions, voilà, comme daal lañ ñëw fii nii pour wane ñu boobu wane liñ man pour jéem a gagner compétition bi affaire yooyu noonu.
Here goes the South African Thompson.
Save action was unbelievable here at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. We cannot wait for more to get underway tomorrow. Check out isasurf.org for all the information. And we are back for the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Junior Championships. It is an exciting day, and Kiani is already up and riding out of Brazil on her first wave. And then we're going to take a look here at Isabella from Panama. Nice snap to start. Drives up into the pocket on that second section. And now she's going to see if this wave will stand up for that nice little finish. She'll kick out right in front of those rocks. It's kind of crazy to see how shallow some of those sections are and how many boulders are just sitting there right in the pathway for these ladies in the lineup. Out in the water, we've got Kira Buckpitt of Australia, Kiani from Brazil, Isabella from Panama, and Tiara from the Netherlands. And it's going to be another great heat. Shannon Hughes in the booth alongside of Jeff Baldwin. And so excited to be calling the action here for the under 18 women's.
In that last heat, sorry about that, Esperanza from Chile in the yellow didn't get the score. She was just under, so she would have rode out of the whitewash. That would have definitely gotten her up into second, but she's off into the repechage round, as is Thea Vold, the Norwegian surfer that we were talking a lot about because it just encapsulates the movement of the ISA. But here we are into this heat number 2. Already so much action happening.
Already just coming out firing for Kiani. And got those couple of nice turns connected through at the start. We've got scores to come in for her first wave, and then scores come in from Isabella.
Yeah, another. And again, get the jitters out for your team. Everybody says we've seen many interviews. You've done interviews where they say, oh, it's so scary to be the first surfer for the team on the day. It sets the standard. So it's important to get that first wave, out from under you and set it up for the rest of the heat. Beautiful opener there for Isabella, waiting on any scores.
And Nice strong attack from her backhand from Tiara from the Netherlands. Straight into it on the right. Little split peak action for Kiani once again, staying active. Nice drive. Love that top to bottom connection that she's finding. Really able to throw a lot of spray, a lot of speed, driving through each of those turns. Her first score dropped in as a 3.6. First of yellow, Isabella from Panama, a 4.5. And now waiting for that last exchange to come through. But the judges are loving the look of it as she's stuck on the inside.
Yeah, it's shallow. I didn't notice this yesterday for whatever reason. Maybe because the swell was bigger. There was probably just more water covering the rocks. Today, you've seen the rocks. You've seen people riding by rocks as they finished. We're going to get that replay, but what a wave there. And as she was doing the rock dance at the end, ankle deep water, big boulders. And that's why, there will be no Aloha Cup this year because nobody can run up and down the beach doing the tag team sort of thing.
That is such a good reason to cancel it because it would be very difficult to negotiate the rocks as we take a look at this last one. And scores are coming through now. It's looking really favorable for Kiani.
Wow, she just blitzkrieged this wave. I mean, the board, it was so loose and in the pocket, but the way that little left was angling towards the beach, it was giving her, power source back at her every turn. Oh, everything about the technique, the deep bottom turn, the rail engagement, and then where she was placing the fins and carrying her speed. I mean, I think she got overexcited and just didn't know what to do at the end. Like, I'm done. Or maybe it was so shallow she didn't want to do a floater, seeing
totally.
the rocks below her.
She wants to save those fins for the rest of this heat.
Yeah, although they do sell them in the surf shops around, but
yeah, there's a lot of surf shops in this area. Kira Buckpitt out of Australia goes in for a big finish. Little float drop on that in section. And still waiting for that average to roll through for last of white judges. Just taking a look at the replays there. One judge went into that excellent range, the rest in those sevens, and it drops in as a 7.5 to start off for our surfer from Brazil.
Wow. Well, what an opener for her. That sounds good. Team Brazil very happy. Yeah, I wondered at the end if she actually saw rocks and said, I'm not going to continue with all the amount of speed I have forward. I want to just sort of aerial kick out and be done.
Scores in for first of Isabella Godwin, a 4.5. Sets her up in that second place position at the moment. And Kira Buckpitt also with a 4.5 about to drop in on the scoreboard for that last Rio. Sets her up just in that second place position. And as we wait for the next set to roll through, we're going to go down to check up with Ava Wong out of Hawaii and JJ.
Performance, a great reception from your Hawaiian team when you came in. That's a great way to start the under 18 division.
Yeah, it was super fun out there. I'm super stoked to have all my teammates here to support me, and it's awesome having that support crew, and we're all here to support each other. So, yeah.
We're getting some big raps. Your performances in Hawaii are pretty obvious, and you're one to watch in this event. Do you feel like that? Do you feel like you could go the whole way?
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty confident now. It felt great to get out there and get a couple good ones, and my first heat felt good.
There's a lot of stories coming into this event, how people got here. Hawaii is such a strong surfing area, a country representing surfers, and doing so well on the world stage. For you, what was the preparation like coming here to El Salvador?
Pretty much just surfing every day and training with my team and getting on the best waves possible, and even like bad waves surf just all the time, and yeah.
We saw you coming in down in the river mouth there. The whole team is cheering, gathering around you. What's that like to have that team atmosphere in an event?
It's awesome. I feel like surfing, you don't really get that very often, so it's really nice to have something new, and yeah, it feels great.
Well done. Great result. And guys, we're going to try and chat to Jackson Dorian as well on the Hawaiian team. He had one of the highest heat totals of the event down at the other bank there. So we'll grab him shortly and we'll go back to the action. Thank you. Thanks, Ava.
Thank you.
Amazing. Thanks so much for that, JJ. Great to hear from Ava. Feeling so stoked for Team Hawaii advancing through. She just put together such a great heat. Nice and strategic. Found those right waves out there. And it seems like all around, if we hear from Jackson Dorian, he put on a great performance down for the U16s as well.
Yeah, hopefully we'll get a little piped-in highlight from up there. And you saw in the backdrop as Awa walked off, that is what these competitors get to do, sit on this luxury boardwalk with beautiful rattan chairs and white bean bags and, their flags flying, water bottles everywhere, the jacuzzi, the board racks along the way. It is such a nice setup. I was talking to Fernando briefly yesterday. He goes, look at this. This is the best of the best so far. The setup of the deck, the covered shaded deck right on the water. There's a great view of it, yeah.
Yeah, it's a pretty incredible setup down here. There's lots of shade available because the temperature is extremely hot and humid here in El Salvador. It's been a big adjustment for those of us coming from other areas of the world. I think those from Central America, maybe from Hawaii and Indonesia, those areas have just found it as easy as ever. Jackson Dorian there with his family, Shane Dorian as well, and JJ doing some sideline reporting for us. It's been a great, just all around bit of competition so far.
I like how they were hugging themselves into the shade against the wall. Let JJ stand in the sun.
And a nice little peak rolling through here. All the girls just deciding to let that one go. Our surfer in yellow currently sitting with priority. Isabella Godwin out of Panama. She's chasing a 5.41. She's already got that 4.5 on the scoreboard. And Kira Buckpitt has been able to increase on her score line. She found that 4.4 early on. She's now built into a 5.5, which has that pressure now sitting on our third and fourth place surfers. As we see some live action down the line with our surfer in yellow. Nice opening carve from Isabella. Lining it up on this next section. Nice little snap and tags the lip to finish. That wave would have felt really good. And now Kira driving into that first turn. Nice snap. Comes up into the second one. Throws a lot of spray. Has a lot of froth to negotiate on this wave as well, but does well to connect with it and finish off on the inside.
Wow. Two really different waves ridden, but both. And that is going to be an interesting because that was the exchange between our second place surfer from Australia and our Panamanian in third. Yes. Will things change right now in what Isabella will need potentially after they score Kira's wave? So good strategy there from our surfer from Australia also to get the wave next right after possibly applying more pressure. And Isabella will get those replays, but both brilliantly surfed waves, or maybe their best waves. Well, it wasn't. So Isabella, that came in at a 3.87?
So we've got a 3.87 on the scoreboard for Isabella as we take a look at this one here.
Yeah, so she got that down carve. I think it's just due to the sort of downtime between sections. She didn't get to carry a lot of speed into the finishing turn, and although she rode out. So this would seem like it's going to be a very nice score. That was completely committed first turn, second turn, and third turn. I mean, 3 different turns. She kind of dropped wallet, sort of in 3 ways, but finished in that foam, and it's really this opener.
Yeah, that opening turn just so dynamic. Straight up into the pocket, snaps in for the second one, and then she just gets the job done as she carries down the line. Score still coming through at the moment from the judging panel, but you can definitely see that difference. I love your analysis there, Jeff, for last of Isabella. She did well to control that wave the whole way through, but it had that sort of flat section through the middle. It just wasn't able to offer her the scoring potential. She did well to keep that flow moving through it, but again, it was really going to be that pocket that she needed to stand up in front of her, and I'm sure she would have smashed it if she had the opportunity.
Yeah, you can only surf waves. You can manufacture as much as you can manufacture, but that's, again, a comfort level, and maybe she'll just take that confidence away from that one, knowing, okay, I completed another ride. I got 2. Now I can build, because that was her second wave.
And Kiani driving into the pocket. That was a really nice hook up into the pocket to start things off. Connects through for that second turn. She's going to kick out because there is a big boulder right on the bottom section.
So once again, pesky rock was right in her line of sight, and something about her board looks so loose. Maybe she has a narrow stance, which is working out amazing for her. Maybe her fins are a little smaller, but yeah, you see there in that slow-mo, she couldn't complete that turn because she would have destroyed her beautiful magic carpet.
Yeah, she definitely would have. Scores coming through now. Now last of red, Kira Buckpitt came through as a 6.97. That does keep her in that second place position as we track with our surfer in blue way down the line on that right-hander. She's looking for that finishing section, and she'll ride out complete. Goes for that redirect as well to connect with the left. Goes down on the finish, and she'll be just continuing her way to build on that score line at the moment. Our surfer in white with a score to drop through as well, and last of yellow coming in now.
we've seen a few surfers connect that long right really far down past the river mouth, and there's the right that ends at the river mouth, and some of the surfers go over the shoulder, and then they kind of pump along, and we saw our surfer Thierry from the Netherlands, go past, and it flattened out for her. Isabella, though, got this wave in between, but the requirement had really jumped for her, a 797 required.
And scores coming through. We'll track with last a blue as well for Tiara. She's looking to build on that score line. This was that one where she connected on her backhand, and then she just found that little redirect on her forehand as well. And we've got scores coming through across the board. But before we catch up with those, we're going to catch up with Jackson Dorian after an epic heat down at El Sunzal this morning.
Thanks, guys. We've got Team Hawaii floating around here, and we're going to grab Jackson. He was surfing down at the podium number 2, and not just one of the highest heat totals of the event, but also some of your throwaways were in the excellent score. So a great heat for you to start.
Yeah, I had a lot of fun. There's constant really good waves rolling through. I think I got like 5 really good waves from the start to the end, so that was really fun, and yeah, it was a blast.
What does it take down there to get 2 9+ rides?
Well, I started off with like slightly lower scores, and I slowly started to build. I think I had like a 6 and a 7, and then I got an 8. And then at that point, I really wanted to I felt like I could commit more, especially because I already had 2 scores. So kind of turned up the volume a little bit and got 2 9s, so that was really cool. I was stoked.
It was pretty funny yesterday. Your dad, Shane, was talking, and you've also got the team coach on your team, Chris Martin, as well. And he said, Jackson just talks to Chris. He doesn't talk to me. Is that true?
No, I get advice from my dad. It's a little hard to cooperate in the moment just because it's like stressful and all this stuff. So I think things just like help my brain a little bit more when I have someone else at that moment, So yeah, we've been doing that. My dad has been coaching this break, and then Chris coached that break this morning, so that was really fun.
He's moved on to big surf these days anyway. You're not alone with that relationship. And the team atmosphere, when Eve came in, she got a great reception from the team. Everyone was cheering. They've got the tunnel going on for it. It's so special to have that at this event. It's unlike so many other events around the world.
Yeah, I mean, support never hurts, We have a cool team. We're all really good friends, and we've been hanging out every day, even behind the scenes, even when we're not surfing. We're always having fun. And yeah, we're just stoked, super happy to support everyone and to be here, and yeah.
Team Hawaii, we expect big results, and you guys are delivering so far, so well done.
Thanks, that's the goal. Right on.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks. Great to hear from Jackson Dorian telling us what it takes to get some good scores down at El Sunzal. He's definitely on a bit of a roll, and it'll be exciting to see him in the water the rest of the week.
Yeah, boy. So it sounds like he had a blazer of a heat to have 6, 7, 8 not in the thing, and then 2 9s. Okay. So I guess it's not that long of a paddle out after each ride, right? If he's had like 8 waves.
He just found himself straight in that channel as we take a look at a big re-entry from Isabella, and she's going to hold on to that finish with all that she can, really make it clear to the judges that she's ridden out complete. Now, at the moment, she's got a big requirement on the board because both Kiani and Kira have big scores that have come through. Isabella's chasing a 7.97 with under 5 minutes on the clock. Well, now scores coming through from her last wave. But we do have a 7.5 and a 6.83 on the scoreboard for Kiana Hayutaki on the scoreboard. And then Kira Buckpit as well with a 6.97 and a 5.5. So they've done really well to just build that score line, to find the right waves, to put that board right in the pocket in those critical sections that they're looking for.
Yeah, absolutely. And in between or right before that interview, Kira had that left that didn't get into her score line, the 5.23. And I was kind of looking at her technique. I'm like, wow, her backhand and her forehand are different. She stands very tall in her backhand. On her forehand, she was compressed and tight. At first, I thought, it's a different surfer. No, it's the same surfer. Anyway, unique little observation.
Kira now having a look on her backhand. Nice snap into the pocket. Drives around that big open face carve to set herself up here in that critical section again as she comes through for the finish. That wave's going really soft for her, but she finds that little corner to connect with on the end section, trying to put more pressure on. Scores in for last of Isabella Godwin. It's a 3.73, so that doesn't factor into her top 2 and is unable to chip away at that requirement, which possibly Kiera Buckpitt is going to increase, and she has. She's dropped in a 5.67, Jeff, for that last one, and that requirement now on our third place surfer is up into the excellent range as we take a look at last of Kiera.
Yeah, I mean, again, she's just in the rhythm with the ocean between rights and left, and although this wave was medium-sized, she got the work done. Just in the efficiency of the ride. It wasn't that she was, throwing the tail into oncoming sections hard, but she just found 5 sections to execute 4 or 5 different types of turns and complete the ride. And there it is, 5, 6, 7.
And Tiara finding a nice looking wave on her forehand. Just missed times that end section, but connected it together really well in those first couple. And she's got a 4.37 as her high mark so far. This score, we're waiting for the judges, may drop in just below her backup score at the moment of a 3.4, and it comes through as a 3.2 for this one.
Yeah, she had to carry this one a long ways. It's almost like that was one of the first waves with the tide coming up. She just sort of had this flat section to go along, and once again, you saw at the very end of the wave, she could ride no further. The rocks, the boulders were screaming her name, and she decided no. But she got the nice snap. She went back into the power source.
Yeah, she's got a really beautiful style.
Yeah. And then right then when she did that sort of snap cutout, it's because 10 feet in front of her, she couldn't go anywhere.
And our front runner, the national champion out of Brazil, Kiani, she's just done so well to control this heat all the way through, puts a nice couple of hooks together, and she'll kick out in the whitewater. She's got that 7.5 as her high mark so far, and we'll take a look at the replay now.
Boy, she just has a graceful, beautiful style. I love how she put her hand down and grabbed the rail to set up that first turn. So she's really using that coil up and then release technique perfectly, and with that narrow stance, really fast out of the lip.
Yeah, great surfing coming through from Kiani. She is from Florianopolis, surfs at Santa Carina. She's a 3-time Santa Carina state champion. And this surfing is exactly why.
Yeah, that was she grabbed rail, so added a little extra flair, which, the judges might interpret, but that's not usually where they're throwing scores from. Cool, steezy techniques. It's about the surfing and the turns, but that was pleasant on the eyes.
Isabella with the opportunity to answer back. She is chasing a big requirement now of an 8.14 to move into that second place position. Got some nice style coming through as well for the Panama competitor, but she's got that big requirement in front of her. As we come down to 10 seconds on the clock, it's really been Brazil and Australia that have taken the lead in this heat from those early stages as well. Kiera with one last opportunity to just get a feeling for the wave here at Bacana, and she's loving her time in El Salvador so far with the way that she's been surfing and the scores that she's dropped in this opening round as she connects through on the finish. And now they all have that nice walk through the rocks to negotiate on their right end.
Turn the boards upside down. Be careful. And that was Isabella just didn't get the waves with the faces. Hers either they were flatter or shorter. Just the peak ended. And so on into the repecharge round.
Into repecharge for Isabella Godwin and for Tiara Vanderhols from the Netherlands. What a great opportunity for them to be able to get some more waves under their belt. Last of Kiani dropped in as a 7.00, so she did really well to put herself in that leading position with a 7.5 and a 7 on the scoreboard. Kiera Buckpitt through in second with a 6.97 and a 5.67.
Look at that. There we go. That's the rock dance we were talking about. There's no getting to your teammates quickly.
There is no getting there quickly. And we're going to go to a quick commercial break. We'll bring you back more action for the under 18 girls right after this.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to face yourself. A right time to enjoy pleasures, to make friends. There's a right time to listen. And a right time to make decisions. There's a right time for fear and for success. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
We're going to Ground Zero Chops in Tahiti. Who would have thought? Nobody.
The setup in Teahupo'o is magic, you know? It's amazing, like the nature is there and the locals are amazing, like the vibe is crazy over there.
Chopu is one of the most incredible waves, probably a wonder of the world.
You go to that end of the road and it's sort of like a whole nother world out there. It's godlike, it's quiet, serene, beautiful, tropical. The colors of the sun hitting that hill, lighting up the palm trees and the mountains and the different hues of all different color spectrum as the day moves on and changes. Then you have this glorious wave that comes off a reef and it's so powerful and so beautiful.
I think it's gonna be very good.
And welcome back to the action for the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. Girls under 18 is in the lineup with a brand new heat. Heat number 3, we've got Gabriela Denise from Portugal, Maya Carpinelli from Brazil in white. We've got Maya Figueroa from Panama, and we've got Ava Hoffman from the Netherlands in the lineup. Shannon Hughes in the booth, joined by Mitchell Salazar to call the action, and it's been a big couple days of surfing so far. We're only in today, too, as we take a look at opener for Ava Hoffman. Just goes down on that first turn, and we've got a couple of small scores on the board, but waiting for those women to find themselves the right sets out in the lineup, Mitch.
Yeah, and I was just down beachside, too, Shannon, and it seems like it's definitely increasing in size. One other thing that I'm noticing, too, is that there's a lot more separation between the main peak and the right that's down the beach, too. I think there's another left that kind of shoulders off a little bit down there where that right peak is, but I definitely feel like the size and the difference between that low tide and the high tide is really going to play a dividend here at the back end of this day number 2.
Oh, I love that insight because we were expecting it to just be a bit smaller today. We really didn't think that this size was going to show up until maybe the end of the day or tomorrow as we take a look at opener for Ava.
Yeah, not bad. Just a 3.0 right there for that little turn. Kind of a foam climb. And then this was Red's opener. Denise came in at a 3.67. She's second place in the European Pro Junior leg before. So this is a big event for her, looking to get a gold medal for Portugal.
Yeah, incredible as we see her up and riding there again. So she connects in. She's got a 3.67 on the scoreboard as her high mark. And to walk away with seconds in those European juniors, that's such a highly contested division.
Oh, yeah.
And then to qualify for Team Portugal, to be able to represent a surfing nation like that here at the world stage is incredible.
Especially when you come from such a diverse surfing nation. As of recent, too, Teresa Bombolo, she just won the event where you were at Manly, the Challenger Series, like biggest win ever for Portugal. Vasco Ribeiro, who's been a former World Pro Junior champion in Portugal as well in 2014. I mean, their accomplishments are big. And you talk about Europe being one of those developmental areas in the world, too, as far as surfing goes. I think they're going to be one of the best countries as far as population goes, too, in the sport of surfing.
Yeah, I can't agree more. I mean, they've really just kind of figured out those pieces of the puzzle for that next generation that's coming through. Vasco's really just been that powerhouse, as well as Frederico Moraes for so many years. But now we've got those women that are stepping up their game, like Yolanda Hopkins, like her and Teresa, just putting on a really good performances for the Challenger Series last year and this year. As we see Gabriela got that connection with that wave as well. She's dropped in a 3.83, but just really cool to be able to see that growth coming through in women surfing out of Portugal as well.
Yeah, and I think one thing especially for them, too, is that they already had 2 people qualify through the Open Games here last year at the same spot. they were able to get that knowledge from those two competitors that did so well. Even Vasco made it a few rounds, almost
so
actually
close,
qualified.
huh?
Yeah, he was really close for Europe to qualify for the Olympics too. But one thing that I feel the women are going to have in particular over the men is that they tend to surf both breaks more than just the men. The men tend to surf at the main spot way more. The women tend to surf at Sunsal quite a bit too. So there's just a little bit more variation in the surfing that they're seeing here at these two spots.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be exciting to see as the contest rolls through where these surfers are starting to feel more comfortable, you know, as they start to get to know this lineup as well. A lot of teams arriving at least a week ahead of time if they were able to get here that early to be able to just surf between the two spots and really get to know the breaks alongside their coaches.
Yeah, and what the swell does too, because I think we're so swell dependent here as well. La Bocana is a much more open place. It's not as friendly as El Sunsal, but the good thing about El Sunsal, it holds size better. The one thing that I do like about La Bocana in comparison to the other one, this is more of a beach break, kind of peak wave. The other one is predominantly a right-hand point break though, Shannon.
It definitely is. There are those small opportunities for lefts. Wouldn't be surprised if we see a little bit of that, especially when we're looking at surfers maybe coming through those stronger surfers that are looking for something really critical and different to offer up. If they're going to go for maybe a big single maneuver or connecting a couple quick turns together for those combinations on like one left. But for the most part, it's been those rights and really those bigger scorers, talking to the judges that were working at the panel down at El Sunsal yesterday. Those better scores going above, say, the 4s to 5 point range, they're going to be those surfers that are connecting not just with that open face and getting those carves, but actually finding a wave that has that pocket on offer, which is a little bit more few and far between. So that wave selection is extremely important when we're talking about a break like El Sunsal in comparison to La Bocana, where most of the waves have some good scoring potential on offer. And then it's just, okay, are these surfers going to take advantage and really surf to their full potential on them? As we see a nice split peak here for surfers coming down to the inside. I believe that is Maya from Brazil in the white jersey, gets that finish on the inside and got a couple of nice carves connected at the start, Mitch.
Yeah, not a bad wave there to open things up. She utilized priority well, waited around 8 minutes for that wave, so good to see her execute and really utilize that priority to her advantage and select a wave that was offering up some scoring potential for her. But as you were mentioning, Shannon, this is a spot that really depends on everything aligning, and so far so good in these first 2 days. And this wave of Carpinelli, I really enjoyed just the way she was able to utilize her speed throughout these turns. A much flatter wave right there at the end, but she did well just to get it to the end section and slide the fins right there at the end too.
Yeah, that was a really good connection with kind of that next little wave converging together on the finish. It was quite a flat wave, so we'll see where the judges go with that score line as we take a look now at live action from Eva Hoffman out of the Netherlands. Nice backhand attack for that first section. I like this driving off the bottom, trying to connect a little bit higher into that top third of the wave. And now she starts to go vertical on that finishing turn.
Yeah, and Eva's originally from San Clemente, California, so a lot of Europeans residing in California. Elliton Perry's another one that represents Finland. He's from Encinitas. How about Grayson Grant, also competing for Sweden? He's from the northern part of San Diego, I believe, or maybe even La Jolla, but also another great surfer who unfortunately went down to the repechage yesterday. But I like these people that reside in a little bit more tropical areas, and then they come from these countries where their parents are originally from, and it's like, hey, complete difference as far as climate goes.
Yeah, it is extremely different. A lot of those parents also making those moves to different nations, maybe to be able to raise kids with the opportunity to learn how to surf with some better waves on offer as we take a look at this last one from Eva.
Yeah, so Hoffman riding one of those Mayhem boards under her feet right now. I think that's a sub-driver. Thing looks good, Shannon, but you see the talent pool there in San Clemente and the people that she surfs with on and off, especially the young ladies too, Bella Kenworthy, Hannah Johnson, among others. These are people that are not only elite, but then you also see the big dogs out there, Kolohe Andino, Griffin Colapinto. How can you not improve your surfing when you're just seeing that day to day?
Yeah, and I mean, speaking of Kolohe Andino, Eva, she's got that Lost Driver 2.0 under her feet for a board, but she's just started switching to those Kolohe Andino fins, and it seems to be paying off for her.
It definitely does. I mean, it worked well there.
She's got a 5.57 on the scoreboard for that last wave. Backed it up with a 3.00. And it's been a great day of surfing so far. A lot of action. Shannon Hughes in the booth here alongside of Mitchell Salazar. And Mitch, it was really fun to see the men's under 18s in the lineup yesterday. We saw some pretty exceptional surfing, and now to be able to see the women get this opportunity at La Bacana is really exciting.
Absolutely, and it was great to be able to talk to a couple of the competitors down on the beach too. I saw a lot of the US team members, Sarah Frere, Talia Swindoll, Villa Matif, who competed yesterday at El Sunsal. They were really happy just to be down here in El Salvador and experience some tropical weather for the first time, too.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. Talking to one of the competitors from Canada yesterday, Osha Green. This is her first time ever surfing without a wetsuit, and when she's at home in Canada, she has to surf with a 5'4", which is thicker than anything I've ever surfed in my life. To think of her now coming down to El Salvador, surfing in extremely tropical weather, you know, a rash guard at most just to protect you from the sun, but just surfing in bathing suits. She said it's been this shift of getting comfortable in the water without a wetsuit on, but also recognizing that surfboards can be dangerous because if they hit you and have a 5'4" on, or you bounce off the reef, you're not going to get a scrape in the slightest. But now surfing with no wetsuits on, you've got boards, fins, rocks that can all come into the equation.
Yeah, and the difference between colder climates and warmer climates is that you're much more susceptible to different cuts and diseases potentially. You could get an infection. All of a sudden you're getting staph, you're dehydrated. So you really need to take care of yourself outside of the water just as much as you're doing inside the water too. So it's a big change for a lot of people, but the good thing about the ISA, when I had the chance to compete, I competed in a place with colder temperature, and the next year I competed in somewhere which was much warmer. I think there's an even playing field when that happens too.
Yeah, that's such a good, just like such a bonus to competing on the ISA side is that sometimes we'll get these events a few years in a row where the surfers will be competing in the same areas, but so often the ISA just takes things so international, tapping into different cultures, really wanting to mix it up year after year to change up the locations. And even the difference between competing in Huntington Beach, the last time that the juniors ran back in 2019, to competing here in El Salvador, that's a big change because Southern California isn't extreme weather, but still the water temperature is generally a bit colder. You're pretty much always surfing with a bit of neoprene, even midsummer.
Yeah.
It's rare enough to be able to get, you know, a long session in without a wetsuit on. And so it's great to see the variety thrown in for these surfers. As we take a look at live action now from Maya Carpinelli. She's done well with that last wave. She's now looking for something with a little bit more pocket on it. This wave looking pretty similar to that first one that she took off on, though, which dropped in as that 3.6. She's going to put on that finishing section, and she'll definitely ride out complete. At the moment, though, taking a look at that score line, it's Ava Hoffman, the front runner, found that 5.57. And outside of that, we've got a bunch of threes across the scoreboard for the rest of our surfers who are really looking to try and break away from that. As we come down to 6 minutes on the clock, we're going to go down to the beach and catch up with JJ.
Yeah, thanks so much, guys. Kiani from Brazil, another great result here, the second heat of the under-18 girls division. We've got Pedro Lewis from the health and fitness, the stacked Brazilian team with all the professional sports psychologists. These guys are ready to win this week. Pedro's going to help us with the Portuguese translation. First of all, a little bit about her result and a great heat.
Ok, o que você achou da bateria? Como é que foi?
Eu consegui pegar boas ondas e fazer a estratégia que a gente estava mirando. E toda a equipe do Brasil me deu muito suporte, então estou bem feliz.
She just said she caught a couple of waves and she followed the strategy that was planned and it all went out well. And she's just with the whole team, whole support, and she's really happy with the result.
Sure did. She executed superbly. The preparation was amazing. We were watching Kiani warm up. It was like Mick Fanning in the WCT right here. Went for a long time, very confident, in full view of everyone. She's very focused.
Yeah. Ele perguntou, falou que viu seu aquecimento, na frente de todo mundo, que nem o Mick Fanning, bem focado. Ele achou bem legal. Se você tem alguma coisa para falar sobre isso?
Eu gosto muito de me aquecer olhando o mar. Eu até pedi para o nosso treinador para mim fazer alguns exercícios olhando o mar. E com o meu som também, e nada me tirou a minha concentração, então deu.
She was just saying that she likes to warm up watching the waves, so she asked the trainer to do the warm up watching the waves, and just warming up, focusing with the sound, and we were all good, and we were all went well.
It's put on a great show, and like Team Hawaii, we spoke to them before, Team Brazil, I think you guys mean business, so great start.
Thank you very much.
Obrigado.
Thank you.
You want to say something in Brazilian to your friends and supporters?
Coisa em português, pode falar qualquer coisa para a câmera em português.
Quero mandar um beijo para minha família que está me assistindo com certeza e agradecer todos os meus patrocinadores também. Valeu.
Unreal, thank you. Back to you guys.
Oh, thanks so much. So good to catch up with Kiani. She was absolutely on fire in that heat, walked away with a heat total, Mitch, of a 14.50, and I think has put the rest of us on edge for the rest of the competition.
Yeah, I saw her heat from the water's edge too, and like there were a couple bottom turns that she executed where I was like, whoa, she's like way ahead of her years, still very young. And the interesting about Maya Carpinelli and Kiani in the last heat, they're both from Santa Catarina, around the same area, close to Florianopolis, but you look at the talent level that's come out of Santa Catarina in the last 20, 25 years. Yagodor, who's in the top 10 of the men's right now. Teco and Flavio and Neco Padarats are from there originally too. Jose Mendez. I mean, the list can go on, but they have some incredible waves. And that's the most southern part of Brazil too. It's way colder down there, so they're usually training in wetsuits year long.
Oh, that's such an interesting bit of insight, because typically when I think of that region, especially thinking of Florianopolis, like where Italo Ferreira is from, it's just warmer. It just seems like they're used to that sort of thing. So great to see that new crop of talent coming through on the women's side out of Brazil as well. I think that's been what we've been probably the most hungry for in the surfing world, as we take a look again at our heat leader here, Ava Hoffman, just driving around that section. A little bit of a fatter wave again, and now it starts to stand up for her on the inside, but she digs the rail and goes down.
Yeah, there's a potential for her to better the 3.0, but for Maya Figueroa right now, she's been waiting with priority for a long time, has only caught 2 waves so far, and I'm really interested to see on whether or not she chooses a good wave in these last 3 minutes, because she's needing a decent score of 5.17. And if you look at the scores from second place all the way down to 4th, really, you're looking to match one of those 3.83s if you can, but she can do it in one wave, a 5.17 if that's necessary. And this is the surfer in Reds last, Gabriela from Portugal. Nice wrap there to start things off, Shannon, but you're seeing a lot of these waves just shoulder off if you're catching them way too further into the channel. And she did well just to manage a few turns off of it, but in comparison to the big scores from Kiani and Neve in the previous heats, you're needing those waves to stand up a lot more for bigger scores.
Yeah, that's really been the difference between this heat and the last one, where the surfing's been really smooth for both Gabriela and for Ava, connecting with the rail well, engaging where they can in that pocket, but they just haven't had that real critical section that's opened up for them to really be able then to drive hard off the bottom into the lip.
They're not very steep waves, and you need a wave to be steep so you can surf in the pocket in the most critical sections. And that's where speed power flow comes in. You want to be able to execute those critical turns in the most critical parts of the wave. And so far, that's why these scores have been relatively low in this heat. But still, nevertheless, what matters is advancing, Shannon.
That's right. And speaking about scores, we've got a 5.0 on the board for last of Gabriela Denise, which has jumped her up into the lead over Ava Hoffman. Ava's highest score at the moment was that 5.57. We've got one more score coming through. It might factor into her top 2, but it's unlikely to reach that requirement that she needs to take the lead away again. And it's not huge requirements as well on that 3rd and 4th place position, a 5.06 plus a 6.50. And as we take a nice overpan look here at the whole contest site that we have set up, we're currently tracking through with La Bocana, but across the way at El Sunzal, that beautiful right-hand point break, there is a live webcast going on throughout the entire day on the ISA website, isa.org. You can click over to El Sunzal and watch the live action.
Yeah, and as you can see there, tide's still coming through. And this is live action right here, La Bocana.
Nice drive through the turn on that first section for Maya Carpinelli out of Brazil, and she's now going to connect with that pocket. I love that she goes to ditch the fins and really put that progression into the equation. Unfortunately, doesn't ride out of it. Ava Hoffman now answering on her backhand, connects those 2 turns together. She's looking to build on that 3.53 for her backup score.
Yeah, so both Maya Carpinelli and Maya Figueroa were looking for scores, and I think the surfer in yellow split the peak with the surfer in blue, so she's owed a score as well. But it seems like Ava's going to extend her first place position. That 5.0 from Denise really does matter a lot right now, because she made the requirement a lot higher for the other 2.
Yeah, that fully changed up the game as we've got scores rolling through. The buzzer has sounded, and it was that 5.06 requirement for Maya Carpinelli, with scores dropping. It looks like it's going to be shy of the requirement. We may also see that requirement change because Ava Hoffman has a score to drop in as well that looks like it's going to go a little bit higher than her current backup score.
Yeah, and she's going to take the win regardless. But either way, this is a lesson for a lot of these ladies to maybe position themselves a lot better. Maybe they haven't surfed as much as La Bacana as they had at El Sunsal, but I really enjoyed that first surf from Carpinelli. And, you know, she's needing a decent number. I think if she would have just hit that end section and maybe completed the wave, there would have been a real good chance of her getting the score. And then you saw Figueroa, just a short one there from the surfer from Panama, but she still has the repecharge rounds. And Hoffman, it seems like she's going to improve her low score of a 3, and it came in as a 3.53 the previous one, so this might even be better.
And there it is. It's a 5.0 for last of Hoffman. Takes her significantly into the lead over Gabriela Denise, our other 2 women relegated to the repecharge round, but they've got another opportunity. We're going to go to a quick break. We'll bring you back more action right after this for the under 18 girls.
It's the largest World Junior Championship in history, and it's the first one in 3 years. It's 426 athletes, 650 participants, and 45 countries. Let me put in perspective what is going on today. Last year in Tokyo, we had 40 surfers, 20 men, 20 women. 33 of them were participants in the juniors of the ISA, and 16 of them were medalists. So this could be the day where you start surfing towards your Olympic participation. My only hope is that you work less and surf more. And I know this is on the way. Thank you for all your hard effort towards surfing and towards El Salvador.
Surf City, El Salvador. Now I officially declare open the competition. Woo!
Back to the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. Sofia going down on that last turn. Got a nice connection on the first out of Chile. Out in the lineup with 4 surfers in the lineup for 20-minute heats. We've got Kana from Japan, Perla from Argentina, Sofia from Chile, and Ashley from Guatemala. Shannon Hughes in the booth alongside of Mitchell Salazar. And there's just been so much action. 20 minutes on the clock, lots of waves coming through at La Bacana. We can hardly keep up with all the waves being caught.
So in a normal event, you're usually judging, in a normal amateur event, you're usually judging around, I want to say 1,000 waves a day, Shannon, on average. Here, it has to be at least 2,500, close to 3,000, I would think. So imagine the amount of pressure that these judges have to be able to compare scores from past heats into the one that's currently happening. It's an exhausting job for them.
Oh, they're doing an incredible job. I'm so thankful that I am not sitting on the judging panel because I just genuinely feel like that's one of the most difficult jobs within surfing. It's so, I have a lot of respect for the judges, I'll say that much.
No doubt. And Driscoll opens up with a 4.5. Not a bad start for her. That's definitely a keeper score if you're looking at the previous heat where the surfer in second place, Gabriela, was making it through with a pair of 3s at the end of the heat. So this is a good opportunity for them to maybe select their waves a bit better. Here's a surfer in red.
Nice opening turn from Kana, driving through that pocket on her backhand, keeping that speed, that flow on a softer size section, but doing really well to just engage that rail regardless. Got scores coming through for opener for her. We've already got a score, a small, just a 0.93 on the board for Ashley out of Guatemala. And now it's our surfer in white, Perla Rojas from Argentina, who's sitting with priority. She hasn't caught a wave yet, which means she's got the best pick of the lineup when the next set rolls through.
And you want to know a funny story about Perla Rojas? That's actually our co-commentator in Spanish, Mateo Rojas' niece.
No way.
I swear, yeah.
I love that.
So he's probably just as nervous as anybody down
He's
there
frothing.
on the beach. But taking a look back at the opener of the surfer in red, Kana, she's from Turigasaki Beach, and she's aging out after this year, Shannon, so this is a big opportunity for her to maybe get a medal for her team and potentially give them the team gold as well.
Yeah, Japan put together such an incredible performance the last time that we ran the World Surfing Games here in El Salvador last May. And I think for the next generations of surfers coming up like Kana and so many others, this is just a really cool opportunity for them to start building in that storyline of what Japan has to offer, coming into that Olympic conversation as well, but coming into the World Tour conversation.
Yeah, and I really like her low center of gravity too. Great bottom turns right there. It's just a bummer that that wave really didn't offer up a ton of scoring potential after that. But yeah, I mean, you look at the two women that were really close to qualifying. Only one of them did. And then Mahina Med all of a sudden came out at the end and actually got a second qualifier for the Olympic Games, as we're seeing White Perla just real quick. But I think, you know, Amuro Suzuki, I think Shino Matsuda, and I think Mahina Maeda can make a big difference in qualification. Maybe in the next 2 or 3 years, they might still have a little ways to go, but I think their talent level is there, though.
Oh, couldn't agree more. As we take a look at live action from Ashley, she just goes down on that first section. That wave wasn't going to really offer her that pocket, so she'll kick out as well. But yeah, thinking about, you know, for Amuro and for Shino, they're both kind of that next rising generation out of Japan, where Mahina Maeda, she has been a threat to qualification for a number of years. Taking a look at the women's qualification rankings from 2018 through 2019, she was right there in that top 20 and just needed probably a few more heats through different events on the QS to find herself on the championship tour. So it's been really exciting to see those generations coming through, to see a little bit of that Hawaiian blend as well coming through in their surfing. But now to see this next generation of Japanese competitors coming up through the ISAs, these are names that we're going to come to be very familiar with.
Yeah, and Mahina Maeda's also been a World Junior Champion through the ISA as well. She was a runner-up to the World Pro Junior Championship to Isabella Nichols. I think there's a route that they're going to take eventually that's going to lead them down that path, though, to qualification.
Kana driving hard off the bottom. Nice big wrap around just in front of Perla and comes in for that second turn, throws a lot of spray. Now setting herself up. I like the patience that she has with this wave, just timing it really well. She's not rushing anything. She's looking for those right sections to connect with on her backhand.
You took the words right out of my mouth, Shannon. The pace that she has is really spectacular, and it's something that I think a lot of people can look at and maybe learn from, because you need to do what the wave's offering, and sometimes you see a lot of people force their surfing on the wave that's not offering up enough sections for you to want to do that kind of stuff. But just a great score will come through for this one, and I think it's going to be a score that's really going to reflect the way that the judges are appreciating them surf this wave at La Bocana. As you can see there, just a sweeping carve. I like that turn a lot more, a little bit more power. And how's this bottom turn? Just snapping it right there in the pocket. And maybe the wave quality at the end wasn't there as much, but she did the work before it, and she was doing it when the wave was standing up too.
Taking one more look at it here. And it was just really, that pace. So maybe even that score will be lacking a little bit just because there wasn't that big opening section for her to connect well with. But she just did so good coming through the inside. Yeah,
and as a complete wave, too, you need to really dissect it and be like, hey, it's so much better than the 4s and the 5s that we've been seeing all day. And the scoring came through as a mid-6.
6.67. Now tracking with live action for Perla. Drives through on that first turn. Nice snap. Gets caught behind the section, can't connect for a finishing maneuver, but great looking spray thrown on that first turn.
Yeah, and Perli, as her friends call her, she's from Quequén Beach in Argentina. Her uncle Mateo, one of our co-broadcasters for this event too. But, you know, they're such a passionate field. They really do love the sport of surfing. They've had a couple of world champions in the past. Santiago Muniz, who's been a 2-time ISA Open champion, and Leandro Osuna, who was an Olympian last year. Also a 2-time Open champion. So they have a competitive experience, and I think more than anything, they have the willpower to want to take what's theirs.
Yeah, they are certainly a passionate nation, and they've been doing so well to just build themselves up in the ranks. I love that she got that opportunity on that last wave. Scores have come through. It's not the biggest score. It's just a 2.9 for that first maneuver, but if she's now able to connect that through, find that pocket, and get 2, maybe 3 turns together, she's looking at a decent score.
Yeah.
Down to 10 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock. At the moment, we have Kana Nakashio from Japan currently sitting in the lead with that 6.67 as the high mark for this heat. In the last heat, we saw Eva Hoffman from the Netherlands take out the win. Let's go catch up with her now.
Yeah, Eva Hoffman, congratulations, a great job, a good performance, and it must feel good to come out of the first heat of the competition with a performance like that and a win.
Yeah, it's super nice. I was kind of nervous a little bit, but it's nice winning, so that's cool. Hopefully I do it again in the next round.
I was surprised. You said that you prefer the conditions this morning, but we're seeing bigger overhead waves and a lot more opportunity, but you were looking forward to this morning's conditions.
Yeah, I mean, it's still pumping, especially considering other contests, but yeah, I thought it was a little glacier this morning, so. But yeah, it's still fun though, I'm stoked.
You're based in San Clemente, but you're a legit Netherlands passport holder by birth. How big's the team? Give us some background info on the Netherlands, because we love this event. There's all these new stories in new countries, and we're learning as well, so tell us about the Netherlands.
Yeah, the team is super, super cool. Everyone's really great. I did a Dutch contest a while ago, and everybody aged out, so this was a whole new team, and yeah, I'm just having a great time. Everyone's super cool, and they surf really good too, so I'm stoked.
And your mum, she immigrated to the US?
Yeah, my mom moved to the US when she was 24, but my dad's mom is also Dutch, so I'm sort of a lot of Dutch, I guess, despite not living there.
All right, any shout outs to the people who helped get you here, sponsors, anyone you want to talk to back at home?
I want to thank my parents for paying for everything, and Bayrick over there, the South African dude, he's cool. He's the Dutch coach and he rips, so it's really nice having him here. And then Micah, he's the other Dutch coach and he's super cool and really helpful, so yeah.
Thank you so much for talking. Good luck in round 2.
Thank you so much.
Well, thank you guys. Eva Hoffman winning her way through.
Oh
Classic Eva Hoffman. I love that.
Thank you to my parents for paying for everything. Kids, children, take a page out of Eva Hoffman's book, because you should be saying that every time I ask you how much you love your parents.
Oh, I love it. I love that she's just fired up to be here, thankful for the opportunities in front of her. Came out with some great scores as well, walked away with a win, and she'll be looking solid heading into that next round.
Not a bad coach to have for Team Netherlands either. Barrick de Vries, one of the best to ever come out of South Africa as well.
Yeah, Barrick's such a good character. It's been great to see him walk into that coaching role and an opportunity to pour back into the next generation while he is still so hungry to find himself in that championship tour qualification. So it's great to see those surfers that are kind of starting to find their way on maybe what they'll be doing post-competitive surfing, but also blending it in while they're still actively competing.
Yeah, and it's cool to see them merge into events like this where somebody like Ashley Saldaña, who's from Guatemala, one of the smallest countries in Latin America, really have an opportunity to see somebody like that surf too. And the 15-year-old from Guatemala, she doesn't have a score above a 1 so far, but coming out of the country for the first time passport holder, like these are big opportunities for all these kids, and it's really cool to see the mixture of different social classes into one. And I think that's what surfing's all about. When you're in the water, everybody's exactly the same.
Yeah, it's one of the best things about our sport is the fact that at any lineup on any day, you can go out and just surf with anyone that's out there, whether it's a professional surfer like happening to maybe paddle out with Kelly Slater somewhere, or it's this up and coming, these developing nations that are just getting into surfing for the first time, or for surfers getting their very first experience paddling out in a lesson, getting that first foamy that they're getting to stand up on. It's just such a great place to bring people together out in the ocean. And it's just so different from what so many other sports have to offer, having to get that time on the court, on the field, whatever else comes into play. As we take a look at this split peak action, so our surfer in blue had first priority, white had third priority. Blue opts to go on the left, and we'll track with her now. She's going to kick out the back on that one. That was the biggest sides wave that she's taken off on so far.
Should be her best wave, and now here's a surfer from Japan in red.
Oh, great looking turn on her backhand to start off. Finds that finish nearly, just gets bounced off on the end, which is unfortunate because that'll go incomplete, but that was a really good looking turn from Kana.
Yeah, and she could probably better her 4.27 with just the first turn too. Bigger set wave, harder section to manage too, and interested to see what Perla did on the right too, because she's needing a mid-4 at the moment to move up into second. During the interview, though, she got a wave, and you could just tell the Team Argentina was just going crazy right next to JJ during the interview.
They were so excited to see Perla get a good-sized wave out there. It's a challenge, too, for these surfers. Like, holding on to priority. They've only got 20 minutes on the clock. Such good waves are coming through. They've got to make sure that they're taking off on the ones that really give them some good scoring potential while keeping all those nerves in check, and having the support system on the beach would be really exciting, but also knowing you got your friends there, you got everybody there cheering you on. You got a lot to perform on the moment you're up and riding.
It's even more pressure. And the way I look at it too is that a lot of these men and women haven't had the opportunity to surf with priority before. And if they had, it might not be at the same level as it is right now either, Shannon. So this is the biggest opportunity of their lives, but it also means that it's the biggest pressure they've ever faced in their lives too.
That's exactly right. Coming up in next heat number 5, we have Kohai Fierro, who is little sister to Vahine Fierro, who's been right on the brink of qualification for the championship tour. She was that one slot out from qualifying for the Olympics as well. Great to see the Fierro sisters competing here.
Yeah, and they're from a different island too. They're from Huahine. So it's just right next door to Tahiti, but both of them representing Tahiti very well. Great surfers. Vahine's got an incredible backside turn. And this is Ashley's last. It should be her best, Shannon. Still going to be a small score, though. And then Perla on the right. She's needing a mid-4. Doesn't seem like she's going to get it. And that turn right there from Kana, Nakashi was really just tight in the pocket, precise. I like the aggressiveness, too.
Sophia Driscoll up and riding on her backhand, representing Chile, born in Canada, actually. Just can't make it around that section, which was unfortunate because it was a good-looking wave kind of rolling down the line, but she took off pretty deep.
Yeah, she did, and this might be like some of the biggest conditions that a lot of these ladies have ever surfed in their life, too. And there's the Peruvian team, always a threat to the gold medal as a team as well.
Yeah, they're just such an outstanding nation. Of course, with Sofia Milanovic, the world champion, paving the way for this next generation. From Luca Macinas, getting that opportunity on the championship tour for those first 5 events this year.
Pan American champion in the past, too.
Totally. I mean, I'm just so gutted not to see Luca currently competing at G-Land, because that would be the wave where he could just light the world on fire.
I have some mixed feelings about that.
I think we're in the same position.
One of my greater friends, too, so it's a bummer not to see him. But speaking of Luca Messinas, he shares the same coach as the lady on screen, Calea Gervasi, Luis Escudero, who was actually in Mexico last year helping Luca out for the CT event over there. But, yeah, I think Peru has a good shot of winning gold. I think individually, though, they have a good shot of winning a few medals, not only the gold, but I think they can make a few finals together.
Yeah, they got a stacked team representing this year for the World Junior Championships. It's so exciting to see some fresh names in the mix as well, because it's been a few years since the ISA has been able to run the World Juniors, since 2019. So there are a lot of surfers that have aged out, and like we heard in that last post-heat interview from Ava Hoffman, there's brand new names coming up with Team Netherlands. There's brand new names coming up with so many of these nations, specifically filling out that under-16s division, but even a lot in the under-18s division as other teammates have aged out.
Yeah, and, you know, it's nobody's fault. We were in a global pandemic. It's difficult, and some people lost some years of competing in the juniors. But, you know what, you got to do the best that you can with what you got, and you have an opportunity to shine here in the beautiful waves of El Salvador.
Oh, great-looking wave. Nice rail work for opener of Kana. Drives through the pocket on the second turn. This is looking to be her best wave so far. Huge power hack under the lip. And she'll kick out before that crazy section on the finish. That was a great wave.
I think this might be the best wave I've seen all day, honestly. I think it's got to go easily, at least in the upper 7s, if not close to the excellent range. But it was a well-surfed wave, great variation, and the wave selection, too, was the biggest thing for me.
That was it. She just waited her time patiently. We'll take a look right now at Lasta Perla.
Yeah, and she's needing a score right now. An 8.17 because the surfer in yellow had dropped a couple of better scores, and not a ton there for Rojas. She still has a bit of time, but this wave here, Shannon, the first 2 carves, just beautiful extension right there. And how's this recognition of the section standing up? Goes for the layback jam. I think that's my favorite wave of the event so far.
Scores?
Just great consistency, too.
Oh, I definitely agree with you. I love that wave selection in the pocket that it had on offer.
Wait, where did she find this wave, too? Like, I hadn't seen a wave like this in the last 30 to 40 minutes.
Yeah, it almost seemed like with that tide changing, starting to push up a little bit higher, the waves were just softening out. But
Yeah.
man, great wave selection. Scores, we're still waiting for that average to come through. It's getting close to that excellent range. We'll see what it actually comes through as. Sophia Driscoll, out of Chile, born in Canada, moved to Chile when she was just 2 years old, learned how to surf there. She's going up into the lip for that finishing section, and that was the sort of maneuver that she needed to start putting more pressure, even more pressure, onto our surfer from Argentina, sitting in that third place position at the moment.
So it seems like Perla got a priority interference on one of her waves. I think that might have been the split peak situation where maybe she forced Ashley to go left instead of letting her go right. So a bit of an unfortunate situation there from Rojas, but she'll learn from her mistakes, and she's going to have another opportunity in the repechage round too.
And with one more opportunity, she is chasing that huge score, an 817. That was a good-looking turn.
And take that confidence of this last wave into the next heat. Don't let that interference get to you. Learn from your mistakes and keep enjoying your time out there in the water too.
Yeah, I definitely agree as we take another look at this one here.
So I think that was it. So blue had higher priority than white, and she just didn't let blue drop in on her. So the way the rule works, the surfer with higher priority has unconditional right of way. So if you're altering any of their lines, it's automatically a priority interference, meaning that their second best wave gets stopped.
Team Japan still waiting for that score to average out for last of Kana Nakashio. An incredibly well-surfed wave, found a wave with a really good section up in front of it, a lot steeper than what we've seen from the rest of the waves on offer over the last hour or so, and the average is in. Team Japan will be stoked. It's a 7.57, takes Kana into the victory as she was already sitting up in the lead, but just increases it and gives her so much confidence as well heading into round two.
Yeah, no, and she looks like one of the favorites to me to win this event too. 14.24 heat total. Great score with a 7.57. I think she's going to be a force to be reckoned with out here.
Team Argentina down there to cheer on their teammate in Perla, put on a great performance. Unfortunately, that priority interference came into play. Sophia Driscoll did really well, though, to build on her scoreline with her last one. Coming up in our next heat, we've got an exciting one. USA, Tahiti, and Israel matched up against each other. Stay tuned for more action here for Big Day of Surfing at the ISA World Junior Championships. Welcome to day one of the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. We're here in Surf City, El Salvador. The waves are pumping, and we cannot wait to see the action get underway for day one.
On the backhand, second turn, spicy, and fits one more in. Wow. Beautiful turn right there.
Oh, big old layback hack under the lip.
Hi, my name is Maya Kizmovich. I'm 13 years old. I wouldn't be here without my family and especially God, and I'm so thankful. And because without them, I really, really wouldn't be here. And it's such a blessing to be able to experience this with the people that I love most. And the waves are firing, so I just can't wait for my next heat.
Oh, Kainala with the best air we've seen all day.
Yep. Yeah, Karamas.
Oh!
Pour gagner les compétitions, voilà, comme daal lañ ñëw fii nii pour wane ñu boobu wane liñ man pour jéem a gagner compétition bi affaire yooyu noonu.
Here goes the South African Thompson.
Save action was unbelievable here at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. We cannot wait for more to get underway tomorrow. Check out isasurf.org for all the information.
A record-setting event here at the World Juniors. The ISA has been a platform that has seen most of the world's elite tour surfers pass by, and almost every single athlete on the World Championship Tour has been a medalist at the ISA World Juniors. Here at beautiful Playa La Bocana in El Salvador, this is the girls U18 Heat 5 from round 1. Talia Swindoll in red from the USA, Kohai Fierro from Tahiti in white, and Sher Swartz from Israel in yellow. My name is Mitchell Salazar. To my left, Sir Jeffrey Baldwin. Jeff, good morning.
Good morning. How are you? What a day. The beach is so alive. It's so excited. The coaches are stoked. All the athletes are super excited. I got to talk to a few of the coaches on my break pre this heat, which is already set up to be amazing. I mean, talk about the ISA that's fostered athletes going on into the Olympics and the World Championship Tour. That is Talia Swindoll's goal. You have Kohaya Fierro's sister knocking on the door, born and bred to compete. She's in this heat. Exciting stuff.
Yeah, it's going to be a great event all week long. We do have 9 days of competition. We're in number 2 so far. This is a 3-person heat, and everybody's scratching for positioning. Swindoll from the USA, up and riding. She's from Malibu, California. And Talia going to town on this left. She's been a competitive extravagant in the California scene, and she's definitely been national champion a few times. But the thing that Talia is most accomplished of, being able to represent the United States of America here at the ISA World Juniors.
And she now, because she's 16, she could be surfing in the U16, but she actually did better in the U18, and that's what Coach Ryan was saying. So she's here surfing the U18s, potentially 3 years to surf in this division. You know, that is amazing for Team USA, and like you said, all the accolades at home, the prime leader and all these other, amazing amateur career, or we don't even say the word amateur right, but amazing career up to now. Ryan's fired up as the head coach going, look at the depth I have.
He is.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
He has less of a difficult job this year with the immense talent that he has as far as his competitors go.
And Shannon and I were talking about that too. The teams come with different goals. Because we've seen, aces in the water and people that are virtually just beginning their surfing. Here we have our surfer from Tahiti.
Kohai, the goofy footer, the youngster from Tahiti in white. That's going to be her opener. Swindoll's opener, a 5.5. She's looking to back that up real quick. On the backhand, swooping carve, just back in the pocket. And this is going to probably be a throwaway wave for her. But Atalia, also part of Northern LA Board Riders. Great team up there with Dylan Perillo at the helm. And here we go with yellow, Sher Swartz from Israel. One of the few representatives from the beautiful country of Israel competing here at the ISA World Juniors. Just under 14 minutes, Jeff.
I've always wanted to go there.
To Israel, yeah. You can surf there quite a bit, too.
The waves are amazing. The cuisine, the culture, just everything sounds beautiful there. And but we all get to descend on this beautiful La Bocana, here in El Salvador, and it's a good place to be for us too.
No doubt. They're probably enjoying their time just as much as anybody else. So Swindoll drops just a 1.6 on her second. Kohai just a 2.07 on her opener, and Schwartz a small score of a 1.43. There you see all the athlete zones. We see JJ on the beach just getting ready for the interview of the winner of the last heat. And Fierro with a great opening turn, a second one up into the lip line, 13 minutes to go. This should help out quite a bit, Baldy.
What a beauty of a wave. And, I like how she stands. She has a narrow stance. The board looks really loose when she's up in the lip. You can just see it swinging around. So, yeah, that will set the stage for her. She doesn't want that 2.07 in her scoreline. I love it. I got to introduce myself to her in person before this heat because I grew up with her dad. We surfed together our whole lives, so he's always messaging me like when I'm at the events, and Vahini's at the event, but now his other 2 daughters are here, and he's like, oh, you got to say hi, introduce yourself. So beautiful to make that connection.
So is the father originally from Tahiti?
No, he's from San Diego, from Del Mar, from my town. We grew up surfing our whole lives, but then he started adventuring the world, shaping boards, and found his We'll get back to that story.
That's amazing. So we got Ben Way down there with the winner last heat, Kana Nakashio.
Thanks, Mitchell Baldy. Here I am with the winner of that Heat 4 of the girls under 18, Kana Nakashio for Team Japan. Omedetou gozaimasu.
ありがとうございます。
まあ、さすがと思った、すぐ、日本の、いい点数取って、そして結構奥ずっとゆっくり待ってて、入選券、first priority を待ってた？
結構最初は手前で2本決めて、セットのグーフィーだったりレギュラーだったり乗ろうと思ってたので作戦通りです。
So I was asking her, she got 2 scores, and then she kind of sat back and let the whole priority game come around. I was asking her if she was waiting for that first priority to come back. She said she just kind of hung out, let everybody do their thing, and then it came back to her. 昨日、天智君に同じ質問けど、この前、かなちゃんのホームポイントしだした。東京2020初のサーフィンがなりまして、そしたら自分のホームポイント、自分の波でオリンピックを見たら、私もオリンピック選手ができるでなります。
地元っていうか練習してる場所でオリンピックやっててすごい出たいっていう気持ちがさらに大きくなりました。
Perfect. So I was saying the same thing I asked Tenchi. Her home point's the same Olympics beach, Shirashita Beach, and I was asking her, watching the Olympics at her home point, she was like, that's where I surf, that's where I practice, I know I could do well there. それでは、ゆきくんに挨拶しよう。
元気ですか？骨治りました？
じゃあどうもありがとうございました。次も頑張ってください。
頑張ります。Yeah, man.
Yeah, man.
So thank you, Ben Wei, for the interview with Kana Nakashio. She seemed very content with her performance. So far, the best wave of the women's event so far in the girls U18, a 7.67 for Kana in the previous heat. Out in the water, though, it seemed like we did have a split peak. Kohai on the right. It seems like Talia Swindoll was on the left. 10 minutes to go, Jeff, and we got some scores to come through.
Oh, yeah, there was a few waves ridden. Then we saw Talia on a right before that, and we saw Kohai on a wave also. Or she got a 6 on the last wave and before the split peak wave. So we've got some replays that are in the can that we will relay out to you. And here is Shir from Israel.
Yep, Shir Swartz in the yellow jersey on the backhand and just goes down there real quick. She still has plenty of time to get better waves than that one. But you were mentioning that you want to go to Israel quite bad. There has been some great surfers, phenomenal surfers to represent Israel in the past. This is the split peak. Talia gets her best wave here.
Oh, what a beautiful left, just jamming the tail into section after section. It's great that there's the peak and the variety. Kohia just got the one turn, so Talia, definitely got the better of that. But there's scores to come in that we're waiting on, or I'm not seeing. Do you have them?
So Kohai's dropping a decent backup for just that one turn. It was not an easy section. At the moment before the last exchange, she was in the lead, though, but it seems like Swindoll's going to get the best wave of the heat so far. One of the best waves of the day, actually, on the left.
Oh, but she had a right before.
Yeah, I believe that was just the 1.6. So it doesn't seem like it's really going to factor in. Yeah.
Oh, I thought she had like a 5-turn combo.
So at the moment, it's a 7.5 for Swindoll.
That was okay.
Yeah.
I think the left is after.
After the right. I hope they didn't miss a score.
No, I doubt
seriously
that would
doubt
ever
it.
happen. They're sitting right on top of it, the judges.
So that has Swindoll in the lead. Fierro in second. That second wave drops in at a 4.0 for just the one turn on the right. And she has higher priority than Red. She's going to use it here. Has an incredible backhand attack, too. Great turn in the pocket from Kohai. A little stuck there on the second. She even has to grab her rail a bit just to stabilize. And she's going to kick out with 8 minutes to go. Needs a 7:01 to retake the lead. Here goes Swindoll, the surfer from Malibu. This is very similar to her wave at home. Just a long right-hand point break. She's just going to get one off the top and kick out. That's going to be a throwaway for her, Baldy. 7:45 to go.
Well, Kohai, what a fostering ground to grow up in Tahiti, right, with the right points, left point, reef passes, beach breaks around. They get to surf everything from 1 foot to as big as you want to challenge yourself at. Right?
How awesome would it be to see Vahine get a chance to compete at the Olympic Games right there in Tahiti, too, for Paris 2024, as we saw Sheer in yellow It seems like she's going to get her best wave on this one too. But just going back to that local prevalence too, we saw a lot of the Japanese surfers do well last year, competing at home in the Olympic Games, the first ones too for that matter. And now you have an opportunity for Paris 2024 where the surfing part is going to be in Tahiti. Man, it would be awesome to see Vahine compete there at home.
That would be great. I think it could be a challenge. It could be serious. Oh, Talia getting a little excited, comes unstuck. I mean, imagine if it was pumping and big and surfers from all over the world having to challenge themselves at such an iconic, dangerous, perfect, frightening wave.
It's going to be fun to see. I hope I'm there.
I hope I'm there. Oh, there you go.
But, I mean, you're talking about the elite, the best of the best, the world's best athletes, world's best waves. They should be able to handle themselves, don't you think?
Well, but the Olympics, there are the fostering countries coming in that don't have the experience at a wave like that. So, there's crossroads there. We saw it in the first heat of this event. You had, Iwa getting from Hawaii Eve going crazy, and you had Thea Vold first time in a competition from Norway. Well, those countries will probably be represented too, and we're in that massive Tahitian water, man.
I'm just imagining it already. I think it's going to be a great time. I think,
yeah.
As long as the waiting period is sufficient enough to actually wait for a good swell too and get the competition underway, I think it's going to be one of the highlights of Paris 2024, no doubt. Just over 5 minutes to go, Jeff. Swindoll still in the lead with a 7.5 and a 5.5. Fierro in second with a 6, and she betters her low score on this wave of 4.37.
So different than earlier. You can see the tides definitely kind of filling in the right, getting a little more of those ribs on it, and there's a few magic ones. And then, all right, this is the replay of Shir Schwartz, our Israeli surfer.
So that's her best, a 1.93, not bad. And this is the best wave of the heat so far. Swindoll's left, a 7.5. Great variation, nice combo of turns. And one thing you're noticing from the Americans specifically is that they're really getting a quick start to their heats, Jeff.
Yeah, they're getting a quick start, and they're fired up, and they know their goal. That is for sure. They know the goals. They want gold. They want team gold. They want individual golds.
Their goal is gold.
Their goal is gold. And as is Hawaii, as is France, there's those marker teams that's why they came, for sure.
Australia is almost a sleeper now, aren't
South
they?
Africa.
Yeah,
Imsley. And I found out, so it's Greg Imsley's nephew.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay. Remember we were chatting about that yesterday.
Yeah, it's cool to see the different generations compete too, and his father probably a great surfer as well. But seeing somebody like Greg, being able to maybe foster him and give him a few tips before he left. Kohai with her sister Vahine giving her a few tips too before competing,
and their other sister here.
Yep.
Also, they're all here. But yes, Andrew. So we grew up together. Her dad grew up in Del Mar his whole life. He still comes and visits, but he found himself loving the Polynesian islands and ended up staying there, many times for months, and fell in love and created a life, and now has a beautiful life there. 3 beautiful daughters, all surfing incredible. He's a shaper, surfer. Yeah.
Not a bad life to have,
Not a bad life, yeah.
So just over 3 minutes to go. Swindoll leads, Fierro in second, Schwartz, the Israeli in third, needing an 8.44 for second place. That would have to be the highest wave of the girls U18 so far. A big ask right there, but she can definitely accomplish that if she gets the right wave. At the moment, needing really the wave that allows for that score, though, Jeff. It would have to be very similar to what Tali was able to get on the 7.5. And really in comparison with even Kana Nakashio's wave on the right in the last heat, we're seeing something there that would have to be real spectacular. As we're seeing the schedule of events, we have the opening ceremony on 27th Friday, which was just beautiful as always. The competition aspect from May 28th to June 5th. And then June 5th, that same day, we're going to have the final day of competition and the closing ceremony as well.
there's not a dull moment in the entire 9 days or 10 days, literally. And some of the, we'll be here for 11 days in total. But yeah, from the opening mixing of the sand ceremony, 10 days, yeah, exactly, 9 days of surfing. And we won't even get a suntan because we're just going to be in this booth all day.
What are you talking about? I'm like dark already. Well,
Okay.
I'm already dark, but I'm going to get darker, I think. I hope.
Well, you're here for a few weeks. Look at this. Yeah. Nice.
Fierro on the forehand now. Gets up into the lip once. She's looking to better 4.37. And that's one thing that I've noticed with her and her sister as well. Not afraid to go for the big sections either.
No. And why would you? This is child's play, right? They're used to the sound of thundering beastie rights and lefts across a dry coral reef.
You're making it sound intimidating.
Well, it is,
It
right?
is.
When you talk to the top surfers in the world, and they're like, it's terrifying. I'm terrified. You just have to throw yourself over the ledge and go.
So Kohai just gets the one turn off, and she could even potentially better the 4.37. This is the front angle, Jeff.
Yeah.
Just a short one there for Kohai. We're down to the last minute now. Swindoll still in the lead. Schwartz needing an 8.44. And I really do think that conditions have not only bettered, but I think they've been so much more consistent than what we were seeing in a lot of heats yesterday afternoon as well.
100% agree. Yeah, no, from the minute this kicked off at 7:30 a.m. sharp, we've really had no end of riding of waves. Very few, little downtime at all. All these heats so far. We're in the 9th heat of the day, 4th heat of this round of girls, women under 18.
And here goes Swindoll, the heat leader on the backhand. Just floats the boat right there and drifts. The tail goes maybe a bit too strong, but either way, she's going to take out the win with a great heat total, 13 points, a 7.5 and a 5.5. Time's winding down. Fierro will be advancing in second for Tahiti, and Schwartz from Israel going to be relegated to the repechage round.
Look out for the rocks there.
It is shallow. And we're going to go down to JJ for the interview.
Yeah, thanks so much, guys. Sophia Driscoll, representing Chile. Our new ambassador for Chile. She's great. A wealth of information. Getting through that last heat, that's got to feel good.
Yeah, I'm super happy. Like in the last ESA, I was like a little girl, so I didn't have like much experience, but now I feel super comfortable competing here. And yeah, super happy to pass my heat.
And you were saying the 6 of you traveling with the Chilean team, you have some support for the Sporting Institute, and you guys are really good, close friends.
Yeah, all of us, the 6 of us, we're only under 18 and we're super close to each other, so we support each other a lot. So yeah, it feels really good to have all of the support from the team, and when we scream Sache, it's super energizing for our heat.
And surfers will be familiar with your home break, Attica, where we had the WCT. Andy Irons was a popular winner. That's a really heavy wave to call your home spot.
Yeah, I live in Arica, in El Gringo. I train there sometimes, but only the right because the left is super, super shallow. So, but definitely someday I want to go in and try my luck in the left, but with a helmet because it's super, super dangerous.
Cucane, she's from Easter Island, which is the Chilean island, of course. That's an amazing spot to live.
Yeah, we have one teammate, his name is Cucane, and yeah, he's from the Easter Island. But we've known him a lot from nationals. He always travels with us, so yeah.
Well, I already knew there was good surf there, but we won't talk about that with thousands of people watching.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Congratulations.
I want to say thank you as well to God, first of all, because if it wasn't for him, nothing would be possible. To my both coaches, Gerald and Leandro from Brazil, that always support me, my family, and all of my sponsors. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you. Back to you guys.
Thank you, JJ. So heat number 5 has come to an end. Heat 6 coming up after this. Don't go anywhere. These are the ISA World Juniors live from El Salvador. Back at the ISA World Juniors here in beautiful Surf City, El Salvador. Girls U18 action in the water. Round number 1 from France, Nagia Milao in red, Fabiola Alcala from Puerto Rico in yellow, Calea Gervasi from Peru in white, and Valeria Benitez from Venezuela is in blue. Mitchell Salazar with Jeff Baldwin in the booth for heat number 6. Jeff just had a great performance from Talia Swindoll from the U.S. in the last heat, and now we have 4 different surfers in heat number 6 now. And this was a replay from what we missed during the commercial break. Real quick one there for our surfer from France, Milao. And now yellow, Fabiola Alcala, real quick, just a 0.8 for her.
Well, we see that wind just sort of slightly puffing up, and the tide is increasing just a little bit. Mitchell, here we have our surfer, Valeria Benitez.
From Venezuela, one of the most beautiful countries in the world. And, boy, they have had some great representatives of Venezuela for the ISA events in the past. Francisco Lolo Bellorin, Rafael Nono Pereira, Derek Gomez, a good friend of mine. And yesterday, Keone Lassa dropping the highest wave of the event so far at 9.33. Live action, here goes white. Calea Gervasi from Peru into the lip. Great bottom turn. Digs her nose out and is able to finish that turn off. Outside, it seems like red with higher priority here. She's going to use it. Nagia from France. Deep bottom turn. And going to work right here on this open face at La Bocana. Good finish there for the surfer from France, Baldy.
That wave just continued to give her the next section and the next section, the next section. What an opener for her, or second wave. That will.
Her opener just a 2.5. Benitez opening up with the 2.73, and it seems like Gervasi's going to get a decent score for the one poke, but it's really going to come down to the combination of major turns from the surfer in red in France, Milao.
Yeah, Gervasi, you know, she almost lost it when she came down from that. Beautiful. Look at this.
That was Fabiola Alcala from Puerto Rico. And now Milao again from France. Ooh, just a slip right there, and it's shallow, Jeff.
Yeah.
Just got to watch out for the rocks.
We saw a few slips yesterday, although it doesn't seem like that that was yesterday. The river, the brown water was there, just, you know, from the different color of the dirt here. But we saw some uncharacteristic slips yesterday. That was sort of the first one. We haven't had many today. The water much not cleaner, just bluer and beautiful.
There's less water coming out from the river mouth, though.
So it must have rained that 2 nights ago.
And it rained hard, too.
Up in the mountains where we didn't get any down here on the beaches. So beautiful topography here in El Salvador, and those river valleys come funneling right into La Bocana.
You're just getting, like, the Latin accent down to a wire, Jeffrey.
Oh, my God. You'll be hugging me later.
I'm, like, super proud of you.
We'll be doing salsa.
You have no idea. Like, I'm already writing these things down. I think we're going to make you an honorary Latin American. But maybe just for the event, once you actually buy your place down here and you move down, then you're going to be, like, an actual one.
Okay.
And it seems like we have Ryan Simmons down there with JJ. Let's go down.
We're talking to Ryan Simmons, coach for the USA team, and obviously the USA, a surfing powerhouse around the world. Ryan, you've had some great results already. First, talk us about your role and the results you've had yesterday and today.
Yeah, I just stepped back into the head coaching role after Brett Simpson stepped out to do some stuff with his sponsor, Hurley. So I'm stoked. I did my stint between 2012 and 2016, had some success. We got the first gold medal in 2015 in Oceanside. I'm super amped to be back at the helm, driving the bus, and we got a great team this year. We got a new crew of young Americans. The cohesion with the team is just awesome. The camaraderie is working really well, and that's going to really help us in this long 9-day event.
And I know we surfed against each other a few times, but you're on the qualifying series and competing at a pro level for almost a decade. How critical is that experience to help these crew coming through the Future Stars?
Yeah, I think it is crucial, having been there, done it, and I know what we need to do. So it's really good. I'm able to tell the kids at night. We have the team meeting, we break down the day, we build the confidence back up. You know, if one kid's feeling down, we make sure that the team is there supporting, because it really is about the support crew here, because there's going to be the highs and the lows with this long event. And a lot of these kids, other than I think Ryan Huckabee and Zoe Benedetto, it's their first time at a World Junior, and it's like, you see how immense it is. Cannon Carr, he watched Griffin Colapinto surf in those early days when I was the coach. He wanted to make the team, and he's just like, this is the best event I've ever been at. You know, Fernando and the ISA, they put on probably one of the best events, you know, we've ever been for the junior surfers.
So USA obviously is surfing powerhouse, Australia, South Africa, Brazil, very established. Are there other nations, emerging nations we see here replicating the structure and the support network that the USA has?
Yeah, definitely. You called it. Australia, Hawaii, Portugal, Spain, powerhouse countries that are always battling. It seems like it was in the past, not to call anyone out, but it was 6 or 8 teams that were battling for the top 4. I would call it like 12 to 15 major countries now that have clued into the program, to the yearly get it ready. I mean, we were doing camps for about a month and a half after we picked the team. I was doing weekly trainings. I don't want to give too much away, but you know what I mean? We were on it and trying to prepare for down here for about a month and a half.
Are we looking at our future Olympic medalists here now this week in Panama? El Salvador?
I think so. I mean, not only the USA team, which, you know, obviously I'm the support crew for them, but yeah, we've got some potential gold medalists, but there's some really gnarly surfers here from all the other nations, and it's fun to kind of see that and kind of watch the other coaches and see what they do, kind of listen in a little bit, eavesdrop, but yeah, it's exciting times.
What about El Salvador as a venue or location? It's amazing, huh?
Yeah, it's my first time down here. You know, I've been Ecuador, Nicaragua, Costa, but being here at El Salvador, the waves, there's pumping waves every day. So, and there's right points up and down the coast. These 2 venues are insane. Wedgie Peaks, you got the right point. Come down to El Salvador.
All right, thanks so much, Ryan. We'll come back to the action. Thanks, guys. Back up to you in the booth. Cheers.
So thank you, JJ, and thank you for the info, Ryan Simmons. A lot of great insight right there. And the word that really resonated with me, Baldy, was cohesion among the team.
Yeah, and you've talked about, I mean, one of the German surfers that was talking about, you know, the mental preparation was one of the big focuses that he was really appreciating in the meetings that the team was having. You know, obviously they're surfing, they're breaking down technique, but yeah, that how do we lift ourselves up, have that cohesion? You're right.
So thank you to Seal Beach's own Ryan Simmons, head coach for the United States of America. During the break, we did have a few waves written, though, with that interview with Ryan. And up and riding right now, Yellow, Fabiola Alcala from Puerto Rico. She's gotten to work on this wave so far. Not a large wave, but done some great turns nevertheless, just under 9 minutes, catching up on some scores. The surfer from France in red with a 6.17 and a 2.5. That has her in first. Gervasi in second, drops a 4.67 on her opener, then backs it up with a 2.77. Alcala seems like she's going to drop her best on her last. She's in third. And Benitez from Venezuela needs a 4.71 in fourth place. Lots of action here at the ISA Juniors.
Yeah, boy. Well, you know, he was hitting on Cannon Carr, his junior ranks of his team. The first time they've gotten involved in an event like this. This is our French surfer. Beautiful. Yeah, this is that wave that just continued to sort of keep standing up for her.
She has some good body torque, too, Jeffrey. And this was Gervasi's 4.67, excuse me, just for the one turn.
That was the opener, her very first wave. So will this wave of Yellow, this is the one. So I think this came in at the 4.0.
Her best so far, and it moves her up into second.
Yeah. Excellent work from her. That was where we got the tail end of that wave when Ryan was finishing up his interview. So, yes, Coach Ryan, great to have him back at the helm for their whole team and going forward. But Cannon Carr, in a side conversation, was saying by far the best event. And then I guess some of the other U.S. team had come down on a little strike mission before. None of this beautiful boardwalk that we are looking at existed at all. This was put up brand new for this event and the future, you know, hospitality that it's going to provide and the joy it's going to provide for tourism for years and years to come. So where the athletes are sitting enjoying the shade and the breeze and the nice chairs, wasn't there a month ago.
And it matters, too.
And that matters. So the ISA with the Salvadorian Minister of Tourism having a vision, and look, this is now an established spot for everyone to enjoy moving forward.
Things are happening down here, Jeffrey. Benitez up and running from Venezuela. Just under 7 minutes to go. Needing a score of 5.1 or better will move her up into the top 2 spots. Doesn't seem like she's going to get the requirement necessary, but this seems like it's going to be her best so far, though, Jeffrey.
Well, and deservedly so. But, yeah, you know, Valeria trying to get that 5-1-0. Again, if she gets the 1 out of the scoreline, which will happen for sure, maybe now then she's just looking for some mid-3. And because no one's running away in this heat so far. There's, you know, no one's – there's the 6 in the scoreline. So no one – there's a lot of 2s and 3s. Anything could happen quickly here, and priority will become a big factor.
And with 6 minutes remaining, it's still anybody's game, right? Because even the leader in red only has a backup of a 2.5. You see the surfer in yellow in second. Her backup is a 3.83. Gervasi doesn't need much. In third needs a 3.16. And Benitez drops a 4.07. So it's her best. It's not what she was needing, but now only needs a 3.76, and she might be away from the pack right now with just under 6 minutes.
Yeah. Did she sneak away?
Oh, yeah. She's on the furthest north peak.
So this, okay, the furthest north.
And this is our forecast for our current conditions. The south wind has picked up 7 miles per hour, so still slightly light, but the biggest change here are the tides, Jeff.
Yeah, look at that. So quite a lot of feet to come in the next 3.5 hours. I mean, that's what I was saying yesterday. We didn't notice the rocks as much even in the morning when we started, but I think due to the bigger waves, more water was covering them. But you've definitely seen it become part of the strategy, or people not being able to finish the ride due to the rocks.
And generally at this place, I had the opportunity of both competing here and already working a few events at this location too. I can tell you from experience that this is a place, as soon as it gets big, you want a mid to higher tide as well. A low tide here can be so frustrating. It breaks very far outside, and the paddle back out could be very difficult to manage as well. Live action here. It seems like Alcala was up and riding real quick. Just over 4 minutes to go. Jeff Benitez is needing a score, but it seems like Nakia Milao from France going to be up and running on the right, just looking to better a 2.5. Going to do that and a bit more. Great work here on the small right-hander, and it was a smart choice with priority.
Yeah, well, she's going to just push her lead, and that's okay. Then, of course, like so often, the battle becomes between second and third. So our Peruvian surfer, Fabiola and Kalia from Peru, that's going to be the battle, second and third.
Let's go down with Talia Swindoll. She's with JJ.
Yeah, Talia, we had a good chat to Ryan Simmons, your coach. He was very happy with your performance. Congratulations. Did he give you any feedback notes after that, even though you won?
Yeah, thank you so much, for sure. I definitely want to work on finishing my waves. I fell a couple times, so before my next heat, I want to try and clean that up, but I'm super stoked to be here.
You're based in Malibu, California. You competed in events all around California to qualify here. I'm surprised it's your first trip to Central America.
I know, it's my first time surfing out of the United States, so I'm just so stoked. The warm water is super nice, and the vibes in El Salvador are great, so yeah.
And you said also all the women in this field, you've come up from the under 16 age group, which you qualified for, and you're actually competing in the under 18s.
Yeah, no, I'm competing in the U18s, and which is really fun. It definitely pushes my level of surfing, and kind of have nothing to lose, so I'm just ready to surf.
And if you're winning here in the under 18s, do you think maybe you could have got a gold medal in the under 16s? It's very noble of you to open up that spot.
You never know. I just want to go out and surf and have fun and support my team, so yeah.
And first impressions, El Salvador, you've been here a few days. What do you think?
I think it's great. It's super hot, but I love the warm water, and all the people are super nice, and I definitely want to come down here again.
Fantastic. Thanks. Good job. Well done, Talia. Back to you guys. Cheers.
Thank you, JJ, and congratulations to Talia Swindoll taking the heat win in the last one. Heat 6 in the water. Milao betters her situation, gets a 5.4 on her last right. Alcala just went to town on that last turn, but couldn't pull it off. But now with 2 minutes remaining, Gervasi in third from Peru needing a 3.16. Benitez needs a 3.76. Gervasi with higher priority. Benitez was just covering there. She needs a low 3, carves it back. Needs this wave to stand up a bit more, just a small slash right there. And tags the lip right at the end. Was that the score necessary? Team
Just
Peru likes it.
Cutting line, just 1 foot more on the wave, maybe one more section. We'll see, though. But how about Talia Swindoll? Poster child for excitement in a bottle.
Yeah.
She was flying out of her skin. It's amazing to think with all the competition and the surfing she's done that this is the first time she's surfed out of the country of the U.S.
Yep, and look at this, live action. Benitez slides the fins. That's more like it from her. Another gem right under the lip and gets the floater finish too. And it seems like Gervasi's going to get the score she needs. Just over a minute to go. That means the requirement for Benitez is going to be just a bit more. And here goes Alcala. She's going to get dropped down to third. Carves it back once. Then ditches the fins right at the end. Not a bad combo.
Beauty.
50 seconds to go.
Well, that really put a lot of pressure in. Now she's just extended. So even now, if Kalea Gervasi from Peru gets a wave, she's going to need a lot more. That was a solidly surfed wave there for Fabiola, Team Peru.
Puerto Rico.
Oh, Puerto Rico.
Or as the Puerto Ricans say, Puerto Rico.
Puerto Rico. So
Costa Rica, they pronounce Costa Rica almost.
I know.
The R,
Yeah.
they pronounce it different. And the Puerto Ricans pronounce it like Lico, like muy Lico.
Muy Lico. And even, I'm like, Valeria Benitez, is it B&B or B&V?
Valeria
Valeria, so it is.
Yeah.
But you know how V's and B's?
Yes.
So.
Hey, you're learning something every day, Jeffrey.
I know. I already know that, but I'm like, all right, here we go with it. Valeria.
And we don't know if this wave counts or not, but either way, Milhao, the heat leader, going to surf it as well as she can, goes down on the second turn. So this wave counted. She held off Kalea Gervasi, which we're still waiting on her score, by the way. Alcala betters her situation of 4.6. She's still in second. Now Gervasi was needing a 3.93 for second place. Benitez drops a 2.87, a 3.67 on her previous. So either way, she's not going to be moving through. So the real important score here is White's last. Will it be the 3.93 or better?
We shall see. Mitchell Salazar. The rock dance. That is never fun, especially if there's the little barnacles. I don't know if these rocks have those. Do they?
They're like just walking all over them, like if there were no issue. But
like
look at
sand.
The face of concern of Kalea Gervasi. She's still waiting for the score, and it's going to be close, Jeff. It's going to be close, and this would be a massive loss for Peru if she goes down into the repechage.
Wouldn't it? That is one question I've got to get answered for me, but we will go back to that.
So still waiting on scores at the moment on my little computer. It seems that 3 are saying yes, 2 are saying no.
Where does the average go?
So it could potentially be a split decision on whether or not she gets the score. But either way, it's going to be right around there. It's a 4.07. She gets the score, moves her up into second place. Milhao takes the lead. Gervasi advances in second. And right at the end, Fabiola Alcala gets knocked down to third place. And look at Gervasi's reaction. She still hasn't heard the news. Still waiting on it. And the Peruvian team, nervous. There they go. They're celebrating. Gervasi advances right at the end. Peru makes it through on the last wave, and they are stoked. This is what the ISA World Juniors is all about, stoke and emotion, and coming down to the wire.
And Mitch, this is round 1. Imagine when you get up into quarters, semis, and finals.
We're getting there eventually. Don't go anywhere. These are the ISA World Juniors live from El Salvador.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to face yourself. A right time to enjoy pleasures, to make friends. There's a right time to listen. And a right time to make decisions. There's a right time for fear and for success. There's a right time to find your wave, and there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
We're going to ground zero chops in Tahiti. Who would have thought? Nobody.
The setup in Teahupo'o is magic, you know?
Okay.
It's amazing, like the nature is there and the locals are amazing, like the vibe is crazy over there.
Chopu is one of the most incredible waves, probably a wonder of the world.
You go to that end of the road and it's sort of like a whole nother world out there. It's godlike, it's quiet, serene, beautiful, tropical. The colors of the sun hitting that hill, lighting up the palm trees and the mountains and the different hues of all different color spectrum as the day moves on and changes. Then you have this glorious wave that comes off a reef and it's so powerful and so beautiful.
I think it's gonna be very good.
Welcome back to Surf City, El Salvador. We are here in El Tunco, currently running the girls under 18s for the ISA World Juniors. We're currently in heat number 7 with Maya, Sanoa, Annette, and Lisa. Hitting the lineup, Italy, Canada, Peru, and Uruguay out in the lineup. And it's going to be a great heat with some good-looking peaks rolling through here at La Bacana. Shannon Hughes alongside Jeff Baldwin in the booth, and it's been a great morning of action so far, Jeff. And we'll get back to that in a moment because we've got a good-looking peak rolling through. I thought maybe we'd have a surfer having an opportunity there, but just not quite.
Yeah. Mitchell and I were having fun. You and I were having fun. The women are tearing this peak apart here at La Bacana. I mean, no end of beautiful surf. And the scores representing it. I mean, a whole day of action. You know, the wind threatening but not really doing anything. And this is that opening ride here with Lisa Booz from Germany.
Oh, just smashed the lip on the finish. Great connection for that opening ride. And we'll be waiting for scores to roll through. Now on her backhand, tracking with our surfer in yellow, Maya, representing Italy. And nice carve back into the pocket. Now looking for that connection on the inside. The wave goes really soft and kind of flat as it's coming through. And we've got some scores in. Lisa Booz with a 5.50 to start things off. Sanoa Olin with just that 1.0 on the scoreboard. Maya Sniadak with a 2.67 and Annette Javiol with a 0.43. As we see some of the surfers getting ready to paddle out in that next heat. There's so much action going down on the boardwalk.
It's so fun to walk down there. I mean, and all the boards and the teams and the coaches, and even from yesterday, the energy level has just picked up that next notch. Day 2, I mean, it's hard to fathom what it's going to be. Day 5, day 7, day 9, finals day. I mean, you saw the excitement of the Peruvian team just then, you know, around Caleb that gets the score at the end of the heat, and they acted like it was a final. But it's only round 1.
Yeah, that was a really exciting moment, that little battle right to the finish. And love that, especially with these 20-minute heats. on the clock that there's just so much coming down to the wire. And there's such a great setup here on the contest site for all the surfers to find themselves some shade, to find some good food on offer with the local restaurants, and to really just set up to enjoy whether they're surfing, whether they're down here cheering on their teammates as well.
And I saw one on my last break that right in front along this beautiful boardwalk, which I think is brand new, by the way, this entire boardwalk where all the athletes are sitting and the flags are lining the beach. There's a nice little, it's called bar, but it's a fruit stand, and they're serving these beautiful cups of papaya and mango and others. And I saw all of Team Australia in the shade, in the breeze, together, having their cups of fresh fruit. I mean, how many events do you get that at? That kind of hospitality, that vibe, that camaraderie. Really beautiful.
Yeah, it's been pretty incredible to see El Salvador pop up on the competitive surfing map. We've known that there's been waves here. There's great local talent that have been competing for so many years. There's Ava Henderson from New Zealand. She'll be paddling out in the next heat. But it's been great to see that kind of competitive energy come into Surf City, El Salvador, starting back in 2019 when the ISA ran the SUP World Championships, and then we returned here in 2021 for the World Surfing Games. It was the last qualifier heading into the Olympic conversation for Tokyo last year, and now back once again. It's really exciting to see, and we've got the WSL also entering that conversation at the end of the month. In June, we'll be running a championship tour event here at Punta Roca, just a little ways south of our current competition zone. So it's been great to see that local energy welcoming in competitive surfing as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And so were you here for the 2019 event?
I wasn't here for 2019, but I was here last year for the World Surfing Games.
Oh, was the boardwalk here? Was this whole...
Yeah, they had a great setup. So it's kind of been developed a little bit more, but it was built up at that stage. Same with the setup that we've got there at El Sunzal. I don't know what it looked like back in 2019, but it's been pretty incredible to be able to see just the development here. And one of the local heroes, Catherine, passed away. She was struck by lightning out in the lineup a couple of years ago, and they've built this amazing sculpture here for her to just embrace her life and to really just celebrate the surf legacy that she had in this local community.
Yeah, this area in Central America, you know, I saw last night a bunch of lightning flashes or bright light ups in the sky off in the distance. So this area, a lot of tropical storm fronts pass through. And, lightning storms, that's scary. And then I love that, the El Salvador logo there, that's all painted, and on the other wall there's that big circle that's art out of recycled plastic or trash, I think is really the statement. You know, all the plastic that washes up out of the Pacific right here on these beautiful beaches. And so it's like, hey, let's be environmentally sound. Let's work with groups like the ASA to eradicate that behavior.
Absolutely. Really need to take care of our oceans. It's our playground. It's where we get to find so much enjoyment in our lives. And it's been great to be able to watch these surfers out in the lineup, starting to find a little bit of rhythm. It's been a slow start to this heat. Lisa Booz representing Germany. She started out with that 5.5. That was the best score drop so far. Each of the surfers with just one score to their names at the moment, Jeff, as we're coming nearly to that halfway mark, just over 10 minutes on the clock. And we'll take another look at this first for Lisa from this single big reentry.
I really love how she set it up. She knew it was just going to be that one big turn, so she didn't have to rush. She got a set deep into the bottom turn, line of sight, and push everything she could into it. And a one-turn wave, 5.5.
And she's an incredible surfer. So she's representing Germany for this year's ISA World Juniors, but she's from San Clemente. She surfs lower trestles all the time. So a break like this, feeling so similar to what she surfs at home on the good days, is definitely what's setting her up in that front running position with a good end section like that.
Absolutely. To have the, lowers we know is a incredible hotbed testing.
And be sure, if you're tuning in, to check out isasurf.org. There is a second webcast camera streaming El Sunzal all day long. There won't be any commentary over it, but you can be able to tune in to watch your surfers wherever you're at in the world. Be sure to check out ISA Surfing on YouTube, on Twitter, and on Instagram as well.
Absolutely, and that message has been translated a little. I actually was telling, there we go. This is El Sanzel, the right-hand point up the way, and look at the fun they are having. This is the boys U16 happening simultaneously up there, and look at this. The tide creeping up, these rights. Everyone said they had a great time yesterday. And we heard Jackson Dorian in an interview earlier that went out and threw away a 7, and I think got 2 9s in his heat. And I heard rumor had it he rode one that went all the way to the sand. So, and that's a long paddle. It's hundreds of yards.
Yeah, it's an extremely long paddle there at El Sanzal. That was a really nice wave for our surfer in red, coming all the way through to the inside. And it's been a great venue for competition here in El Tunco because there are these 2 great waves on offer. Very different between El Sunzal and La Bocona, but there's plenty of scoring potential between both of them. And it's a really fun location to be able to run these double podium events that we need to at the ISA as we're back to La Bocona now. And we'll track through with live action for Lisa, locking into her second wave. It's taken her a long time, a long wait to line this one up. She's going to connect with this double up through to the inside, throws it up for the finish, can't ride out of it. And answering back, Annette, representing Uruguay, has a really strong paddle to try to get into that one, but just can't quite connect with the energy. So Noah Olin with an opportunity on her backhand as well.
There was a lot going on there, and then Annette lost her Uruguayan, she lost priority just quickly, but I don't think it's going to affect things. We'll get those scores in, but when I was down walking along, I was telling Ryan, hey, he asked me, hey, do you know, is there something, the feed happening there? And I said, yes. And so he instantly went on his phone and alerted all of the parents of his team that's up over there because they've got the split duties here. He's coaching here and the other coach is up there. And earlier, the same thing with Shane Dorian. He's like, this is great. I can bounce back and forth, but I'm just focused down here for the men's first heats when he was.
Yeah, that's amazing. It's great to see that there's viewing options for both sides. We just saw a really good backhand wave from Sanoa Olin out of Canada. She's born and raised in Tofino in British Columbia. She surfed her very first ISA Juniors when she was just 11 years old, an event there at the Azores. She's got some great competitive backing to her now at 16 and has dropped in a score of a 5.33 to put herself right in that conversation for first place up against Lisa Booz. And we've now got bigger requirements on the scoreboard specifically for our 4th place surfer, Annette, chasing that 5.9 at the moment.
Did you catch Talia Swindoll's post-heat interview?
I didn't.
Oh my gosh, it was like so much energy coming out of the camera. JJ couldn't even handle it. She was just giggling and screaming and laughing, and she's never been in a competition outside of the country of the U.S. where she's from.
Oh, that's
which kind of surprised me. And at first I was thinking travel, but she hasn't been in a competition outside the U.S. So you think of someone like Caitlin Simmers, who by the time she was 9, it seemed like had probably competed everywhere in the world, or by 15. Yeah, but Talia was another poster child of enthusiasm and excitement and enjoying this.
It's just such a great format coming into the ISA Juniors because it really passes up those surfers. I mean, it gives that opportunity to surfers who are just starting to compete for the first time, or for those surfers that have already been taking their run through the WSL Juniors. They've been competing in all those really kind of contest intense environments on the nationals or the state levels across their different countries. It gives them the opportunity now to put their name in the conversation when it comes into elite surfing and to be able to build into what will be for them probably a long pathway of professional surfing. We've seen so many great surfers come through the ranks of the ISA World Juniors that have gone on to win world titles, that have gone on to just being the real front runners for the progression of the sport, like Jordy Smith, like Gabriel Medina, like Sally Fitzgibbons. And these surfers are going to have that opportunity in front of them as well. As we take a look at live action from Maya, nice connection on that first turn, goes up for the second one. Nice little snap. She's going to try and keep that control. She'll ride out clean. She almost looked for that little redirection on the inside as well. And that was just her second wave. She needs a 3.67 at the moment to take herself up into an advancing position.
Yeah, not a lot, not a big score. That was a long wave, a little bit horizontal, but she had a couple of up in the lip turns. This could get her right up in the second. We shall see. I was going to say, and you and I both do a lot of announcing. those names and those titles, when people have silver, bronze, and gold, or, you know, gold, silver, bronze, that's talked about. You know, world junior champion. It comes up in conversation all the time for events years and years to come. So there's a lot of prestige behind it.
There really is. Nice work from Sanoa. She's definitely about to take that leading position away as we've got scores to drop through. A good fight back here from Maya as well. This score will definitely drop through as her highest.
Yes.
And we've got scores coming through at the moment. Right now, we've got Lisa currently sitting in the lead for Germany, but it's Canada that is just right on her tail with a score about to drop that'll take her into that leading position and then start to put bigger requirements on the rest of the board. Last of yellow for Italy, a 4.77. Takes her up into that second place for a moment, but we're still waiting for the average to come through for last of Sanoa out of Canada, and I think she's going to jump into first.
What a wave. What a good exchange. And there's, oh boy, just under 4 minutes left.
Our surfer representing Italy is actually from New Smyrna Beach in Florida. She loves to travel. She loves to surf. And it's no surprise that she's representing one of the nations here for the ISA World Juniors.
I've read through a bunch of the bios, and some of them, walking with my dog on the beach, gardening, and it's just so cute. You're like, sure, that's what it is. Why not? Reading books, playing Netflix, or watching Netflix.
Down to 3 minutes on the clock, and Sanoa has jumped into the lead. We've finally got that score that we've been waiting on. It was a 6.5 for her last attempt. It jumps her into first. Lisa now down into second, chasing that 6.34. Maya chasing a 4.07 now to get that leading position. So still not a big requirement on her. It was in that mid-range 3. Now it's up to a 4.
Yeah.
But for our fourth place surfer, for Annette, she just hasn't quite been able to find that rhythm representing Uruguay out in the lineup to find herself with a good score. She's now sitting with a big excellent requirement.
She needs that excellent score. And for just that split second, Maya from Italy jumped up into second. Then the score dropped in for Lisa from Germany, and she took it over. So now, in the priority situation, not working out too well for Maya.
That's such a good point, because coming down in 2 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock, our surfer with red, Lisa Booz, is sitting with first priority. And you can see where she's sitting in the lineup. She's actually giving Maya quite a lot of space at the moment, which is surprising.
Very surprising, yeah. But, I mean, who knows? And because Maya, I mean, she would think that Maya needs a small score. She's already gotten a 4.77, you know, in her two-wave total, and only needs just over a 4 to take that second spot away and not have to go through the reprecharge, 15-minute reprecharge heats. And so to have a heat, and that's it's a bonus that you get to go into a reprecharge and not lose out of the event, but it's a 15-minute heat, so 5 minutes less to do the same amount of surfing.
Yeah, same requirements on the board. Still need to get those top 2 waves to get the advancing positions to go through. Team Germany there cheering on Lisa Booz, who's currently sitting in second position, but she's in kind of an okay position here. She's got that priority. I feel like for her, she also knows that it's not a huge requirement on our surfer from Italy sitting in third position. So if Lisa can get another opportunity, catch another wave, she could be looking to build on her score line and actually put a bigger requirement.
That's the counter. She doesn't need to be defensive right now. She needs to be offensive and use the priority and stretch that requirement. Absolutely.
But a big requirement on the board for our surfer from Uruguay in Annette. She's been competing since she was about 13 years old, has surfed at the ISA World Juniors in the past, so she's familiar with this whole environment. And now a great looking wave opening up in front of Sanoa, connects into the lip, goes for that progression on the tail. She'll go down over the falls, grab onto that board. But I love that she's starting to push that surfing even to the next level, because she's already sitting in that leading position, Jeff, and she wants to get a warm up for the next round.
Yeah, test the equipment, and that wave lined up perfect for her. I think she just hit a little bump on the first section, and that threw her off. That threw the timing off for the finishing turn. But you saw the potential of that clean face wave, what she would have done.
So much potential on the line. Down to 10 seconds, and this is going to be an interesting moment because it's our surfer with red still that has priority, and that wave just doesn't peak up enough for either of them to get the opportunity to take off on it. And we are now waiting for scores for last of white to roll through. It might factor in as probably come in just about equal with her second scoring right at the moment, that 5.33. So it may come into the equation, but either way, she's sitting in the lead. Lisa Booz goes through in that second place position. It's Maya and Annette who are being knocked down into the repecharge round as we see the women just working their way in. We've got so much more surfing available for us today. It's going to be an exciting day of action. Stay tuned. We'll go to a quick break now, and we'll be back with more right after this.
It's the largest World Junior Championship in history, and it's the first one in 3 years. It's 426 athletes, 650 participants, and 45 countries. Let me put in perspective what is going on today. Last year in Tokyo, we had 40 surfers, 20 men, 20 women. 33 of them were participants in the juniors of the ISA, and 16 of them were medalists. So this could be the day where you start surfing towards your Olympic participation. My only hope is that you work less and surf more. And I know this is on the way. Thank you for all your hard effort towards surfing and towards El Salvador.
Surf City, El Salvador. Now I officially declare open the competition. Woo!
And we are back for the ISA World Juniors here at Surf City in El Salvador. We've got Lucia Machado, Ava Henderson, Jenyi Wen out in the lineup against Brianna Rodriguez. Spain, New Zealand, China, and the Dominican Republic out in the water. Lucia coming in as that highest seed, the 10th seed on the women's list of competitors, which has a little bit of weight to carry in its own because there is that expectation coming in, Jeff, with those higher seeded surfers that they've got to perform right out the gates from that first heat.
And we've seen it work out. A lot of the top seeds have had their way with the field so far. I'm interested to see Jinil win because the other Chinese surfers so far have impressed me so much, and Chinese Taipei. All of them are surfing beyond my expectation. I just didn't know.
Yeah, there's some incredible surfers coming out of that region as we take a look at Lucia Machado and what she got up to during the break. She's already dropped in a 4.5 on the scoreboard. As we take another look here, it was just that single turn, Jeff, but she smashed it.
Yes, she sure did. I mean, solid surfing on just the big one turn.
And Jinyi, when she comes from Ryu Bay in China, I've had the privilege of spending a lot of time in that area of the world as we see another live action from Lucia. Great backhand attack just on the paddle back out, sneaking herself into a second ride, looking to build on that score line to feel comfortable in the lineup. And there we go with Jinyi, gets that quick up and out, unable to connect with that open face. Coming out of Ryu Bay, it's a long left-hand reef. She'll be looking probably for those lefts to really find the strength within her surfing. As we take a look now at Ava Henderson out of New Zealand. Nice 2 wraps on her backhand, tags it up into the lip on the finish, and she's going to put a good score on the board.
Well, what a way for Ava to start there. Team New Zealand has been coming on strong. So were you there for the ISA longboard games, or was that something like that?
Yes, I've been there for the ISA World Longboard Championships. Nice. The WSL also crowned their world champions for longboarding for a number of years there. And it's a really fun wave as we take a look at this replay here from Lucia. Smaller size wave, but she's able to connect a couple turns together.
Yeah, I mean, she just kept pace perfectly with the wave. The wave wasn't moving fast, and she, put her 3 turns right in on a knee-high wave, surfed it very well. And again, here with Ava from New Zealand, I think they're just, they're just finding their paces. They're like, okay, beginning of the heat, get a mid-range score, complete the ride, and maybe get a 5, maybe get somewhere in 4.5 to 5-ish range, a little higher. Sit with priority, wait for a set.
And then just look to exactly build in those score lines when they get those better waves rolling through. Still waiting for that first of Ava to roll through. And as we're waiting for that score, we'll go down to catch up with Sanoa Olin of Canada. Took out a big win in the last heat.
Yeah, she sure did, Shannon. Sanoa, very relieved. You had a slow start, 20-minute heats, but you really didn't get going till halfway. So it was great to come out with that result.
Yeah, in the first surfer that we had for the Canadian team, he didn't get a wave till like 5 minutes left. And so, well, as the time was ticking down, I was thinking of that. And I was like, I don't want to do that. So I was just definitely happy to get one quick at the 10-minute mark, but wasn't too stoked that it took that long to get started.
For people watching online and, you know, everyone here, it's a really consistent venue, great opportunity out here. What happens in those moments? Like, how come you just can't get away? Because, you know you've got friends and supporters screaming at you, come on.
Yeah. I mean, these waves are so fun, and like on the beach, you'll see so many little nugs, but it kind of like, there are a few different peaks, and like, if you're kind of in your head a little, you don't know if you want to commit to the deep one or kind of stay on the shoulder. So I was just watching the waves out front for the first half, and I haven't like gone right here the whole time I've been here for the past 2 weeks, and in that one, I only really went right, so yeah.
I was asking your team coaches there, have you been doing practice drills? They said it's so difficult because there will be like 50, 60, 70, 80 kids out there. How are the warm-ups?
Yeah, the warm-up surfs are definitely crazy. I got here luckily a bit before the crowd, but the past like 4 or 5 days, there's been, you know, all the surfers out, and you can get a few, but overall it's just like, it's a bit of a vibe.
And the ISA, we know they've been here to El Salvador, Surf City. You were here just watching your team, Canada, last time in 2020.
Yeah, about exactly a year ago, they had the Olympic qualifiers here, and my sister was on the team along with 2 other Canadian girls, and I wasn't on the team, but it was amazing because I just got to come here, free surf, and train a lot and support the team, and it was really cool to be here.
Well, that was a good fight back. Well done.
Thank you.
Good job. Thank you, guys. Back to you.
Great to hear from Sanoa, feeling really pumped to be able to get a few waves without too many other people in the lineup for once.
Yeah, I don't know how that was possible in the few days leading up to the event with, 45 teams and over 400 surfers. So, yeah, talk about crowded sessions. Yep. And, you know, maybe a lot of them don't want to take the bus to go try to find somewhere else. They just want to surf the event venue right here, La Bacana and El Cinsal. But at least there was 2 breaks to divide that many surfers between, right?
Definitely, and everyone really needed to get those reps in on both sides because they're very different types of waves. They've got to figure out where the scoring potential is at in both of them, where to sit. They're also quite tricky lineups for both sides, for Bacana and for Sunzal, just to figure out where to be sitting in the lineup because there's a lot of water moving. As we take a look now at Lucia, she's going in for a big finish. She connects with the lip and rides out clean, gets the cheer from Jeff on the finish.
Well, that was just powerhouse. I mean, she put everything into that lip and rode down and over it with so much speed. You could see when they're slow-mo, you know, the fins were on both sides of the lip, riding down over the barrel with it, throwing a lot of spray. So that's going to be a nice score for the current heat leader. And Ava from New Zealand got this one.
Yeah, it goes down on the finish, but gets that backup score. Her first score dropped in as a 5.67, so we've got that officially locked in. She's got the highest score of the heat so far. She only needs that 2.4 to take the lead away as we're waiting for scores to come through. For last of Lucia Machado, it drops in as a 7.57. It's one of the biggest scores of the day as we see Team Tahiti there, getting ready to paddle out for upcoming heats. But for Lucia, incredible performance on that last one. Locks in a 7.57. She's now sitting in that front-running position, and it's no surprise because the last time she competed in the ISA World Junior Championships, or one of the times back in 2018, she walked away with that copper medal.
That's so amazing. So she already has that confidence and the comfort in, I've been in the final. I've gotten that far. Now I have a goal to better that.
Exactly. She's got some big goals up in front of her this week. She's got some crazy good competitors coming up in the under 18s throughout this entire run of competition this week, but she's one of those higher seeds in the equation, which is exciting to see. And we'll take another look now at this 7.57. Nice snap
Sorry.
to start. And it was that end section, Jeff, that was really exceptional.
Yeah, so she had those kind of like chicane turns leading up, that redirect, and just put all the effort into that. Boom.
Yeah, she just matched it. She had that speed power flow. She timed that second turn really well. And then we saw this answer back from Ava Henderson on her forehand, a smaller size wave, gets those little wraps, but unable to get vertical at all.
But what's so nice, I mean, even though she couldn't get vertical, these waves, the way they bend in, offer a lot of power coming back at you. So the cutbacks become a maneuver, not just a basic roundhouse. They can vary the speed and the line in that.
Yeah, I love that. Some of those smaller waves do have so much scoring potential because they're just able to draw off those cobblestones on the bottom.
Yeah. So, wow, there we go. Yep. Lucia out in the lead with a 7.57. That is beautiful. You know, I was thinking, but we just have had so many waves being ridden while you were over there presenting at the opening ceremonies.
And live action now with Ava Henderson driving off the bottom. Connects through for that second turn, looking like that board is just glued to her feet. She's feeling so comfortable on it. Out of Christchurch from Sumner Beach. She's from the South Island of New Zealand, a place that gets very cold. Very rarely would she be able to surf without a wetsuit, if ever, at home. And, yeah, it's definitely a pretty amazing location to be able to spend some time in there on the South Island. Mountains, ocean. They've got some of the best snow in the world on offer during the season.
So
and
it seems like they're trying to really grow New Zealand because the North Island has a lot more surf action. The South is down there, and like you said, much colder.
nice little snap there from Jin Yi. Goes down after the finish, but tried to really just connect into that pocket as well. She's trying to build in those 1-point score lines as we take a look at Last of Ava.
Well, she just flowed with the wave. She didn't rush or pressure. You know, I like how she knew she couldn't get the tail up into. She left the nose float over the whitewash and kind of do the work in the rock and roll float.
Yeah, I love that. Even just thinking of flow within that. She really just went with what the wave had on offer without forcing too much.
No force motion, which was great because if she would have fallen, who knows, and she'll probably get a nice
scores in for that one. It's a 5.50 for Last of Ava Henderson. Has her sitting in that second place position. She hasn't been able to sneak that lead away from Lucia Machado, who's sitting out in front, but she does now have huge requirements. So for our surfer sitting that fourth place position, Brianna Rodriguez out of the Dominican Republic, she's in a combination situation. She's only taken off on one wave so far. She now needs 2 fresh scores on the board to hit that 11.17 total. And then for Zhenyi Wen out of China, she's got those couple of ones on the scoreboard. She's had a couple of opportunities, but she just hasn't been able to kind of get that speed on the takeoff to really project her down the line to then connect.
And so, yeah, I don't know what happened there. She slipped, and then her hands were on the back rail of the board. It was really something was happening. But here we see her paddling, our surfer from China.
And
Nice.
having a look on the left, this is the opportunity that she's been waiting for. She's from Ryu Bay, an amazing left-hand reef, and she gets those 2 turns on the start. She's now looking for that inside section to just finish off. She can't quite get that timing right on the finish, but I love that she waited it out for the left and was able to show that strength on her backhand.
Yeah, absolutely.
As we take a look at the beautiful contest site, and there's just so much going on here as we take a look at some of the other events that have been announced for the ISA coming up in October. We're going to have the ISA World Stand-Up Paddle and Paddleboard Championships in Puerto Rico. And then coming up in December, back to Pismo Beach for the ISA World Parasurfing Championships.
Well, that's amazing. The ISA spreading its wings everywhere with all the water sports, you know, anything, any board sport, wake, paddle, surf, it's all going on. And those are fun. I've watched a few of them. You know, the not only the surf portion of it on the stand-up paddles, but the racing, the stand-up paddle racing around the buoys and the prone paddling. And it's intense because I do both. And it's, yeah, it's great.
It's amazing to see all the different things that the ISA is doing, being the International Surfing Association, the world governing body for surfing when it comes to the conversation around the Olympics as well, and the International Olympic Committee. But a lot of what the ISA does is hold those annual World Surfing Championships, and it's amazing now to see post-pandemic that these events are back on offer because it's been, you know, a few years since 2019 that we last saw the World Juniors run. We haven't seen the World SUP event happen in a while either. The World Para Championships did happen last year in Pismo, which was really exciting to see moving forward. And now we've got a lot of events on the calendar for this year.
Yeah, and it's great. I mean, and even that, like you were saying, with the pandemic and nobody could travel, well, here you go. This is a whole fresh face or a whole group of, teams and people that haven't been showcased in the past. Right now, right here.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
El Salvador.
Yeah, there's so many surfers, as a lot of those surfers have kind of graduated past that under-18s division, that we're getting fresh names, that we're getting to see surf, some of them for the first time, some of them we've become familiar with through other competitive surfing arenas, whether it's the WSL or those national or state championships around the world with those different national surfing associations. But now we're getting to witness them on this international field, to be able to see everyone come together and to just make the world a better place through surfing overall.
Let's just make the world a better place. And this exemplifies it because it's camaraderie. And a lot of, in the first time conversation, a lot of these athletes have never surfed for a team, with a team. It's a very individual sport.
Ava looking really strong on her backhand. Tries to find that section for that third maneuver, but gets those 2 turns with the combination. And we've got a couple of scores rolling through. Ava currently sitting in that second place position with a couple of 5s. We'll take another look at this one now. Connects into the lip. Drives hard off the pocket. And she looks again for that last section, but is unable to connect with it. Scores in on that one. It was a 5.07. It doesn't factor into her top 2 waves, but she's now got a 5 that she is ditching behind. She doesn't even need in her score line at the moment to keep herself in that advancing position into round 2. And now with an opportunity, it's Zhenyu Wen out of China. Great opening turn. Gets that little snap up into the lip. Goes down on that second section. But this will definitely be coming through as her best score so far.
Well, and that's it. As she's in third, she does need a massive score, an excellent range, 8.2. This will better. And again, I don't know if this could be her first competition like this for her country. And she can just build on it. And she's going to get a second heat. And then as those repercharges, happen, all of a sudden they're maybe in a third heat and a fourth heat. So their confidence gets to build, and possibly then over at El Sensal, and maybe then that's the magic wave for her to find the next level of her surfing.
That's exactly it. Just getting more opportunity to be in a jersey, to feel all that pressure too. It's so different than competing in a free surf. Oh, yeah. Just being out in the lineup with your friends, even different than competing in those high pressure situations that coaches put those surfers through. To be able to actually be out in the jersey is just a whole new learning experience. One of our surfers that I'm just so surprised to see hasn't quite found that rhythm with the ocean out here at Sunzal is Brianna out of the Dominican Republic. She is the Jugos Nacionales champion from 2018, so she's found victory at that high level of competition back at home. And she's just been trying to find that right wave out here, and she's been very selective, and it might be some of those nerves kind of coming into play where she's an outstanding surfer. If she finds herself in the right section, she's definitely going to just let loose on a really good turn. But those sort of nerves coming into competition on an international level here, possibly just holding her behind.
And not much time to do it. I mean, she's comboed. She needs 2-wave total at the moment to get up into second. So that could be challenging for her. But how odd. I wonder what happened. Maybe I wonder if she went into the heat. Maybe there was something that we don't know going on. I mean, she's had priority in the heat, and
yeah, she just hasn't quite had that commitment to taking off on one of those better looking waves. That was Team South Africa there, just checking the schedule down by the beach marshal. The head coach for Team South Africa, actually the only coach for this year's event, is Tasha Mintasti.
Yeah, she's awesome.
She's amazing.
I worked with her in Costa Rica. We got to say hi here.
So fun. She was a outstanding competitor coming out of South Africa during her junior and pro career. Competed all around the world in that ASP conversation, and really was one of the front runners for where women's surfing is currently at within South Africa, and it's great to see her here backing the Groms.
Yeah, that she's found a home in the coaching world. And, you know, you and Mitchell were talking I think about, you know, the different surfers who have graduated or are part-time coaching but still doing their competitive surfing, but maybe just getting their feet into it and going, I really like this. I enjoy this. It feels good to give back to something that you've known your whole life. You've got this wealth of knowledge, and why not?
Yeah, she's poured so much into surfing. She's an excellent commentator as well.
Yeah.
She does a lot of work with the South African adaptive team, and it's great to see her here supporting the juniors. As we're down to just 35 seconds on the clock, this heat has flown by. Lucia Machado, she found a couple of really good waves. Ava Henderson goes down on a heavy section there, looking to try and find her way into a leading position. She's already in that advancing position over both Jenny and Brianna, and we've got one more set rolling through with Lucia going for a big re-entry. It was Brianna just behind her in second priority that just went down on the takeoff, but did have one last try to get herself into a good-looking wave, and just showing that it's a challenging breakout here. There's a lot of good scoring potential on offer for those real high-performance surfers coming into the conversation, but for some of those other surfers who just have some growth to come to in the sport, there's a lot to learn, there's a lot to figure out how to read, and a lot to negotiate when it comes to some of those bigger sets.
Yeah, and the canvas has changed since this morning. That the wind is puffing. You know, the flags behind us are definitely at a stronger clip. There's bumps in the face. The tide's increasing.
And we've got more exciting heats coming up. It was Lucia Machado taking the win, finding a high score of a 7.57. She'll be looking very good heading into the women's round 2. We're going to go to a quick break, and we'll bring Mitch Salazar back in for the call. And we are back for the 2022 ISA World Junior Surfing Championships here in Surf City, El Salvador, with some great waves on offer. Lily Colbert up against Maya Juventin and Charlotte Mully. USA, Tahiti, and England represented in the lineup. One of the rare heats where it's just 3 women with their pick of the best sets rolling through. And we saw an outstanding heat in that last one from Lucia Machado out of Spain, taking the win. Ava Henderson from New Zealand advancing through beside her, and we'll catch up with Lucia soon as we got a good-looking set rolling through. It's Shannon Hughes and Mitch Salazar here in the booth, and we'll see if anyone's able to scratch into position here. It looks like Lily out of the U.S. with an opportunity on her forehand. She gets up, but she goes down just a little bit too deep on that takeoff and can't connect with that open face. Some of those sets rolling through are pretty sizey, but Mitch, we've seen that wind come up and start to kind of feather across the surface of the water today, which is shutting those sections down a little bit quicker.
Yeah, and the rights are definitely harder to surf right now too. It seems like the lefts are definitely the more consistent waves that are offering up scoring potential, but there are a few rights every now and then. Lily's from Malibu, so she'll be looking for a lot of those right-handers, but so is Talia Sundal, and she got her best wave on a left, so I think having an open mind and being able to recognize where the best waves are, that's going to be the real key to success here out this afternoon.
Yeah, it's really comes down to that wave selection, and surfers competing at this level, they're so good on their forehands and their backhands, even if they grow up surfing, predominantly rights like Lily would out of Malibu. or some of those surfers coming out of somewhere like Peru where they're
Yep.
predominantly surfing lefts and they hardly ever go right.
Or even here, the local surfers from El Salvador, they're usually surfing right-handers. A lot of people tend to not surf this place because it tends to be super crowded with a lot of locals. You tend to not get many waves. You go and surf Punta Roca, where Brian Perez is from, best wave on the planet, but you come to a left-hand point break, you don't even know how to go to left.
Yeah, because they're just not used to it. There's too many good rights on offer. As we take a look at live action now with Lily. So she went down on that first section, which was unfortunate, has a scratch into that one and can't quite get into it. And she'll paddle back out. It's one of those challenges, too, as a surfer, you know, whether they're growing up in an area or they move there just because they fall in love with a wave. If you find a wave that you love, you end up just surfing that spot as often as possible rather than switching it up with a variety. Charlotte Moley driving into that first turn. Nice use of the rail. Now sets it up for a great power slash under the lip, and she'll dive out the back.
I just saw her warm up on the boardwalk with one of the coaches for Team England, too, and it looked like she was really pumped. They were right there next to JJ getting ready, but I definitely think that they're one of the more underrated teams, perhaps because they don't have a consistency of waves like many other countries around the world do. Another thing about them, too, is that they don't get maybe the media exposure that a lot of people see worldwide, but they've had some excellent surfers in the past, too, and I think one of the Quinn brothers actually resides in England now in Newquay. Jay Quinn, who's been a long-time competitor for New Zealand, now competing for England on the open scene. And this is the opener for our surfer in yellow, Charlotte. And that second poke I really enjoyed, just straight up into the lip, a lot of power. And get a flow on this wave, too. When you're considering that it's a much smaller wave in comparison to the sets that we've seen, that second turn from the front angle just looked massive.
Yeah, that was really solid. We've got scores coming through now for opener for Charlotte Moley. So she's representing England, but she actually lives on the Gold Coast of Australia. I just met her earlier this year, just a couple of months ago at the Tweed Coast Pro, which was a QS 5000 there in the regional Australian qualifying series, as we see Elaine Vast getting ready for that next heat representing France. And for Charlotte, it's really cool because she's, you know, kind of grown up there on the Gold Coast. She competes for Snapper Rock Surf Riders Club, which is one of probably the most hotly contested board riders clubs in the world. We just saw Sheldon Simkis from Snapper Rocks Board Riders walk away with a win on the Challenger Series. And so
second place, actually.
Oh, sorry,
yeah,
that's right, second place.
Snapper, yeah.
It was so exciting being there on the ground calling all the action that we just felt like he won because he'd made it into the finals.
It's hard to be a local surfer at Snapper and succeed. And then you see people from here like Brian Perez, who was so close to qualifying for the Olympic Games last year, handle that pressure so well and almost make it into the rounds that mattered. But I think that's one of the things that at the ISA World Juniors, you see that less and less because you have that team camaraderie around you, too. You're bringing that pressure down, especially having your parents and your coaches here. It makes a huge difference.
Oh, it's huge. The support system behind everyone here for the ISA teams, especially having those other surfers where they're not just in an individual sport anymore. They're obviously, when they put the jersey on, if you've got two surfers from the same country happening to be in the same heat, which we saw a few times yesterday in the draws across men's and women's, they're out there on their own. But at the end of the day, when they come back in, they're friends and teammates on land, and it's so cool to just see that whole support system coming in from behind. Maya goes straight up into the lip on that first turn. That wave, you can really see the wind just kind of crumbling down in front of her. It might start to stand up for her on the inside, and it does. It gives her that opportunity to just connect with the section. And she'll ride out incomplete on the finish, but she's finally got that first wave under her feet.
Yeah, and she is a local of the break called Papara. It's a beach break very similar here at La Bocana, and she should be feeling at home. The weather's very similar to Tahiti as well.
Yeah, it is great to know that she'd be feeling pretty comfortable out here. Down to 13 minutes on the clock. We're going to go down to catch up with Lucia Machado. Had a great run in that last heat.
Yeah, she sure did, Shannon, and very lean as well. Little slow start, but to get that 7-point ride halfway through, that made a big difference.
Yeah, I was taking really bad waves, but then I took that one, and I think I surfed it good, so I'm really happy.
You're telling us how happy you are with this setup here. Great conditions, rights, left, overhead, a really good break.
Yeah, I like it so much here, and also in El Sunsal, there are really good waves, and I'm enjoying it so much.
So you're one of the superstars of Spain. You finished 4th in Huntington and 6th the year before, so you had 2 really good results. Can you make another final this week?
I hope so. I've been training really hard to try and beat my results, and I hope this is my year and I can make it.
Well, Huntington's a tricky wave. It's very junky, very tricky beach break conditions. It's a good job to do a good result there.
Yeah, I really like it, and but I also like it here, and the water is really warm, so I'm really comfortable here, and I think I could do a great job here too.
And you had a special request to say in Spanish some messages for your friends and family and supporters.
Sí. Hola a todos mis familiares y amigos y a mi hermana Sofía, que está viéndolo desde casa. Muchas gracias por verlo.
Thank you so much. Good luck in the next round. Cheers, guys. Back to you.
A great performance for Lucia, coming in with those high expectations on herself, having walked away with finals appearances here for the ISA World Juniors in the past. She wants to go one bigger, Mitch.
Yeah, she's been a copper medalist before and got in 6th place the year before that. But this is the U18s, though. It's a different division. It's a much more competitive division, and you're seeing a lot more experience at play as well. But I think Spain is a super well-coached team. They're extremely well-organized. They usually get here at least 5 to 7 days before the event starts, too. So she's had a lot of practice runs here at La Bacana.
And how much of a difference does that make for you, Mitch? You have competed for so many years. To be able to get to a venue that you're competing at, maybe for the first time ever, to be able to get those days in before it gets maybe too crowded with other competitors, just to get a feeling for the local lineup, how much does that help you when you have to pedal out in the jersey?
Well, quite a bit. I think the most drastic thing, though, is adapting to the environment around you, especially coming from Spain. You know, that they're still in the same hemisphere as us, but it's much colder than a lot of the parts in Southern California we're usually at. So you're not using a wetsuit. Your wax is much more different. Your skin feels a lot more different in water without a wetsuit on too. You tend to scrape a lot easier because your skin is much more sensitive. Those are the small, minute details that actually do matter, and they play a factor in a 9-day event.
Yeah, it's a lot of competition, especially for the ISAs, because there is that double elimination conversation where the surfers get that opportunity to surf the repechage rounds a couple of times. If they lose their first heat here, they get another chance. And so there's just a lot of heats. There's a lot of time in the jersey.
Yeah, and you're seeing it right now, too. Lily only has a 1.77. Maea only the 2.67. And really that start from Molly, the 5.5, has made a huge difference so far. And there you see the flag of Venezuela right next to Valeria Ojeda, who will be in one of our next heats. She's competed a lot before at the NSSA level as well in California. And I believe she spends a lot of time in Oceanside. There's actually a decent amount of Venezuelan surfers that actually reside in Oceanside now. Alex Kamkoff, Derek Gomez goes down there quite a bit. One of their shapers, Julio Nurse, resides in Oceanside as well. So they've been around quite a while too.
As we see a paddle there from Lily. This is interesting. So she's coming in as the top seed for this specific heat, but she's just been unable to find herself in the right position when these waves come through.
And that was a paddle too, so she's going to go down to priority number 3. And if I were her at this moment, knowing that Maea doesn't really have a decent score, maybe waiting is a smart strategy. But I was just talking to head coach Ryan Simmons during my break, and he said, team's doing good. I'm super proud of everybody here. They have assistant coach Asher Nolan, too, down here. He's at the other podium today. But the main thing for them is getting everybody through the main event in the first round. Then afterwards, if anybody's in the repechage, it's less work on the entire body of the team because less people have to be traveling to one location. Everybody's competing at the same exact one.
That is such a good reminder because it is, especially at this break where it's pretty close, you know, between Bocana and Sunzal. But it is a long enough walk where you've got to hop in a car and kind of get around on the main road back down to El Sunzal. So that's a lot of time being killed in between different heats running, and especially for coaches that are splitting their time, like Tashman Tasti out of South Africa. She's the only coach, so she's been splitting her time between both places, running as fast as she can. Adriano de Souza, who's here with Team Italy, he was doing the same thing yesterday. He had 2 of the guys competing back-to-back heats on this side. As soon as they were finished, he had about 15 minutes to get himself down to Sunzal for another surfer on his team.
Yeah, and remember, the repechage heats are also 15 minutes.
That's so short.
So if you surf at El Sunzal and it's big, you might have to catch a wave, kick out halfway through the wave, and then just sit for the next 5 to 10 minutes and potentially get a second wave if you can. it's very strategic when it comes to the rapid charge rounds now, especially because priority's involved too.
Oh, totally. And even thinking of Sunzal, it's such a long paddle back that, yeah, kicking out early, if you're not going to be able to get one of those waves that links together for a really solid end section, which sometimes when it's a bit bigger, you do get those big closeouts on the finish, but that also takes commitment. It takes speed coming into it. And so there's always those little tactics rolling into things and then making sure that you have priority when the right sets roll through. It's going to be an exciting week to kind of start seeing who finds that progression and everything as we roll through. If you are tuning in now, you can watch both venues here at La Bacana as well as El Sunzal. Just go to isasurf.org. Right there on the home page, you'll be able to click through for live events, and you can pick between the two venues. If you've got surfers that are, you know, in those under 16 boys, they'll be surfing down that side today. Be sure to check out everything else that's happening on social media at ISA Surfing on Twitter, on YouTube, and on Instagram, to be able to just follow the storylines developing here, because we've got 419 surfers, Mitch. It's a lot of surfers to tell the stories for.
Yeah, and there's some really cool stories, too. I can even tell you one about Lily Colbert. She's going to be attending UCLA after the summer, and it's a huge accomplishment for her. I know she's dedicated a lot of time to her studies, too, spending time in between both Malibu and Laguna Beach, and it's awesome to see her accomplish her dreams as a scholar and also as an athlete right here at the ISA World Juniors.
Yeah, it's incredible. She has a huge passion for the environment, a strong belief that, you know, we only have one planet, so it's important to learn how to better preserve our planet and to utilize the resources that we have on offer. That's what she's going to focus on in her studies there at UCLA, which is definitely what is so needed, and I love that passion coming through. Maia goes straight up into the lip. Is she going to be able to hold on to the finish? Just nearly holds on to the wax on the end there.
Yeah, and she's just barely going to better her low score, too. Just a 0.33 as her low at the moment. So there it is, a 1.23. Now Lily only needs a 2.14. I mean, she could easily get that with just standing up and doing a little widget. But I think that at the moment, what's really interesting to me is that Charlotte has caught her 2 waves at the beginning of the heat. And after that, she hasn't really moved a muscle. So if you're Lily, you can't really be content with just waiting, knowing that she has higher priority than you at the moment.
Yeah, for Charlotte, she's sitting in a really good position. She just dropped anchor. She's going to wait with priority, maybe for another good wave, try and better those couple of 5s that she's already found as well. Already putting on some really strong performances just with those kind of big single maneuvers connecting through for a second. She might have an opportunity on this one, and she's going to pull the trigger. Like you said, she waited a long time to get this second wave, and it just crumbles down in front of her, but she's got one good pocket to hit, and she's looking so good on her forehand.
And her base is really good, too. She didn't have to shift her feet back and forth at all, read the section very well, and I really like that she's executing a lot of these turns up into the lip line, which is the hardest thing to do.
And now you can really see that swell starting to build. For Lily, she was sitting there with priority, but she's just stuck on the inside of this set, and that's a pretty solid-sized closeout across the whole of Bacana.
Yeah, and good thing for her is that there's a lot more consistency as far as the sets go now. So with 4 minutes remaining, she might have a shot to get that 2.14 needed. I still don't know if I'm taking the chance to wait that long, though, to get a score that small, especially considering that Maia is also on the inside. She's nowhere even close to where Lily is at the moment.
Yeah, Lily's really got control of the situation now. She can pull that trigger on something smaller, or she can wait to really showcase her surfing.
This should be it, Shannon.
Yeah, here we go with the opportunity. She's got, that's just such a shame. I mean, she is out there still with priority. She's the only surfer out at backline, so she should hold on to that. Possibly a missed opportunity. Mitch, what are your thoughts?
I think so, but the good thing for her is that Molly isn't out there yet. The score isn't very big that she needs. It does seem like Maia did get a score under the priority of everybody else, though. She improved her situation, gets a 2.57. So Lily now needs a 3.47. It isn't a huge score, but you still need to consider that time is her enemy right now. And regardless if you need a 1 or an 8, if time runs out, you don't have a shot to get that score anymore.
Yeah, that's exactly it. The clock is against her now with 3 minutes on the clock, chasing that 3.47 now. Slightly higher requirement. She is still sitting with priority next to her name, but now Charlotte Moley has joined that conversation. And it has been an interesting one to see Lily. She had that opportunity right on the buzzer, took off on that big size wave. She made the drop down, but just wasn't able to get around to the open face. And now here we go, looking at this right. goes straight up into the
Ooh.
lip. She connects for the single turn, and that's all she has on offer. What do you think as far as that score line?
It's definitely the 3.5 that she's needing. I think a bit more than that. It was a heavy section. The lip was already coming down on her, and I really like the aggressiveness to just go for it on the first section, too. She knew that it was a closeout, so it was either all or nothing there for Lily.
Okay, that was the moment that we've been waiting for, just to see Lily get that opportunity. Now, Maya might have a requirement on the scoreboard as we wait for those scores to roll through. Charlotte Moley as well, looking like she's going to increase her score line from her last wave. Just put a little bit more pressure on that second place position, which is already big into that 7-point range.
And that's where you notice the maturity level of a lot of these competitors that have been around. They've competed at very high stages of youth surfing. Lily's been a finalist in many different divisions across USA surfing platforms, NSSA. She's competed for the West Coast Board Riders, for Laguna Beach Board Riders. So you have these moments where you felt pressure before, and all this is doing is just replicating a moment that you felt before. And then they're also the same age, both surfers, Maya and Lily, both 18. So it's really surprising to me that there is a massive difference as far as not only experience goes. I also think there's a big difference as far as the wave selection has gone too, because even though Lily hasn't caught many waves, she's been trying to select the better waves on offer too.
So true. Scores in for that last single big maneuver, Mitch. It's a 4.33, so it jumps her up into second. And now the requirement on Maya is a 3.44 to take that advancing position to continue in that top tier conversation. Her last score for white drops her as a 2.57, so it is her biggest score, but it was not enough to get her that requirement as we're down to 45 seconds on the clock.
Well, she's out the back, too. She established second priority, but I like this from Lily Colbert, though. Get out there, better that 1.77, because that makes the requirement even higher for your opponent. But I think if you're Maya right now, you're scrapping for anything that you can get, looking for that mid-3. It's a very attainable score. She got a mid-2 with just one turn, Shannon.
Yeah, that is pretty solid.
Ooh. Ooh.
And the opportunity now for our surfer in white. Maya driving into that first turn. Nice cutback. Starts to set it up on the inside here. She's going to look for this little low road to connect with the pocket. Gets that slash and scores to come through. She's chasing that 3.44.
Boy.
She put in all the effort on that last wave.
She did.
She waited it out.
I just don't really see the quality of a score in this wave, though.
It was kind of that first turn really needed a solid size wave. As we wait for scores, we'll throw down to JJ.
Shannon, we're waiting for the results of that last heat, but we're finding some great stories here down among all the competitors and the teams. With me, I've got Doug and Noah. Some teams have 12 surfers, they've got coaches, they've got sports psychologists. This is the only surfer representing the Philippines. And Doug, this is your son. What a special opportunity.
Yes, I'm really thankful to be here. I'm glad we made it here. It was a very challenging event just to make it here, but we're here, and for my son, you know, I'll do anything, and this is really a great program and an experience, and I'm really glad we made it.
And Noah, you had a heat already, you surfed, you got a second chance go at it in the repercharge. How are you feeling coming to this event in El Salvador?
I'm feeling more excited now because lots of people now they told me good luck, so I'm feeling more excited for my next heat, and I think I have a better chance winning the next heat.
And your home break is Cloud 9, which is the dream spot for so many surfers. What's that like to have as a home spot?
It's so good to wake up every morning and surf Cloud 9. It has perfect barrels, perfect. It's a perfect wave to do turns and airs and everything. Yeah.
And Cloud 9, you guys suffered some natural disasters. You had typhoons, hurricanes.
Yes, we were devastated by the typhoon, and the whole island, a lot of people there are watching and hoping and praying for Noah because he was the only one that made it. And this is part of the comeback from such devastation but it didn't devastate our waves. It took the tower at Cloud 9, it's being rebuilt, and the waves are still there. So everybody come and join us at Siargao Island and surf Cloud 9. Noah's also, we've been very blessed. I went there 20 years ago on my honeymoon, and I was able to buy a beachfront property just 400 meters south of Cloud 9, 80-meter beachfront with nice waves. So Noah has the dream childhood of growing up on the beach right near Cloud 9. So I thank God for that. I really do.
Thanks, so nice to hear your story. And if you do go to Cloud 9, Noah will be on the inside takeoff spot.
Thank you.
Unreal. Thank you so much. Back to you guys in the booth. Cheers, bye.
Thanks for catching that story, JJ. For Noah from Cloud9 to have another opportunity out here is really exciting. And our surfer in red, Vast, representing France from Tahiti. She is one of those Tehupo chargers. Locks into a good-looking wave on her backhand. You can already see that speed, power, and flow coming through. And scores are dropping in now.
Yeah, she comes from a great surfing family. Her older brother, Kaoli, just an insane charger from Tahiti. And he's also a great competitor, too. Did really well in the juniors. Now doing better in the Open. And this was during the interview, the opener of Yellow, Moana Bishop. She's here with her father, actually, Pablo Bonilla, who's a great longboarder from Baja California Sur. So she lives in this area called Cerritos. I don't know if you've ever been to that part of Mexico, but it's really nice, and the waves are super fun, too. We used to go down there for the Cabo Open all the time, and this is a Islands wave. I enjoyed that a lot. I think that's going to score quite well. 3 turns right in the pocket. Difficult wave to surf, too.
Yeah, a couple of scores from the judges already looking positive in that 6-point range. We're just waiting for 2 more to come through, and then we'll get that average. We got 5 judges on the panel. We drop the top and the bottom score and average out those 3 in the middle for every individual wave. Down to 16 minutes on the clock, and now an opportunity for Valeria from Venezuela on her forehand. Nice carve to start off.
Ooh.
Digs into the rail on that second turn. She's now got that little low road opening up as well in front of her, and puts on the punch for the finish.
Not bad. I like the variation with the little layback, too, and it was cool that it was a carve. It's going to be nice to see the front angle on that wave because it didn't seem like the wave stood up as much. It didn't seem as difficult to surf as maybe Ilan's wave, which came in as a 6. That's a good score right now. It's a keeper for sure, but all these waves, they're being compared to other ones from previous heats too, and I think that Blue's wave should be scored quite well among the conditions right now.
And now first opportunity for Fabiana from Peru. Just gets bounced off on that takeoff. There's a little bit of a bump and wobble on the face of that wave. She had a lot of speed coming into it as well, so she'll just shake that one off. She's still got 15 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, plenty of time, and I think an important thing for Fabiana is that she has a great crew on the beach supporting her too. I'm not a huge fan of giving instructions once you've paddled out for the heat, but if you do need them and your coaches are willing to do that, it's better to look towards the beach than just throw your hands up in the air and say, what do I do? Do I just make a decision, or do I actually go to the people that are trusting me to do a good job?
I couldn't agree more, especially when we are talking about a bit of a building swell and that takeoff position sort of shifting around. So surfers may have picked those spots early this morning. Of course, everyone coming up in their heats probably down here at least an hour ahead of time to watch the conditions in that half hour before they're paddling out to really get a feeling for where people are sitting. There's always that opportunity to have a check back to make sure that they're just in the right zone when they are hitting the water.
Yeah, I think because especially if you've got in here before and you've been able to practice and surf the break several times before, you've already done the hardest part. You know, you've put in the hard work, you put in your hours, you put in your time. Just come down here 2 to 3 heats before. Make sure you're keeping an eye on conditions. You should know the place quite well. But that's where you see the people that have actually put in the time and they're putting in the effort compared to the people that get here before, but they're kind of taking things a lot more loose.
Yeah, and there are some surfers in the draw for this as well that have just come off of the Challenger Series from Sydney, Australia. They've literally just flown over, gotten here a couple of days before competition is starting. So there's a few of them in the men's under 18s and in the women's under 18s that just haven't had that opportunity to even get mini reps out here, especially not without those crowded lineups as the whole 45 nations have descended here on Surf City, El Salvador. Taking a look over, it is just such a beautiful area that we get to spend time in.
It's so green. I love it.
It is.
The food here, Shannon, too. I love the food here. I'm really surprised that both Baldy and JJ haven't had the pupusas yet, though.
Yeah, it's so shocking.
It's just like across the street, order 2 to go, get them over here. They're maybe $1 each, maybe, and I think I'm giving them too many props. I think they're way cheaper than that, but they're so good. It's just like literally a tortilla with cheese and beans in the center.
Cannot get much better than that. It's been great to be able to spend some time here in El Salvador once again for you and I, Mitch, coming last year for the World Surfing Games and just being able to experience the beautiful culture, the locals welcoming us in and getting to get a few good waves ourselves as well.
I've only surfed once so far, but my expectations are to surf every single day that remains in the period too. But yeah, I mean, I ain't complaining at all. I love this place. I think it's my 6th time here since 2012. I came when I just graduated high school in 2012, competed at Punta Roca, and I've worked 4 events now, I think, here at La Bacana del Sunsal, which is, it's amazing. I really do enjoy this place.
There's some free surfing opportunities as well here at La Bacana for surfers to get in the water, to be able to get their feet in the wax before their heats if they want to. But there's also a lot to manage because the temperatures are quite extreme, especially middle of the day. The sun's shining. If we don't have that cloud cover, it's really hot on land. The water's really warm as well. And so there is that constant check, which is quite different than competing in other areas of the world where it's just a little bit cooler, of making sure that these surfers are staying hydrated well, that they're keeping that energy in check, especially because they really want to be able to paddle out in the lineup in that jersey and be explosive.
Yeah, and my biggest piece of advice would be to, if you're not competing, you're not supporting somebody, get out of the sun and stay hydrated. There's no need to be right there.
Down to 11 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock. Fabiana with an opportunity in front of her now. Nice connection into that little closeout section. Not a real lip to connect with, but finds that foam. And as we wait for scores to roll through, we're going to go down to catch up with Charlotte Moley of England, took out a victory in that last heat.
Yeah, that's right. She sure did, Shan. So Charlotte feeling very relieved. She had only three ladies in that heat, which is a nice feeling, but it's also really good to come out with a win.
Yeah, it was so good just to surf with only 2 other girls out. It was just to get good waves. It was so fun, yeah.
And keeping tabs of all our competitors and which countries they represent, it's a bit of the evolving sort of storyline behind the ISA. You're surfing for England, obviously, but you live at Burleigh Heads and you surf in Snapper Rocks Board Riders.
Yes, yeah. When I heard the opportunity to come surf for England, I was like, that's so sick. I want to try get in, so yeah.
So you're representing England. Do you take advantage of the HPC, the High Performance Centre there, or do they just lock the door and they don't give you a key?
No, I've been there a few times, but they kind of, I just got left there. But it's fine. I'm here now, so it's good. Yeah.
And you're staying with the team, obviously. Have you competed in surf in England? Will you get over there?
Yeah, I actually been there for over a month before this event, so I got used to the cold weather. It was freezing, but yeah, it was good. Yeah.
Well, thanks for chatting to us, and we look forward to seeing you in the next round.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Back to you.
Stoked to see Charlotte, the honorary Australian representing England, walking away with a win and feeling stoked out in the lineup. She had a great forehand attack on a couple of those lefts and having a chat with some of the crew. There's been some great media on the beach as well, and so there's a lot of interviews going down. Surfers not only checking in with us here on the broadcast, Mitch, but being able to do some interviews for other media platforms.
Yeah, and one particular thing that I really like about the ISA too is that I know a lot of people don't like the repercharge, but people are traveling a long way just to come here. They have less competitive experience, a lot of them do, than certain countries too, and it's like, you want these people to have the best time ever and have a good competitive learning experience too. So why not give them a second chance? And to be honest, I feel that around half of the people that have become champions at the end of these events too have come through the repercharge round at least once or twice.
Yeah, they've really been able to power through a lot of heats, kind of get into that grind mode. And it's no surprise that we see some of those surfers going all the way, especially getting that little bit of hunger, maybe if they do lose out early and they weren't expecting to, as we take a look at this replay from Valera.
So this isn't a terrible wave, but I just think her wave selection so far hasn't been the best. She got a 4 on her opener. This should probably come under that. And last year when we were here for the Open, for the World Games, Sally Fitzgibbons made it all the way to the final by surfing 6 or 7 repercharge rounds. She lost out early in the main event. I think Owen Wright surfed a few rounds like that too. Joan Duroux made it to the final like that, and he ended up winning gold. So there's opportunities out there, and you can't get too down on yourself knowing that you're going to be competing a lot more because you're in the repercharge. But what it does, though, it should fuel a fire under you and say, like, hey, now it's true. Now I only have one more shot and I'm out.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Fueling that fire. And then also looking at sort of the positive spin on it in that they get an opportunity to know the lineup even better. With fewer surfers out, an opportunity to catch more waves. It's difficult in the mornings. It's difficult in the evenings because the lineup gets crowded with all the competitors, with some of the locals. There's just a whole big group of surfers that are paddling out and really enjoying the surf here in the area. And so those surfers that do get to surf the repechage, they just get more time in the water with less people.
And look at the scoreline so far in this heat, 10.13 from Aylan Bast, just a 7.5 heat total from Ojeda. And Bishop and Cancino, they're not out of it. They both need a 4 each. But look at how well France has managed to use their competitors at both El Abocana and El Sunsal. Only 2 waves ridden so far from Bast, a 6.0 and a 4.13. They're showing you that they're able to manage heat wins through less waves surfed, less waves caught, less waves even looked at. So they're utilizing priority well. They're strategically superior to a lot of other people. And more importantly, they're dominating these heat wins too.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. It just takes those 2 waves to win a heat, and to be able to have that composure while sitting out there in competition, to only select the best waves that come through, to hold on to priority and to not waste it on other opportunities where you're getting a little bit too excited. These are Groms in the lineup. These are all under 18s and under 16s that we're talking about this week. They're kids with a whole lot of energy that could be catching in a free surf so many more waves in 20 minutes. But now, in the jersey, they really need to put that competitive cap on and be patient to wait out the right waves.
And that's where the interview with Ryan Simmons earlier was so important, because he was able to mention that not only the U.S. program is able to develop these people into better competitors, better people, but their maturity levels are so high at such a young age because they're being put in these pressure situations when they're, 10, 12 years old.
Yeah, it's such a good just system to kind of breed those competitive surfers from a young age, to be able to get them more time in those pressure situations. And that goes being in the water, running mock heats. It also comes down to like card games, playing in the evening, all sorts of different strategic playing fields, whether it's in the water or out of the water, that start to work on that mindset to develop really strong athletes in pressure situations.
Yeah. Well, and then you see whose will can be bent a bit more than others. Sometimes you're put in situations that you never want to be put into in your life. But I always say that a lot of these kids are learning situations that they're going to pop up every now and then in their ordinary life. And if you're able to manage these expectations well, and even your own, then, hey, you're probably going to be successful.
And an opportunity in front of Alain Vast. She goes down over the handlebars. She is sitting in the lead, though. That was probably just, actually a bit of a surprising moment, as we've been talking about her having really good wave selection, just picking one of those waves that didn't offer that open face right on takeoff. For Valeria, sitting in second, she's done well to build on that score line, getting herself that 4.0 to start off with, backed it up with that 3.5, has a little bit of pressure now sitting on both Moana and Fabiana, sitting in 3rd and 4th place positions.
Yeah, and Moana from Baja California Sur, they've produced some great surfers in the past too. Martin Olin, who resides there now, former competitor. Alongside myself, Kai Lowe, also from there. Stosh Lindsay from that area of Los Cabos. And such a beautiful area. Great. Toby Lehman. I know a couple people from San Diego used to go down all the time. I believe Justin Quirk was one of the ones that used to go down to surf. Warren Melcalf is another one. I actually think Warren Melcalf might even reside there now. But it's a great area to go just to travel to. I know it's super easy to access from Southern California, just a quick flight. And same could be said for the people from Peru. You go to explore. I know a lot of Peruvians have gone over there. Sofia Mulanovic, used to see this girl, she competes in the paddleboard too now. Also from Peru. I'm blanking on this, Shannon. She competed at the ISA stand-up event right here in El Sunsal too in 2019. She might have even medaled. Man, my statistics are all wrong. Now I'm blanking. There's too many names. There's
just so many good surfers from so many different regions. As you got 3 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. Now this sort of priority conversation starting to come into play. The women also putting themselves back into the right spot on the lineup. with our surfer in red still sitting in the lead. She is down into 4th priority at the moment, though. Took off on that last wave, didn't amount to anything. Valeria sitting in that 2nd place position at the moment. She's sitting with 3rd priority, and it's going to be our surfer with 1st priority that has a look at this one. Drives around that first section, snap under the lip. Now looking for that timing on the 2nd. Places that board right up into the section, but just can't ride out complete.
Not enough speed for that 2nd turn to come out cleanly, and you just noticed that she got a little hung up on the 1st one and just set her back just a bit too much for the 2nd one. There you see Team Ecuador. They're going down to support their surfer in the next heat, Sabina Rodriguez.
A lot of great surfers coming from there as well. As we're down to 2 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. And for Fabiana, that was a great opportunity. It moved her from that 4th position up into 3rd position. So she's still sitting in that rapid charge conversation at the moment if she doesn't make it up into 2nd. But now she's put herself with a slightly better seating heading into those rounds, moving up into that 3rd place spot.
Ecuador has an Olympian too, Dominique Barona, qualified through the Pan American Games, and I think she is probably going to do very well wherever the next ISA World Games are at. But coming down to 2 minutes, really surprised that Bishop hasn't made more of a concerted effort to try to get that 417. She's still on the inside. I would like to see her try to go on a set wave instead because she needs her best wave so far.
Yeah, she's looking really hungry. You can see her just on the hunt on the inside of the lineup. She's got this little line rolling through here. She's going to give it a strong paddle, and she's going to be up and riding. Almost had it, just couldn't quite get into it. That's also going to drop her down in priority, Mitch, which is a shame coming down to 1.5 minutes, and she's stuck on the inside. Although it could maybe open up that opportunity for something a little bit smaller. She's going to need to do a lot of work, though, on one of these smaller waves in order to get that score that she's chasing. A 4.17 is the requirement. Gets that first snap, gets that 2nd connected together, just doesn't offer too much for her to work with.
Yeah, that's not the wave that she was looking for. We have a saying in competitive surfing, live and die out the back. And, you know, with just under 2 minutes to go, I think it would have been a smarter decision to just wait and potentially get a wave that was going to give you the 417. As you see there, just a 2.37. The quality of the wave isn't there that would allow a score of that magnitude.
Elaine Vost. Now up and riding on her backhand. It's where she got those couple big scores so far. Nice snap to start. Just that 1 turn opportunity. And she is sitting a very good 1 turn opportunity.
Yeah. I like the way she surfs a lot. Very aggressive, up into the lip. She really commits to these sections too. And you can definitely notice that she surfs in a lot of powerful, heavy waves too, coming from Tahiti. And training in the southwest of France as of late, too.
Yeah, she charges at home there at Tehupo. Her brother, Kaoli Vost, a name that we're very well familiar with in professional surfing. He walked away with a 5th place finish at the ISA World Juniors in Huntington Beach back in 2019. So he's found that rhythm. And she's going to have one more wave under her belt as this heat wraps up. Last score in for that one big turn, a 3.83, which is a pretty good score for a single turn. Doesn't factor into her top 2, but she's one of those surfers that we'd be expecting coming up later into the rounds to walk into those excellent scores. France feeling stoked with their surfer moving through in the top half of the draw alongside Valeria Ojeda from Venezuela. And we're going to go to a quick break. We'll bring back more action right after this.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. Surfing has the power to change the world and will now take the next step onto the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognized by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the International Surfing Association. This is a better world through surfing.
Back at the ISA World Juniors at beautiful Playa La Bocana in El Salvador. Heat 11 of girls U18 round 1 in the water. There you see the surfers Ludmila Gunther from Germany in red, Sabina Rodriguez from Ecuador in blue, Indifile Osinachi from the Republic of South Africa, and Victoria Backhouse from Italy is in yellow. Back in the booth, Jeffrey Baldwin. My name is Mitchell Salazar. Jeff, happy to have you back. But
yeah,
you were showing me some photos of Vagina Fierro, former ISA competitor, during our break, charging massive chopo.
Yeah, incredible. Her father, who I was telling you that we grew up together, and he's lived there, and as his family, beautiful 3 daughters, 2 of who are competing here today, one we were commentating on, and while we were doing our commentary, I wasn't paying attention. He sent me photos of Vahini, her first 3 tow-in attempts. Vatia David was towing her in.
Vatia David, yeah.
Yeah, and the waves it's insane.
It's massive.
And then there's another sequence of his boat getting hit by a wave, and he said that just him and Tim McKenna stayed in the boat because it's getting like launched off a lip, and 8 photographers flew out. So in hopes of, in the beauty of the Olympic Games coming there,
it woke up.
It woke up.
It knew the ISA was having an event right now, and it said, you know what? Why don't we just have a swell at the place where surfing's going to take place during 2024?
Yeah, we'll just show you what we're made of.
I like it. So in the water so far, 4 minutes have gone by, slow heat, and there we see Peru with the celebration. The surfer from the last heat not making it through, but a good effort regardless. That was Fabiana Cancino in the whites. Moana Bishop also relegated to the repechage round, but Aylan Vast with a great heat total. Only 2 waves really needed during that heat to make it out in front. And this heat so far, everybody really close by to each other, Jeff. No distance in between.
Well, you saw this. I mean, the conditions have gotten more challenging. Obviously, it's a fair shake because everybody's in the same conditions. But that tide still 2 hours away from actually being high tide. It's a really full tide and a very low tide. So high, low, low. I think it's over a 6 foot high tide, which is
6.4.
Big on any. It's a king tide, so to speak. And the low this morning is similar, just very low. So yeah, the competitors all packed together. I mean, it in translation, looking on the webcast, when you go walk along the boardwalk, I was watching one of the Mexican surfer, I forget, finishing her wave, and she was literally like right in front of where the Mexican team was sitting, within talking distance.
Moana Bishop,
Moana Bishop, on the end of her ride, was right up there next to the boardwalk.
So now that we have a lull in the action, good opportunity to say that this is a record of total athletes in this event. 419, 45 different nations, the largest amount of nations also competing at this event, the ISA World Juniors. It just seems like every time this event gets bigger and bigger. And obviously the talent level that's come out of the ISA, a lot of their former champions have gone on to bigger and better things, the World Championship Tour, and obviously the Olympic Games last year. Here's red. Ludmila Gunther from Germany. Just a small carve to start things off on the backhand. This wave going quite soft here at the end. Does well just to manage a little bit more at the end, though.
And you saw that slight backwash. She'd finished the wave, but there was that backwash, reverberating back off as she was riding in a few. We'll get back to that thought there, Mitchell.
Yep, let's go down to JJ with Aylan Vast.
Yeah, thank you guys. Just catching up all things Chopu and Tahiti. The surf's been amazing over the last couple of days. And of course, this girl is a Chopu local. Eileen, fantastic heat performance just then.
Yeah, thank you. It was a hard heat right now. It was really difficult with the girls and the waves too. They just went down and it was really difficult. Yeah.
Well, you made it look easy. A win's always a good thing for your confidence moving into the next round.
Yeah, it's really good things to win my first heat, to like start the machine and be confident for the next round.
Start the machine. We love that. You're very famous. Your brother Carly surfs Chopu so well. You call it a home spot, but you're representing France. Why is that?
I represent France because it's bigger, and I'm doing school in France since 2 years with the Pôle France. So yeah, it was an opportunity to me to do it with France.
And you have a lot of experience at Chopu. It's pretty crowded these days. Do you like surfing there?
Yeah, I really love this spot. It's my favorite in Tahiti, and because I have always good time with my two brothers, Kaoli and Nike. So yeah, it's an amazing waves, and I love it.
You know where the next Olympics is going to be held?
Yeah, I know, and I will try everything to do it because, yeah, I want to do it.
It's, if anyone's going to be there, you're born to do it. Let's hope that those things work in your favour and we might see you there.
Sorry?
I was just saying there's a possibility you could be there.
Yeah, maybe, and I will try, so yeah.
Big week ahead of you. Well done. Moving on to round 2.
Okay, yeah, see you.
Thank you, guys. Back to you.
Thank you, JJ, and congratulations to Aylan, competing for France, but lives most of her time in Tahiti. Up and riding, live action. This is blue, Sabina Rodriguez from Ecuador. Just an incomplete turn there for her. 12 minutes remaining. Yellow on the backhand now. This is Backhouse from Italy. Ooh, another fall, too, for her. And Indifili Osinachi from the Republic of South Africa still has not caught a wave. Has plenty of time, though. Has priority number 1. And Gunther so far in the lead with just a small score, Jeff, a 2.57. Might have a paddle here, though, from White. Osinachi, the South African, up and riding on the backhand. Hasn't been surfing for very long. She's one of the more inexperienced competitors in the event, Jeff, though, but it's great to see her come out of South Africa for the first time in her life.
I saw Tachi, one of the team captains or the coaches, having a chat with them. They were right in front while I was on the break. They'd moved down, and yeah, she looked excited, giving her nice words of encouragement before the whole South African team right here in the shade on their pillows, cheering on their teammate. What a name, huh? Indifil. Beautiful.
Yeah.
So all things Chopu, talking about the Olympics, the interview there with Elan Vast, whose brother surfed there. She surfs there all the time. Happens to be studying. I'm showing you the photos of Vahini. Yeah, getting towed in yesterday. Her sisters are here. Boy, oh boy.
You're having a good week, aren't you, Jeffrey?
I love everyone. Everyone's having a good week.
I know I am, that's for sure.
But
10 minutes, 35 to go. Go ahead.
Just that, that she gets that's her favorite wave, that she gets to surf there, that right now this south swell that's hitting us is, and the next one that's coming, that's the shadowing of what's happening there to be here.
Those ground swells, Jeff.
Yeah, they're moving across the Pacific.
That's why I love the Pacific Ocean so much. Let's go, West Coast.
Look at this. So it's going to benefit this event and then continue on, translate into the next event.
I know. We're spoiled, Jeffrey. I definitely know that.
Although I did hear you mention you surfed once, but your goal is to surf every day. Now, that is a mission since we're on the bus at 6:30 and we leave at 5.
5:40 really.
Yesterday, yeah, boy. So you got to – maybe it'll be a full moon tonight and you can get out there. Full tune.
Or maybe I just get up at 4 a.m. and try to surf in the dark if I can. Here we go, live action. Indifile Osinachi from South Africa. Just a quick one for her. Already has the 0.8. And, we talk about the great stories. How about the people that are coming out of their home countries for the first time, getting passports? And for somebody from South Africa, after having, opportunities maybe in different other sports, she chose surfing over perhaps rugby, maybe footy, maybe soccer. And now she's wearing that Springbok jacket with a lot of pride and honor.
So much pride, and and we don't know what. There's a lot of the backstory, and that's the stuff that we want to know about. Like, when did you start surfing? Were you allowed to surf? Were you close to the beach? Did you have a board? Were you mentored into it from the ISA organization? How did you gravitate to get to want to surf. But it doesn't matter now because she's here in the heat in Surf City, El Salvador, and it's just what a great opportunity for her. And like I said, they were all here. She was laughing and smiling, moving around. So, earlier, the first heat, Thea Vold, the surfer from Norway, same scenario. First time she's decided to surf for the country. I mean, she's virtually, just started surfing a year ago, and that's really the grounds of the ISA. That's why there's 419 competitors. That's why there's 40 countries represented, because obviously there's the goals of the A teams that have done it for years and years and years. But that's the beginnings of those teams can become, like Ryan Simmons was saying, hey, there used to be 6 or 7 teams that were vying for the top. Now it's 12 that we're really looking at. Well, eventually it might be 20 as the talent gets deeper.
And then if we have 80 nations, maybe it might be all 80 of them,
It might be a 1-month competition. I mean,
that would sound like a lot of work, but it sounds like something that we could potentially do down the line. Or how about we do a pre-event before the main event, too?
Something.
A little bit of a qualifiers. But the good thing about the ISA World Juniors is that you're giving opportunities to a lot of kids around the world that maybe without this event wouldn't have left their home country, maybe wouldn't have even surfed somewhere else before, they move on to bigger and better things.
And who knows what this stepping stone creates for them. Maybe they open a center that focuses around, mind, body, wellness, and surfing's a part of it. Who knows what inspires people. They are young. Some will go off to get educations, do other things, but they'll always have this experience encoded in them and the friendship, so.
And here's Backhouse from Italy. This will be our best wave. Only needs a 1.94 for second place. A 2.28 will give her the lead. That seems like it will be the score, and just a bit better than that, too. So far, a slower heat, Jeffrey. A 2.57 had been the best wave, and that was Gunther's from Germany in red. Osinachi has a pair of scores with a 1.23 and a 0.8 in her scoreline, but, you're also speaking on the fact that a lot of these competitors are still in school. They're scholars. The ISA provides a lot of scholarships also for a lot of underprivileged kids, and you do have to apply, but application is open now until June 30th. Under 18 surfers from national federations are encouraged to apply, and you can check that out at isasurf.org.
Which is beautiful. And before this event started, they had the other, group of kids here, or young adults. I'm not quite sure all the ages, but some were younger, some were up to 18. Yeah. And they were teaching them everything: surf coaching, yoga, diet, mental health. It was comprehensive about a lifestyle, not just the act of surfing on a board.
Yeah, and as we saw, Yellow's wave, that was a 3.67 for Victoria Backhouse. Here's the front angle, Jeff.
Well, this is going to be possibly the best wave of the heat so far. She, has that 3.67, or this was that 3.67. Yeah. So there we go. But that is the best wave of the heat up to this point. Again, no one's running away with it between our 4 surfers. Osinachi needs a 2 and 2.3 to get herself into advancing position.
So not a ton required. 5 minutes to go. Backhouse takes the lead with a 3.67 and a 1.3. Gunther down to second, looking to better just a 1. Rodriguez in third from Ecuador. She needs only a 1.58. And Osinachi, as you were mentioning, doesn't need much to go from fourth to first. And here's the surfer in red and blue. Higher priority with blue, so red has to give way. Did she interfere or not? We'll answer that question in just a bit, but Rodriguez gets some decent work in.
That was
only needed a 1.58 for second place. Gotta say it's that and a bit more.
Well, and good awareness there on both surfers' part. Not everyone fully familiar and saturated with the real-time happenings of priority. It's one thing to be sitting out the back and hear, oh, I have first priority, but it's another to be riding a wave, focusing, remember that the other color that's taking off has it, and you jump off.
That's why looking back towards the beach is so important all the time, too. Not a bad turn, though, from the surfer in blue, Rodriguez. She was only needing a mid-1 to take second place. And here's the front angle.
Yeah, I mean, that wave was one of the smoother waves of the heat, too, on that, right?
So with 3 minutes 30 to go, scores are dropping for the last of Rodriguez from Ecuador. She doesn't need much. Will she get the score to move up into second place? And she takes the lead at 3.07. Sabina Rodriguez from Ecuador takes first. Backhouse from Italy in second, now in yellow. And there was Osinachi from South Africa real quick. She's now in fourth, needing a 3.74 for second place. And Jeff, that's how quickly things change here. You get a 2, you're moving up into first. Somebody else gets a 4 or 5. They're retaking the lead, and all of a sudden, you're down in fourth with fourth priority, needing a score with 2 minutes to go.
And that's what earlier I was saying. There's not much separating anybody, and Sabina straight up in there.
There we saw Indifile Osinachi again, real quick for her. She's caught 6 waves so far. Needs to get on a better looking wave, though, if she wants to get that 3 that she needs to move up in a second. Gunther down to third, needing a 2.41 now to retake second. Just over 2 minutes to go. And you were talking about the program that they had here in El Salvador right before this event started.
Yeah.
That was the Olympic Youth Program, the ISA Continental Youth Athlete Development Program, to be specific. It took place right here at Surf City, El Salvador. 6 nations from the Americas were selected to participate in the first stage of this program, and it'll obviously be developed even further and further down the line, too. Here's Osinachi. Needs a 3.74 to take second place. That'll be her best ride, though. She's happy with her performance so far. But with 1:40 to go, needs to get on another set wave, Jeff.
She needs a set wave. It doesn't matter. I love it. It's great. You know, she's surfing to her highest potential at this point in her young, developing surfing career. She gets to be a part of the South African team and just grow with it, you know?
Travel, experience, learn, have fun.
Yeah, you know, we could easily that's the point of this. We could talk about the superstar, the super evolve, the Jackson Dorians, Josh Kerr's daughter, and we already know that is their mission in life, to make the world championship elite. Others have a very different mission in these 419 competitors.
And everybody has a different path to take on life, too, right?
Yeah. And
you're so wise, Jeffrey. I learn so much from you every day.
And this just opens the door for all of it to activate.
That's what you should do. You should buy yourself a piece of land and open up like a surf retreat where people can just chill out and do whatever they want for a week or something like that.
That might happen. There's a lot of motivational things going down in my life.
Especially with the pupusas, too. I'm telling you, you need to walk across the street.
I almost went on my last break. Believe me, it's happening. I might get a to-go pupusa when we're done, or on my next one. 4 on, 2 off. We got 40 minutes.
So are you going to have 2, or are you only going to order 1?
Oh, I'm going to go 1. We had that sandwich.
Dude,
that was
Jeffrey.
my lunch. Okay, 2.
We're counting down this heat. It seems like it's going to be Rodriguez from Ecuador and Backhouse from Italy holding on to second place. Gunther, who was in first for the majority of the heat, ends up in third. And Osinachi from South Africa, she'll be relegated to the repechage. Don't go anywhere. Heat 12 coming up. These are the ISA World Juniors live from El Salvador.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to face yourself. A right time to enjoy pleasures, to make friends. There's a right time to listen. And a right time to make decisions. There's a right time for fear and for success. There's a right time to find your wave, and there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
is the largest World Junior Championship in history, and it's the first one in 3 years. It's 426 athletes, 650 participants, and 45 countries. Let me put in perspective what is going on today. Last year in Tokyo, we had 40 surfers, 20 men, 20 women. 33 of them were participants in the juniors of the issa, and 16 of them were medalists. So this could be the day where you start surfing towards your Olympic participation. My only hope is that you work less and surf more. And I know this is on the way. Thank you for all your hard effort towards surfing and towards El Salvador.
Surf City, El Salvador. Now I officially declare open the competition. Woo!
Back at the ISA World Juniors, 419 athletes from 45 different countries. A better world through surfing here at La Bacana in El Salvador. Work less, surf more. That should be the new motto of the ISA.
Everyone wants that.
In the water now, girls U18, heat number 12 of round 1. In the red, Janira Gonzalez. In the white, Auxiela Ryan from Costa Rica. Sitong Wu from China in yellow. And Feliz Astacio from the Dominican Republic is in blue. Spain so far having a great event, and it seems like we have one of the highest scores of the event coming through for the competitor in red. This was during the break. We're going to see the replay because it's seeming like it's going to be one of the highest waves of the event. An 8.83. Here it is, Jeff.
Unbelievable. Look at, and the wave had the perfect line on it and not so bumpy. Throwing the fins out and then connecting right there. An 8.83, did you say?
Yes, sir. Didn't even claim it either. That's when you really know that wave mattered. And here's blue, Feliz Astacio from the DR.
First wave, shell-shocked, like no time to claim.
Not at all. And Sitong Wu from China in yellow. Her opening ride, just a small score, 0.87. And then Ryan from Costa Rica opened up with a 5.0.
And this is the average. This is more what we've been seeing consistently. Yeah, and that opening ride from Gonzalez to just blow the roof off of it, 8.83.
And this is the slow-mo of the Surfer in White's opener, the 5.0. Oh, this was a real quick one, just a 1.13, excuse me, for Auxiela Ryan from Costa Rica. But, yeah, that 8.83 was just something, wasn't it, Jeff?
I'm glad they caught it. Of course they caught it. We go to our little 1 minute break between, and then but the heats keep rolling. They have a 20-second
delay
time to change between each heats actually, and
you got to do the best you can with the amount of time you have during the day too, Jeff. Because if you keep having 1 or 2 minutes in between heats, next thing you know, you're finishing the event at 8 p.m.
Yeah, no time delays, please.
So Gonzalez opens up with an 8.83. Ryan a 5.0 has her in second. Astacio, a 1.07 on her opener in third. And Wu from China has a 0.87 as her opener. Great performance from Rodriguez in the last heat. And let's see if the surfer from Costa Rica can also do Latin America proud and make it out of this heat. Costa Rica has had a decent start to the event so far. They're usually one of the underdog teams, but they have had several medalists and world champions in the past, Normar McGonigal being one of them.
Mm-hmm. And Leilani coming through those ranks, and Carlos when he came and surfed for them in 2016, and and you just got to think there's so many people living from all over. It's just, I think a lot of the talent pool surfs for other countries that live in Costa Rica. They don't all surf for the flag there because
There's too many.
Or their parents have lived somewhere else, right?
Angelo Bonomelli, he competes for Italy, but he's from the Caribbean side of Costa Rica.
Wow, and we didn't even talk about that. There's so many good ways. I have a friend that lives over there. Yeah.
In Puerto Viejo, in Limon. Oh, yeah. Those are some heavy spots, so it gets big over there, and a lot of slabby waves too, Jeff.
But the ocean's so different. Clean, clear, crystal, turquoise beauty.
It's really similar to Mexico, too. You see the Gulf of Mexico, the Caribbean side, crystal clear water, and then you tend to come over to the Pacific side, and it's like a lot more different. It seems like the water is green over there in comparison to the like crystal clear blue.
Yes. I'll surf in crystal clear blue. I like that.
I'm gonna tell you one thing, though, Jeffrey. I wouldn't change the Pacific Ocean for anything.
Oh,
though.
no. Look at that biggest body of water on planet Earth. Provides swells for all of us up and down. And much more.
So just under 13 minutes remaining. After that first exchange, the ocean kind of went flat. So Gonzalez opens up with the 8.83. Ryan with the 5.0. Everything else quite insignificant in the grand scheme of things. Some small scores. Still plenty of time, though. 4 new nations at this event, too, Jeffrey. Greece, Finland, Thailand, and Senegal. Your favorite outfits at the opening ceremony. Record total athletes, 419. There's 4 divisions. So a few years ago, they changed the format. It used to be 2 women per division. Now it's 3 all across the board. 3 men U18, 3 men U16.
So the teams expanded.
Exactly. So, well, no, actually, the number for the team stays the same. But they changed the number of athletes for each division, though.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so it's cool to see the equivalent of the men surfing as far as the equivalent of the women, too. It gives them the opportunity to develop at a younger age as well. You have more athletes competing there for the ladies now. And that happened a few years ago. Great change by the ISA. Another big thing, too, is that this year not only marks the championship victory of one Gabriel Medina in 2010. That was really 10 years ago because we didn't have an event for 3 years for the juniors. So that was in 2010, but it would have been a 10-year anniversary of Gabe's win in New Zealand.
It's amazing to think what he's gone and achieved in 3 world championships. I mean, you know, even the photo I'm showing you of Vahini's come through the ISA. Vatia David won an ISA. This is back in the 80s, I think it was.
Maybe late 80s.
Late 80s or mid 80s in Australia. Yeah, I mean, so the legacy of the ISA goes on.
And how are you watching? Follow us on Facebook, International Surfing Association. Go to isasurf.org, YouTube, Twitter, and Instagram at ISA Surfing. And you can tag us right here, hashtag Surf City El Salvador. You on Instagram, Jeff?
I have, and I've been following. I've been getting a lot of great information where even yesterday being able to see what was happening up at El Sal.
Some good highlights over there,
Yeah, yeah. And they're pushing out a lot of really amazing content, you know, that it's hard to capture during the live surfing of what's going on when you're walking the boardwalk, seeing the teams interact. That's all happening on www.isasurfing.org.
And remember, we do have the alternate broadcast over there with no commentary, just the single camera angle from right out front. But there is a broadcast if you would like to see the waves at El Sunsal. We did see Janira Gonzalez up and riding, and this is the wave at El Sunsal. This is a look at it right now.
So this is that beautiful right point up the way, and this is the secondary site that right now they are running the boys U16 division. 28 heats or 30, I don't know how many we'll get through today, but 28 heats at least up there today.
Absolutely.
And I think later we'll get some highlights from the top rides from up there. The few that they've piped in have been amazing, but if you are online, you could, there's the different tabs up at the top. You can switch over to that site. Like Mitchell was saying, there isn't commentary for that site, but you can just watch the live feed.
And the live scores as well.
And the live scores. So they have a complete judging staff up there and down here, and beach announcers for the athletes and the coaches and everything.
And this is our surfer in yellow, Xitong Wu from China. This will be her best wave. Just a 0.87 as her best before this. She's going to finish that wave off. A decent right-hander for her. And I just got some information from Carolyn Kramer from Scholastic Surfing Series from Oceanside, California, telling me that not only a lot of the surfers competing for the United States, but also Ellie Perry for Finland, Lucas McMahon also surfing for Finland, Wheeler Hasberg surfing for Canada, and Grayson Grant, a San Diego local. He's surfing for Sweden. They've come through the NSSA program, Western Surfing Association, Scholastic Surf Series, and also now the most recent one, USA Surfing as well. So within these countries, you're seeing a lot of different places where they're grooming their talent. And next heat coming up, Zoe Benedetto, Elise Barton, and Tegan Blackford, 2 English surfers against 1 surfer from the USA. Just under 8 minutes to go. Gonzalez gets a 6.17 on her last, extending her lead, a 15-point heat total so far. And here's the surfer from the DR, Felisa Stasio. She needs a 5.86 or better for second place. Just under 8 minutes, Jeff.
That's the tough part with the high tide. You can see those little angles. Those waves are so short. They're not giving them even much opportunity at all. And back to, the fostering grounds in the U.S. anyway, and Australia very similar, and Europe, France, England, they've had that established for a long time, and we know it. It's developing these other nations that don't have that so that the kids, understand what it's like to go to a contest, surf multiple heats, priority now that that's going to be implemented everywhere. And then they have their surfing associations and their school events and their juniors events. But that's not happening in every country that is participating here in this event right now at all.
It's going to happen more and more,
It's going to happen more and more because they bring the inspiration back, and a lot of these other countries and governments and sports ministers and bureaus have cash to infuse into something that they believe in, and then because it's an Olympic sport, that's more incentive. So,
that's the biggest change right there.
That's the change, and although it's been happening over there in the U.S. for decades and decades, it's now important for it to be happening in all these other countries.
You know what I'm very surprised at, too? Many countries that don't even have a coastline, say Germany, are actually inputting a lot of money into surfing, too, as an Olympic sport.
Well, and, because they know that there's wave parks being built. So there's going to be surfing in landlocked regions all over the place, too.
Here's Ryan from Costa Rica. In second, already has the 5.0. Wu drops a 2.4. And Auxiela just going to town on this right-hander. Beautiful surfing right there from the surfer in right from Costa Rica. It seems like Astacio might have gotten another wave on her backhand as well. Just under 6 minutes to go. She dropped a 2.17 on her second ride. Going to get a score similar to that one on her last. As waiting on the last of Ryan, seems like it's going to be her second best, Jeff.
Yeah, I think it will be for sure. Again, another other than our surfer Gonzalez from Spain, who's just far out and away in the lead. It's a tight heat here between the bottom 3.
And here's Ryan's wave. Seems like it's going to come in the 3 to 4 point range.
Dude.
So just under 5 minutes to go. Gonzalez still leading. Ryan in second. Drops a 3.67. Wu paddled for that one. She might go down to lower priority if that happens. If anybody was out there in time. Astacio drops a 2.9, her best. Now needs a 4.04 for an advancing position with just over 4 minutes to go. Jeff, it definitely seems like the ocean has calmed down with the higher tide. The one thing I will say, though, still expecting it to be quite large later this afternoon. And we do have J.J. Jenkins down there with Sabina Rodriguez from Ecuador, winner of the last heat.
Yeah, right on, Mitchell. Thank you, Sabina. Congratulations. Great job. Exciting win for the Ecuadorian team, the first win of the event.
Hi, I'm Sabina. I'm from Ecuador. I'm 17 years old. It's my first competition out of the country, out of Ecuador. I feel so nervous before the competition. I feel so nervous before the heat. And I took like 2 good waves that let me pass the heat.
I can't believe you've only been surfing for 2 years. This is your first event out of Ecuador, and you're already winning heats in the round 2. That's got to be such an amazing feeling.
Yeah, it's amazing. Yeah, because I started surfing after the quarantine, after pandemic, and yeah, I just started training and go to different waves, and yeah.
And Jana, you're the team sort of manager for Ecuador. You must be proud of her and proud of your team. You got a full squad of women here this year.
Yeah, it's so awesome to finally have Ecuador being full with women and girls that are wanting to surf more, and we're really proud of her.
And what about her result, winning her first time out of the country?
Oh, so amazing. She's an inspiration right now for hopefully all the women in Ecuador that can know that it's possible. Only 2 years and she's here at the top right now.
And who else do we get to look forward to surfing from Ecuador coming up?
Ooh, we have Hannah, Sis, and Mia in the next couple heats, so please stay tuned. Hopefully we'll be back up here again.
How are those guys? Have they competed at ISA level before?
No, actually. Well, Hannah says yes. Mia is still new for us in this juniors this year too, so lots of new girls on the team this year.
Well, thanks for chatting and good luck in the next round. Well done.
Thank you.
Unreal. Thanks guys. Back up to you in the booth. Cheers.
Thank you, JJ, and congratulations to Sabina Rodriguez. Only been surfing for 2 years. Already taken out heat wins at the ISA World Juniors. Live action. Just over 2 minutes to go. Astacio up and riding on the backhand. Needs a 5.77. And we were talking about Ecuadorians and how good they are at surfing, how well they developed over the last few years. Dominique Barona has a lot to do with that, the former Olympian. And here's the heat leader, Janire Gonzalez, just destroying this wave. Already dropped one of the highest scores of the event, an 8.83, and she just seems like she is in full control of this heat right now.
That one, to me, seems better.
I agree with you.
You know, it was cupped out, it was smooth, the lip line was clean, and she got the finishing turn was more of an exclamation than the first ride, 8.83. Well, we'll see where that goes. That's
well,
amazing.
It's in. It's a 9.57, the highest wave of the event so far for Spain. Janire Gonzalez. Boy, look at that heat total, Jeff, 18.4.
Yeah, well, that's the top. That's top dog so far. Look at this line. Look at this beautiful surfing deep and speeding off the bottom. I'm just kind of speechless. 4 turns.
And they were all quality, too.
Just drop the mic. But we see quality. We see excellence when we see it, and it's easy to read, and you just know the difference. There's not one stop point from the takeoff to the finish, and everything is so fluid and perfect, and every turn was different, and she just kept gaining speed.
It's recognizable, isn't it, Jeffrey?
Yeah.
30 seconds to go. Gonzalez going to take the win. Ryan currently in second. Astacio in blue drops a 2.3 on her last, still needing a 5.77 or better for second. And Wu from China in yellow in fourth needs a 6.1. There was Ryan just playing a little bit of defense. And let's see if Astacio and Wu can potentially get a wave before time runs out. And unfortunately for them, no. But the best performance of the event just happened, Jeff. And her name is Janire Gonzalez.
Recognize. So that's one of those ones where, you know, Ryan and all the other coaches are looking, going, okay.
We got some competition.
Ready? Here we go.
And guess what? Costa Rica also very happy. Auxiela Ryan advancing in second place. But everything's about Janire Gonzalez at the moment. She takes the biggest win of her young career and the biggest one here at the ISA World Juniors. Don't go anywhere. Heat number 13 coming up. Zoe Benedetto, Elise Barton, and Tegan Blackford. USA against England.
Welcome to day one of the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. We're here in Surf City, El Salvador. The waves are pumping and we cannot wait to see the action get underway for day one.
On the backhand, second turn, spicy, and fits one more in. Wow. Beautiful turn right there.
Oh, big old layback hack under the lip.
Hi, my name is Maya Kizmovich. I'm 13 years old. I wouldn't be here without my family and especially God, and I'm so thankful. And because without them, I really, really wouldn't be here. And it's such a blessing to be able to experience this with the people that I love most. And the waves are firing, so I just can't wait for my next heat.
Oh, Kainala with the best air we've seen all day.
Yep. Yeah, Karamas.
Oh!
Pour gagner les compétitions, voilà, comme daal lañ ñëw fii nii pour wane ñu boobu wane liñ man pour jéem a gagner compétition bi affaire yooyu noonu.
Here goes the South African Thompson.
Save action was unbelievable here at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. We cannot wait for more to get underway tomorrow. Check out isasurf.org for all the information. Welcome back to the action here for the ISA World Junior Championships. Alice Barton, Tegan Blackford, and Zoe Benedetto hitting the lineup for the girls under 18s here at La Bacana. Two surfers representing England up against the American, and it's going to be a tough battle to see who will come out on top. Just three women hitting the water with some great waves on offer. Shannon Hughes in the booth alongside Jeff, and it's been a great day of action so far as we take a look at the replay now for first of Alice Barton. She's got a couple small scores on the board, the best of them being a 3.5 at the moment. Nice whip on her backhand attack, and she's ready to get out to the top of the lineup again.
Yeah, well, these are these quick replays that happen during those ad breaks. Nice surfing from our surfer in white from England. So she came in, ranked or seated in the 49th, her English partner and teammate in the same heat, 48, so that's why they're paired together in this, and they're going up against Zoe Benedetto from the USA. They're #1 seed on the women's side. So one less competitor in this heat. There are a few heats throughout the event draw this first round that only have 3, not 4. But, well, you think, too, Zoe had 2 quick, throwaways, 0.5 and 0.6. Was that a coaching thing? Get out there, get those waves really quickly, which we didn't see, and they're not going to show since they're throwaways.
Yeah, we'll have to wait for her to get a better wave under her feet to put that proper score on the board. For Alice, she opened up with that 3.5 as the high mark of the heat so far, has her sitting up in the lead, but just small scores across for Tegan and for Zoe. And as you mentioned, Zoe coming in as the highest seed. Team USA coming through with the highest seeds because they won gold back in 2019 in Huntington Beach. And then Zoe being the highest seed on the women's side of the draw, coming into the under 18s. And as we wait for waves to come through, in the next set, we're going to catch up with Janir Gonzalez on an absolute tear.
Yeah, she sure is. Thank you, Shannon. Janir, what a fantastic heat. Really good job.
Thank you.
Describe the conditions out there and how you performed.
I don't know, the waves are fun, the tide is high. I was like having my tactic with the Spanish team, with all my team. And yeah, I don't know, have fun just.
And who are these people here? The ISA branding's disappeared. We got the Spanish flag. Your friends are holding it up.
Yeah, I don't know. She's my friend and she's my sister. So I don't know. Just we are a team. We are like a family. So just have fun.
We'll let it slide this one time for a heat win. Maybe more heats will get you back here.
Yeah, maybe. Hope so.
All right, thank you guys. Good luck. We love your spirit.
She had a huge heat total of an 18.40 and just put together such an incredible performance out there. She's going to be the one with the target on her back now heading into the rest of the competition.
I love the teen spirit. They just kind of like gangstered that. They're like, no, we're going to put our flag over the backdrop, the step and repeat. That's okay. But hey, more passion. I'm sure Fernando would like that in some ways, right?
Oh, absolutely. He is all about the passion.
Yeah.
He's so enthusiastic about these countries being represented here, about giving more opportunity to more surfers from around the world, whether they're those best surfers that are so familiar with. For Junior, she's had great results in the past. She's a 2-time European champion. She's one of those bigger threats coming into the draw here, or those surfers from newer nations that are just getting that opportunity to compete at the ISAs for the first time. It's just a great event here to represent so many different countries. We got 45 represented this week as we see Zoe Benedetto with the first opportunity now to really put a score on the board. Nice big wrap to start off, goes in for that little snap on the lip, and she'll kick out. Just 2 turns connected together, likely won't be a huge score, but now for her, it's going to loosen things up and get her into that rhythm, hopefully to catch some waves, Jeff.
Let those nerves go, Zoe. You're the #1 ranked. You've done this. This is like what you do all day, every day, and not just in actual competitions, but heat training with Coach Ryan and the crew, off-site all the time, running, yeah. But I was going to say, what doesn't sell surfing more than that scene right there? Smiling, happy sisters and friend, suntan, salty hair, like laughing, and that's the message. Like Fernando was saying too, surf more, work less. Although I wish we could all actually do that, but it's a good mantra.
Definitely. Down to 12 minutes on the clock. Zoe with a score in at a 4.00 jumps her up into that second place position. So she now has a score to build from as we've got a good looking set starting to roll through here. Our surfer in yellow is sitting with priority, and yellow and white are going to let it go. So is our surfer in red. Now for Zoe coming into competition here for the World Juniors in El Salvador, she is fresh off of the plane from Australia. She's been competing on the WSL Challenger Series alongside a few other surfers in the draw here, Sarah Scott from South Africa, Laura Rupp from Brazil, and Arena Rodriguez from Peru. Those are all young women who got themselves qualification through the regional QSs into the Challenger Series as we see Tegan go down on the takeoff. And so for them, they've already had a big year of competing. They've all been competing, the women like Zoe on those QSs. They've gotten that opportunity in Australia for the first 2 Challenger Series events, which would have been probably the toughest draws that they've ever come up against in their life
far.
With those championship tour surfers. And now making those adjustments to come here to surf for their nations. It's just a totally different story.
We're going to have to
really
get back to that point too, but to JJ.
And we'll go down to JJ to catch up with Team England.
Yeah, thanks, guys. We've got Bo here, one of the coaches for England. We've got 2 surfers out there at the moment. He's nice enough to talk to us right in the middle of the heat and talk us through how the girls are going and how you prepare for two surfers in one heat.
Yeah, it's going really well. Obviously, it's a shame to have 2 in the same heat, but they're both really well prepared. We just kind of make sure they're just focusing on themselves and what they want to do in the heat. And if we get a 1 and 2, amazing. That's what we're going for.
Right, wave approach. We got Alice out there and Tegan. Here we go.
Alice in priority, I think. It didn't look too good. It's probably a good decision, and Tegan's got the end of it. Get a few turns done now. Yeah, nice. 1 more on this. Go on, Tegan. Yes. Just the finish, and Alice is on behind. Sick. Nice. Finish. Yes. That was sick. That was good. This is like perfect situation. That's what we want.
Okay, we got the #1 seed out there as well. There's a saying, the bigger they are, the harder they fall. This is an opportunity to take out the #1.
Exactly. This is what the event's about. Like, you come and compete against the best in the world. So you want the heats. You want those heats. It's just great experience, and you get the opportunity to take them down, which is exciting.
All right. We'll let you get back to the action. We'll throw back up to Shannon. Thanks, Bo.
Thanks, guys.
Good luck, England. Thanks, guys.
That was great timing with both England surfers getting waves while chatting to the coach, while hearing the team there cheering on behind the scenes. And we'll take a look at the replays here, Jeff. What did you like about these ones?
Well, I loved his commentary in the background, his encouragement. That was this on-site real deal in the clubhouse, so to speak, you know. And the fact that she just got this nice wave, she settles into the heat with all their encouragement. Before we went to there, I'm wondering, are they going to play a dirty strategy? Are they going to bookend Zoe Benedetto? You know, they could. You know, all the tactical stuff. They could squash her out.
Definitely. That was a good-looking wave, too, to finally get to see that last one from Alice Barton. Nice two-turn combination. We've got scores coming through for both Alice and for Tegan, as we see Mariana from Mexico getting ready to pedal out for her next heat. Just got the headphones in. She's getting her mind in the right space and playing some favorite music before heading out into the lineup. And now our surfer in red in real time with 8 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. She's going to have a look at this one. Driving hard off the bottom into a nice backhand attack for that first turn. Just working her way around the foam, trying to find a little bit of projection out of each of those turns and connect through onto the inside. She just needed a 2.43 at the moment to jump into the lead, but we are still waiting for scores for last of Alice and for Tegan. And I believe with last of Alice, it's going to take her up into the lead.
I think so, yeah, for at least for that little bit there.
And scores coming through across the board. For last of Tegan Blackford, surfer in yellow, it was a 3.60, which jumps her up into that second place position. She does have one more coming through, and it's a 3.13, so all scores in for Tegan. Now Alice Barton has dropped in a 5.10, which has jumped her up into the lead. Zoe Benedetto's last wave, a 4.5, has her locked in second. So current situation, Jeff, in the lineup, white in the lead, red in second, yellow in third. And our surfer in white is out the back with priority and now finds herself in first place with that 5.1.
I know, you got to. That was the goal, right? England wanted to go out and sweep 1 and 2. At the moment, there is a chance. You know, I mean, there's lots of time. Tegan only needing a 4.9. Zoe, you would have to say, not really getting the wave she wants in this situation, maybe feeling a bit of pressure.
And a great-looking end section for Alice Barton. Holds on to the finish. We'll see where the judges go if she rode out of that completely, but connected a couple of those really good turns together on her backhand. Had that little bit of a taper off on the face of the wave, Jeff. It had that pocket, but it wasn't that lined-up wall.
No.
As we take another look at it here.
What
Talk us through
a beauty. I love these drone angles. Deep up it didn't allow her to get up into the lip, the critical first turn. A nice down carve, carrying the speed into this finishing section, which she knew was the turn she had to make. So I'm considering posture that looked like a maker to me.
As we take one more look at it here. So just that sort of mid-face carve to start things off goes in a little bit deeper on that second one. And then this finishing section, she just approached it with so much speed. She matched the power that the wave had on offer as well. And scores are starting to come through now. I'm also going to say the judges are considering that last turn a make, which is going to be very favorable for Team England. Zoe now with this great left opening up in front of her. Nice attack on her backhand. Lines it up for that second snap under the lip. And this wave starts to taper off, to fatten out. She's going to find that connection through, though. And now this in section is going to be super critical. Can she find the projection out of the turn? And she does. So this heat is underway. A 6.67, Jeff, for last of Alice. Jumps her up into the lead. Zoe now with the requirement of a 7.27. She could be chipping away at it with that last wave.
Yes, I mean, that's going to be a great wave. And when they get to this replay, it was interesting how she rode over the left and into the next oncoming right. We haven't seen many competitors carry the speed across that section, but this was it. Deep off the bottom, got a bit more into the lip than the surfer from England, and then again a tight arc under the lip. This is the section where she goes over the little left, bounced a bit, and got onto this next section to complete the ride. So she'll feel good that, you know, as at the moment she's in second, it could push her up into the lead. She needs a 6.28 or so. And Tegan down at the bottom, but now England has priority 1 and 2 in white and yellow.
Yeah, it's a great position for Team England to be sitting in with both their surfers sitting in those priority positions. That last of Zoe just locked in as a 5.50, which has her sitting in that second place position still. She didn't get the requirement she needed to take the lead, but now it's a bigger requirement onto Tegan to get that position to keep herself in that top tier of competition. Tegan chasing a 6.40 to get that leading position.
Well, it'll be great to see now the priority if England does anything drastic in 4 minutes left.
And it's been a great day of competition. Shannon Hughes in the booth here alongside Jeff Baldy, and it's been just great to be calling the action with you, Jeff.
I'm loving it. These events are just so much fun for me. I enjoy it thoroughly, and not just these events coming to these places, the food, the culture, the people, the beauty.
Yeah, it's been incredible to spend some time here in El Salvador as we see Zoe connect with the lip. She tries to get that projection as well around that next section. That's really where that scoring potential is going to continue to increase. But she goes down without another opportunity from our top-seeded surfer. She's only 16 years old. This last year was her first time even trying for a full run on the qualifying series, and she did so well on it that she qualified for the Challenger Series.
Which is amazing. And then to think she was just at Snapper Rocks and then Manly, big travel for her as well as you, since you were at all of those events too, right? 4 events you booked in Australia?
Yeah, it was a very busy run coming up into the ISA World Surfing Games, and just exciting to see this talent kind of coming through on that side of things and now filtering into this team's dynamic that we have here for the ISAs, for everybody to be able to proudly represent their country, to be able to have that camaraderie both in the water for 2 surfers coming out of the same nation like England, for them both to be in a heat together. They've been doing that training together. They've been locking in as much time as they possibly can back at home in England in those training sessions, preparing for moments like this when they might be in the lineup up against each other as well.
And it's amazing, and it still astounds me that so few surfers have surfed in team scenario events, although they've been going on for a long, long time. A lot of surfers just elected not to, or didn't take the path to try to, or whatever it might have been, and then they find themselves here in 2022 in a team setting for the first time, and it's completely different psychological makeup. Who are you rooting for? You don't get to leave the beach and be selfish, and everybody ends up loving it.
Definitely. Tegan with a good-looking left in front of her. Will she be able to capitalize on the end section? It just goes really soft there. She's not able to make that little transition for the finish, but found a lot of speed as she was driving down the line. Taking a look at this different angle, we'll really be able to get a picture of what she was able to get done here. So a couple of snaps, but nothing really too critical. Unable to get into that real vertical conversation that she would be needing at the moment to get that 6.40 that she's chasing for the requirement to get into that top 2 conversation. Down to 1 minute, 30 seconds on the clock, and scores are in. It's a 3.43 for last of Tegan. Tegan is the younger of the 2 English competitors in the lineup. She's only 17. Alice is 18. Tegan's from Crantock and Alice is from Swansea. They've both had a great competitive career. For Tegan, she's a 4-time national champion across different age groups. For Alice, she has won the Boardmasters Opens, which is a huge result for her coming out of that contingency. She's definitely one of those front runners coming out of England in those juniors, and now we'll be looking to see her on that more international field as she graduates past this year.
Well, so
and an interesting situation there.
Yeah, well, just like that, priority switched over to Zoe, who morally wants to win this heat.
She definitely
number 1 seed and wants to win the heat because all of her teammates have won their heats.
That's exactly right.
Through the men's and the women's so far.
Now with priority, 35 seconds on the clock, strong opening turn. Linking it up for the second, more into that open face, but still throwing a lot of spray. Connects through for a 3rd turn. Little snap under the lip and negotiates that backwash really well, keeping that smooth flow line all the way throughout. She's chasing a 6.28 to take that leading position, and she definitely put it all on the line on that finishing wave.
That was a bonus section with the backwash, and the way she navigated and negotiated it mid-snap, that was great.
Yeah, that was an incredible amount of control displayed. She's chasing a 6.28 to take the leading position, And the scores are just locking in now. It's a 6.47. It's just above the requirement to take the win, and she does it on the buzzer.
Well, I mean, that sure did play into her hands that her competitor lost priority right with the dying seconds, and she gets this wave, because otherwise
that's right. Alice would have been on that wave.
Been riding that wave.
Yeah.
And both first and second advance, and that's okay. But we were saying the moral victory, because Team USA had won every heat so far in all their divisions.
Yeah, great result for Zoe to just stay strong coming into the end of that, to be able to hold on in that priority change situation, and then to be able to capitalize on one of the better waves that came through today, to show that control through a really strange end section with a lot of water moving, a lot to negotiate. She comes out on top with the victory. So Zoe Benedetto out of the U.S. in first, just behind her, just 0.20 dividing first and second place. Alice Barton from England goes in the second place position, and Tegan Blackford, also from England. She'll fall into the repecharge round, but she will be still having some time to compete as we see live action from the next heat. We're already just going to go straight into it. That was Rachel Aguero from Costa Rica getting a strong start.
That was, yeah, here we are. I love it. Just keep on rolling. Heat number 14.
And what a great performance from that last one. As we take a look now for who is in the lineup out of France, it's Hina Maria Conradi. Out of Costa Rica, Rachel Aguero. Out of Mexico, Mariana Valencio. And out of Venezuela, Silvana Martinez. And we've got some great waves to come through. We've already got scores coming through for first of white. And that was an incredibly impressive performance that we witnessed as we changed over in the heats.
Yeah, and it seems like the conditions have settled themselves down. We had that strong south little puff of wind that actually was wreaking a bit of havoc as the tide was still pushing up. We're not even to high tide. High tide's still rising for another 2 hour, another hour. But it seems like it's smoothed out. The surfers are getting more fluid connection when they do get the waves again. And that opener for our surfer in right, Rachel Aguero from
Costa Rica. It was a good way to start things off. Hina Maria goes down on that first section from France. That'll be a throwaway score for her. But first of Rachel, the 16-year-old from Playa Hermosa, drops in a 6-point ride to kick things off.
That's it. That's the way to set things up. Have you been to Playa Hermosa?
I have
Costa
not.
Rica? Okay. It's a beautiful beach. It's similar. The sand is dark like it is here, except for they have crocodiles. I'm not into that.
A little bit sketchy. She'll be feeling a little bit safer maybe in the lineup today than she would be feeling at home.
Yeah.
But similar tropical conditions, warm water, high temperatures in the middle of the day.
It's funny. It must take them longer to drive to San Juan to the airport than it does to fly from San Juan to here, to El Salvador. I mean, it's a short flight, but to drive from Hermosa to the city takes a bit, and if there's traffic, it's only one road, 2 lanes.
Yeah, crazy. So Rachel Aguero currently sitting up in the lead. She opened up with that 6-point ride right on the buzzer. That's a really impressive way to start things off as well, because there's only 20 minutes on the clock, Jeff. We know there's 4 surfers in the lineup. We want at least 8 good waves to be coming through, 2 waves per surfer in order to really get that scoring potential available for everybody. And for her to capitalize on that opening wave and perform is really impressive. We're for a surfer in red right now for Hina Maria. We've seen her on 2 opportunities, but she's fallen on those first sections and hasn't been able to capitalize.
And both, I missed the first one, but that second one, the wave was guns a-blazing. She threw the board up into nearly 12 o'clock, and had she ridden out, so she is underwater doing one of those personal conversations, because like Zoe Benedetto in the last heat, she knows she has the potential. France has got a goal. They brought a strong team, and all her teammates have also had strong first heats.
Exactly. Now, you had a strong competitive career. What's it like in those moments where you've taken off on the first couple sets that have rolled through, but you've failed? You've actually fallen. What's it like to reset that mindset?
It's not fun. And now that there's been so much more work done in mind training, coaching, how to stay calm in those moments, then it was just instinctual. Some people had it more than others. Now it's a science across all sports, which all these athletes get a benefit. For us, it was just, you were just on your own. So if you were having a day that you were mentally strong, it might be okay. If you were having a day that you were mentally weak, you didn't really have much to rely on in tools and education to back yourself out of it. I mean, you know, even Mick Fanning talks about those moments where he just had to breathe and go into these things that he learned. And he's a 3-time world champion. So I didn't have those tools, and some days were better than others.
Great to know that those tools are available now, though. Rachel got off to that strong start with a 6-point ride. Great snap for that opening maneuver. Drives around into the section on the second. She's going to work really hard with this, keeping that weight over her front foot to negotiate and get that little bit of speed she needed to connect on the finishing section.
Beautiful stuff there. Yeah, I just wanted to get back. You know, sports psychology has become something that everybody relies on. And that wasn't the case. I mean, even not long ago, you know, you listen to some of the past world champions talking about that wasn't part of my life. I traveled alone. I was alone. I hurt alone. I lost alone. There was nobody there to pick them up.
Yeah, it's just such a different conversation these days.
Yeah.
Hina Maria with a nice wrap back into the pocket. That was a great redirection. And we'll take another look at this one. What are your thoughts on last for Rachel?
Geez, they are ripping. I mean, the waves have definitely picked themselves up. It's a shame that last little section where it comes together, she couldn't quite ride out. I think the work was done for her, though. And it's just great to see the quality of the waves. The wind died. Everything's come together. So it's allowing these surfers to sort of paint the canvas better.
And that's what we love to see. Down to 14 minutes on the clock. Scores to come through from that last exchange. We'll give the update in just a moment. While we go down to check out Silvana Martinez now, just driving down the line out of Venezuela, getting her opening ride underway. And she'll kick out on the inside section. Scores to come through. And we've got another ride there from Mariana out of Mexico. And we're going to go down to catch up with Zoe Benedetto and JJ.
Yeah, thanks so much, Shan. Down here with Zoe, #1 seed at this event. She's got a bullseye on her back right now, but you came away with the heat when you really showed your experience with that priority situation there near the end.
Surfers from the UK are great surfers. Everyone in this event is a really good surfer. So priority is a big thing here. The wave's a little tricky, so really maximizing that priority is important. I started off kind of slow, but eventually I got my pace going, and I'm happy that last exchange went in my favor. So yeah, just a little experience. I was really hoping that she would go for that wave, and then I could hopefully get the next one if there was one at the back, and luckily there was. So.
And when you do feel that winning wave coming towards you, how's your mindset when you're actually riding the wave?
I actually didn't know what I needed, so I was like, I knew I was in second, and I always want to win, so I was like, let me just surf at my best. I was like, just stay calm, just surf how you know how to surf, and luckily everything went well.
So you had a silver medal here in the past. That's a fantastic result, of course. You've just come out of the Challenger Series in Australia, so unlike a lot of competitors in this tournament, you have a wealth of experience. Some of the women you're up against, they've never even left their home country before, let alone compete at this level. So what does it take to be a winner?
My mom always says to me before my heat, just have fun, and I went into, not putting too much pressure on myself. Being #1 seed is kind of scary because, you don't know if people are paying attention to you or not. So my goal is to always try my best, always have fun, and stay calm under pressure. And yeah, all the surfers here are great, like I said. So every heat, especially going to the second round, is going to be, A game.
And as well as surfing too, we saw you had a seat at the press conference with the dignitaries and the Minister for Tourism here, and that was before the event started. So it must be an honor to represent the USA and represent surfing.
Oh yeah, it's such a privilege to represent the United States. It's a huge responsibility, and I'm grateful that I get to represent my home country. And yeah, I'm super excited. That's it.
Good job. We love talking to you, and well done in that last heat.
Thank you.
Thank you. Back to you, Shan.
Great to hear it from Zoe, feeling the energy being here, representing her country, and putting together a very strong heat on the finish, not even knowing what her requirement was, but knowing that she just needed to put it all out there.
And she just wanted to win. She knew, and that it worked out in her favor that her competitor from England lost priority right before, and she got that wave. So we had some action in between, and you heard the beach erupt behind us when I think Hina Marie from France got a wave.
Yeah, that was an incredible wave. We'll have to get a look at the replay, and here we go with it now.
Oh, she just threw the tail up over the lip and so hard, but then couldn't connect. But I guess that's what we heard, the French team erupt with that.
And then Silvana got a look at this one from Venezuela, got that single big re-entry as well, didn't connect for the second.
So both of them get the one big turn, and, I think Hina got the jump on the better of the two first turns. But, yeah, they couldn't get around the next section.
And scores are in. For Hina Maria, it's a 5.9 for that single turn. For Silvana, scores are still coming through, but it will definitely be shy of what we've just seen from the single turn of our French competitor. And a paddle now from Mariana. Nice little snap to start. Drives through that pocket on the second and just goes into that little open face wrap. Now comes in under the section, and she times it well to ride out clean.
What a nice finish for her. So, she has a big requirement needed, but has really no scores. So she's going to half that easily and be in a much better position in the second half of this heat with just under 10 minutes left. This is a really compelling heat. A lot of back and forth. It could be one of those, where things switch up from first to third to fourth to first again.
Definitely. Current situation, Rachel opened with that 6. She's still sitting in the lead. Hina up into second with that 5.9. We now got small scores, but really similar for both Silvana and for Mariana on that last exchange. It's a 3.67 for Silvana. It's a 3.97 for Mariana. And they're both sitting with those similar requirements just around that 6-point mark to get themselves into a better situation, which means they're looking for their best rides. As we see, Hina Maria just smashed the lip on that first turn.
She has that backhand big vertical committed turn on lock. That's where in the beginning she had 2 waves and fell on that same, super committed move, and then pulls it off on the last wave, and now that wave. So she's looking to replace that 3.83.
She is originally from Reunion Island, but now resides in Biarritz. Loves surfing at La Grande Plage and has some great beach breaks on offer in that area where she currently lives in France. And she's doing really well to just control this heat. She's got another score dropping in that will likely move her into that leading position, sitting with a 4.68 as the requirement. And we're just waiting for that average to roll through. But I think it's going to come in just above that to jump her up into the lead. And there it is, a 5.0 puts Hina Maria into first.
So imagine if she can get a wave and get 2 turns. Is she going to pass 10? No, because each one turn on those set waves has gotten her a 5.9 and a 5. So if she could flow a wave together, get that vertical start off, and then a few flowing carves between and finish, we find her like the other surfer that was up, Júnior Gonzalez from Spain, who was way up there, 9 an 8 and a 9.
Yeah, unbelievable. We could definitely see Hina Maria going into that range as well if she gets on the right wave. Rachel now on her forehand, gets a little bit stuck after that first turn. Powerful, goes above the lip on the second, and she'll ride out of that turn. She looks down the line to just kind of see what's happening, but she knows there's that backwash coming into the equation. She's got all the scoring potential that she needed out of that early on.
And you might answer this question because I don't know. When they're moving from round to round, there are points going for the team's tally too. Individuals are moving through their rounds in hopes of getting to the final and winning in gold. Each team, wherever their teammates or their team wins to or loses, there are points garnered to that for the repechage and the winning rounds.
Exactly. So I think every single position matters throughout the entire competition. So surfers advancing through, or for surfers losing out, walking away with that 3rd or 4th place is also going to come into the equation in points as we get down the line and into those actual elimination rounds, as we saw Team South Africa just walking up the boardwalk there. And it's at this stage we're not into those elimination rounds yet, so those placings not necessarily coming into the equation aside from those seedings heading into the next rounds.
That's the big one.
Which is also a big one because then it depends on who they're going to match up with.
Well, there's some serious surfing going on. We've seen it. So, yeah.
Taking a look now at La Bacana. Of course, we've got the webcast stream also streaming for El Sunzal. You can check it out at isasurf.org to check all the action. Today we've got the under 16 boys running down at El Sunzal. And at the moment, though, we're covering live action for La Bacana. So we take a look across now to El Sunzal. Nice little right-hand point. Some softer sections, but when those surfers can really connect into the lip, find the pocket, then they're looking at a really good wave. Nice backhand attack from our surfer in yellow. Big wraparound, so it's really going to be those surfers that can find that point of difference in their surfing, Jeff, that can move away from just those big wraps back into the pocket to actually finding something a little bit more dynamic.
And when we were up there, when I was watching it, and I would love to go and surf it, it almost looks like it's not sunset, but the way that there's this west bowl energy that comes in, and sometimes you get that inside right bowl that goes towards that west peak, offers a very vertical, big, powerful section, and then that pushes you to the inside where you can fade, and it stands up for like 2 vertical turns, and then a lot of the other ones are long and mushy, and they're just doing those wraps like you were talking about, big, powerful cutbacks.
Yeah, that's a great description of it.
But it sure looks fun to surf, that's for sure. And I think it's more powerful than anybody's really imagining.
It's so powerful. It's a bit of a slopier wave to it, but there is a lot of water moving, like you said, out in the lineup there right now. Jack Trio is currently sitting in second place position. Kai Schmitz currently sitting in the lead, our surfer in red. Yellow, Luis Escudero is sitting down in fourth from Belgium, just got that wave. And our surfer in white, Jack, has just jumped into the lead. Kai sitting in second. Goes for that big wrap back into the pocket. Like you said, there's just a lot of water moving. There's a lot to negotiate, a lot to read those right sections. And he's going to try and now connect up into the pocket on that finisher. And that's going to be the kind of wave that these surfers down at El Sunzal are really looking at to make a difference.
And this is the high tide, too. So I don't know if it favors the high or low, depending on the swell, I'm sure. But, yeah, look at this. So two sites happening. La Bacana getting better. It got a little funky for a short time for 2 or 3 heats. Now it's come back to life, and here we are live at La Bacana, Surf City, El Salvador.
On her forehand, 2 snaps connected together for Silvana Martinez out of Venezuela. She was currently sitting in 4th position, chasing a 6.90 to jump up into the advancing conversation of those top 2 surfers staying in the top tier, bottom 2 surfers falling into the repecharge round. Down to 3 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock, and we've got scores to drop in. Currently sitting in that leading position, Hina Maria with a couple of 5s, that 5.9 and that 5.0. And Jeff, you touched on it so well, just the fact that she's been able to get those big of scores on single maneuvers. Big single turns. If she can find that combination of maneuvers together, she's looking well into the excellent range.
Yes, and those are the victories you take in, and that you go back at night when it's the team meeting and your coaches and your staff, your teammates, pat on the back, job well done. You bring that confidence into tomorrow, or depending when their next heat is, because the winners I think might skip a day potentially onto the repecharge tomorrow or whatever. But the other thing I was flashing on, well, we have this replay.
For Mariana.
Mariana Valencia.
This score dropped through as a 3.07. She's currently sitting in that 3rd place position, chasing a 6.6 to gain the lead. And our heat leader in Hina Maria negotiating a bit of a challenging section, kind of those stair steps to work her way through. Goes for a big turn on the finish, but goes down. Wow. And then we saw this one from Silvana.
Yes, and so she got a little bit late into that section and couldn't get around it. That was Hina on that last one. She did all that funny negotiation and set herself up, and the thing went vertical for her, and she had so much speed and threw the tail over the lip. She was set to get a really big score had she been able to complete that, because she did all the hard work.
Down to a minute and 40 seconds on the clock. Scores are all locked in at the moment. No change to the situation. Our surfer in white has first priority as we come down to a minute 30. Mariana currently sitting in 3rd place. She's got that 2nd priority, so she could be looking for a wave to try and give her that score. Coming out of Mexico, she is a 3-time junior national champion. She's found some great results in the jersey. and she'll be looking to reset after this heat if she can't find herself in one of those advancing positions.
Yeah. And that's where the team, the reliance on the team, reset. And I was flashing on, they get to surf both locations. So completely, maybe they even ride different boards. Everyone has their favorite board, but this beach break peak situation is much different than the big, balmy right kind of situation up the way at El Sunsal.
Yeah, definitely some different equipment coming into the conversation as we tick down to the 35-second mark. And situation remains the same out front with Hina Maria currently sitting in the lead. Rachel Aguero currently sitting in second, chasing that 4.9 to get the leading position. She's had a couple of opportunities. Her last scoring wave was a 4.47. And we'll track now with our surfer in red, the heat leader out of Reunion Island, residing in Biarritz. That nice, smooth linking style together, coming from those great beach breaks in France. And she walks away, finally finding that combination.
She found the combination, and now I don't know if maybe that's just another moral victory. Completed the ride, 2 turns, and no doubt I don't know how much time she spent, in Reunion honing her craft on those left reef points. But no wonder she has that backhand whip so dialed in.
Scores coming through for Hina Maria. It looks like it won't factor into her top score, but she's in the lead regardless. And we've got a lot more action coming up after this. Stay tuned for more for the ISA World Junior Championships.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. Surfing has the power to change the world and will now take the next step onto the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognized by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the International Surfing Association. This is a better world through surfing.
And we are back for the ISA World Junior Championships. We've got a great battle hitting the lineup now with South Africa up against Ecuador. Amy Dupree, Adriel Wolmarans, Genesis Borja, and Mia Barrera in the lineup. Shannon and Mitch in the booth.
Yeah, Shannon, we're back. Heat 15. We only got 30 more to go just to finish up this round. That was a joke, Shannon. You were supposed to laugh. I feel like I'm going crazy. It seems
There's a lot of heats here at the ISAs, Mitch. We haven't been used to this one for a while.
I feel like we've repeated like Heat 15 like 4 times now. I don't know if that's true or not, but yeah, it's this is definitely a marathon, not a sprint, and it's good to see a couple of teams definitely have opportunities to advance. I think this is one of those uncharacteristic opportunities for a team to have potentially both surfers advance from the same heat. Sometimes this happens with seeding. You have certain teams that have done well before in the past, and then you don't have certain representatives from other countries, and then all of a sudden everybody's mashed up into the same heat.
Yeah, it's pretty wild, especially when it's happening for both countries. So we got 2 South Africans and 2 Ecuadorians.
Yeah, like we had it for England with a couple of surfers against Zoe Benedetto a few heats ago. but I've never seen it where it's been two countries having two surfers in the same exact heat.
Yeah, it's definitely a wild one. We've got 17 minutes on the clock. Just one small scored on the board at the moment for Amy Dupree for Team South Africa. The rest of the women looking for that first wave to get things started off, and it's going to be our surfer in red, Adrielle. Goes in for just a quick drop in. Doesn't like the look of that wave to connect through to the inside section. And we'll get this heat started as we've got some better size waves starting to roll through. And it's an exciting matchup for Team South Africa. Both of these girls coming out of East London. Amy Dupree now lives in Jeffreys Bay, but originally born and raised in East London, as well as Adrielle Wolmarans. Same age. They've grown up surfing together. They've grown up competing against each other. Now they get to compete alongside of each other.
And those are like some real Dutch names there, too.
Coming from the Afrikaans background out of South Africa. And Team Israel just cheering things on down on the beach.
Did you see her using her teammate as a chair? She's like just sitting on top of her. Look at this shot. Like they're just stacked on top of the other.
Support systems all around.
Especially when you're using somebody as a chair, too. It's like you're actually my real support system, too.
The literal support system. Adrielle has a look on the inside here. She's not going to get into that one. And it seems like the conditions have shifted a lot throughout the day. We've got that wind that's kind of peaked up once again. It's really kind of causing that little bit of a feather, those waves closing out. And even in that last heat, it was difficult for the women to find just more than a single maneuver.
No, and it slowed down a lot, too. I was actually on the water's edge for both heats because I was talking to Team Mexico, Gino Pasacua, and that's Mariana Valencia's stepfather. He's originally from Peru, but he's been residing in Ensenada, Baja California for many years, and he's basically raised Mariana since she was around 8-10 years old. So just going over there, talking to the Mexican team. Lucas Sankville, he'll be surfing in the U16. I think he already surfed earlier today at El Sunsal, but it definitely has shifted a lot closer to the rocks too, slowed down a lot, but the consistency of decent waves still out there every now and then, Shannon.
Amy with an opportunity on her backhand. Nice couple snaps to start things off. Now drives off the bottom right into the lip, and she's looking for that finishing section. She does really well to milk it all the way to the inside and put the first real score on the board. Her teammate, Adrielle, with an opportunity now. Nice little snap to start. Comes in under the lip on that second turn, and she'll kick out into the foam. And now our two Ecuadorian surfers sitting out the back with all the opportunity in front of them.
Yeah, and two surfers coming from different spots in Ecuador, too. Genesis Borja, she usually surfs in Gabao. That's the name of the city, too, and here she is. She usually actually competes for the open team, too. Last year, Dominique Barona, she ended up going to the Olympic Games, was silver medalist in the Pan American Games in 2019 in Lima. But Borja tends to compete in both the U18 and in the Open Women's as well. She's been a national champion in the Open.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible coming through from those younger ages to be able to find that success early on as we take another look at first of Amy Dupree.
Yeah, this wasn't a bad wave. I just think that the wave selection could improve quite a bit, though. She's getting on the board, though. Not going to be a bad score. And as I'm telling you, she's literally on the rocks right there. Earlier this morning, she would have been finishing on dry reef. And then our surfer in red, her teammate, also with a decent combo right there, Adrielle. And now Borja on the backhand, just the one single spicy turn. A little bit of a frothier wave, so it might not be a huge score, but could potentially be one of the best two waves of the heat so far.
Scores coming through across the board as we take a look now at live action again for yellow. Genesis getting things started here. Nice snap to start. Goes up into the lip on the second. Can't ride out of that second maneuver complete. Now we're waiting for Mia Barrera to get that opening ride as well, our surfer in blue. At the moment, Adrielle has opened up with a 4-point ride for her high score. Amy Dupree, we're still waiting for the average to come through, but it looks like it'll be just shy of what we saw from Adrielle. Again, like you said, that wave selection coming into play. Nice smooth surfing, got a couple turns together, but now she's going to need to look for something a little bit bigger with a little bit more of a critical section on offer.
Yeah, and this might be the time of the day where you're going to have a grindy heat too. If you get 8 to 10 points out of your heat total, you're probably happy. If you're getting anything above an 8 as far as a score, you should be very pleased with your surfing, because just to be able to find a wave like that offers up a section for you to get something in the excellent, it means that you're doing your job well done in 20 minutes.
Yeah, and she comes from a great surfing family. Her older brothers, Mitchell and Bryce, are very good surfers. Mitch. And they both have represented South Africa. They've been able to travel. Mitch has been able to spend some time on the North Shore, getting some training in there. And so it's great to see now little sister Amy coming up through the ranks, getting this opportunity to represent on a national level and continue to build in the Dupree name in South African surfing.
Yeah, and with 12 minutes to go, she's in third at the moment, dropped to 3.5. Not a bad start for her. And now we see Mia Barrera with her opener.
Keeps that weight on the front foot just to get that speed around the section and does really well with it. Little snap into the pocket. Only that one kind of section on offer. Bit of a challenge to find that speed coming off of the takeoff, and drops through as just a 2-point ride. We've got a 2.27 to back up the 3.83 for Genesis Borja on her opener, and we'll take another look at this one.
Yeah, and Mia is typically surfing right-hand point breaks. She comes from Montañita in Ecuador, one of the best spots to surf in the entire country. You also have the Galapagos Islands, where they just ran a qualifying series, actually, and the waves look so fun. But Ecuador tends to be a place where you mostly have right-hand point breaks, which is really odd considering that Peru is the next country down, and that's like a place with only left-handers. So you got a little bit of a vice versa right there. But I think for Mia, having her compete at this event at such a young age too, it's just an opportunity to get out of home, enjoy yourself, enjoy Central America, and not think about daily life.
Genesis with one big turn on that wave. She's currently sitting up in the lead, and now we've got another little line rolling through. Amy Dupree up and riding on her backhand. Finding that speed, projecting through the section. Tags the lip, and she'll ride out clean.
That's more like it, too. Right up into the lip, a much harder section, great bottom turn. And how is it that both women from South Africa are using front pads, too?
Oh, that's so interesting.
The only two surfers in the event that I've seen actually wear front pads. And I'm going to tell you something, Shannon, that's really difficult. We're going to look at live action first.
Gets a little bit stuck on that first turn for Mia. She's now looking to just try and connect it, but it's so difficult. Kind of when there's a bit of a wobble in that first turn to find that speed to come around, and she just takes the lip on the head.
And two sections kind of met right there, too. She didn't really anticipate it, but going back to my point about using the front pads, if you're surfing without a shirt or a rash guard on, your chest is going to be destroyed after around 5 minutes of just using that thing. Typically, you see that with people that are surfing in wetsuits most of the time. And coming from East London, both of them, they surf in wetsuits year-round. So they're really not used to this kind of temperature water. And they might not have known that using a front pad while free surfing is as painful as it is.
Yeah, that is such an interesting point. Some great waves around the East London area. That's where Rosie Hodge, our co-commentator, comes from. Some great little point breaks as well. Queensbury Bay, they've got yellow sands, a lot of little sandy opportunities as well as Nahoon Reef. There's a couple of surfers actually hanging around this week that are from the area as well. Coach for the Norwegian teams, Shannon Ainsley, is here. He's also from East London. It's been one of those real power pockets for the South African contingency. A lot of surfers growing up in that area they just seem to be a little bit stronger, a little bit more fierce in the lineup than other parts of the country. And it's proven well in the history of competitors coming out of that area.
Well, don't tell that to people from Durban because they're going to take offense to it. I mean, you see the talent level that's risen from there. Jordy Smith, Travis Logie, among others. But I think what East London has is that maybe they haven't had the recognition as far as the world stage goes. They've always been very present in national and African events. But when it comes to a global stage, you've never really heard anything besides Jeffreys Bay and Durban.
It's so true. They are two great spots. Jeffreys Bay, of course, being the absolute queen of the African coast. One of the best waves in the world. As we see Adrielle driving back, finding that little foamy section to just stay connected to the power. And now Mia with a good-sized wave ahead of her just can't keep that control coming up into the first turn.
A bit too strong right there, Shannon. She's got a good board under her feet, though, that sharp eye. Looks good when she's on a better wave, but she just needs to calm her nerves, take it easy, and just really ride a wave through and kind of assimilate the conditions right there out at La Bocana right now.
Yeah, definitely. Coming down to 8 minutes on the clock, our current heat leader is Genesis Borja from Ecuador, sitting there with a couple of threes on the scoreboard. So it's been kind of an even match so far. Our surfers from South Africa, both with the highest waves at the moment in that 4-point range, but they haven't been able to chase up the backup score that they need to take that leading position away from Genesis at the moment. And then for Mia, she's now chasing that 5.57 to get herself out of the repecharge round.
Yeah, and look at how close it is between first and second, 7.6 to 7.57. Really no separation at all. What I feel is going to be a real big factor right here at the end, too, is the way Genesis, who's in the lead, uses that first priority to her advantage in the last 7 minutes, because 7 minutes out there may seem like a long time, but really, when you're waiting for the set waves, you might get 1 or 2 opportunities left in those 7 minutes.
Yeah, it definitely just seems like a question of priority now, coming down to it, really making sure that they just keep that kind of calm, cool, collected attitude coming into this back half of the heat, knowing that there are a couple good waves on offer, but it's going to be a bit of a grindy one to make sure that they're ready to go when they roll through.
Speaking of Jeffreys Bay, do you know that they call Punta Roca the Latin American Jeffreys Bay?
I love that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you, who were a former resident of South Africa, you know, is it Sean Holmes, the local surfer? Yeah. So basically look at Sean Holmes and look at Brian Perez as the Sean Holmes of Punta Roca.
Amazing.
The local kid who's going to dominate and maybe eliminate a few wild cards.
Yeah, who could definitely take down some huge names, coming up with the championship tour event at the end of June or midway through June for the WSL. It's been great here for El Salvador just to see that. Obviously, there's so many good surfers that have come out of this country in the past, but now to see that competitive conversation start to come into it on that international stage, with so many great events being run, from ISA events to national events up into championship tour events now here.
Yeah, and Karin Sierra Alta from Peru, he's also been a pivotal part of what the ISA is, and he was the president of the Latin American Tour Association. And the last event that was run here was in December. That was at Punta Roca. But in 2019 and in 2020, there were actually Latin Tour events here right at La Bocana. And guess who won the 2 events? Luca Messinas in 2019 over Brian Perez, 2 former members of the ISA. And in 2020, it was Carlos Munoz from Costa Rica.
Amazing. The Latin Americans dominating here.
Yeah, and I mean, it's close to home. Weather's great. Food's great. And the waves are even better, Shannon.
So many good waves on offer in this region. It's been really fun to catch up with so many of the surfers, you know, for the women here in the lineup, and for so many others that have just been frothing to be able to surf without their wetsuits on, to know that there's just, I mean, even in the slower moments in the lineup, there's still waves coming through, and that we've got better swell on the forecast for everyone.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely not disappointed with what we're seeing thanks to our friends from Surfline. And it's definitely seeming like it's going to be a great wave, not only at La Bocana, but at Sunsal all week long, too.
Amy Dupree with an opportunity. Oh, just gets hung up under the lip and goes down. 4 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. And it's still just those small scores kind of dividing things. Had Amy been able to ride out of that, she definitely would have been looking at that requirement.
Yeah, no, I think she gets it for sure. Maybe just a bit too quick off the top. It seems like she bottom turned right in time, though. And here's Genesis.
All right, with a chance in front of her, she pulls back.
She did paddle, though, so she's going to lose priority, I would think.
Down to 4 minutes on the clock, and there it is. The priority shift, now first priority with blue for Mia. A strong paddle. She's also now going to lose priority on that one.
Yeah, this is where you're going to learn that once you paddle for a wave, you really need to commit.
Nice snap on her backhand from Adrielle. Connects through with that kind of second little transitional maneuvers just to try and keep that speed and that transition moving forward. She's unable to really connect in with a solid second turn. Currently sitting in that 3rd place position, chasing a 3.58 to take the 2nd place spot away from her teammate in Amy Dupree.
And it doesn't seem like she's getting it, Shannon.
Scores in for last of Adrielle. It's just a 2.47, so it does factor into her top 2 waves, but it's not enough to change the requirement of the 3.58. And now on her forehand, Genesis goes down on a heavy section.
Yeah, and that was a real good sell there by Amy Dupree, too. Genesis did not need that wave. She's in the lead. It was a real closeout, and Dupree just sold it to her, and why not take it? And now look at her. She recovered priority number 1. Just under 3 minutes to go, it seems like now she has an opportunity to get that 3.53 that she needs and maybe keep Adriel off of her back.
Yeah, you can see her there waving her arms too, wanting to know from the beach announcers what's the requirement on her. Where's priority sitting? She's currently in a great position. She's got that first priority. There's a set starting to roll through as well. Coming down to 2 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. You can see Amy there at the top of the pack starting to put herself in position as she can see that little swell rolling through on the horizon.
So I never had to surf against a teammate of mine, and maybe I was in a heat or two with two people from the same country, but like if one of us was making one or two, the other person was still trying to eliminate their other teammate. Because in the end, like, you're trying to do as well as you can as a team, but you want to do well individually too.
Yeah, you still got that individual gold medal on the line. Nice snap for Amy. She stays really low and composed to negotiate that next section. Goes for that snap out onto the face. Can't quite hold on to control in the finish. Chasing down that 3.53. That wave also probably just didn't quite offer up the wall that she was expecting out of it. Had that little taper on it. As we see a strong paddle now from Hennessy's. And she's going to get into this one. Great takeoff. Lining it up off the bottom. Nice bottom turn into wrap. Snaps it together for a second. And this is definitely looking to be the best wave of the heat. Hits that section oncoming with so much power.
Yeah, I love the combo for the first two, though. That should score well. And with just over a minute, this was really an important wave, too, because not a ton of separation between her and third place. So if there is a change in situation between first and second, she could have possibly been eliminated after this wave. But you know what? This is easily going to be her best wave. She's going to lesser the requirement for what white would need over red, or red would need over white, excuse me, but she's going to be comfortably in first.
We'll track with Mia now. Nice looking section opening up in front of her. Comes off the top, now drives back into the pocket. Starting to line up in front of her. One of the better looking waves. She's got that little section to finish off with. Doesn't maintain that control at the end. So we'll see where that score falls through. But for Hennessy's, it's a 5.33. It's the highest wave of the heat. Locks her securely into that first place position and puts a requirement now onto Amy Dupree of a 5.1. Adriel Wolmarans still chasing that 3.58 to get that second place position away. Coming down to just 10 seconds on the clock.
And she had priority over white in this instance, too, and just didn't commit to this wave, Shannon.
Nice little snap from Amy. White doesn't judge the timing on that second section well enough to ride through. But like you said, that priority was sitting with Surfer in red, and White had the opportunity.
Really surprised she didn't even make a concerted effort for that wave, but in the end, Dupree made it happen, and she advanced.
Advancing through. One from Ecuador, one from South Africa. And we've got so much more action on the line today for the under-18 women's here at the main podium at La Bocana. Stay tuned for more. We'll be right back. Welcome to day one of the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. We're here in Surf City, El Salvador. The waves are pumping, and we cannot wait to see the action get underway for day one.
On the backhand, second turn, spicy, and fits one more in. Wow. Beautiful turn right there.
Oh, big old layback hack under the lip.
Hi, my name is Maya Kizmovich. I'm 13 years old. I wouldn't be here without my family, and especially God, and I'm so thankful. And because without them, I really, really wouldn't be here. And it's such a blessing to be able to experience this with the people that I love most. And the waves are firing, so I just can't wait for my next heat.
Oh, Kainala with the best air we've seen all day.
Yep. Yeah, Karamas.
Oh!
pour gagner les compétitions. Voilà, comme daal lañ ñëw fii nii pour wane ñu boobu wane liñ man pour jéem a gagner compétition bi affaire yooyu noonu.
Here goes the South African Thompson.
Day of action was unbelievable here at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. We cannot wait for more to get underway tomorrow. Check out isasurf.org for all the information. And we're back for a big day of surfing here in Surf City, El Salvador for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. Shannon Hughes here in the booth alongside Mitch Salazar, and a huge takeoff from our surfer in yellow driving through the pocket on that first turn for Shuhan Jin from China. That was a very good looking wave to kick things off. She's out in the lineup up against Carmen Garay, Leah Diaz, and Estrella Castaro. We got the one local in the lineup here for El Salvador up against Costa Rica, Spain, and China. And this is going to be a well-fought battle with sets like that rolling through for the opening exchanges. We've already got a 5-point ride on the board for Carmen Garay, and we'll take a look at it here, Mitch.
Yeah, not a bad start for Carmen. And just a great two-turn combo. She's even wearing a shower cap, too, to keep her hair in place. And it could be difficult competing out there with that set of hair. I've never had to do it, Shannon, so wouldn't know. But then our Chinese surfer also on the board. That was Shuhan Jin. Luckily, you never had to compete with the kind of hair that you have, because that seems like it would be a pain, too.
It definitely is a pain. A little bit of competitive experience for me, but not too much. And we've got good scores. That first for red was a 5-point ride, which is super solid way to kick things off. For our surfer in yellow from China, it was a 2.83 for Shuhan. A good-looking section. I love that she just charged it. She had it kind of open up in front of her. If she'd been able to connect on that finish, she would have been looking maybe in that similar area to where we saw the start off for Carmen. Now for Leah and for Estrella, we're waiting for those opening rides. And you can see down here on the beach, midday, Mitch, those rocks get so hot on the feet.
They're
Everyone
boiling.
down there guaranteed having to wear their flip-flops and keep that coverage on their feet, and even stand just there on the wetter rocks because they're absolutely boiling hot.
I think what we should do is hire a few people to just have people's sandals waiting on the shoreline for them, because during the noon heats, those rocks are as unbearable as any kind of other pain you'll feel. I mean, you'll maybe even get blisters on the bottom of your feet if they're that warm.
Yeah, it's so crazy. Even just like midday with the temperature of the water, the rocks being that hot, wax literally melting off of surfboards. We've got that little cool down pool on the boardwalk. I saw a lot of surfers today dunking their boards and just flipping them
Yeah.
upside down so their fins are up and their wax is just sitting in cool water before paddling out for their heats.
Oh.
As we see the local, Estrella getting a couple snaps to start, gets that little finishing transition maneuver, continues looking for even more on the end section. And she's going to have a score on the board.
So she's only been surfing for 3 years, too, when she was 13.
Incredible.
16 now, the local girl. She's from right up the road in El Sonte, where we're staying at, by the way. It's just a beautiful area, but she said that surfing changed her life for the better, and she's never really been happier in her life. So it's good to see surfing have a very positive impact on one of the locals' girls' life.
That's so incredible. And now for her to be able to represent El Salvador at home as well for an ISA Junior Championships, for her to be able to compete here just down the road, surfing at waves that she's really comfortable with. It's definitely what the ISA is all about, especially in these junior events, to be able to showcase the future generations that are the up-and-coming surfers from all these different nations, and to see how they can begin to impact the world with their surfing careers. Down to 14 minutes on the clock. Shuhan, just goes sliding across one of her other competitors in the lineup, finding that nice forehand wrap And little snap into the pocket. She's going in for that in section, and I just love that she maintained that control and that speed down the line. Made sure she wasn't going to come into contact with that other surfer, more than likely just because she wanted to continue on down the line and make sure she had some scoring potential on offer.
Yeah, and Jin's from Ryū Bay, where you've been before, actually, on Hainan Island. And there tends to be a real good beach break there, but when it's the best, it tends to be a world-class left. And we're seeing Estrella as opener. Not a bad wave. I like the finish, just, you know, a little bit more conservative right there at the end. The lip was there to attack it a bit more, and then you have Jin's last, the right where she almost ran over the surfer in white from Costa Rica. And that was a decent wrap right there from the surfer in yellow. This shouldn't be a bad score, and I actually think she is potentially going to get her best wave right here.
Yeah, as we take one more look at it. So she just sneaks over Leah Diaz's head from Costa Rica. She just has so much speed through this entire wave, gets that little wrap back, has that change of direction, little snap, and then lines it up for the finish. Scores are in. It's a 3.5, so it is her best wave of the heat so far. It's got her sitting in the lead as well, with small requirements on the board for the rest of the women in the lineup. And for Shuhan growing up there at Ryū Bay, it's a really good left-hand reef. So for her, you'd expect maybe for that backhand performance to actually be better out here. But there is that opportunity for lots of beach breaky conditions in that region on Hainan Island, and just a really wave-rich area.
I remember Coyote Belly winning a QS there in the beach break. And then the year before, I think Glenn Hall beat Royden Bryson in the final when it was more on the left. But really wave-rich area. I think a lot of people still don't believe that China has a lot of good waves on offer. But when it's firing, it's definitely a world-class wave right there.
Oh, it's incredible. There's been many a world longboard champion crowned at Ryū Bay, and it's been some of the best waves that they've had on offer for those events. As we take a look now at Carmen, just gets stuck behind that section on the takeoff. She's looking to build on that 5-point ride that she already has put down. And that'll just be a throwaway score rolling through for her. And situation remains the same. Carmen sitting in a good position, though, kicking off with that 5-point ride. And with 12 minutes on the clock, we're going to check in now with JJ and Genesis Borja.
We've actually got Amy down here. We've had a chat with the Ecuador team. Those guys split pretty quickly. But we got Amy. Nice little fight back out there. We're saying you didn't really know what was happening in the heat?
No, not at all. Thought I was coming third. I came in and then my friends were like, you got second. So I was so happy. Yeah.
Of course. And of course, where you're from, Queensbury, South Africa, it's almost identical to this setup here in El Salvador.
Literally, we have these same rocks on the beach. It's a left-hander. So it's actually really cool to come here, and it's so similar. Yeah.
And we mentioned the former competitors, the generations before you guys, helping you out. Greg Emsley was competing full-time, but he's not here, but you're doing FaceTime chats before every heat.
Yes, so we call Greg before our heats, and he's such a great help. I mean, he's coached us so much to get here, and yeah, he's just the best.
And a 45-hour flight duration to get here to surf a wave just like you left.
Crazy. It was absolutely crazy. We got so much cabin fever, but to get here was so worth it. It's amazing.
And also a lot of fundraising for you guys too, which is pretty standard for South African surfers.
So much fundraising, and so grateful to everyone who donated to get us here. Yeah, you're all amazing. Thank you.
Give us a few names. This is the time to give the love back.
Yeah, so obviously my parents, my mom and dad, my brothers, all the coaches in East London, and yeah, just all the fellow surfers from the Buffalo City region. Yeah.
Well, they'll be cheering for you. We'll see you in the next round. Well done.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Amy. Thanks, guys. Back to you.
Great to see Amy walking through in that advancing second position and just finding some reps out in the lineup here. I was talking to Tasha Mintasti, who's the head coach for Team South Africa this week, and she said that one of the ways that they've approached this event, as we take a look at the replay here for last of Leah Diaz, goes for that layback.
And she pulled it, too. Well, did they score complete or no? They're kind of thinking about it,
They're kind of thinking about it. They're having a discussion. They're taking a look at the replays just as well.
Yeah, I mean, it was a decent layback, difficult section to manage, but if it were up to me, I'd probably say it's right around there, her pulling it, but it's a close one. And then we saw Garmin on the back end. She already has the 5. She's opted for a couple of insiders so far, just has her backup Shannon. But, yeah, it's cool to see a lot of these South Africans have to travel for so long and then do well in the event, too, because I think they have it the worst out of anybody else in the world with how to get to other locations.
It's just so far away from everywhere else. It's definitely a huge travel to visit there or to come from South Africa to head anywhere else. And for their kind of team dynamic coming into this event, Tash is the only coach. She's got 12 athletes on her hands this week. She's worked well with all of these surfers have their individual coaches at home that they're working with. They're all coming from different parts of the coast, from Cape Town, from Durban, from, anywhere in the middle between East London and Jeffreys Bay. So she's got that kind of organization behind the scenes to make sure that coaches like Greg Emsley, who aren't here on the ground but have surfers of his own that are competing in this, Wayne Monk, there's other coaches in that conversation, that they're all connecting with their athletes. They're the ones that are at home that are spending their time with these surfers day in and day out. They're the ones that are trying to breed future world champions.
Yeah.
So for Tash, she kind of has that mindset coming into things that she's here to give them that encouragement, that advice, paddling out on the spot into a heat to try and help them coming out of the water. But overall, it's those coaches that have been working with them for years behind the scenes that are really their true support system and working through analyzing things afterwards.
Yeah, there's still influential people that aren't here that you're having contact with on a daily basis, but just being here present in the moment and knowing that regardless of what happens, you're putting in your maximum effort is really a cool thing to see. And I still don't understand how there's not a direct flight from Johannesburg to many other places in the world.
It's just so far. Yeah, it is pretty crazy. It's crazy coming to get to Central America. They would have had to fly
to London, right?
Likely through Europe. Yeah, likely through the UK, possibly across to Atlanta in the US, and then across to the west coast of the US, and then from LA or something down, possibly through Florida. So it's 3 to 4 flights, even coming out of the region of Jeffreys Bay, where Amy's family actually lives, or that East London zone. They're hopping on a local flight, an internal domestic flight from their home area to Johannesburg, then to connect to an international airport.
And then another 3 flights after that.
And then another 3 flights after that. So it's a lot happening as we take a look here at Xuan. Great looking wave, nice snap on her forehand. I love the style that we're being able to see showcased here, finding that speed, finding that rhythm down the line, and she'll kick out the back of that end section. She's currently sitting in that second place position. She just needs a 4.18 to move into the lead. And our local surfer, Estrella, just gets caught under the section. Does well to kind of keep her balance on that board as the wave was just closing down in front of her.
Yeah, a bummer there, though, because if she would have made it to the open face, it had quite a bit of scoring potential. And look at this Carmen now.
All right, Carmen, good-looking set. Just comes unstuck on the finish. A little bit of an airdrop there almost. She started out with that 5-point ride. She hasn't really been able to build in a solid backup score, though, to increase that requirement on second place. And we've got scores now that are starting to filter in for last of our Chinese surfer in Xuan Jin. And it's looking positive to take her into that leading position, as we've got a 4.1 that dropped in for last of Leah Diaz, momentarily jumps her up into the lead. Requirement on Carmen Gray, a 3.27. Requirement on Xuan Jin, a 4.18. to move up into that leading spot. And we're still waiting for last of yellow to roll through as Team Tahiti is there on the beach getting ready for their next surfers to hit the lineup. And we'll take another look at this one for last of Leah Diaz on her backhand.
Yeah, so the Costa Rican at the moment is leading, but I dare say that Xuan Jin is going to drop a decent score right here on this wave. I really enjoyed it, to be honest. Nice lip line floater, hits the lip. And then these wraps from her are really difficult to do in a position where she's at right now on her board. If you see her base, that's so hard to do when your legs are so apart. You have a widespread base. It's so much easier to wrap around when you're much more compact. It seems like she really does like having that wide base, though.
Scores in. It's a 5-point ride, so judges rewarding it, and it takes her up into the lead. Puts requirements now onto Leah Diaz and specifically onto Carmen Garay, who has that highest or that equal highest wave score now, but needs that backup score in order to move back into that advancing or that leading position. And she went straight up into the lip. Great re-entry to start things off. It's not going to have much more on offer, but she is just really linking up with these right-handers.
And she's trying, too. She's trying to better her low score a lot. Only a 3.5. And now here's Diaz.
Diaz flying down the line, straight up into the pocket. Wow. That was a wild turn.
Yep, I think she hit a lot of backwash right there, too. That's kind of how she got a lot of that lift, Shannon. But just under 5 minutes to go. I mean, you saw Garay in the lead for most of the heat, and now Diaz in second, Jin in first. And it's not that Garay needs a massive score, but a 3 isn't an easy score to come through right now. And then Castro, the local surfer, she's also looking for a decent score too. And that was a hard section for Jin just to get up into. It's going to be a decent score for her.
Yeah, she drops in a 3.67 for that single turn. And then we saw this from Diaz.
Yeah, just a little lift right here, but you can see the backwash right there also lifting her up. Tough section to deal with. But 4 minutes to go. Coming down to the wire here.
Coming down to the wire, surfer in red currently sitting with first priority. She's at the top of the pack, waiting for that next set to roll through. Chasing a 3.27 for Carmen to get herself back into that advancing position where she was sitting kind of comfortably there for a little while. And it's been our surfer that's been really active. Like you said, she's been hungry. She's been looking for that waves for Shuan to take her into the lead.
So 3:30 to go. I'm interested to see the way the Spanish surfer utilizes priority, because look at this right now, Shannon. She's moving way to the left. It seems like she's interested in the right. She has a 5 that was her opening ride, by the way, and ever since then she's had a real struggle to find a backup wave. And there you can see the Hawaiian flags coming out. Nora Leota's coming up in the next heat. She's one of the higher seeds too from the island of Maui. And then Israel will be in the next heat too with Adi Paz.
Up against Hamiti Fierro from Tahiti. It's going to be a great heat. We've got so much more action coming up today for the women's under 18s. We've got 24 heats in this opening round. Some big names still like Gabby Spake out of Australia, Pua de Soto out of Hawaii, Beatrice Carvalho out of Portugal. It's going to be a very great battle. We've got Erin Brooks representing Canada from Oahu. She'll be paddling out later today. She's doing that double duty between the different divisions. 2 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock. A good-looking right. Shuan Jin has a look at it, decides not to go.
Well, that was a paddle, though, don't you think? I think it's going to shift.
She's currently sitting in that second place priority.
Because White's out there. Did they deem that a paddle, though?
I don't think that they have. She kind of had a look at it, but didn't give it like a dedicated look, possibly. Down to 2 minutes on the clock.
Pua de Soto with Father Dwayne, former world longboard champion. You see Pua listening to some music. She's probably just stoking out. Maybe, what do you think she's listening to? Some Beyonce?
I think she's just listening to something kind of mellow. She looks like she's just putting herself in the mode.
Shishi and Luke right there.
Team Hawaii, they've had a strong performance so far. They're very hungrily looking at the gold medal this week and possibly an opportunity here. We haven't seen much of Shuan on her backhand straight up into the lip. Just unfortunately can't ride out clean, but I am just so stoked to see her finding that rhythm to be able to showcase her forehand and her backhand, those rights and those lefts, and to keep herself in that leading position as we come down to the final minute.
Yeah, and this is going to be a big upset if Carmen can make it out of this heat. And she's down in the priority rotation too with number 3. And look at this from Diaz. She's going to stick to her like glue. And one thing we haven't seen so far in the first 2 days of competition, Shannon, is have priority suspended. If you come in way too far, you could potentially have priority suspended. So by then, if that happens to both white and red, it's basically just free to roam. Whoever's in better position has the right of way.
Crazy. As we come down to 30 seconds on the clock, you can see Leah Diaz just trailing Carmen, trying to get away from her.
Ooh.
She's going to have a look at this little one. It's just not going to be big enough to actually break on that outside section.
Wow. You start off with the best wave of the heat, a 5, and then after that, you can't really find a backup. She caught 5 waves. And out of those 5 waves, only one was better than a 2.67.
That's such a bummer. And how often it happens, right? Where a surfer locks in that really good wave to start things off, even if it's just in that mid-range score like a 5, but to start really strong and then to really struggle to find that backup score, struggling to find that consistency throughout the heat to just walk away with that advancing position.
Yep. Also a bummer to see Estrella go down, the local surfer, but she's also going to have another chance and only been surfing for 3 years, especially at the highest level of competition. not a bad start for her.
And for China to walk away with a victory, to walk away with a win here for Shuhan Jin. Great performance. Finding that 5-point ride, backing it up with a 3.67. And a great performance overall. Next heat is in the lineup now. 17, heat number 17 with Nora Leota, Hemiti Fierro, and Adi Paz. We're going to go to a quick break before things get started, and we'll bring back more action right after this.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to face yourself. A right time to enjoy pleasures, to make friends. There's a right time to listen. And a right time to make decisions. There's a right time for fear and for success. There's a right time to find your wave, and there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. Heat 17 in the water of the girls U18 round 1 in red. Nora Leota from Hawaii, Hemiti Fierro from Tahiti in white, and Adi Paz from Israel is in yellow. My name is Mitchell Salazar. To my left, Sir Jeffrey Baldwin. Jeff, welcome back.
Well, thank you, sir. What a great day. What another exciting heat. Hawaii, Tahiti, and Israel down on the boardwalk. They're just sort of right next to each other, stacked up. I got to sit down and take a quick little picture of Hemiti to send to their dad. That was cool. Yeah.
And her sister earlier today competing as well, making it through.
Yeah, both of them.
So the Fierro family definitely in good hands at the moment from Tahiti. 17 minutes on the clock. It seems like Leota got on board with a 3.67, the surfer from Maui. Let's see if we have a replay of that opening ride of the surfer in red. But nevertheless, she is one of the favorites to win the U18 girls as well. We'll be seeing her fellow teammate Pua De Soto in a few heats as well. We saw Eve Wong, the first surfer in the girls U18 for Hawaii, in the first heat of this round, actually, and she also had a great standout heat. Seems like we have some paddle action right here. Yellow, having a look. Adi Paz from Israel. Not going to be able to catch that one. So the rule is established as far as priority goes. Priority 3 with red at the moment. This is the replay of Nora's opener.
And that's always tough to try to come out of the whitewash at the bottom of the wave with any sort of speed. And then, I mean, she did well to get up and get these 3 turns popped off. And you're right. You were saying before you were sitting down on your break with Team Mexico, just having a wrap. There's no rocks anymore. The water's right up to the wood of the decking that everyone's sitting on.
And then there's no space on the rocks anymore because everybody's on the rocks too.
Yeah, well, there's no more rocks at all. It's water all the way up now. And we just hit high tide, max high tide. And you know what else is exciting? Chris Cote just landed.
Finally.
In San Salvador. So we'll see him tomorrow. He'll join the fun, join the fray.
As we're seeing the beach marshal area, it seems like Puerto Rico coming up in the next heat. That's Liliana Franceschini. She'll be in the yellow jersey. Ellie Harrison from Australia, one of the high seeds, coming up in the next heat too. Arena Rodriguez from Peru, one of the standouts on the Challenger Series for South America, coming up in the white. And Francesca Arevalo from Colombia in blue. And you're seeing a lot of these young women hone their skills at the highest level of competition here at the ISA World Juniors, and then at the professional level too with the WSL Challenger Series as well.
Yeah, quite a few of them that we've seen. We're just over there on that, doing the Snapper Rocks, and then Manly, and then like Shannon flying back across the world for this event, which maybe they had to get here even a little earlier if they could to train with the team and get ready.
Got to give some love to Aaron Hughes as well, Shannon's husband, a great photographer, and you can follow him at In Your Shadow, by the way, because he snapped a couple good shots this week already. Nora Leota having a look here. She's the only person to have caught a wave so far. And now yellow, Ari Paz with a real quick one there on the left. So just to reiterate about how priority works, Jeff, for the people that aren't surf connoisseurs out there, priority is established in a 3-person heat or in a 4-person heat, depending. If 2 people in a 3-person heat have already caught a wave and 1 person is outside waiting for a set wave, that person will automatically have unconditional right away. Then depending on how they get to the lineup, it'll be 2, 3. And then in a 4-person heat, it has to be 3 people that have caught a wave in order to establish priority number 1.
Yes, and, well, we talked about that quite a bit, and we'll talk about it all week, but the advent of having priority sure makes things a lot more fair, a lot more competitive, a lot easier on the competitors. All they have to focus on is the surfing that they're going to do on the waves that they choose, and then all the different strategies that fall in under priority, not priority, where you sit, how you tail someone when they're right behind you in position, needing a small score. And that's a lot of things for the competitors to learn along the way, some of who have competed for years, so to them it's second natures. Others, and a big majority that are coming to this event for the first time, it's all new territory.
Absolutely. We have a paddle here from Heimiti, the Tahitian on the left. In the U18 division, nice poke right there just on the forehand for Heimiti Fierro. Under 13 minutes to go, utilizing her priority well. And now the surfer in red, Leota, on the backhand again. Already has a 3.67 in her scoreline. Goes up into the lip once. This wave dying out. Cuts it back into the power source. And just going to fit in one more turn. Maybe even a little shore break.
Ooh, careful.
Right there. Yep, it is shallow right there, Jeff.
Rocky. Yeah, boy. Full tide.
So not a lot of scoring potential so far in this heat. 12 minutes to go, though. It's another 3.67 for Leota, and we're still waiting on Fierro's opener. It seems like it's going to be the best wave of the heat. Here's Ari Paz in yellow from Israel. Going right, going left, redirecting both ways. And that wave is just going to fizzle out afterwards. Under 12 minutes to go.
That was what we'd call straight-hander, that one. Didn't give her the left or the right.
Kind of what I do every day. Here's Fierro again on her second scoring ride. Almost runs over her fellow competitor in yellow, and that was a close one.
Right. You can see that. I mean, I think the shoulder was going one way, and then it just angled straight at the beach and forced her to go right that direction. Some of those waves, you have to be careful. Wave selection is key right now at this high tide, because if you don't get the long line, that's what you're subject to, that cornering little inside wave that's going straight at the shore.
Good thing we have a great medical staff on hand, too, just in case something happens.
That's right. Down, we got the Navy here. And, yeah, if you're watching, right, Mitch, you can, if you feel like following the Instagram, it is there, ISA Surfing. And you're obviously here on isasurfing.org. Share that. We've got the secondary site up at El Sunsal that's having the live feed, which you can click right over to. That's the right-hand point, about 600 yards up the beach.
You can watch us on YouTube, through Facebook, and through isasurf.org. Also tag us at ISA Surfing on both Twitter and Instagram, and use the hashtag SurfCityEl Salvador. This was Heimiti's opener, a 4.23, Jeff.
One turn, and I saw a few heats ago, a few of the competitors getting one turn and getting, mid-range fives. This is a
3.67, a pair of them for Nora Leota so far.
So ranked or seeded number 4 into this event, like you were saying, a very high seed.
And then this was Heimiti's last, where she almost decapitated Adipaz from Israel in yellow. That just comes in at a 2.33. And isn't it interesting where you could be the best surfer in the world, maybe even the best competitor, but if the waves are lacking, if you're not finding the right ones, you're still not going to make it out of your heat. And that could potentially be a situation here. Fierro on the backhand. Great turn right there from Heimiti. And just triples up on that section right there. Able to manage a few turns in a very short space. And that was a decent wave there for the surfer from Tahiti.
That's going to set the standard for the heat at least. I mean, four different turns, nice tight arcs, throwing a lot of spray.
And here goes Leota on the backhand yet again. The surfer from Maui a bit stuck right there and just digs the nose at the end.
She looked like she had a couple bobbles in a row that were just leading, and she was holding on, made it, hold on, make it. Pokes the nose over the handlebars.
And some great surfers that have come out of Maui. Paige Alms representing Canada. Sierra Larson. How about Summer Macedo, also surfing for Brazil now, but she's been an ISA medalist in the past. And this was Heimiti's last, Jeff.
Oh, man, she fit so many turns. The wave gave her that opportunity, even down to that last little, 1 foot section. But the judges love a strong opening turn. I love how she connected that last little foam climb. Got a bit vertical on it, too, not just a projection floater.
And Leota's last on the left. You were saying she got stuck a couple times. It seems like it happened right there.
It was right there, and then it was right there. She hit some wobble in that bottom turn, and it just threw off the right line up into the lip.
So Fierro drops a 5.1. That's been the best wave of the heat so far. That catapults her right up into the lead. And Leota going to drop another score. Doesn't seem like she's going to improve with 8 minutes to go. Adipaz with priority number 1, waiting patiently for a wave out there in the lineup. Doesn't have anything better than just a 1.2. And Jeff, now that we have a little lull in the action, how about we talk about what our athlete stories to highlight are. Sierra Kerr, daughter of Josh in the event. She's done well already in her first round. Nicaragua has 2 sisters in the event, Maxima and Candelaria Rezano. Her father, Manny, also a big wave surfer here at this event, just supporting them. Let's go down to JJ with Shu Han Jin from China.
Oh, hey guys, thank you so much. We're down here with Jin Xuan, winner of the last heat, and we have Jenko, the coach of the Chinese team, who's graciously doing some interpreting. First of all, congratulations to Jin for progressing through. You can.
感谢你，恭喜这个金书涵晋级。
We're very interested in the development program for China, huge nation, and so good to see you representing here. Can you share the process that the Chinese selection takes place in there?
Yeah, in China we have the national championship. The top 3 can join the national team, present China to participate the international championship, such as this junior championship. Yeah.
And there's a 3-event qualifying process. What are the conditions and the waves like in China? Do you have big surf, small waves?
Yeah, in China we have pretty small waves, like knee-high, and a very big winter swell, a typhoon wave. Yeah, that's pretty good. But this is our first time to be here in Salvador. The waves, the day before we compete, the waves are really big. So that a little bit challenging for us to perform.
And Xin is one of 3 in the division. You have a full team. How many surfers in China are trying to qualify for the ISA World Championships?
Now we have the 12 kids to participate in this contest. Yeah.
And over 400 who are trying to register in China to make it.
Yeah.
Huge team. And here you go to the USA?
Yeah. After this competition, we'll go to the UFA California for training 4 months. Yeah.
Well, fantastic result for Jin. Thank you for translating, and good luck in the event.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you. Jenko from China and Jin, our heat winner. Back to you guys.
Thank you, JJ. Good to catch up there with Shuhan Jin from China and our translator who said more than 400 athletes looking to qualify for the ISA World Junior Champion Chinese team.
And that's 400, right, and 12 got on the team. So definitely very competitive. Now I wonder how much more crowded lowers will be in the months to come. If 12 more are going to go there to train. I mean, I don't know the names of this. There are a few surf training centers trying to be like the one in Australia up in the Gold Coast, but maybe they're working with a coach, a trainer. I wonder who they're maybe working with up there in California for those 4 months over summer. Good time, South Swell season.
I think JJ mentioned that Peter Townend was kind of one of the pioneers to bring surfing to popularize in China,
yeah,
right?
I've talked with PT a lot about that. He was hired, and he was working for up until about a year and a half ago or so. He was there on and off, back and forth for 4 solid years, possibly, maybe a little more in the actually going there. Definitely helping build the program, educate them from the ground up. We're talking from the beginning, like kids in pools standing on soft tops because they've never seen a surfboard.
Yeah.
Rudimentary stuff. And it's grown, obviously, right? And here they are being represented in 2 divisions with both men and women. And, he would say that the waves were incredible. Lots of great waves that they couldn't even access because it was private and military enclosed. But, I don't think he's working with the sports ministry or the Chinese government in collaboration with what's going on, but he was definitely a big part of it.
Well, there's life for surfing in the future of China, that's for sure. There was Adi Paz from Israel looking for a 6.14 to move up into second place. Nora Leota still in second. Heimiti Fierro in the lead with a 5.1 and a 4.23. 3 minutes to go. Priority is with the surfer from Maui in red, Leota. And at the moment, Jeff, I mean, we've had a couple of heats that have really been decided with 2s and 3s. This could easily be one of them as we're seeing the heat leader, Fierro, on the backhand. Wow, what a great turn to finish that wave off.
She looked her coach down right there when she looked back. She looked right at the platform.
That was a no-claim claim, that is for sure.
That wave, I was worried that pole came into the view, and I'm like, no, don't block the vision.
It made it look even cooler, to be
really
honest.
Was nice. That section stood up perfectly for her. So what a wave for Heimiti.
Comes in at a 6.5, the best wave of the heat so far, and a great heat total for the surfer representing Tahiti, originally from Huahine. Has been able to surf across France as well. Been training a lot over there with their older sister Vahine. And as you were saying, different generation surfer when it comes to people that are competing at this day and age within the ISA. Because you're looking at somebody like Heimiti Fierro, her sister who came through a program through the ISA as well. And now we're seeing somebody like Adi Paz from Israel have a chance to compete against the world's best, just like the surfer from Tahiti and Hawaii. And now she's got her back up against the wall due to this wave from Fierro.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough ask. But this thing, after that first turn, it was the finish turn. And those are just feel-good turns when you're actually surfing. Press on the tail, fly through, gain speed, ride out. She was happy with that.
Just under 90 seconds to go. One question for you, Jeff. Is their father a goofy footer or a regular?
Regular foot.
So he had 3 daughters that are goofy footers.
Yeah.
How did that work out?
I don't know. I'll ask him. I'll ask him because he's been communicating during some of these heats. Shared those amazing pictures I showed you and Shannon. And I wonder too if he shapes their board. He's an amazing shaper, but they might not be getting his boards for this type of surf. I'm sure he's honed his craft in. Although I have a few friends in town that when he comes into town, he makes all their boards. They're loyal to the cause. I loved earlier with Jackson Dorian. By the way, on the ISA Instagram feed, there is a highlight of Jackson Dorian's really high-scoring waves from earlier. So go check that out. Worth seeing. Really amazing. I'm sure in the highlights at the end of the day we'll show it. But
you know what I want is one of those Hawaii surf team shirts. Those look killer too.
I know.
Here's one of their members, Nora Leota, on the forehand.
Wow.
Oh, a 7.93 will give her the lead. Great combo right there.
There we go.
And Nora's mom, just as happy as she could possibly be. Shane Dorian, Kai Martin, Xiang Crawford, Eve Wong just flying the flags.
Yeah,
and Pua De Soto, who will be coming up in a few heats. She hammered that thing, and it seems like it's going to be the necessary score to move her up into the lead.
Okay, yeah, she was looking for a 7.93, so that's a big score. I loved how Shane was clapping. He's the flag bearer. But about the T-shirt, you got to earn that.
I've been earning it in the first 2 days, Jeffrey. Leave me alone. It's an 8.17 for Nora Leota. So she drops the hammer and takes the lead right at the end. You know what, Jeffrey? This wave going to be in the highlight for day number 2. Look at this combo right here. Wow, just commitment, power.
Tippy toes on the way down.
Not a bad way to make it out of the heat. Also advancing, Keimiti Fierro from Tahiti and Adi Paz from Israel in yellow gets relegated to the rapid charge round. We're going to take a quick commercial break and be right back with Heat 18 live from El Salvador.
It's the largest World Junior Championship in history, and it's the first one in 3 years. It's 426 athletes, 650 participants, and 45 countries. Let me put in perspective what is going on today. Last year in Tokyo, we had 40 surfers, 20 men, 20 women. 33 of them were participants in the juniors of the essa, and 16 of them were medalists. So this could be the day where you start surfing towards your Olympic participation. My only hope is that you work less and surf more. And I know this is on the way. Thank you for all your hard effort towards surfing and towards El Salvador.
Surf City, El Salvador. Now I officially declare open the competition. Woo!
La Bocana and El Sunsal, two premier locations to have the ISA World Juniors. We're live from El Salvador. From Surf City, Ellie Harrison in red. From Australia, Arena Rodriguez from Peru in white. Liliana Franceschini from Puerto Rico is in yellow. And Francesca Arevalo from Colombia is in blue. And there's Team Hawaii celebrating Nora Leota's victory in the last heat. Kai Martin, Xiang Crawford, Pua De Soto, Eve Wong, among others. There you see Shane Dorian. And now Heat 18 in the water. Here we go with red. Ellie Harrison, the Aussie, looking to attack the lip right there. She has a wave before this too, Jeffrey, during the break. And it seems like we actually have a few scores to catch up on as we're seeing surfer in white. Rodriguez from Peru She's done well at the qualifying series level, also competing on the Challenger Series. And now here at the ISA World Juniors. Isn't it incredible to see a lot of these people that are not even 18 years of age compete still in the World Juniors and also on the highest level of professional surfing?
Yeah, I mean, and the way that system is working now, where it's a regional qualifier, so they didn't have to travel all over the world to get the points to get into the Challenger. It was regionally based, and there's a number based on that region. So the U.S. is doing their thing, South America, Central America, Australasia, and then they get the chance, and they made that top 6 or top 8 or whatever the number is, because every region has a different number. And there they find themselves sitting at Snapper Rocks with 4 people out and perfect waves for the first Challenger Series event. This is pretty interesting. What we're watching on screen, this is some dynamic warm-up.
So that's Erin Brooks from Canada warming up her legs. It also seems like she was doing some roundhouse kicks right there, maybe warming up her legs.
A bit of jiu-jitsu or something, capoeira, mixed in the mix-up.
Capoeira?
Don't you love that? Have you seen it? You know that.
Yeah, no, I mean, I've trained in that quite a bit.
Oh, yeah.
It's the first time for me seeing that as a warm-up for surfing. It's definitely good to complement it on the side, though. As we're seeing the replays there, we saw Ellie Harrison drop to 4.67. This was a 3.6 from the surfer in yellow, Franceschini from Puerto Rico.
So these were all the openers. I love how the inside of that left corners in, gives the opportunity for a big smash. Here's Ellie Harrison.
On the forehand.
Yep. Rides over the lump, past the river mouth, which is inside of her. It's just like dot to dot and comes unstuck again. Unless you go into that last section, Mitch, with a lot of speed, because you're losing so much speed going over the rapids to get there. You've seen that happen a few times with surfers. Poke the nose. They just.
So 14 minutes to go. Rodriguez in the lead with a 4.57 and a 3.9. Let's sort down to JJ with Nora Leota.
Yeah, Nora Leota, another member of the Hawaiian team, looking very, very strong. And you were in second there for a while, and you had a great comeback wave.
Yeah, I had a bit of a shaky start. I was getting a little bit nervous there, but I'm glad I got that wave in the end to kind of bring my spirits up and get me ready for tomorrow.
You're holding back a big smile. You were very excited to come in here, and you're telling me how proud you were to be selected for this team.
I'm very excited. It's always been a big dream of mine to surf on the Hawaii surf team, because I feel like that they hold some of the best athletes in the world. And it's a great honor. All the people on my team are so great and uplifting. It's just really cool to have that support down here.
A lot of the Oahu-based surfers do great in competition. You're from Maui. We know Maui's famous for the really, really big waves. So that's pretty special too.
Yeah, it's really special being from Maui. That we have a little bit less competitive surfers coming out of there, but we have amazing air guys, big wave surfers. They're kind of like Misto people. But I think I want to do both. I really love competing.
Well, Annie and Izzy, they're surfing jaws. They're a couple of years older than you, so is that where we'll see you in a couple of years?
Yeah, Annie and Izzy are really good friends of mine. They're total inspirations to me. Like, they charge so hard. Maybe one day I'll tow jaws. I don't know about paddling yet, but we'll see.
Well, you got a big week. You got plenty to focus on here in El Salvador. Well done.
Thank you.
All right, great win there, guys. Back to you.
Thank you, JJ, and congratulations to Nora. And, she's very honest and blunt, but I think she's being a bit modest, though, when it comes to the talent pool as far as the competitive scene goes on Maui, Jeffrey.
Modest? Meaning there's deeper talent pool
there
than
is.
She was letting on. Yeah,
oh,
well,
yeah.
She said Misto. She just lumped them into the word Misto. Misto people that are just off doing their thing. Tow, not paddle. So that's interesting. She's like, maybe.
I know.
I'm not quite ready for paddle, but I'll tow in.
Maybe we'll have to get Kai Lenny on the phone and ask her to tow, ask him to tow Nora into a set wave over there at Piahi. Just under 12 minutes to go. Rodriguez still in the lead with a 4.57 and 3.9. The Australian Harrison in second, looking to improve on a 3.43. Franceschini gets a 3.6 as her best, needing just a 4.51 for the lead. And Arevalo needing A high 6 for first, as we're seeing Harrison with a huge turn to open things up. Patiently waiting for this thing to blow up again. Smacks the lip shut right there at the end with 11 minutes to go. Only needing a 3.8 for first.
Yeah, that could jump her into the lead. And you mentioned Kai Lenny, so I just had a quick flash and a question.
What's up?
Did he compete in the ISA stand-up paddleboard events since the inception?
I don't believe so.
Because I know he did stand-up paddleboard competition. I just wondered.
In the events that I've worked, and maybe my research might be a little wrong, but not to my knowledge.
Okay.
Let's go down to JJ on the boardwalk.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Hey, Mitzi coming past. We had to grab her real quick. You were in the lead for a second. You had that fantastic backhand Rio. The Tahitian team went crazy, but you still got through in second, so that was an exciting finish.
Yeah, I couldn't hear the scores, so I just told myself it's fine, I'll just surf anyways, and I was lucky I caught that right. She was 2 inside, she had first priority, and yeah, it was my best score, but yeah, happy.
A lot of surfers are comparing this break to their home, but it's also like Papara, where you do a lot of your training, yeah?
Yeah, it actually does look a little bit like, Taharu, Papara. It's just, I guess it's a little bit more powerful than Taharu, and it's a really good wave, yeah.
And we got the Tahitian flag behind you, your sister Kohai, who's here competing as well. Come on in, say hello. So these guys' sisters, and their sister Vahine, she was a world junior champion as well. So it's surfing genes run strong in this family.
Yes.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
All right, we'll let it go. Back to you guys in the booth. Thank you.
Thank you, JJ, and congratulations to Kohai, who was leading for the majority of that heat too, Jeffrey, and the great Fierro family residing in the beautiful island of Huahine, representing Tahiti. Lastavelli Harrison drops in as a 6.9 here, Jeffrey.
Well, she's doing her work to stand first. That was the reason why. What an opening turn. I mean, push the tail through, fins all the way engaged, and then had to have that sort of counterbalance layback. Very instinctive turn.
And
difficult.
This is the replay of the last of Arena Rodriguez. She gets her best of 5.57.
Well, that was interesting, yeah. And I guess the difference between is that the first turn for Ellie was so strong and committed, where hers, the finishing turn for Arena was a bit more of the strength turn. So, you know, the judge is always looking for that first section, the strongest turn in the first section, critical move, and then to continue it and have a nice finish.
Get a presentation too, no? And we're seeing Rodriguez again up and riding, looking to better a mid-4. A 6.01 would give her the lead with just over 8 minutes to go. Franceschini now needing a 6.54, and the surfer from Colombia, Arevalo, needing an 8.81, which would be a very high score for today's standards. Just under 8 minutes to go. And we're seeing the clouds roll into. Here's Arevalo from Colombia on the left. Just a slip right there from Francesca. She's still got time, though. And here's yellow Franceschini from Puerto Rico. This wave closing out in the first section. Makes it up into the lip. That's more like it from Liliana. Carves it back. Much better. And needing a finish right here. She'll get it. So that should easily be her best score. She was stoked with it too, finishing right on the rocks. 7:20 to go, Jeff.
Well surfed, beautiful wave, and a moral boost for her. You saw her give her the little hand jam to herself.
She was pumped.
She looked like she was going to get behind it, like you indicated during the call, and then she shot in front and it just kept opening up for her. A late drop from Ellie.
And now she's up and riding just a bit late right there to the party at that first section. And, yeah, I mean, you're talking about some complicated sections. We did have a high tide at about around 40 minutes ago, I would like to say. Now the tide is starting to drop again. But this is an important wave here for Liliana.
It's gorgeous. I mean, that little check turn, a sweeping cutback committed all the way back into the corner, and it looked like she just was going to get gobbled up by it and then finish. There it is.
Pretty cool claim, too. You don't see that one that often. I might have to do that tomorrow once I go straight.
Yeah, and I like this water angle, or the, looking into it sort of shows the steepness of the last section, and it showed the difficulty in all the wobble on the wave, having to maintenance and, maintain through all that.
So it comes in at a 4.57, her best, now requiring a 5.57 for second place. Arevalo recovering priority number 1. She's out there needing a high 8, something close to a 9 to take second place. Rodriguez still in second, needing a 6:01 for the lead, but potentially just looking to better her low score of a 4.57. And Harrison comfortably in the lead, looking to improve on a 4.67 herself. She did paddle for that wave. Let's see if priority switches between her and yellow. And it will. So priority will be blue, white, yellow, red, as we're seeing all our incredible staff here from Hotel Papaya. Thank you to all these gentlemen who are just bringing us refreshments, food all the time.
It looks like we have flan on the table or something delicious. You were enjoying the lasagna earlier.
Oh, it was
I was
so
too.
good.
Thank you. So along with the beautiful scenery, the warm weather, the color and the people,
and
in
the pupusas.
Surf City and the pupusas here in Surf City, El Salvador, we are loving the food, the cuisine. Everywhere we go, we are being fed so well, overfed, and I'm not pushing it away.
Well, I thought I was gonna lose weight on this trip. I feel like now I'm gonna gain a few pounds just because I'm eating so well.
I'm in the gain category. Why not?
Yeah.
Enjoy, and even the freshness. Every fruit, every vegetable, the juices, fresh pressed watermelon juice in a king's chalice. It's amazing.
Tonight at our hotel, you better have the salmon, because I had it last night.
I had it.
So good.
I had
you
it
did have
last night. I ended up, they changed it for me. Yes, I had.
Did you end up enjoying it?
I did, and I, roasted carrots and zucchini, and come on now.
And there's the next heat entering the water. 4 minutes to go. Benedita Teixeira will be in red, Aaron Brooks in white, Francisca Valetti in yellow, and Manuela Carballo from Uruguay will be in blue. Still a little under 4 minutes. Harrison still in control. Rodriguez in second. Franceschini needing a decent score.
Yeah.
I'm
laughing because I'm thinking, okay, well, I'm eating better than I do at home, and my accommodations are nicer than my own home.
So you're moving here, basically.
So I'm living well here in El Zonte up the road from where we are at the contest site.
Maybe you could get to like an agreement with our Minister of Tourism, Morena Valdez. Maybe she offers you a job or something like that.
I'm willing to sit down for the meeting. We'll share portfolio, have resume.
So Harrison still in first, and you look at the two heat totals from first and second in this heat, and it seems like they could have won at least 3 or 4 of the heats in the last 10.
Yeah.
Because a lot of those heats tended to be quite slow. It seems like this heat had a lot more waves in the first 10 minutes. It has slowed down as of late, though, and priority is going to be a big deciding factor in how Franceschini and Arevalo compete in these last 2 minutes and 30 seconds, because you have somebody in Arena Rodriguez who's a great competitor. She's competing on the Challenger Series too, and she has priority over both yellow and blue, and also inside positioning.
Yeah, so the experience working out for her, and, the legacy of Peruvian surfers, the depths of the Peruvian team, as you said, she's getting experience. She's been traveling the world, no doubt. If she's sitting there competing in the Challenger Series, she's been all over, spent time on the North Shore, in Europe, all around South America, in California, and that's the difference. There's that level, and then there's the new fostering countries.
One of the more underestimated countries worldwide in the sport of surfing, and then the dark horses in this event, Australia. I mean, I've mentioned them a few times. I do think that they're no longer the favorites anymore to win as a team. Maybe some individual medals, but maybe not the team gold.
They're in that, and Team USA in a way, but they're further along the track in the team is set. There's a lot of the kids that have competed. This might be their first event for the ISA, but they've been grooming them for a while, and the talent pool is deep. Australia has the deep talent pool, but there's not quite as many that have been like looking at this as the goal. Let's throw it down to JJ.
JJ, take it away down on the boardwalk.
Yeah, thanks, guys. We always talk to the surfers that just come out of the water dripping wet, that progressed, that had a high score. But Natasha Goldsberry from New Zealand, she's been nice enough to let us into her preparation. She's coming up in Heat 20, and she's over there with Calm Butler and the NZ team getting ready. And so we're going to talk to you. How are you feeling? What's the preparation like and your strategy before you head out?
Just trying to kind of calm the nerves and not be too nervous, and just try and think of it like a free surf kind of, and just go out and surf.
You've got a good crew around you. You know, Calm Butler, his dad, and all the other guys are so experienced. You've been to ISA before, and what level of experience and results are you bringing here today into El Salvador?
Obviously the goal is to win, and that's everyone's goal, that's why we're here, but little stepping stones, try and do better than I did last time I was here, and yeah, just put heat by heat, yeah.
Still got about 40 minutes to go, and in 20 minutes, what's the last minute routine before you paddle out?
Just, try and calm the nerves, and just, look at what the waves are like and see where I'm going to sit, and
And do you worry about those other three girls? Are they invisible?
Nah, they're invisible. They're just people, 2 arms, 2 legs. Same thing, so, yeah.
Good one. Well, thanks so much for having a chat. We'll keep an eye on you, and best of luck.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, Natasha from New Zealand. Cheers, guys.
Thank you, JJ. So great to hear from New Zealand right there. Ellie Harrison taking the win. Irena Rodriguez advances in second in Heat 18 of the first round of Girls U18. Don't go anywhere. ISA World Juniors coming right back after this.
It's the largest World Junior Championship in history, and it's the first one in 3 years. It's 426 athletes, 650 participants, and 45 countries. Let me put in perspective what is going on today. Last year in Tokyo, we had 40 surfers, 20 men, 20 women. 33 of them were participants in the juniors of the ISA, and 16 of them were medalists. So this could be the day where you start surfing towards your Olympic participation. My only hope is that you work less and surf more. And I know this is on the way. Thank you for all your hard effort towards surfing and towards El Salvador.
Surf City, El Salvador. Now I officially declare open the competition. Woo!
And we're back with the top juniors in the world competing for ISA individual medals and for ISA team medals. Out in the lineup, Francesca Valetti, Benedita Teixeira, Erin Brooks, and Manuela Carballo. Battling it out for those top 2 spots to stay in the top half of the draw. If they do lose out, they'll be in those repechage rounds, though, so they still have more opportunities on the line. Shannon Hughes alongside Jeff Baldwin in the booth to call to action. And we've got a little peek lining up there for Erin Brooks. She's going to have a look and decide not to go. Our surfer in white. She's not the highest seed coming into the lineup, but she's definitely one of those names that we are expecting big things from paddling out here at La Bacana. And it's going to be a really exciting heat to see get underway, Jeff.
I like what you said. They are paddling out and battling out. That every one of them, it worked out perfect.
Unintentional, a little rhyming there.
Yeah.
As we take a look at Erin Brooks now, drifts that tail out, throws the fin. She goes down on the finish. I do not believe she would have ridden out complete on that one, but that's the sort of progression that we're expecting the young Canadian competitor to bring to the field.
Well, and you can see instantly her intention, pure aggression. Like, she didn't try to, milk the section. She goes, no, I'm throwing myself 100% into this. Wham!
She had one of the highest heat totals of the day in the under 16s yesterday at El Sunzal, and she was just frothing to be able to compete here at La Bacana. She's been putting in some practice reps out here and is really favoring these little A-frames.
So she is surfing in both divisions.
She's one of those surfers that's surfing between the two. She's actually only 14 years old. She's born in Texas, moved to the North Shore of Oahu when she was 9 years old, and now resides between Oahu and Oceanside. She's one of the front runners in the conversation now of that pack of young girls like a Katie Simmers, a Sky Brown, Sierra Kerr, who are starting to push that conversation for aerial surfing as well as good rail surfing. And I'm excited to see what she brings to the table here.
And refresh my memory, but have I seen all the crazy posts from the wave pools in Waco and everything where she's doing every possible aerial known to man?
Yep, she pretty much can cover them all.
Okay.
That would be Erin Brooks.
That's what I thought. And yes, incredible.
Yeah, she's a pretty incredible competitor, but we've got three other really good ones in the lineup as well. Benedita out of Portugal, Francesca out of Italy, and Manuela out of Uruguay. For Manuela, it's a first for her competing on an international stage, and that's really exciting to see her in the jersey here. It's her first time representing for the ISA Junior Championships. And she's now looking to get a better score on the board as we've got a good-looking set rolling through here, Jeff. And we'll see who is in position for it. At the moment, our surfer in red does have first priority. All four surfers going to paddle and scratch their way over that one.
You can just see that's even though the tide peaked a little bit ago, it's still, some of those sets roll under. And, red with priority, so definitely used it there.
And here we go. Nice steep takeoff. Flies around that section. Little snap to start. Keeps that momentum moving forward. Lines it up for that transitional. That float has so much speed coming off the finish that she can't hold on to it.
I thought she was going to hold on. She regained composure. Like, you could see her foot came off, and she replanted it, and then the whitewash just niggled at her rail.
She is the oldest surfer in the heat, 18 years old. This will be her last time able to compete in the juniors for the ISA Junior Championships.
Oh, the horror to be so old.
With many more years ahead of her competing in a jersey just outside the juniors. And we got a little peak lining up here. A couple small scores on the board so far. Currently with priority, it's our surfer in yellow. She's going to have a strong paddle for this one. A bit bumpy to get into it. But there we go, taking off on that first good wave opening up in front of her. Links it together for that second carve. Back into the pocket for Francesca. And now looking for that finishing section. She's unable to capitalize on anything on the end, but did well to negotiate those first couple of turns.
And just getting into the wave. She was paddling so hard to get into this. And this is the replay of Benedetta Teixeira. This is where it looked like she had so much speed. The rail went out from her. She kind of stepped on the rail twice and just couldn't pull it. And then here we go. Francesca, this is a nice inside wave. And, yeah, it ran out of much for her to do. But, again, she just gets that little wave, little score.
Gets her feet into the wax, finds a little rhythm.
Love that.
She's got a couple of 2.5s on the scoreboard, which has her sitting in the lead for the moment.
Which is funny. She's got the 2.2s. Erin Brooks had potentially the whatever it would have been score, but it's just a 1. And, you never know. Erin Brooks might get so excited that she pushes it so hard on every wave that she ends up with only 1s.
And that happens often enough.
It does.
Especially for the Groms in the lineup. Just getting so excited to get in the water, to be able to catch a few good waves. We actually have two 14-year-olds in this heat. So both Erin Brooks and Manuela Carballo from Uruguay are going double time this week between the under 16 girls and the under 18 girls, which means that coming up later in the week, they might have to pick. And they know that coming into things because there's so many heats to get through here at the ISAs that they may have to decide which division they're going to actually stick with and run out to paddle out in their heats.
Wow. So they got to surf. They're ahead of the game because they got to compete up at the point. at El Sonsal yesterday and now the beach break today. So this is double time. Apart from their free surfs with their team and the 800 other people in the water, they've got sort of quiet time in their heats at both breaks now.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those benefits, as well as that conversation around the repecharge heats. It just gives those surfers more time in a jersey, even if they manage to make it all the way back into that main final, those medal rounds at the end of competition. They've just gotten more time in the jersey, down to under 12 minutes on the clock. And
should we break that down? For anyone who's joining right now, not sure, why don't you break down? That would be great.
Yep, so we've got this main round. The top 2 surfers will be advancing through, staying in the main rounds, and then the bottom 2 surfers will be falling into repecharge rounds. It's a double elimination format. As we see Erin Brooks paddling so hard, she launches into this one with tons of speed, connects up into the lip for that first turn, can't make it around the second or the section for that second turn. And you can feel that little bit of aggression coming out of her.
She clawed the wave when she jumped over it. Yeah, so you were saying, there's the winners that go on into the winners bracket, and then the losers go into the repecharge, and they're 2 simultaneous events within the one event all the way to the final.
Yeah, it just creates so much opportunity for everybody to have that shot. You know, if they lose that once, if they have one bad heat, they've got another chance to continue making it through, and that happens all the way up until those main finals. We'll be running heats between La Bocana and El Sonsal as we take another look at this one, the speed that Erin Brooks had on this wave.
Oh, I mean, the pure, just raw aggression. And she probably did that on purpose because she knew looking down the line that she had to really try to project with a lot of speed to get there. And then this is where she kind of, like you said, the raw aggression gave up, jumped over. But interesting, so the repecharge, you get that one – the one mulligan, so to speak, the one loss, and you're into the repecharge. Once you're in the repecharge rounds, you are in that all the way to the final. And you actually have to surf a repecharge final if you make that final to get into the final. It's the only time you can get back into the winner's bracket, so to speak.
Exactly. Yeah, that's exactly right. So lots of heats to be surfed this week. Erin Brooks just dropped in a 5.67 for that big single turn. It jumps her up into the lead. Now for Francesca Valenti out of Rome, Italy, same hometown as former ISA champion Leonardo Fioravanti, who took a win back in 2015 for the ISA Junior Champions. And now tracking with Francesca, driving back into that little bit of a power pocket, can't quite connect that smooth transition into the next turn. She's looking to build on those 2.5s at the moment.
I want to go back to Rome, Italy. Everywhere, it's great. That's their hometown. They go back to Italy, hang out, reboot until you travel out in the world. She must spend a lot of time in France and other places.
Yeah, she's definitely surfing elsewhere as often as possible. She says the waves at home aren't great, but any time that they're breaking, she's out in the water, getting that training time in and ready to go, which is really exciting. She's an Italian national champion, which would have gained her qualification for this Italian team.
There are waves right in Rome, and you don't ever really hear. There was one article years and years and years ago. It might have even been Surfer's Journal or something. It was a expose on Italy and the surf in Italy, and it had really great waves because they picked the best times. But I didn't even know that. Right there in Rome, there's surf.
Yeah, they get plenty of waves. She says it's difficult to train because it's not super consistent, but when they are there, she's in the lineup. Bonita now with a nice couple of carbs back into the pocket, just whipping it around, looking for this now to line up on the inside section. Nice little tag to the lip, finds that speed to kick out on the inside as well. Looking to build on that high score at the moment of a 2.80. And our surfer Manuela from Uruguay has a strong paddle as well, just can't quite get into it.
I was going to say the judges do like that when someone can complete a wave and kick out or ride over the shoulder with this high tide. We've seen a lot of people, the wave just sort of dies out on them and they run out of speed and the wave's over. She kicked out with a little speed. Body posture is a big part of how the judges perceive the finish of your wave, your confidence, the attitude. And those are all things that these coaches bring to the table to express to their students, their team, hey, kick out with confidence. Show your, part of it. Believe in yourself.
Exactly. This is exactly what you're speaking about, where she just finds that little speed and transition to keep that control on the finish.
And just that little kick to her hands, yeah.
Scores through for last of red. It was a 3.1, has her up into that second place position. Surfer in white has a look there, decides not to go. Down to 7 minutes on the clock. Our surfer in yellow currently sitting with priority. Blue with second priority, white down into third priority. Got a little bit of a set maybe starting to roll through here. You can see those little bit of a bump in these cloudy conditions this afternoon. We've had that wind that's kicked up pretty early today. It's been coming into play for the last few hours, just causing those waves to really crumble and shut down. So it's been difficult on wave selection throughout this afternoon, Jeff, for those surfers to find a wave that even offers more than just that single turn, to find anything with combination.
Yeah, especially since this morning was just teepees that were groomed and offshore, and those first of the men's and then the first 6 or 8 of the women's. It was like electric.
Down to 6 minutes on the clock. Let's go to catch up with Ellie Harrison and JJ.
Great smile on your face there. Good feeling to get a win. And Team Australia, one of a couple of teams is still avoiding the rapid charge at this stage.
Yeah, it's been so good to cheer on everyone. Everyone's got through their heat, so it's been good to see.
And the HBC's come up in conversation a lot. It's they're a template for the foundation of surfing around the world. You're a benefactor of that. Tell us about that.
Yeah, the HBC gives us so much support. We did a couple camps going into these events. We did heat drills in some sessions, and yeah, it was super good.
You got a lot of experience to lean on there, but I saw your dad in your ear for a long time before your heat, and then you had a big long chat after. Is that part of the heat strategy in the competition?
Yeah, I love having my dad here. Yeah, he's been with my surfing forever, so yeah, it's really good to have him here.
Come on, you got to give up a bit of gas. Throw him under the bus or give him some props. What's going on there?
Oh, he's been on the beers a bit. But yeah, nah, he's having fun here. Yeah.
All right, good results, and we look forward to seeing you in the next round. Well done.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Ellie for Australia.
Solid surfing from Ellie in that last heat. As we just check that replay there, walked away with an 11.57 heat total. And she just came off of a strong win on the Pro Junior Series in Australia at Manly. Got herself a spot into the main event on the Challenger Series, and she's definitely going to be one of those bigger threats in the lineup here. As we take a look at live action, Erin Brooks was waiting this one out under priority. Sneaks into it, tries to time that first turn. She decides she's just going to kick straight out of it and keep herself out at backline. And again, Jeff, that's another one of those waves that just shut down and wasn't offering her that opportunity.
And maybe she already thought, look, I've had that opening wave where I went for the one big hit. I just want a wave that I can complete, like the build on the 5, 6, 7.
And now on the paddle back out, she swings to go under the rest of the field. This is the wave that she's been waiting for. Just digs that rail in a little bit too much, though.
Yeah.
And 4 minutes on the clock. Erin now repositioning herself in the lineup. She'll duck dive this one. She's currently sitting in the lead with that single big score of a 5.67. Benedetta from Portugal sitting with a 3.77 as her high score so far. 18 years old. Surfing's been a big part of her life. She's been surfing for as long as she can remember. As we take a look at this last wave that she caught during the interview.
Yeah, nice line on this wave, too. I mean, one of the lengthier rights we've seen in a few heats, and it actually has a smooth face, some nice, tidy down carves. You can see the ribs coming across sideways with the backwash, but it just kept kind of like the lumps kept working in her favor each turn. So well-surfed wave and well-read, and, I mean, this is 300 yards past the river mouth to the south, so she's got quite a paddle back.
Yeah, she's got a very long paddle back, and she's already made it back because that was during that interview, so she's at the top of the lineup, but she'd be feeling a little bit tired from that length of ride from that paddle. Scores in, it's a 3.77 for Benedetta. She's now sitting in that, she's been sitting in that second place position, but she's just increased that requirement on the rest of the field narrowly over the Italian for Francesca. She's now chasing a 4.37. And Manuela out of Uruguay chasing that 6.47. Coming down to 2 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. And this is where that priority really comes into conversation and all the pressure waiting out. Maybe one more set before the buzzer sounds.
And that's what Francesca wants, and she is sitting with that first priority. Like you were saying, minimal score. I'm glad that JJ was talking with Ellie about the HBC. in the interview with, there was a translated interview with the Chinese surfer Shuin Jin, who got first in the heat. And so her translator, and I think someone, maybe the coach or part of the team, was saying they're going to California for 4 months to train. And then I wasn't sure of a name of a place, and I was referencing HBC. And even America, we don't have, the HBC was government backed. They put a lot of funds, you know, the government said, we back surfing. You could see that almost happening here in El Salvador, in Brazil, in Chile, in Peru, in all these other countries before it would even happen in the U.S., which is like a very surf-developed country. But the surfing's just not that popular there in the sense of the government saying yes.
Totally, as we see Aaron Brooks now with a big section. Hits it hard, maintains control. Another single turn, but really timed it well. Got those fins loose for a moment.
So was there a bidding war for her? She's in Hawaii, but she's surfing for Canada. She's from Texas. I mean, yeah, golden future, it looks like. She is one of the surfers that will aspire to become World Championship Tour surfer.
She definitely is. Manuela now with this opportunity on her backhand. Couple of turns to start off and doing well to just use that upper body to get that board thrown around under the lip. Chasing that big score at the moment, but looking to put her best score on the board so far, and coming down to the final minute did so well to get into that one. She's only 14 years old as well, so the two 14-year-olds in the lineup just looking to push their own personal progression in every single heat that they surf this week.
And that's so well said, their personal progression, because like we started the day with, you know, advanced and beginner, so to speak, you know, first who knows what their background, when they got involved, all of that, and how often they even get a surf. Do they live right on the beach, or do they live an hour inland up in the mountains somewhere? Who knows?
Totally. Down to 10 seconds on the clock. Aaron Brooks in the lead. We are waiting for that last score to come through for Aaron. It will drop through as her as one of her top two waves, so it'll put that bigger requirement on, or basically just that bigger heat total for her advancing through into the next round. Scores in for Lasta Manuela, a 1.57, and she's sitting in that 4th place position alongside Francesca Valente, who drops out in that 3rd place position. Those two putting on a good performance out here will be relegated into the repechage round. And Aaron Brooks dropped in a 5.20 to back up her 5.67. Just those single turns on offer. We'll be looking for her to find some combinations later in the week to get into that really good range. And coming up in the next heat, we've got some great surfers. Aaron Brooks walking away with victory here. We're going to go to a quick break, and we'll bring you back more action for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships right after this. And we're back for the ISA World Junior Championships. Out in the lineup, Kokono Kawase from Japan, Natasha Goldsbury from New Zealand, Maxima Rosano from Nicaragua, and Karen Guadalupe representing Guatemala, hitting the lineup, looking for their opportunity to get that first heat underway, to get those jitters out, to find their feet in the wax, and get some good waves in sort of challenging conditions this afternoon, Jeff, as we take a look at the opening ride from Maxima from Nicaragua. Gets that first turn connected together, now looks for this inside connection, and she'll kick out just before the rocks.
And we'll get that replay. I mean, I think it's challenging, but it was more challenging before, 2 hours before high tide. Around 1 o'clock is when everything really fell apart. At least the faces are smooth now, and there's more length of ride generally on every wave they're getting. Obviously, the tide peaked, so now it's pulling back out a little bit.
That's so true. That wave that we saw from our surfer in red in the last heat, Benedita Teixeira, on her forehand, that ride she rode for so long. It just kept on rolling for her.
Yeah, and there was the wind is onshore, but before for a while it was like almost directly side shore from the south, which really made the faces messy. Right there, you see in this slow motion replay of Natasha, it's just. It looks glassy. You know, there's a little lump and bump, but it's offering the space to turn, although she did get a little hung up there. Nothing worse than slow motion hang up, but that happens.
That happens more often than not. And we've got scores coming through now. Just small scores across the board. Karen Guadalupe sitting now with priority. Our surfer in blue waiting for her first wave to roll through the lineup here. And it's been a huge week of surfing. It's been, it's only been 2 days, actually, so it hasn't been a huge week yet. But we have a huge week ahead of us.
Time suspense. It feels like a week when you, I mean, you know, yeah, the ISA is unique. We do these sort of events a lot, and 28 heats in a day is a big load. And what's amazing about the ISA is that usually you have 28 heats, and then the next day you might do 22, and it starts to go down. Here, it just stays at 28 for a few days, for a longer than other events, and that's okay.
It's so true. And I think, the reason that that's happening this week specifically is because we're hitting record-breaking numbers for this year's ISA World Junior Championships. We got 45 nations represented. We've got 419 athletes across 4 divisions, under 16 men's, under 16 women's, under 18 and under 18s on both sides as well. So we got a lot of opportunity for a lot of surfers.
And what's going to happen? I mean, it's almost at the breaking point. Really, right? So what if then it's going to grow, and then they're going to have, 480 participants and 50 nations. What? How many?
I have no idea how Eric Kramer, our technical director, is going to work that one out, but who knows? It's pretty amazing at the moment there, of course, offering those equal numbers for genders as well, which is unique to ISA conversation, and especially when we're talking about the Olympics and the requirements set by the International Olympic Committee. So a few years ago, the ISA introduced 3 women and 3 men represented for every team, for every division, which is great because it just offers that extra equal opportunity specifically for these women's divisions, because coming into competition in years before that, it was 4 men on a team, 2 women on a team. And now they've opened up that door for equality, and we've got many more women in the draw this week than we've ever had before.
Well, and, from a neutral, pulled back perspective, there's no difference for me, and I'm involved in surf every day, my whole life, in the quality that's happening between the new entering nations and the ability of the men surfers, and the new nations and the ability of the women surfers at all. Like, it's completely even across both sides and all 2 divisions, or both divisions.
There we can see Pua de Soto having a chat with Shane Dorian. She's coming up in the next heat. One of the front runners just narrowly missed out on qualification out of the Hawaii Tahiti Nui region for the WSL Challenger Series this year, but she's one of those that's been growing up and coming into it. And I think an important part of that conversation as well, Jeff, is just recognizing women's surfing as its own sport and men's surfing as its own sport.
They are.
And creating its own equal opportunity so that more women have that opportunity to find the growth within their specific sport, and keeping that comparison out of the conversation. And that's one of the great things that having those equal numbers has opened up here on the ISA side, is that we're just creating more growth opportunities for more women from more nations to get that time in the jersey, to have their that team development, to have their nations pouring into them, and to just becoming really well-rounded surfers.
Yeah, and going out across the world, there's a lot of different challenges against, you know, and so that is wonderful that the IOC and the ISA have embraced that, because that's the real important thing. It doesn't touch home as much in America and Australia, and, you know, surfing is, but because on a athletic level, let's go put Erin Brooks up against 99% of the 14-year-old, you know, in a lot of the beaches of California or wherever.
Oh, yeah.
And she'll wax them.
She's just hands down one of the best surfers on the planet at the moment, which is really exciting. We've got 12 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. And speaking of Erin Brooks, let's go catch up with her right now.
Hey.
Yeah, thanks very much, Shan. Just having a little debrief here with Erin Brooks. You got a heat win, but you weren't overly happy with your performance, though, were you?
The waves were really slow, and it was super sectiony, so you could only get like one turn, but it was still fun surfing with all the girls.
You had a bit of a debrief there, and we were waiting for you. What was the information that your team members were sharing with you?
They were just telling me to keep my head up, even though that wasn't my best performance. If I were to do more on the wave, I would have got higher scores. Even though I only did one turn, I got high fives. But.
And are you receiving direction when you're in the heat? You're looking back in the shore, the waving, and helping you with positioning, things like that?
No, not really. We kind of talked about it before I went out, and then I just tried to stick to plan.
Well, you got a bit of a spotlight on you. You've got some experience, and what do you say to yourself tonight? You go home and regroup.
Well, the waves weren't the best today, but I tried my hardest, and tomorrow I have the under-16s, and I just want to do better and better.
Well, you're still winning heats, so it's scary how much improvement you can do. So that's a really good effort. Well done.
Thank you so much. Bye.
All right, we'll catch Erin tomorrow in the under-16s. Thanks so much. Back to you guys.
Stoked. Great to hear from Erin. Such a positive attitude. She's a young competitor as well. She's only 14 years old, so she hasn't spent that much time in the jersey. And I think there's been this great conversation, Jeff, coming into this this new crop of surfers that have been taking over the women's tour. As we take a look at live action quickly here with Kokona out of Japan, such a strong surfing nation, driving through that first turn. Beautiful engagement of the rail, connects seamlessly through into the second turn, and that is the wave she has so patiently been waiting for this entire heat to showcase the work that she's been doing behind the scenes. I cannot wait to see where that score drops through with 10.5 minutes on the clock. But it's been...
Go ahead.
It's just been exciting to see that growth within women's surfing coming through from those younger surfers, but they also haven't had that much time in the jersey. So there's some of the best free surfers at the moment. They've got this great opportunity to train with some of the best, have the best equipment under their feet to get to just literally hit the road. I mean, for Erin Brooks, this was her third or fourth trip to this area in El Salvador, specifically just to go on surf trips, just to get time in the water to improve her own personal surfing. But then that conversation comes into the maturity of athletes as they start to hit into maybe those 18-year-olds into those mid-20s, where they're the ones with that experience in a jersey when it comes down to crunch time and heats that are able to kind of maybe take that front-running position ahead of some of these younger competitors who have all of the dynamic aspects of their surfing that they're getting really well-rounded with in the early years, but they just haven't quite had that competitive time yet.
Yeah, well, you've got to think, here, if we're talking about Erin Brooks, by the time she makes it there, and she will, Stephanie Gilmore and all of them will be retired, and they're probably thankful because they're like, what is going to be happening in surfing in 8 years from now? And then it's going to be Caitlin Simmers will be a veteran, and,
Definitely. That was a 6.17 that came in for last of Kokona from Japan on that left. And now linking it together on the right out of New Zealand, the Kiwi Natasha Goldsberry connecting together for her second wave. And it is cool because Katie Simmers and Erin Brooks, they're just divided by about 2 years in age, about a year and a half. So one of the trips that Erin took down here to El Salvador was with Katie. So they're just pushing each other through as well. And it's been exciting to see as we take a look at this last wave from Natasha.
Yeah, this was one of those rides. Unfortunately, this one, it was almost so big it was pushing across, but she did find her way into that next section, just having to deal with a bunch of side bump, backwash. And I haven't surfed out there, so I can't talk to how it hugs the rocks at different tides with the depth and which ones you really want to have eyes on. But that one definitely was pushing out to sea and a lot of water, wobbly. So Kekona is, seeded 9th, so she's definitely one of those ones here on a mission looking for gold. She is highly ranked in the seeding situation, and, the surfing showing it there.
She's one of the older competitors currently in the water as well at 17 years old. We've got Natasha, also 17, but then we have a very young surfer in Maxima Rossano.
Yeah.
Just kicked out of that wave. She's only 13 years old. This is her best trip of the year and maybe one of the best trips of her life to be able to represent her nation. Her and her sisters have been competing for Nicaragua since they were just tiny kids. She's only 13 at the moment, but her and her sisters have been in the jersey since they were about 7, 8 years old, competing and representing for Nicaragua on this world stage already, which has been exciting to see them gaining that.
Isn't Valeria her sister?
Yeah.
I've interviewed them. This was before Maxima was even competing. She was probably, this was in 2016, so she was just the tag-along. And it's so cute. And Valeria was competing for Nicaragua in those games. Now, both are competing.
Yeah, it's been amazing to see that whole pack of the Rossano clan getting that time in the jersey, representing here at the ISAs. We're down to 6 minutes, 47 seconds on the clock, and we'll track with Natasha now. A strong paddle and looking smooth as she comes into this first big snap, lays it down, puts a lot of power into it. Now looking for that next section to open up for her to offer that steeper section to finish with, and she does really well to connect the dots. The Kiwis going crazy there on the boardwalk, feeling really stoked. She had a 3.33 as her high mark at the moment, and she's definitely going to better that with this next wave rolling through. And now one important note on our surfer from Japan, Kokana Kasawa, is that she actually has a priority interference from earlier in the heat. So she only got that single counting score, and now we're likely to see Natasha take the lead away with this one.
Well, that replay up there, that opening turn was so nice, and it was great. The drone angle is really cool, and it shows the bottom of the board, but that front angle showed how the wave cornered and stand up, really showed the steepness. She placed the turn perfectly and then was patient to get to that inside bit and finish strong. She knew she'd opened with a beauty.
Scores coming through for her now. She is chasing just a 2.85 to move into that leading position over Kokana. And we're waiting for that to roll through now. Down to 5 minutes on the clock. Our surfer from Japan with that single best score of a 6.17. And unfortunately, due to that priority interference, she doesn't have that second scoring name, that second scoring wave next to her name.
Yeah, so somehow we missed it, but there is that priority too. That popped up, and I didn't know if I was having a little thing on my own system over here. But so she is down to bottom priority, suspended for a while until the other three surfers.
Well, she's back into first priority in the lineup, but she will be missing her second scoring wave as we take another look at this now. So the surfer in blue had priority over the surfer in red from earlier on.
I saw that and wondered what was going down.
And unfortunately, that does mean she's got the interference next to her name. So she's just going to have the single scoring ride of a 6.17. Now Natasha Goldsberry scores her in. She's dropped in a 5.33 on the scoreboard to improve on her 3.33, and that's taken her up into the lead. Now it's put Kokona chasing an 8.66 to gain the leading position again. And the requirement on that third place surfer is at a 4.01.
So Maxima is in such a striking spot because since they're only going to count Kokona's one wave, she can't, it doesn't matter what she rides, unless she goes and betters the 617, then that's her one wave. But at this point, if she doesn't better the 617, Maxima can get that 4-point ride, find herself in second, and then maybe in a priority situation where she can just shadow Maxime or shadow Kokona.
Exactly. Even for Karen Guadalupe, she's only got that 5.51 requirement on the scoreboard at the moment. Kokona there just waving her arms, trying to find out the situation. Down to 3 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock. And Team New Zealand, the Kiwis, feeling stoked that Natasha's jumped herself up into the lead. And we've got a great heat coming up next with Pua, Coco, and Estella that we just saw paddling out well wide of the main contest zone here. We saw those free surfers in the background as well. So there's so many waves on offer in this region. We've got a good-looking set that's rolled through. So that first set goes unwritten, and they're just going to be too deep for the second set rolling in.
This. Bommies, maybe this is the beginning of that next swell coming. We were talking about the swell increase with the tide increase.
And now Karen up and riding on her backhand. She was sitting with fourth priority, but she was the only surfer wide enough to sneak herself into this, and that's going to be her second ride of the heat for the 13-year-old from Popoyo in Guatemala. And I love that she just charged on that set that rolled through. Scores are in. It's just a 1.8. She wasn't able to really connect with any good turns, but incredible to see her just charge on that solid size set.
And she's got not much time, but she's staying wide, so she could go back out and, you know, luck into or find a 4.38 and find herself in second if Maxima, who has second priority, needing the 4, doesn't find a wave.
Down to 2 minutes on the clock. And you can see our surfer in red staying so close. She's got that priority over yellow.
Yeah, I know.
And they are just, she is not going to give her an inch to move. Good looking wave rolling through right now. Maybe with a ride on offer. And it just isn't going to break enough for our surfer in yellow to have an opportunity to go.
Yeah, Kokona isn't ranked or seeded number 9 for no reason. She knows the game. She knows the strategy. She is shadowing young Nicaraguan Maxime like no tomorrow and says, I don't want to go into the reprecharge round, even though I have an interference. But this,
Well, she let her go on that one.
Yeah.
She wasn't able to get into it. It would have been a really challenging takeoff as well,
And
already in the foam.
with a minute left now, Maxima loses that unless, or she's, I guess, back out quick enough that she's back in second priority.
Yeah, neither Natasha or Karen are out the back with priority anyways, but this is a really, that's interesting. So that was a little blocking tactic there, and the judges have deemed it worthy to change the priority. So now our surfer in red from Japan has dropped down into second priority under Maxima because of that last set that rolled through. She had a dedicated look at it.
I'm listening to the beach announcers wondering, I'm like, I'm not hearing the call. Tell her.
She definitely needs to know because there could be an issue here. If a wave comes through in time, 20 seconds on the clock, I'm so curious to know if Kona is aware that she no longer has first priority over our surfer in yellow. She already has that one unfortunate priority error, and it seems like there's just not going to be a wave coming through in time for this to be tested. That was a wild finish, Jeff.
That was a scrappy little end to the heat. And, you know, for a first round.
And Natasha linked herself a 6.23 while the other two were scrapping around out the back. Drops in a huge score to better her equation in the lead over Kokona Kawase in second position as the women come through. That was a well-fought battle. We'll see Maxima and Karen into the repecharge rounds. And a great heat there from Natasha Goldsberry, walking away with the win for the Kiwis for Team New Zealand. Japan walking away with second. Stay tuned for more action. We've got a Hawaiian, Argentina, and Chilean hitting the lineup right after this. Welcome to day one of the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. We're here in Surf City, El Salvador. The waves are pumping and we cannot wait to see the action get underway for day one.
On the backhand, Second turn, spicy, and fits one more in. Wow. So beautiful turn right there.
Oh, big old layback hack under the lip.
Hi, my name is Maya Kizmovich. I'm 13 years old. I wouldn't be here without my family and especially God, and I'm so thankful. And because without them, I really, really wouldn't be here. And it's such a blessing to be able to experience this with the people that I love most. And the waves are firing, so I just can't wait for my next heat.
Oh, Kainala with the best air we've seen all day.
Yep. Yeah, Karamas.
Oh!
Pour gagner les compétitions, voilà, comme daal lañ ñëw fii nii pour wane ñu boobu wane liñ man pour jéem a gagné compét bi affaire yooyu noonu.
Here goes the South African Thompson.
Day of action was unbelievable here at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. We cannot wait for more to get underway tomorrow. Check out isasurf.org for all the information. Welcome back to the action. Out in the lineup for heat number 21 for the girls under 18s division at this year's ISA World Junior Championships. We have Pua De Soto out of Hawaii, Coco Chancharulo out of Argentina, and Estela Lopez out of Chile. And our surfer in white, Coco, goes down on that ending section but charges from the start. Pua now up and riding. Beautiful engagement of the rail for that first turn. Now building that speed down the line, timing it well to set it up for the inside. This wave goes really soft on her, but she's going to put that pressure on the front foot, keep that speed moving forward, and finish off with a clean snap.
Yeah, and Pua is one of the fastest starters you'll see in the entire event, Shannon. A 6 already on that opener, and I was down there on the boardwalk, and I could see her warming up with Shane Dorian and her father, Dwayne De Soto, who is a former world longboard champion too. So she was really dedicating her time to analyzing the ocean and seeing where the best position was to sit at.
Such a good mindset to have as a competitor, to get down here, to be well prepared ahead of time, maybe get that surf in early in the morning, but then to spend that time just watching the lineup that they're going to have to paddle out in to really know what the best decisions are going to be when they're out there in the jersey. Estela Lopez goes down on that first turn, just bites the rail a little bit too hard, and she'll now need to get herself out into lineup again. Pua has a look at that one, decides not to go. And Pua opened up on a 6-point rise, so she set herself up in a great position now to build from. Having a look at this one, she may have that nice little left opening up in front of her. And straight into the lip for that first turn. Great snap, throws that little rooster tail of spray. Engages on that second turn. And now comes in for that little transitional maneuver, keeps that speed, that power, that flow moving forward, and maintains control throughout.
That was impressive, too. I mean, the way she was able to fit in the last 2 turns specifically, real tough sections. You're talking about one of the premier surfers in this division, really finding and manufacturing a couple of scores in difficult conditions out there, ever-changing conditions, and it's gotten much windier in the past 20 minutes, too. She's going to have 2 scores on the first 5 minutes, Shannon.
Yeah, you can even see that the face of the waves is finally starting to show that texture as well, where in the last few heats that I was calling with Jeff, you could still see that nice clean pocket opening up in front. And maybe those second or third waves in the set will have that. But those first ones definitely starting to show that wind as well.
She kind of recognized this on the last wave, too. See how frothy it is? Much more difficult to surf, but a lot cleaner than a lot of the first set waves, though. So she was able to manage to fit in a couple of turns right at the beginning. But this is where I felt was the most impressive. Just fitting in that last carve in a section that's barely even there. That was great surfing. And then I believe this was the replay from down the beach. Look at how well she engages her rails on a wave that's really not offering up a lot of sections. She's just really able to manufacture something out of nothing and did really well just to bring that board around at the end.
Yeah, really smooth surfing, waiting for scores to drop through from the judges now, but it looks like it'll go higher than her opener even.
No,
and start to put a big question mark on the rest of the field. There it is, a 6.83.
Yeah, and I love that score. I think you really want to appreciate, despite maybe the wave quality, she's been surfing these waves to the absolute best.
Let's go down to catch up with JJ.
Yeah, thanks very much, Jan. We had a chat to Natasha a couple of heats before, talked about your preparation, and obviously your preparation was good.
Yeah, just put it all together and surfed a good heat.
Well, you've been very modest. You've got a lot of admirers here. Give us a rundown on that big 6 backhand move.
Well, I knew that I was in first, but like I wasn't safe there, so I was just like, oh, I saw that left coming, but then I saw the other girl wanting to go right, but then I was just like, oh, I'll go, and then yeah, just set it up nicely.
Yeah, well, you sure did. There was a huge spray off that. The team went wild. We're familiar with the haka, which you did before. It's like a war cry, prepare for battle. What's this little one we can come up at the end here?
That's just our chant, just to get us super fired up before heats, and yeah, just bring us all together, make sure everyone's here, and yeah.
You had everyone watching. There's a lot of energy. We love the NZ crew. Well done.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, guys. Natasha with the win. Back to you.
Solid performance from Natasha out of Taranaki in New Zealand, and great to see the Kiwis taking charge. We saw another surfer making it through on the women's side as well on those top 2 earlier on today, and really starting to draw a name for themselves here at World Juniors this year.
And we've also seen another surfer from Taranaki also do well at the ISA level. Paige Harab has also been somebody who's made it real far in these events in the past.
Yeah, it's been incredible to watch Paige's journey, to see her off the championship tour now after 8 years of competing at that level, but still keeping her name in the mix in that Challenger Series conversation, on that qualifying series, and really looking to put herself back there. She was also so close to qualifying for the Olympics last year here in El Salvador at the World Surfing Games.
Yep, and now the rest of the NZs, as JJ calls them. I had never heard that term before up until he said it a few heats ago. I'm sticking with it, though. But, yeah, it's cool to see them really come together, and it seems like there's a lot of unity among them, which is really cool to see. And the one thing that I love the most about New Zealand is that I think they're such a small country that they're so passionate about any kind of sport that they can get their hands on, too.
They are the most passionate sporting nation of all time, while still, I think, the actual competitors themselves being some of the most humble that we'll come across in the sporting world.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's a really great dynamic, just being so in love with sport, but at the same time, just kind of recognizing their place within it all, and I think giving us each a real lesson in humility as they carry themselves.
I used to love seeing the haka when I competed at these events too. It was like one of my favorite parts to look forward to at these events. And yeah, I think they could potentially go a long way individually.
And we'll take a look at the 2 waves that we've seen from Pua so far.
So this was the 6. A real nice wrap at the beginning. The rest of the wave was kind of a little sleepy, just didn't offer up a lot of scoring potential. So the real meat of the score came from that first turn, just a real great carve. And then look at this, a much cleaner wave, but it wasn't the first wave of the set, Shannon. So a lot frothier, but did really well just to fit those turns in right there in the pocket. You're talking about one of the best surfers to ever come out of the west side of Oahu, and she's making that side proud.
Yeah, and it's such a good point of her coming out of the west side with Makaha being her home break. That's a challenging wave to negotiate. There's always so much backwash in it. And now on this fuller tide again, that backwash is kind of disappearing. But a little bit earlier today, I mean, you could really see those surfers having to kind of negotiate that in section. And you can just tell within how smooth her style is, her approach on that wave, even with those frothier sections, some of those bumps, that she just feels really comfortable with a continuously moving ocean underneath her.
Yeah, and she's learned a lot from a former silver medalist, also from Makaha, Alessa Quizon, fellow goofy footer, very similar styles. And what Pua's been able to see from Alessa has actually been able to elevate her own skills. But I think strategically, more than anything, she's been able to pick Alessa's brain and say, like, hey, you know, I need a little bit of help every now and then. Could you help me?
And that's what we love seeing pouring back into the next generations as Coco goes for that big reentry on her backhand. Nicaragua team down there cheering her on. You can see the coach giving some pointers even now out to her as she's a little bit closer in on the lineup.
You mean the Argentina?
Sorry, the Argentina team.
It's been a long day, Shannon.
It's been a very long day.
Don't worry about it.
Coco from Argentina, and now Estella from Chile. Oh, great opening turn.
Yep.
Now linking it together through to the inside. gets a little bit stuck there and loses that speed, but she still manages to keep control, goes for that redirection as well, and links in some power.
Not bad, honestly. She needs a 3.61 for second place. I think she gets it all day. And maybe a bit of a mistake right there from Coco on going on that previous one, because I think Estelle is going to get the better of these two. I think the last of white came in as a 3.77. I think this is going to be a bit better than that.
Yeah, we'll see how it rolls in. Nice to see them both getting that opportunity as well on a little bit more of a set wave. Down to 8.5 minutes on the clock. And Pua de Soto sitting in that driving seat, reaching above that 12-point range for the heat total. Eyeing off a different section. She's on that paddle back out.
Younger brother Kala, a great surfer as well, and father Dwayne here supporting his daughter Pua. But it's cool to see like a familiar legacy in the water, just sharing the lineup. And in the end, I remember the best time ever surfing was with my father, my older brother too. Like sharing the lineup with them is everything I surf for, Shannon.
Yeah, it's such a special thing. I also grew up surfing with my dad and my brother, and they were the first ones to introduce me to it. And yeah, it's just something that if it can be part of the family, it's almost a guarantee to be part of your life for the long run.
And those moments can't be replicated either. Like I still have them engraved in my memory as some of the fondest that I'll ever have in my life.
Yeah, it's so special. And it's amazing to see it for so many of these surfers now walking into this competitive space as well, where they've got that kind of soulful side of surfing growing up, just having a love of the ocean. For Pua, she's one of the great water women growing up and coming out of Hawaii as well. I mean, so well-rounded just in everything having to do with ocean life. But now to see that family dynamic pushing her in this side, it's a great support system if she's looking at a career as a competitive athlete.
Yeah, and I think with the backing of her family too, instilling into her a great work ethic and wanting to appreciate not only the sport of surfing, but what surfing has done for her family as well. You're just seeing somebody who's super appreciative of what she has in front of her, and it's showing right now. Look at the way she's competing. Look at the way she's enjoying herself at this event. It's a big opportunity for her to be able to represent Hawaii at the world stage.
It's so incredible. It's a similar story for Estela Lopez from Chile. She's currently sitting in that second position at the moment. She hasn't been able to lock into one of those ways where she's found any good scores, but she was also born into a surfing family. The sport's been part of her life since before she could walk, and that's really given her that drive to want to succeed in it, that drive to want to represent Chile on a big stage like this.
Her mother wasn't pregnant with her on surfing, was she?
Maybe. There's so many women now. I've got so many girlfriends that have had surfed well into pregnancy. It's been pretty incredible to watch that journey for some of my friends, and I wouldn't be surprised if
that
she
sounds
was
like
one of
it's
those.
really difficult to do.
I'm very impressed with the women that have done that. Bethany Hamilton kind of being that main
Yeah,
name that
right.
we know. I mean, competing at a high level, yeah, it's pretty impressive. Down to 5 minutes, 40 seconds on the clock. Nice little drive off the bottom into that wrap for Coco. She's only chasing that 3.74. If she can put it together on this finish, she finds that power. She connects with the pocket on the end. She could be looking at that score to advance.
Yeah, and it's basically a score similar to her best wave. So at the moment, I think she's probably going to take second back again. It could be closer than I'm thinking, though. But with 5 minutes to go, I also think that Lopez is going to have another chance to move it back up into the top two. What I'm really interested to see is what Pua is going to do. Is she going to keep searching for the lefts, or is she going to show the judges her backhand? Because that's also one of her stronger weapons.
Especially coming from Makaha, those rights being more what she would be surfing on a daily basis.
You surf Eva Beach, too. There's a lot more right-handers there. You even go to town, you surf Queens, where it's more of a longboard wave, but you can still shortboard there.
One of my favorite in the world.
One of the best waves in the world, too, I think.
Look at this set rolling through. We're still waiting for scores for Last of White for Coco. Yellow has a duck dive. And surfer in red, Pua, deciding to still stick on that forehand. Great snap. Looking for that next section. Unleashes straight into it. Mitch is going crazy next to me, and she's going to wrap that around now, looking for that finishing section. Is it going to steepen up? Is it going to offer her that clean finish? And she goes in for the power, checks the watch, and she'll paddle back out with plenty of time, 4 minutes, 20 seconds, to get another good one.
Oh, I think this is the best wave of the heat by far, and she's going to get an excellent score.
Estella now with a nice clean face in front of her. Big wrap. I love the way she just opened up those arms, expanded the shoulders, going in that first turn, engages with that rail on the second, and now she's going to put it up for the finish. She'll ride through complete. Now we're still waiting for that last score of Coco from Argentina to drop in, who was currently sitting in third. She only needs a 3.74 to get that second place position, which with the score to come would likely get her there, except that we could see a change now in Estella's scoreline as we take a look at last of Pua.
These first two turns, Shannon, were as good as it gets. That second turn specifically, just a lot of quality, a lot of commitment, and the way she was able to link all turns together with the finish too, very impressive, because she's already exhausted after riding a few waves, putting a lot of effort into it, and then your legs turn to jelly, but she was able to just compress and attack the lip. This second turn, I think that might be the best turn I've seen all event long. Releases the fins, and it should be one of the highest scores of the event.
Waiting for that average to come through. At the moment, we've got a 4.23 for last of Coco, a 4.0 for last of Estella. Coco jumps into second, Estella down into third as we take a look at this last one.
I liked her wraps too, the way she opens up her arms and is able to utilize the entirety of her rails. So Coco's comes in at a 4.23. That means that Lopez is now needing a 4.01. I think it's right there. She could potentially get it.
And scores in for last of Pua de Soto. It's a 9-point ride, well worth the wait to go on another left.
Yeah, no, and her wave selection has been on point, the way she's executed, and her conversion rate too. She's caught 4 waves, and 3 of them are better than a 6. That's pretty impressive for a girl that's under 18.
Such an impressive heat that she's drawing through together, and that's reminding me of, the fact that you brought up before at the start of this heat, that she was down here early.
Yep.
She was watching the conditions. She was standing with her dad having a conversation about what wave she should be picking, and she's executing it so well.
It's game time. You got to be down here, put on your game face, and really dedicate enough time where you feel a level of comfort where you're going to have 20 minutes to go out there and execute that game plan that you're thinking of.
Down to 2 minutes on the clock, and Pua has just locked in the second highest wave score of the round. We saw Janier Gonzalez walk away in that 9-point range as well earlier on in competition.
So Lopez drops a 4, and she needed a 4.01. As close as it gets right there, Shannon.
That is crazy. That is so close. I don't even know what could have been done differently. Just maybe that little extra bit of power, a little different connection with the lip here or there. And Coco remains in that second place position. She is in a combination situation to take away the lead, but what she'll really be focusing on is just increasing that requirement on Estella. And now Coco driving into the pocket, looking really strong on her backhand, out onto the open face for that second turn, and now linking it together for the finish, looking to build on that 3.77.
Yeah, and that was a good wave too. I think she's going to improve her situation substantially. She needs a 5.83 to break combo. If she doesn't, either way, what matters here is making it through. And I think as of right now, she's going to make Estella's life a lot harder with this wave.
And that's such an exciting dynamic within this heat. Of course, Pua's out in front, well into the lead, but that battle for second is just so tight at the moment. As we take a look at this one, it'll probably drop through as one of the second highest score of the heat.
It could potentially be. I mean, I feel like a lot of the score is going to be based off of the first turn. Here's the front angle. Just a lot of commitment, great bottom turn, and just lovely execution up into the lip. And I do feel like Coco's been waiting for a wave like this the entire heat. She's had a couple of scores in the mid-range, but this should score a lot better just based off of that first turn.
And there it is. It's a 6.87 for last of Coco. Puts a huge requirement now, a 7.1 for Estella. She's got this opportunity in front of her. Engage with that rail in the back half of this wave. Keeping it nice and smooth, but chasing down one of the biggest scores of the heat as we track with Pua now. Coming through on the inside, checks the watch. She's got this nice little section to work with as she comes through. But she's already got that 9-point ride on the scoreboard, and she'll be very happy with her performance in this heat.
Yeah, and I think she just made a statement saying that she's one of the favorites to win gold in this division. She really looked spectacular out there, Shannon, and conditions were not easy at all.
No, really difficult to negotiate, challenging across the last couple of hours to get that right wave selection in the lineup, and for Pua to walk away with one of the highest scores of the day. That 9-point ride was just exceptional. Having a look at first wave for Nair Marquez from Brazil. in the next heat as we see Pua feeling so stoked on the lineup with Team Hawaii.
Yeah, she seems like she's happy and relieved just to make it through.
And we'll catch up with her after the break. Team Hawaii feeling stoked for Pua de Soto taking away a huge win, finding herself a 9-point ride. And stay tuned for more action right after this. Welcome back to the action. We've got a big heat on our hands coming up into heat number 22. It's been a big day of competition for our girls under 18s. We opened up the morning finishing out the last 4 heats for the boys under 18s. And we're now finishing out with the last few heats of the day. Out in the lineup, we have Gabby Spark from Australia, Nair Marquez from Brazil, Annabella Lopez from Puerto Rico, and Angelina from Colombia, as we've got some scores locking in from that first exchange for Nare. It's a 2.67 for Gabby, a 0.83. And we've got some live action now out in front with Angelina. Having a look on her forehand. She'll ride out complete from that wave, doesn't quite connect into a big turn to start things off, but she's going to have a score on the board. Down to 16 and a half minutes on the clock. And in that last heat, we saw a great heat total of a 15.83 coming through from Pua de Soto. Let's catch up with her now.
Yeah, an amazing heat total and an incredible 9+ point ride. Incredible performance there for another Hawaiian surfer. Pua, you must be feeling fantastic after that heat.
It feels good to get a couple waves. I think in the warm-ups it's always so crowded, so just being able to connect together and having amazing coaches and people just surrounding me and pushing me and trying to make me the best person I can be.
What about the team atmosphere? Like, it's not just Hawaii, it's every country to come up those stairs for the victory. It just feels so good. Everyone's just charged up.
It's awesome. It's really cool because normally we would be competing against these people in our countries. So it's awesome to kind of have everybody together to just cheer each other on and be there for each other. And so it's an awesome atmosphere and it's very positive, which is awesome.
I think Papa Bear, Dwayne, I think he had a little tear in his eye before. He was pretty emotional.
Yeah, I mean, my dad's one of my biggest inspirations. He has taught me how to surf from when I was 5 months, and he continues to teach me and coach me and push me, and he'll never stop pushing me, and I love that because sometimes it can get hard, but he's always there pushing me but also loving me. Yeah.
And that left, you got an excellent wave, high nines, fantastic. Talk us through that one.
Yeah, I kind of was waiting a little bit and then I kind of got nervous because I was missing a couple little insides, but I knew that since I had two sixes, I needed to build off of that and not just stay with that and go below it. So I just kind of waited and stayed patient, and then it luckily came.
Well, you tore the bags out of that one. You've got 8 national titles, which is incredible, but you haven't had an ISA result yet. So is this your week?
Yeah, I'm excited to just push myself. I think the main thing is to learn from it. No matter what the result is, I mean, I have the amazing people surrounding me and supporting me here and at home. And so just to be able to keep taking it heat by heat and trying my hardest.
Well, that was an awesome heat. Well done.
Thank you so much. Aloha.
All right, guys. Great result there for Pua from Hawaii. Back to you.
Love hearing from Pua, the humility, hearing about the way that her dad got her into the water at just 5 months old.
Yeah, and that Takora board looks good under her feet too, but I think she's one of the favorites to win this division, and she could potentially go all the way if she continues up the streak that she's got going.
Yeah, she's an 8-time national champion, and she's got more to ask for, more to hunt down here for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. Down to 14 minutes on the clock, and a nice-looking wave rolling through. We'll go split peak action, and we'll track with Nare on her forehand. Looking for that first turn. Nice little snap under the lip. Goes in for that big finish and connects those two turns together. She's going to build on that 2.67 that she opened up with.
Yeah, and she's been a 6-time Brazilian national champion too in several different divisions, including the U16, and now graduating to the U18. It's a big moment for Naire. Coming from Ubatuba in Sao Paulo, the same city where Felipe's from, and just coming to an area which, you know, is going to be very similar to home. Definitely feels much better than having to travel to somewhere in Europe, maybe even Australia. Less time traveling, Shannon. Water very similar as far as the temperature goes. And the food's very similar to home, too. So she should be feeling very comfortable here.
It makes a huge difference being able to feel comfortable far away from home. Gabby Spake throws it up into the lip on that first turn, unable to connect. And then we saw this one from Nare.
Yeah, it took her quite a while to get back to the open face. But once she got there, I mean, she executed quite well, slid the fins right there, and then went straight up into the lip. This is probably going to be the best way with the heat so far. But I like the diversity in this heat. Brazil, Australia, Colombia, and the Cesare, actually, Angie, her father works for the WSL. Johnny, he's one of the filmers, and Angie's been competing for Colombia because the mother's Colombian. She competed last year in the Open Games here at La Bacana. She's had a lot of experience, and they've been here for a few weeks just training too. So she's been out there probably more than anybody else. And Lopez just as well, Puerto Rico. I know they've been training in a lot of similar waves. They have this one beach break or kind of peak hobos, which is really similar to here at La Bacana too.
It's so nice when these surfers have a wave that's similar to where they have to go compete at to get those training reps in while still being able to maybe sleep in their own bed. As we see Annabella lock into that first turn, unable to find that connection riding through. And Naire drops in a 4.5 for her last wave.
Yeah, and you see all the people from Southern California too. I mean, I think this wave is much stronger than lower trestles and uppers and say whatnot, but it has a kind of a similar shape, especially with the way the rocks meet out up into the lineup. So you have a certain sense of comfort and maybe recognition of what the wave will do, but that doesn't necessarily guarantee that you're going to feel the same level of comfort at home as to this location right here.
Definitely, and there are those differences. It's so much warmer than it is at trestles, but this wave has a lot of power and a lot of punch to it. And I've been hearing so many surfers coming out of the water starting to recognize that. Maybe not suspecting it at first while paddling out, and then just recognizing there's a lot of power in it.
So I haven't paddled out here on this trip yet because we've been so busy and because there's 40,000 kids out there surfing too. But I remember last year in the Open Games, we had a lot of time to surf in between heats and whatnot, and it was big. It was big. You felt the power. You felt the consequence of what a bad decision made to what happened.
Annabella linking into a wave again on her forehand. Nice carve to start things off. Tries to get over that section, find some speed. Can't quite get there. And Naire looking really strong on these rights. Finds that little connection. A lot of ribs to negotiate on the face of this wave. Manages to pull that second turn out. I definitely thought that she was going to go down, but she regains that control and composure. And now she's got a long paddle out to line up again.
Yes, she does. And I think they're surfing the right that's even further away than the main scaffolding too. So they're quite a ways down the beach, but that's kind of the one that works on a lower tide. And even look where Gabby Spark is in red. Like, she's really far down. I mean, she's even too deep for that wave over there, so she might be considering moving over back again because she just got dropped down to third place.
She's got some work to do on her hands, chasing just a 2.27 at the moment. We are waiting for scores to come through for Last of White as we take another look at it here.
Yeah, and I think this wave will come in better as her previous, which was the 4.5. Just better execution of maneuvers up into the lip. That turn was pretty cheeky right at the end. She caught a little bit of a drift, but was able to recompose herself and stay on board. And that's really where you notice the people that have been competing at a high level for a long time. They're able to fit in those maneuvers that they're maybe a little subtle, but they work. They factor in and they add a bit of a point, and those in the end can make a difference whether or not you make the heat or you end up losing.
Yeah, that's such an important part of the conversation, just really making the most of anything that you can do to just increase those points. As we see Annabella on her backhand connecting a couple turns together, she goes down. Gabby Spake now, great whip for that first turn, links it together for the second, and she'll be looking to put on a strong finish here as well. It's a smaller size wave on the inside, but she's got that speed, power, flow on dial. And Nairé with a powerful attack as well. I think this is the first left that we've seen her take off on. She's been hunting down those rights throughout the entire heat, and she's looking really comfortable there as well.
Yeah, she is, and she dropped a 5 on her previous wave. I actually think this is going to be her best one, just straight up into the lip twice. And she's been very active, too. This is her 4th wave, and I want to say, 6 or 7 minutes, Shannon? She was kind of patient right at the beginning, but once she started getting a flow, she caught 4 waves in a row.
And she's been building on that score line. She went from that 2.67 for the opener, found herself a 4.5, then increased it with a 5, and now we've got an even better score dropping through. Now for Gabby Spake, our surfer in red, there is a little typo there. It's not Spark, it's actually Spake out of Australia. She's dropped in a 4.10, which has put her up into that second position at the moment, and that's a great score to be building from as well as we take another look at last of Annabella.
Yeah, a smaller wave, much flatter sections too for Lopez from Puerto Rico. She does get her best wave, so a 2.7, that's adding on to her heat total. She's going to look to go back out and find something better than that. But Gabby right here, just going with the flow. She gets a 4.1, so some decent surfing right there. But I think to make it out of second right now, she's probably just going to need another backup like that to solidify her second place spot. And this wave I really enjoyed. The 2-turn combo by the surfer in white, Marquez from Brazil. And you can definitely tell that she's been competing for quite some time. She knows how to navigate herself through a heat.
Yeah, she's doing really well. I mean, finding her way through from the rights, now moving across to the lefts, positioning herself right back in the middle of the peak again, sitting under that 3rd priority, but she's done so well to just increase that score line throughout, finding that 6 to now put more pressure onto Gabby, chasing that 6.90.
And now, like, big decisions coming for both Angie and Annabella, because De Cesare only has the 1.57, and based off of what I've seen in the free surfs from her, I think she has a lot of potential to get scores up into that mid, almost even excellent range. She does need to be on a set wave, though, and with just under 7 minutes to go and having first priority, it's big decision time right here. She just turned 14 years old, too, so this is kind of make or break, you know?
Yeah, and this is huge, too, especially for these younger competitors that are paddling out in the under-18s division, that are maybe surfing across both under-16 and under-18s. Yep. It's a big growing period, paddling out against some surfers, more like a Gabby Spake, who have more of that experience coming into her last opportunity to compete in the juniors.
In this exact division, too, as you were saying, Angie surfing up division. And these are the current conditions here, 3 to 5 feet on the sets. Swell direction from the south-southwest. It is a bit windier than 8 miles per hour, I do want to say. And then the tide already dropping back down, so it should be getting better throughout the day.
Pretty high water temp, pretty high air temp as well. And that's another part of that conversation. We're talking about a really powerful wave here at La Bacana. Sucks a lot of energy out of the surfers. It's a long paddle when they do link into one of those good waves. A couple of the waves, if they just get that single turn or 2-turn combo, they're out the back pretty quickly. But then also the temperature to factor in for these surfers to really pace themselves throughout every heat.
Yeah, you get exhausted quickly out there, as we saw Gabby, just throwing the tail, but couldn't ride out of it. Still, a 2.73 as her backup. As of right now, that's decent, but you want to make that 4.13 and the 5.26 a higher requirement for the people in 3rd and 4th. And with 5 minutes to go, those scores are easily attainable.
You can see also right now we've got like 2 of the surfers going for one peak, 2 going for the other peak. They're pretty split. They've got some distance in between. Now they're going to start to converge together as that set's rolled through.
So if you've seen the last few heats, the best waves have still come on the left. That's where the highest scores have been.
Oh, strong turn under the lip, just bites the nose and goes down for Angie. I love that she went for that opportunity, though. And now Annabella on her forehand. She's chasing down just that 4.13. Nice turn to start things off. Links it together for the second. Little airdrop, but keeps that control. And finds a little jam to finish off. She's got that requirement, that 4.13. It will be her best wave of the heat. Sitting on a couple of 2s at the moment. Gabby's high score at the moment was that 4.10.
Yeah, and it wasn't a very good left, to be honest. So I actually think this could be the score that she needs. Look at the replay from the drone angle. Slides the fins, a lot of power in that turn, goes straight up into the lip. And I think if she would have ridden out of this super clean, it's no doubt the score. She did leave a little bit of doubt, though, but I think the aggressiveness of the first 2 turns and getting a wave that actually offered up some scoring potential, she did very well here just to get this wave.
Scores coming through from the judges now, and I think that's it. You nailed it on that finishing maneuver, whether or not she rode out clean.
I don't think she did, but I think either way it should still be quite close on whether or not she gets the score.
Yeah, just waiting for that average now. Down to 3 minutes, 40 seconds on the clock, and it's so tight between that second, third, and fourth place position at the moment. A bigger requirement on the board for Angie in that 5-point range of 5.26.
Look at the amount of distance between white and red right now.
There's none at all.
Oh, she's like really following her. She does not want to let her get the lead.
She knows she's got that capability as well. She's chasing that 6.90, but I think if Gabby can find herself on the right wave, she's easily looking at the score that she requires, especially I bet Nairé saw her ditch those fins out on that maneuver that she fell. She didn't ride out complete, but to know that she's got that little bit of progression in her back pocket.
She knows how dangerous she is, and she doesn't even want to risk letting her get a wave that could potentially get her that score. I mean, it's respectable, and look at the score for Lopez in yellow.
It drops through just high enough. It's a 4.43. Judges giving her the nod. And it takes her up into that second place position over Gabby. Gabby now chasing a 3.10. And I'm curious to see, is white going to now move down to sit on yellow? Is she going to just stick with red the whole time?
She's sticking with red. I mean, I think she just knows that eventually, even if she needs a 304 to retake second, she could easily get an 8 if she gets the right wave. You know, so she doesn't want to get dropped down to second and then potentially have a flurry of waves at the end and all of a sudden be in third or fourth because of that.
Just over 2 minutes on the clock. White sitting with priority. Let's take a look at last of Annabella. It dropped through as a 4.43.
Yeah, and a decent combo right here. I think they're really rewarding the quality of waves that they've been searching for, just allowing for that kind of surfing that really pushes the boundaries of whether or not things are going up into the lip. And you see right there, that is no doubt a much more critical turn than a lot of the 3s and the 4s that we've seen in this heat. So she should have easily gotten the score, and with 1:40 to go, she's comfortably in second. But I think with the situation between white and red now, that little defensive move that Marcus is playing, I think Lopez is looking good for second right now.
Yeah, I feel like Gabby Spake is going to have a tough ask on her hands. When the wave comes through, is there going to be 2 waves? Right now, it's just this single wave in the set. And Nairé in white does have priority. There could be a bit of a split peak, but it looks like, all right, we're going to have an opportunity. She's going to let her go. And Gabby chasing down that 3.04, goes in for one big hit on her backhand. She's not going to be able to connect it through for a second turn straight away. She's going to hold on here and hope that this wave gives her that reform to work with, but it doesn't. Chasing that 3.04.
This will be enough. It should be more than enough for her to retake second. So Lopez is going to drop down to third and need a score right here. It won't be a huge one, though, so there's still time for her. But even Angie could get a score that could push her up into second place right now. But depending on what Gabby gets, their requirement is going to be a bit more than what they need right now.
Down to 30 seconds on the clock. Scores to come through for last of red. And Annabella just kicking hard to put herself on the inside here with 20 seconds, though. Seems unlikely that another one of these waves will pull through with some opportunity. We're still waiting for those scores. Gabby's chasing a 3.04 to get the advancing position or that second place position instead of heading to the repecharge rounds over Annabella Lopez. And it is so close at the moment as we're waiting for that average to come through from the judges.
It's borderline, isn't it?
It's so tightly borderline. It's one of the closest calls that we've seen throughout the day.
So right here, they're just making a decision on whether or not yellow should advance or red should advance. But
this is wild. The score drops in, Mitch. It's a 3.03. She needed a 3.04 to get the requirement to overtake Annabella Lopez, and she doesn't do it. It's Naire Marquez in the lead from Brazil, and Annabella Lopez advancing through in the top round. Gabby Spake and Angelica down into the repechage.
Wow. And that's going to be a tough one to swallow. I mean, you need a 304, got a 303. A couple of judges said yes, 3 said no, but it seems like the average was right there to whether get her through or not. But good job. I mean, the surfer from Puerto Rico making do.
Oh, she did so well. Even down to that last finish. She didn't get another wave, but she was so hungry that whole time, looking for one more opportunity to make sure that she was secured through. And I believe that that is our first Australian that we are seeing relegated to the repechage round.
Yep, and that's a surprise too. But there's a reason why these are the world's best surfers, world's best waves, Shannon.
Incredible performance from Annabelle Lopez and Team Puerto Rico. Stoked meeting her down there at the river's edge on the ocean, and just incredible to see her pull together such a good performance. Really tightly contested position for that second spot. And a great performance coming up. We've got 2 more heats in the lineup. Stay tuned for more action. Heat 23 and 24 for women's round 1 for the U18s will be rounding out our day. Welcome to day 1 of the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. We're here in Surf City, El Salvador. The waves are pumping, and we cannot wait to see the action get underway for day 1.
On the backhand, second turn, spicy, and fits one more in. Wow. Beautiful turn right there.
Oh, big old layback hack under the lips.
Hi, my name is Maya Kizmovich. I'm 13 years old. I wouldn't be here without my family and especially God, and I'm so thankful. And because without them, I really, really wouldn't be here. And it's such a blessing to be able to experience this with the people that I love most. And the waves are firing, so I just can't wait for my next heat.
Oh, Kainala with the best air we've seen all day.
Yep. Yeah, Karamas.
Oh!
Pour gagner les compétitions, voilà, comme daal lañ ñëw fii nii pour wane ñu boobu wane liñ man pour jéem a gagner compétition bi affaire yooyu noonu.
Here goes the South African Thompson.
Save action was unbelievable here at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. We cannot wait for more to get underway tomorrow. Check out isasurf.org for all the information.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. Surfing has the power to change the world, and will now take the next step onto the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognized by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the International Surfing Association. This is a better world through surfing.
Back at beautiful El Salvador for the ISA World Juniors in the water. Heat 23, Beatriz Carvalho from Portugal in red. Emma Beltran from Uruguay is in blue. Jasmine Porter from Canada is in white. And Evelyn Chavez from Panama in the yellow jersey. Here's blue. The Uruguayan surfer Emma Beltran. My name is Mitchell Salazar. Alongside me, former professional surfer Jeffrey Baldwin. Jeff, good to be back for the last two heats of the day.
Of course it is. It's great to be back here side by side with you. We are having a great day, you and I and Shannon, mixing it up, sharing our stories, bringing the color to the world.
Don't forget about JJ on the beach all day.
Oh, I'm not forgetting about JJ, but I forgot about him because he's down there. No, not really. He's been doing a great job. He loves that. He's right in it, doing the beach interviews.
And we have a few scores coming in. A 2.33 and a 2.0 for Jasmine Porter. That has her in the lead. Chavez opens up with a 1.43. Beltran with just a 0.6. And Carvalho, the Portuguese surfer in red, with just a 1.23 to open up. Let's go down to JJ and Naide Marquez from Brazil. Actually, it might be Anabela Lopez from Puerto Rico, the buzzer beater at the end.
Yeah, sure is. We're going to have a chat to Nadia, of course, as well, but we had to talk to Bella. There's a few things in that heat. First of all, you progressed with .01, and that alone must have felt good.
Yeah, it felt super nice. I was super stoked. But, like, I caught that wave. I heard the score, then all of a sudden, like, she caught a wave. I saw her paddling back out, and I'm like, oh, she's going to come in. And then all of a sudden, I see her paddling back out. There's, like, 30 seconds, so I'm like, no way. And I started paddling so fast down the line, trying to get to her. And luckily, the time ran out, and I knew I passed my heat. But I'm just so stoked to be here, and I'm glad I passed. And you!
Yeah. A shorter road to the final through the main event. The repechage can be tough going.
I agree 100%. I know a couple people that are in repechage, and I know it's going to be tough, and I'm just stoked to be in the main round still.
All right, well, good job. That was a nail-biting finish. We've got the winner of that heat over here, Nadia, as well. Thank you so much, Bella. And that was a great heat. Very entertaining. A good crew down here as well supporting you.
Thank you. I'm really happy to be here in El Salvador for the first time. The waves are not too good like right now, but I'm really happy to be here for my first ISA Games and under 18 with this team. That is awesome. The girls and boys are ripping, so the event is awesome. There are too many girls ripping from all the countries in the world, so I'm really happy. And I got 2 good waves in the heat and third, more or less. So yeah, I'm really happy. I want to thank you everyone in the team. Everyone, really, all my sponsors, and my dad, my mom that is watching in Brazil, my sisters, and everyone in Brazil that is watching me and cheering. So yeah, I'm really happy.
Well done. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, thanks, guys. Back to you. Cheers.
Thank you, JJ, and parabéns to Naide Marquez from Ubatuba in Sao Paulo, Brazil. Taking out the heat win, 11-point heat total. Not a bad way to start off her campaign at the ISA World Juniors.
What a heat. Yeah, that was great. I love the story, the color story there from Anabela Lopez saying, wait, what? She's paddling back out? No way. I'm going to go. I'm going to hunt her down. Or no, that wasn't Nare. Who was it she was hunting down? Was it Gabby? Or
it was Gabby, yeah.
Yeah, so she's hunting down third place. A little lapse in judgment there, but it all worked out in the end, and I love that interview. And from Ubatuba, what a beautiful place. I've had great surf there.
You like Sao Paulo?
I love everything in Brazil.
The food especially, too?
The food, the people, the culture. The food's amazing.
I know.
Whew.
Yeah.
I mean, right here in Surf City, El Salvador, they're kind of battling with it, but Brazil has some – I could go. I don't want to take away, but it's different. The truck stops everywhere you go in Brazil. Is just like the best food. You're like, what? The truckers eat this? Like buffets with everything you could possibly imagine.
Yeah. No, food is great in Brazil, too.
In America, it's like McDonald's and Jack in the Box and Kentucky Fried Chicken, for the truckers and 7-Eleven. There, it's like homemade food with love.
I think a lot of people are going to say KFC was the best option out of those three, though, if you love fried chicken.
And they're all poor options. Anyway.
So those were some replays of the opening waves of this heat, now live. Evelyn Chavez from Panama. Just a short one there for her. Porter has the lead with just a pair of twos. And everything else in the ones or less. Baldy almost halfway through the heat. 10:25 to go. As we're seeing some of the teams right there, that seems like Team Uruguay supporting Emma Beltran.
That opening wave, or the Canadian, Jasmine Porter, that was a really nice wave. That left she had.
Yep.
She spanked off a few nice turns.
Well, she's got 5 waves so far in this heat in the first 10 minutes. So maybe trying to select her waves a bit better right here at the end. And as the winner of the last heat, Naide, was saying, it's not easy to surf out there right now, even more difficult to compete too.
Oh, okay, I see. So they were playing, I think, they were playing a replay of Naide's wave, and that's what it was. Mm-hmm. Looking in every direction up here, Mitchell.
The regular footage, correct, Jeff?
Yes.
No one left, okay.
Yeah.
It's been a long day, Jeff.
And then that's when I said, "Oh wow, Jasmine Porter got a great wave right here." But
she's still got a couple of turns off on her twos, but nothing comparable to the surfers in the last heat. But still, early stages, lots of time, and you're talking about a very experienced field when it comes to the Brazilian Storm as well. But you're seeing a very diverse parade of nations right here in this heat too. Canada, Panama, Uruguay, and Portugal. Speaking of other South American countries, Uruguay has done well at the ISA World Juniors before. I competed against a couple of their members before. Segundo Vargas, who was a former national champion, right next to Argentina and Brazil, but they don't get as much credit as the other 2 countries that were aforementioned.
They don't, right? And yeah, but they don't have a lot of surfing coast.
It's small.
It's small, right,
but
tucked in between. But so is El Salvador,
yeah,
right?
Exactly.
3 hours from north to south.
They have a good surfing community, though. They have one fantastic surfer, Marco Giorgi.
Yes.
Who now resides in Brazil. A family man now, Marco. And, I think what happens to Uruguay, too, is that they don't have maybe the same accessibility as Argentina and Brazil do as far as events, as far as maybe flights. They have to go to other airports, larger airports, to get connecting flights too. But what I've heard from a good friend of ours, Luis Maiturria, who's been a former professional surfer from Uruguay too, he said that Montevideo, the city, is one of the most beautiful places in the world.
That whole area. I've never been able to. That's right.
And that's the statue of Catherine Diaz, the young lady, the former representative of the El Salvadorian surf team who lost her life a few years ago, just entering the water, got struck by lightning, Jeff, and that statue is here to commemorate her memory.
I went down there. I was watching them finish painting it as they were doing all the final touches pre the event the day before. And but then there was a bunch of people. I didn't get a read. I think, are those signatures? Do we know? Have you looked at? Are they signatures of friends and family or team members?
It's really just a story.
A story.
Yeah.
Okay.
About her. But Catherine was a great representative of what surfing means to El Salvador. The first time I came here 10 years ago, she was actually one of the first persons, one of the first people I met when I came down here, believe it or not. But yeah, she was very proud to represent El Salvador and call this place her home. And the ISA World Games right here at La Bacana too were also dedicated to her memory. And Brian Perez was so close to qualifying for the Olympic Games in her honor too.
The Pink Panther.
The Pink Panther.
Yeah, so he's probably – is he here in the country? Will he be here for the event to be a dignitary? Does he get a wild card? No.
Not into the juniors, no.
No,
but,
into
the championship tour event. I believe there's a trials final.
Oh, okay.
And he will be surfing that, yes.
All right. Well, now, there's a statue for her dedicated.
I think pretty soon there's going to be a statue of him, too. I mean, if you've seen the way that kid surfs, boy. There's been some great surfers to come out of El Salvador. Jimmy Rotherham, Wilbur Alvarenga, a.k.a. El Policía. But I think that...
Was he rough in the water?
I
Policía.
don't know why they called him El Policía, which it translates to the police officer, but you see him surf, and he's not very tall, he's short, but he's a great surfer. And then Brian has just surpassed all expectations, but, the whole reason that he's been so good as of late has also been because of the opportunities that we've had here in this amazing country in the last 3 or 4 years.
Look at that. I mean, please book your flights. Come on down. It is beautiful here, and I mean, I can tell by just driving around. We're staying in a beautiful hotel, the Garden. All the places here are nice. We're staying about 15, 20 minutes just north, and I mean, it is luxury. The cuisine is nice. It is so close from the airport. Literally, you land, and you're probably a half hour at max from getting in your cab or whatever, your car, to wherever you're staying. Lots of real estate to rent. Beautiful, beautiful scenery, beaches.
The coffee's great.
The coffee's great. The pupusas.
Have you had some already?
I'm just faking it. Come on. I'm getting there. We're getting down on pupusas tomorrow, bro. I'm bringing you some.
We should. Once we're leaving, getting in the van, there's literally some right across the street. So,
but we're bringing a wheelbarrow too for Jeff, because all this food, you're gonna have to cart me out.
Dude, how do you think I feel? I've eaten so much in the last 2 days. It's crazy. But hey, they're treating us great, so I'm not really complaining at all. As we're seeing a couple of the surfers right there in the athletes area having a great time. Just over 4 minutes to go in this heat. Porter drops a 3.67, the best of the heat so far. Chavez in second from Panama. Carvalho from Portugal in third, needing a score, just a small one, a 2.1. And here goes the heat leader, Porter, the Canadian. Great wrap on the backhand. A second one right in the pocket. Smaller wave right here at the end, but trying to just capitalize on this wave and better her low score of a 2.33, which she will easily do.
So she has been so busy. 3 times as many waves as everyone else almost.
Yep. This is her 7th wave so far, Jeffrey.
Or so twice, yeah, a 4.5.
Best wave of the heat so far. That extends her lead. That means that Chavez now needs a 6.27 for first. Carvalho still in third, and the high seed from Portugal potentially close to being eliminated right here, needing a 2.1. And the surfer from Uruguay, Emma Beltran, needing a 2.6, also for second place.
Well, at least Beatriz has priority, needing a minimal score.
But here goes Chavez, though, the Panamanian, looking to improve on a 1.43. I think she's done that and just a bit more, too.
Absolutely.
Making life harder for Beatriz Carvalho. And there you see the Panamanian squad just hooting her on.
So where will this go for Evelyn, and what pressure will that put then on Beatriz?
And it seems like scores have come through. It's a 2.7, Jeff, and this was the last of Jasmine Porter, the 4.5.
Yeah, you know, again, the wave set up from the first turn nice, and then the rest of it just sort of let her down. One more section like the opening section, she would have pushed past 5. This nice wave for Evelyn from Panama. And just, yeah, that there you can see the little bump in the high tide in front of it. Sort of a slowish wave. Mm-hmm. So now it is up to our surfer in red from Portugal, because I wish we had those stats in front of us. What teams have, gotten first into out of each heat?
Yep.
So like we were saying a few heats ago, there was an Australian surfer that was the first of the Australian team to not win the heat.
To be eliminated.
Or to be in, not first or second, to go into the repechage round.
Yep. And then we see Carvalho have a look there. Didn't paddle for it, so she's going to keep her first priority. Porter was up real quick, but now needing a score is the Portuguese surfer in red. Will she commit to this one right here? She's paddling, and Beltran is going to have to give way to her. This wave closing out. Can she make it to the open face? No, she can't. She needs a 3.37, just over a minute to go. And where is Evelyn Chavez? In yellow, she has first priority now with just over a minute. And Carvalho is way to the north of her. Jeff.
Wow, will she sneak? Will there be an inside wave that she can spin around on for our surfer from Portugal?
This would be a massive upset, too, and we just had one in the last heat with Australia losing out right now. Carvalho's going to turn around on this one. Chavez is trying to get closer to her. Beatriz up and riding. Tags the lip once. Goes up into the lip the second time, and in the shallow section, just can't hold on.
So she found a scrappy little wave on that right, and now we're down to under 30 seconds. Paddled out, found the scrappy wave, got a few turns, didn't finish.
And I dare say she was on her way to the score right there, too.
Yeah, needing a 3.4 or something, 3.37.
So she gets a 2.77, now needs a 1.83. Is she in position to catch a wave with 5 seconds to go? No, she's not. Portugal's going to go down. It's Canada and Panama advancing on. In heat number 23, Emma Beltran from Uruguay also relegated to the repechage round. That is a big, big loss for Team Portugal.
Well, in the end, though, when it's all said and done, if she goes into the repechage round and ends up advancing a bunch of heats through the repechage round, same points, exciting finish.
And an exciting finish there between the surfer in red and yellow, but it's Canada taking the win in Jasmine Porter. We'll be right back after this commercial break. Don't go anywhere.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. Surfing has the power to change the world and will now take the next step onto the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognized by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the International Surfing Association. This is a better world through surfing.
What a day at the ISA World Juniors. We're live at La Bacana in beautiful El Salvador for the last heat of day number 2. Liv Haysom from New Zealand in white, Candelaria Rezano from Nicaragua is in yellow, Anon Matsuoka from Japan in red, and Juana Pos from Guatemala is in blue. A couple of scores on the board already in the first 2 minutes, just small ones though. Haysom from New Zealand with just a 1.5 and Rezano with a 1.2. And one of the superpowers of the surfing nations out there in red in Matsuoka from Japan. They're looking to take gold as a team, Jeff.
Absolutely. And in Heat 20, Kokona Kawase, she was the number 9 seed. Anon is the number 8 seed. So those two young women and Kokona had a kind of a sticky situation, had a paddling priority interference, and only had the one wave. And Maxima
Rezano, yeah.
She couldn't get the wave. She only needed a small score, too, and just couldn't find the wave at the end to get into second. So that would have been a big upset on that end for Japan.
And guess what? Her older sister's out there right now in Candelaria.
That's right.
And we just saw Matsuoka catch her opener in this heat with just under 17 minutes to go. In the Rezano family, they reside in Popoyo. a great wave. The father, Manny, a big wave surfer himself. As we're seeing the surfer from New Zealand, Haysom, attempt a great strong maneuver up into the lip. Would have been cool if she would have landed it. And you see a lot of these surfers, despite their young ages, they're going for things, Jeff. They're risking it all. They know that this is a huge opportunity for them to not only do well individually, but also for their respective nations too.
I'm wondering, how was Erin Brooks going into this seated 28th?
Because she's representing Canada.
Oh, so they just, the way the points work, she had less chance to get ranked higher.
Due to her team's ranking.
Yeah,
yes.
exactly. Okay. It's a little deceiving.
Yeah. You've had quite a few questions today, Jeff. I like it.
Some of them like that, you're like, okay, wow. She'll smoke, half the boys in the world, and she's, seated 28.
Yeah, she's quite the phenom, isn't she? You get her, Molly Picklum,
Simmers,
Bella Kenworthy, Caitlin Simmers.
We get to see Bella. She is surfing.
And the U16s.
She's here, yeah.
So higher priority with Rezado from Nicaragua in yellow. So Matsuoka has to give way. And we're staying with Candelaria. A decent two-turn combo right there on the backhand. Maybe getting one more at the end, too. And she's going to kick out right on the rocks.
Well, she's been surfing since pre-diapers. She's been surfing on her dad's shoulders when she was beyond young.
Mm-hmm.
Born and raised in the ocean in Nicaragua there. What a place.
Father from Argentina.
Yeah.
Competes quite a lot in California as well, doing the NSSA events. And there you see Team New Zealand wearing the all-black T-shirts. I love the haka. My favorite part of the opening ceremony on Friday.
When I got to do beach interviews during the Costa Rica Worlds, they were the highlight of some of my days doing their interviews together.
Yeah.
The sisters. Yeah, Candelaria.
Oh, Candelaria and Maxima.
No, and Valalia.
Valentina.
Valentina, doing those two. It was so good.
Yeah. They're definitely some of the nicest girls you'll meet, too. Very well educated, too, believe it or not. I mean,
their parents are.
Yeah.
I met their mom and their dad and talked to their mom a bunch of times just hanging out.
All of them homeschooled,
Yep.
but, I mean, they put a lot of time and effort into their education at home, too.
Yep. Work hard to play hard.
Yeah, exactly that. And here goes Blue, the surfer from Guatemala, Juana Pos. And you're talking about a small country, a non-surfing country with great waves, too, a lot of beach breaks. And they're making the effort, the trek. It's close by, but it's great to see Guatemala on the world stage, too, Jeff.
Lots of beach breaks, right.
Oh, yeah. It's one of the warmest places you'll ever be to as well. Here goes Candelaria from Nicaragua on the backhand again. Already dropped a 4.17. And looking for the combo here. Great turn right there in the pocket. And coming from Papoyo, she goes left quite a bit.
Yes.
She knows that her backhand is definitely her strength. And here goes the surfer from New Zealand, the Kiwi, Liv Haysom. Has a 2.77 as her best, looking to back up that high score of hers.
Two nice waves. Too bad Liv just got stuck on that little rib that washed up the face. But, geez, Candelaria's wave, that was a beauty for her. So that's going to knock the 1.2 out of her score line, probably better the 4.17.
And here goes the surfer in red, the Japanese, Anon Matsuoka. Opened up with a 3-5. Great execution of that turn right there, but just can't hold on. Very close to finishing it off.
She got a little overextended, a little arm motion up there in the lip.
She looked like me on that turn right there, Jeff. Very close to finishing that wave, though. Gets her best, a 3.57, but this is going to be the best wave of the heat from Candelaria.
I like this behind drone angle. It's nice. I love when you see the surfer disappear and then you just see the nose and some spray. But this was the wave she was looking for. That first turn and then that one.
And then Rosano with the 6.33 on her backhand. And then the one wave from Haysom in white from New Zealand, a 3.0.
Yeah, and then right there, you saw that rib come up, and she just went stuck on the ledge.
Difficult wave to surf. And then this turn right here was the money turn from the heat. Just couldn't pull it, though, Jeff.
Yeah, you could see that. I think she didn't anticipate the tail sliding. Her butt went back and her hand went forward and discombobulated there.
Weight distribution wasn't correct, was it?
Doesn't that just make it look happy? Come be a tourist here with us in Surf City, El Salvador, in El Tunco.
Are you having one of those drinks later on?
No, I'm not.
That thing looked massive.
I mean, maybe if it was watermelon juice, but she was modeling it very well.
11 minutes to go on the clock.
Did she make the drink look better, or did the drink make her look better?
Vice versa.
Okay.
Yeah. Equal opportunity right there, I feel. So, go ahead, Jeff.
6.33 for Candelaria Rezano.
Yeah, so Haysom in third, needing a 4.07. Pulse from Guatemala gets on the board, a 0.93. Needing a 6.14 to move up into second with almost half of the heat gone by. Priority sitting with the surfer in blue, the Guatemalan. And you talk about a very rich country when it comes to cuisine, too. Guatemala has all the goods. You talk about coffee, mole. That was part of the Mesoamerican part of the Americas as well. Just a great diversity when it comes to their cuisine, too.
Absolutely. The mole. I love mole.
Yeah.
I got some good coffee here, but you know what? While we have a little break, because everybody who's been watching all day is enjoying it, but they want to share to their friends and family and everyone else to get them on the Stoke train. So go to www.isasurf.org to watch the webcast, and we are broadcasting from here. We have the live cam up there at El Censal that doesn't have the webcast, but it has the live. You can watch the surfer surfing. Go on to Instagram at ISA Surfing. And you can check out, they've been posting continually, and I'm checking out what's going on at the other things and here because they're just up to date. Same on Facebook, and then hashtag ISA World Juniors. Find out the latest and greatest from all the athletes and coaches that are posting stuff too using the hashtag.
Also remember to tag Surf City El Salvador as well with the hashtag.
Oh my gosh, that was somewhere.
Yeah, it's all good, Jeff. Don't worry about it. I got your back.
That's right.
There's a reason I'm here. So Haysom in white, having a look at this left right here. The drone angle making it difficult to really see how steep this wave is. She doesn't recognize any scoring potential right there.
I love the drone angle. The drone angle is so good. No, it is. I appreciate drone all the time.
So that's the replay real quick, just the 1.97. So she's going to stay in third, needing a 4.07 for the lead. Matsuoka still in second, looking to better at 3.5. And Rezano in control of this heat, Jeff, with a 6.33 and a 4.17. She's been looking good so far. Good conversion rate. Only 3 waves ridden so far, and 2 of them have been keepers.
Yeah, and I'd like to know, and we'll have to find out what her best ranking is in all these events that she's competed in for the ISA over the last bunch of years. She's been competing in them since she was 13, or 12 or something. Like, they were tiny.
So I would have to say this has got to be at least her 3rd or 4th year.
Yeah.
Because Candelaria is only 15 or 16 years old right now.
Yeah.
Valentina, the oldest one, I think she still had 1 year left.
Okay.
Wasn't able to come here, though, so it's just Maxima and Candelaria. Maxima being relegated to the repechage round here in the U18s. But Candelaria making the Rezano family very proud at the moment in the lead of this one. Still 7 minutes to go in the last heat of day number 2. It's been a great day of competition so far. Some of the standouts in the event have been Pua de Soto, Eve Wong, Nora Leota, the 3 Hawaiian surfers advancing in first place in their respective heats. And how about the Brazilian surfers as well? We saw Naire Marquez 2 heats ago dropping an 11-point heat total. Despite the difficult conditions, she did very well to advance and win her heat as well. So it seems like a couple of waves approaching the lineup. Rezano in the lead, but she's holding down priority 3. She's on the right, though. Going to be the first right she takes in this heat. On the forehand. Carves it back once. Goes up into the lip, just a little late to the party right there. And it doesn't seem like she's going to increase her scoreline.
No, but we'll get that replay. But the first turn, I liked how she just drew it out and made it a little bit longer. It seemed like it set her up perfect for that next section, but a little slow to the lip. Like you said, a little late to the party. There's our little slice of paradise, ladies and gentlemen. All the flags, all the countries represented on proper, real flag poles, not on some sticks. They are the real deal.
So 419 athletes from 45 different countries worldwide, and not only have these nations been gathered here for the ISA World Juniors, but they're also here in brotherhood and sisterhood as a surfing community worldwide. And it's just beautiful to be back here in El Salvador, one of the greatest countries there is as far as surfing goes. And I love their slogan, the right way to surf.
The right way to surf.
Surfing the right way.
It's an enjoyable.
You know what's even the funniest part about it right now? La Bacana is predominantly a left, too.
I know. But it's one of the few in the country.
Yep.
Right? So everyone comes here to hone in on their front side of their goofy foot, their backhand, if they're regular. The rest of it is just right points.
I know. It was funny to me because I'd always thought of El Salvador as a place that had right-handers, came here to compete, mainly rights all the time, too. And then all of a sudden I get invited to do an event here a few years ago, and it's the first left that I see in all of El Salvador.
Yeah.
I was kind of stoking, to be honest, as a goofy footer myself, Jeff. 4 minutes, 30 to go. Matsuoka on the left. She's up and riding. Decent-looking wave right here, too. Goes up into the lip once, a little stuck, but great execution right there at the lip line. A little over 4 minutes, Jeff. That should help her score.
Mm-hmm. Just over 4 minutes. Can you believe it? Another phenomenal day of action here in beautiful Surf City, El Salvador.
Especially after not having the ISA World Juniors for almost 3 years, too. The last event in Huntington Beach in late 2019. And obviously, due to COVID, a lot of restrictions coming around. We did have the World Games here right at La Bacana in 2021, the last qualifier for the Olympic Games. And we got a split peak situation right there between blue and white. Haysom, who's looking for a 4.87. Did she get the score necessary to move up into second place? It doesn't seem like Matsuoka is going to improve her situation. And the Japanese going to stay in second. And Rezano still in the lead. And Liv in white. Doesn't seem like it's going to be the requirement necessary. So she's still going to go back out and look for the 4.87 with just a little over 3 minutes. 4 divisions at this event too, Jeff. 3 surfers from each country if they have enough surfers to represent them as well. We know a lot of countries don't have all 12 surfers here.
Yeah, we know Sweden doesn't, Finland doesn't. Well, I don't think Senegal doesn't have the full host. But yeah, that's what. And there we go. That was Juana Pos from Guatemala. Just another small score, but keeping herself busy or keeping herself in the action. She did have priority, knew she had to use it.
And with this angle, you can really see the competitors that aren't competing right now in the water, looking to free surf as soon as the event finishes. The jet ski just really telling them to wait patiently. There's only 2 minutes left in this heat. And Candelaria Rezano has to go to work. This is the last heat of the day, and she's looking to take the biscuit. You got to risk it to get the biscuit, Jeff, and
yes,
Candelaria has been doing it. As Matsuoka utilizing her priority there to potentially better her 3.57 as well. Decent exchange here in the last 2 minutes. I got all the slogans for you, Jeff.
I like that.
Risk it to get the biscuit.
Yes.
Progress, not perfection. Don't worry, be happy.
Smiles for miles.
Hakuna Matata.
I like that.
Where else in the world can you sit like that and just watch the waves here at beautiful La Bocana?
Not many places. This is, as far as this setup, one of the best for all these athletes to come to and enjoy with all this space. They can post up all the teams in their own little cabana with custom chairs and pillows and, water centers and hydration centers and fresh fruit bowls and the masseuses. They got
physical therapists.
The physical therapists, the masseuses, they got it all going on. We have got just 1 minute left in this heat number 24. We have rounded it out, a complete 28 heats today. 24 here for the girls under 18 and 4 of the finishing round for the boys U18.
It's been a great day. Shion Crawford opened up the first heat of the morning with an excellent score to finish that heat off. And with 40 seconds to go, it seems like Rosano going to stay in control of this heat. And then Matsuoka in second. So with 25 seconds to go, Liv Haysom still looking for a 5.67. And the Guatemalan Post needing a 7.74. A big requirement here, but there's a set wave coming through.
Juana has the priority too.
Yes, she does. So Candelaria has to give way. The biggest wave she's caught this heat so far for Post. Doesn't seem like it's going to be the 7.74, though. Nevertheless, a great effort from the surfer from Guatemala in blue. It's going to be the Nicaraguan and the Japanese surfer Resano and Matsuoka advancing. Liv Haysom and Juana Post will be relegated to the repechage round. So that's it for day number 2 of the ISA World Juniors, the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Junior Championships. On behalf of Jeff Baldwin, Shannon Hughes, JJ, myself, Mitchell Salazar, and all the crew from Action Sports Productions here at the ISA, we'll see you early tomorrow at 7:30 a.m. for day number 3.